Regeneration through violence. The mythology of the American frontier, 1600 to 1860. By Richard Slotkin. To Iris. Contents. I Myth and Literature in a New World 3. N. Cannibals and Christians, European vs. American Indian Culture 25. In A Home in the Heart of Darkness, The Origin of the Indian War Narratives, 1625 to 1682, 57. For Israel in Babylon, The Archetype of the Captivity Narratives, 1682 to 1700, 94. Via Palisade of Language, Captivity Mythology and the Social Crisis, 1688 to 1693, and 6. 6. The Hunting of the Beast, Initiation or Exorcism. 1675 to 1725, 146. VH. The Search for a Hero and the Problem of the Natural Man, 1700 to 1765, 180. Vini. A Gallery of Types, The Evolution of Literary Genres and the Image of the American, 1755 to 1785, 223. 9. Narrative into Myth, The Emergence of a Hero, 1784, 268. X. Evolution of the National Hero, Farmer to Hunter to Indian, 1784 to 1855, 313. 11. Society and Solitude, The Frontier Myth in Romantic Literature, 1795 to 1825, 369. 12. The Fragmented Image, The Boon Myth and Sectional Cultures, 1820 to 1850, 394. XM. Man Without a Cross, The Leather Stocking Myth, 1823 to 1841, 466. There was, thank God, a great voluptuary born to the American settlements against the niggardliness of the damning puritanical tradition, one who by the single logic of his passion, which he rested on the savage life about him, destroyed at its spring that spiritually withering plague. For this he has remained since buried in a miscolored legend and left for rotten. Far from dead, however, but full of a rich regenerative violence he remains, when his history will be carefully reported, for us who have come after to call upon him. I. William Carlos Williams, in The American Grain. But you have there the myth of the essential white America. All the other stuff, the love, the democracy, the floundering into lust, is a sort of byplay. The essential American soul is hard, isolate, stoic, and a killer. It has never yet melded. D. H. Lawrence, Studies in Classic American Literature. Chapter. Myth and Literature in a New World. The mythology of a nation is the intelligible mask of that enigma called the national character. Through myths the psychology and worldview of our cultural ancestors are transmitted to modern descendants, in such a way and with such power that our perception of contemporary reality and our ability to function in the world are directly, often tragically affected. American attitudes toward the idea of a national mythology have been peculiarly ambivalent. There is a strong anti-mythological stream in our culture, deriving from the utopian ideals of certain of the original colonists and of the revolutionary generation, which asserts that this new world is to be liberated from the dead hand of the past and become the scene of a new departure in human affairs. Nonetheless, we have continually felt the need for the sense of coherence and direction in history that myths give to those who believe in them. The poets of the early years of the Republic taught, as part of their classical education, that national mythologies are embodied in literature and begin with national epics in the manner of Homer attempted to fabricate an American epic that would mark the beginning of a national mythology, providing a context for all works to come after. Their concept of myth was essentially artificial and typically American. They believed, in effect, that a mythology could be put together on the ground, like the governments of frontier communities or the national constitution, either by specialists or by the spontaneous awakening of the popular genius. Like the Constitution, such myth epics would reflect the most progressive ideas of American man, emphasizing the rule of reason in nature and in human affairs, casting aside all inherited traditions, superstitions, and spurious values of the past. The freedom and power of man were to be asserted against the ideas of necessity, of history. 4. Cal-determinism, of the inheritance of guilt and original sin. From Barlow's Columbiad and Dwight's Greenfield Hill in the late 18th century, through Whitman's Song of Myself and Melville's Moby Dick in the 19th, to Hart Crane's The Bridge and Williams's Patterson or the great American novel in the 20th, American writers have attempted the Homeric task of providing, through epic poetry or epic fiction, a starting point for a new, uniquely American mythology. Even scholarly critics who address themselves to the problem of the myth of America have a marked tendency to engage in the manufacture of the myth they pretend to analyze in an attempt to reshape the character of their people or to justify some preconceived or inherited notion of American uniqueness. Such critics are themselves a part of this national phenomenon of myth consciousness, this continual preoccupation with the necessity of defining or creating a national identity, a character for us to live in the world. Works like the Columbiad and the Bridge, whatever their artistic merit, failed, at least in their authors' lifetimes, to achieve that quasi-religious power throughout the whole of a culture that is the characteristic attribute of true myth. The premises of such works do not take into account the facts that myth-making is a primary attribute of the human mind and that the process of mythogenesis in a culture is one of continuous activity rather than dramatic stops and starts. True myths are generated on a subliterary level by the historical experience of a people and thus constitute part of that inner reality which the work of the artist draws on, illuminates, and explains. In American mythogenesis the founding fathers were not those 18th-century gentlemen who composed a nation at Philadelphia. Rather, they were those who, to paraphrase Faulkner's Absalom, tore violently a nation from the implacable and opulent wilderness, the rogues, adventurers, and land boomers, the Indian fighters, traders, missionaries, explorers, and hunters who killed and were killed until they had mastered the wilderness, the settlers who came after, suffering hardship and Indian warfare for the sake of a sacred mission or a simple desire for land, and the Indians themselves, both as they were and as they appeared to the settlers, for whom they were the special demonic personification of the American wilderness. Their concerns, their hopes, their terrors, their violence, and their justifications of themselves, as expressed in literature, are the foundation stones of the mythology that informs our history. The failure of writers and critics to recognize and deal with the real mythological heritage of their time and people has consequences that go beyond the success or failure of their literary works. A people unaware of its myths is likely to continue living by them, though the world around that. 5. People may change and demand changes in their psychology, their worldview, their ethics, and their institutions. The anti-mythologists of the American Age of Reason believed in the imminence of a rational republic of yeoman farmers and enlightened leaders, living amicably in the light of natural law and the Constitution. They were thereby left unprepared when the Jeffersonian Republic was overcome by the Jacksonian democracy of the Western man on the make, the speculator, and the wildcat banker, when racist irrationalism and a falsely conceived economics prolonged and intensified slavery in the teeth of American democratic idealism, and when men like Davy Crockett became national heroes by defining national aspiration in terms of so many bears destroyed, so much land preempted, so many trees hacked down, so many Indians and Mexicans dead in the dust. The voluminous reports of presidential commissions on violence, racism, and civil disorder have recently begun to say to us what artists like Melville and Faulkner had earlier prophesied, that myths reach out of the past to cripple, incapacitate, or strike down the living. It is by now a commonplace that our adherence to the myth of the frontier, the conception of America as a wide-open land of unlimited opportunity for the strong, ambitious, self-reliant individual to thrust his way to the top, has blinded us to the consequences of the industrial and urban revolutions and to the need for social reform and a new concept of individual and communal welfare. Nor is it by a far-fetched association that the murderous violence that has characterized recent political life has been linked by poets and news commentators alike to the frontier psychology of our recent past and our long heritage. The first colonists saw in America an opportunity to regenerate their fortunes, their spirits, and the power of their church and nation, but the means to that regeneration ultimately became the means of violence, and the myth of became the structuring metaphor of the American experience. How that myth evolved and gained credence and power is the subject of this study. Three critical problems lie in the path of any study of the so-called myth of America. The first is the question of the Americanness of its origin. Myths are human creations, and the people who composed the vast majority of the American population before 1800 were European by ancestry, by language, and by religious and literary heritage. The only non-European native cultures were those of the Indians. Like the colonists, the Indians had mythologies based on their experience in the world. In the Indians' case, the American wilderness. Did those same conditions operate? 6. On European immigrants, impose on or induce in the colonial mind a similarly American mythology. We know that the colonists adapted their ways of living, farming, hunting, and fighting in order to survive in the Indians' world. Did they also, to some degree, acquire an Indian-like vision of the New World, an Indian-American mythology? Since the Indian is, from our point of view, the only one who can claim to be indigenously American, it seems important to question whether our national experience has Americanized or Indianized us, or whether we are simply an idiosyncratic offshoot of English civilization. The second critical problem arises from the fact that this artificially created American nation, the self-baptized American people, first saw light in the age of the printing press. Mythologies arise spontaneously in the pre-literary epochs of a people's history and consequently are artless in their portrayal of the world and the gods, appealing to the emotions rather than the intelligence. American myths, tales of heroes in particular, frequently turn out to be the work of literary hacks or of promoters seeking to sell American real estate by mythologizing the landscape. One of the problems with which this study has to deal is the question of the relationship between myth and literature. Is the dominance of printed literature inconsistent with the initiation and development of myth? And is the post-Gutenberg period also necessarily post-mythological? The third problem is that which lies at the source of every study of myth in history and literature, the problem of defining myth and of distinguishing between archetypal myth, folk legends, and artistic mythopoesis. Such a definition must be made before we can understand what has been involved in the process of myth-making in America, what the stages of that process have been, and how our mythology acquires and exercises its power in human thoughts and affairs. Mythogenesis. A mythology is a complex of narratives that dramatizes the world vision and historical sense of a people or culture, reducing centuries of experience into a constellation of compelling metaphors. 2. The narrative action of the myth tale recapitulates that people's experience in their land, rehearses their visions of that experience in its relation to their gods and the cosmos, and reduces both experience and vision to a paradigm. Reference to that myth or to things associated with it as in religious ritual evokes in the people the sense of life inherent in the myth and all but compels belief in the vision of reality and divinity implicit in it. The believers. 7. Response to his myth is essentially non-rational and religious. He recognizes in the myth his own features and experience, the life and appearance of his ancestors, and the faces of the gods who rule his universe, and he feels that the myth has put him in intimate contact with the ultimate powers which shape all of life. Thus myth can be seen as an intellectual or artistic construct that bridges the gap between the world of the mind and the world of affairs. 3. Between dream and reality, between impulse or desire and action. It draws on the content of individual and collective memory, structures it, and develops from it imperatives for belief and action. The ultimate source of myth is the human mind itself, for man is essentially a myth-making animal. He naturally seeks to understand his world in order to control it, and his first act encompassing this end is an act of the mind or imagination. On the basis of limited, finite experience, he creates a hypothetical vision of a universal, infinite order and imposes that hypothesis on his perception of the phenomena of nature and his own behavior. He tests his vision by acting in accordance with the principles of behavior that seem to be demanded by reality as he envisions it. Insofar as that behavior is consistent with the universal order, it will seem to prosper him and acquire the name of virtue. For aside from its function as a guide to behavior, his vision is regarded as a source of power, since it tells him how to propitiate and control the forces that order the world. 5. Thus myth visions, which are generated by the mind, ultimately affect both man's perception of reality and his actions. Myth describes a process, credible to its audience, by which knowledge is transformed into power. It provides a scenario or prescription for action, defining and limiting the possibilities for human response to the universe. In order to understand the process of myth-making in America and to establish criteria by which we can discover and define both the nature of the American myth and the manner and time of its emergence, we must begin by examining the state of mind that transforms experience, perception, and narration into the materials of a myth. Philip Wheelwright calls this state of mind the mythopoeic mode of consciousness and finds it present in the psychology of both the myth-making artist and the artist's people, his audience. 6. The mythopoeic mode of consciousness comprehends the world through a process of thought and perception association, a process of reasoning by metaphor in which direct statement and logical analysis are replaced by figurative or poetic statement, the sudden, non-logical perception and expression of an objective relation between parts of reality, or between objective and subjective realities. 7. The nature of the mythopoeic perception, in both maker and audience, is mystical and 8. Religious, drawing heavily on the unconscious and the deepest levels of the psyche, defining relationships between human and divine things, between temporalities and ultimates. There is a strong tendency of the different experiential elements to blend and fuse in a non-logical way. And not only that, but the selfhood of the observer tends to blend with them, that is to say, he becomes a full participant and not a mere observer. Finally, there is a blending, or partial blending, of worshipper and sacred objects and ceremonial acts with certain transcendent presences. 8. Myth-making, by this definition, is simultaneously a psychological and a social activity. The myth is articulated by individual artists and has its effect on the mind of each individual participant, but its function is to reconcile and unite these individualities to a collective identity. A myth that ceases to evoke this religious response, this sense of total identification and collective participation, ceases to function as a myth. 9. A tale that, through the course of several generations or even several retellings within one generation, acquires this kind of evocative power has evolved into myth. The mythopoeic mode of consciousness is dependent on but distinct from the myth artifact, which is the actual tale or some sacred image or object connected with the myth narrative. The artifact symbolically embodies the mythopoeic perception and makes it concrete and communicable. 10. The legends and stories we commonly call myths are simply the artifacts of the myth, and they retain their mythic powers only so long as they can continue to evoke in the minds of succeeding generations a vision analogous in its compelling power to that of the original mythopoeic perception. The myth artist, priest, or fabulist uses the artifacts of myth to evoke the sense of the myth and its complex of affirmations in the audience. He may use these artifacts in two ways: either deliberately, in an effort to make propaganda for his cause, or unconsciously, under the compelling association of perceived event and inherited mythology. As artifacts, myths appear to be built of three basic structural elements: a protagonist or hero, with whom the human audience is presumed to identify in some way, a universe in which the hero may act, which is presumably a reflection of the audience's conception of the world and the gods, and a narrative, in which the interaction of hero and universe is described. Hero and universe may be readily abstracted as images, which may in turn be evocative enough to become equated in our minds with the whole of the myth itself. The narrative as a whole is more difficult to abstract, since its action defines, explicitly and implicitly, the relationship of hero to universe and of man to God, and so establishes the laws of cause, 9. and effect, of natural process, and of morality. It is the narrative which gives the images life by giving them a mode of interaction. Images of the hero and the universe are devices that enable us to identify with, and thus enter, the world of the myth, and these may change fairly rapidly to accommodate new perceptions or requirements of the myth makers and their audience. This is certainly the case with American mythology, in which, as Henry Nash Smith shows in Virgin Land, the image of the wilderness east of the Mississippi changes from desert to garden in a century and a half, while that of the Great Plains exhibits a similar change in less than half that time from its purchase in 1803 to the realization of its economic potential before the Civil War. However, while the images may readily exhibit changes in response to the play of social and psychological forces, the narrative or narratives which relate them to each other have or acquire a certain fixity of form. Their structure and character may be more clearly articulated through the passage of time and the operation of historical forces on the mind of the audience, but their essential nature remains substantially the same. Only truly radical alterations of the images of hero and universe effect significant changes at the narrative structural level of the myth, for such changes, by definition, reflect a fundamental alteration of the culture's conception of the relationship of man to the universe, a revolution in worldview, cosmology, historical and moral theory, and self-concept. Hence such changes may be seen as marking the point at which a new epoch of cultural history or perhaps even a new culture can be said to begin. Stories that exhibit this kind of power persistently in many cultures over long periods of time are termed universal archetypes. Those which exhibit similar persistence within a single culture, and which are variants of universal archetypes, are what I term cultural archetypes and cultural myths. The former term refers to an abstraction or narrative of narratives derived from and expressing the common structural form of a constellation of related myth narratives. This study is an attempt to define at least one of the cultural archetypes which emerged from the historical experience of the American colonial frontier to function as myth in our culture. The distinction between mythopoeic consciousness and myth artifact is helpful in dealing with the problem of the relationship between the archetypal and the tribal or culture-bound qualities of myth. The so-called myth critics have been justly criticized for attempting to reduce all literary narrative to paradigmatic archetypes, obscuring all authorial and cultural differences and all distinctions of literary artistry and aesthetic response. 10. In effect, reducing all the varieties of myth and literature to a single psychological or anthropological datum. 11. The study of archetypes is based upon an analysis of the underlying structure of myth narratives or artifacts. The term is most frequently used to describe those paradigmatic structures that seem to be common to all mythologies, of whatever place or cultural epoch. Since myth begins as a mythopoeic mode of consciousness, a state of mind and a mode of perception, it is reasonable to assume that myths are archetypal or universal to the extent that certain conditions of life and psychological states or concerns are universal among men. All men are born and must die, feel the need for love and begetting children, dream of immortality and an amenable universe, suffer the pangs of guilt and frustration, experience the wastage of time and the waning of their powers. All men share certain perceptions of the relationships between the universals in their human condition, such as the mirroring of seasonal patterns in human life, the echoing of vegetable death and rebirth in the perpetual deaths of fathers and successions of sons. Myth narratives that embody and explain these conditions and perceptions, the death and resurrection of the nature god, the sacred marriage of the divine king and the earth goddess, or spirit of place, the hero's quest in the kingdom of death for the boon of life, are common to all cultures, of whatever technological level or place, differing in particular details but not in their structural patterns. Archetypal myths combine and correlate individual experience and psychology with collective history and with the processes of cosmic evolution. This drawing together of experiential and historical or cosmogonic threads can be seen in the myth of the heroic quest, which is perhaps the most important archetype underlying American cultural mythology. The quest involves the departure of the hero from his common-day world to seek the power of the gods in the underworld, the eternal kingdom of death and dreams from which all men emerge. His motive is provided by the threat of some natural or human calamity which will overtake his people unless the power of the gods can be borrowed or the gods themselves reconciled with the people. 12. The quest is also an initiation into a higher level of existence and power, echoing the movement of the boy from childhood into manhood, the departure from the world of parental nurture and law into the world of maturity and independent responsibility, in which the forces of the cosmos operate without parental amelioration. For the initiate, the achievement of maturity depends on his ability both to understand and take upon himself the power and knowledge of his parents, quest for the source, and to differentiate himself from them, the triumph. 11. Fant return on completion of the quest. The most significant rituals of the tribe center about the rites of initiation, since these must provide a continuing supply of competent men to sustain the society. Therefore it is not surprising that myths of heroic quest and initiation are among the first coherent myth narratives formulated by a culture, the basis of national epic poetry, the Odyssey, the Aeneid, Gilgamesh, Beowulf, the Arthurian epics. Archetypal myths derive from and mirror archetypal states of mind. In Thresholds of Initiation, J. L. Henderson, developing a Jungian thesis, characterizes the basic psychological tension as a conflict between Moira and Themis, between the unconscious and the conscious, the dream or impulse and the rational idea, the inchoate desire and the knowledge of responsibility, the gratification world presided over by the mother and the world of laws and reasons ruled by the father. The process of maturation, of initiation into adulthood, requires the reconciliation of these two elements, these two modes of relating to life, and since, as infants, we are absorbed in the maternal world of Moira, the initiation requires us to move toward the paternal figure, Themis, for a confrontation and some form of reconciliation. This tension and the psychological processes it evokes are echoed, according to Jung, in the processes by which myths evolve. Moira was a prehistoric earth goddess, predating the Olympian deities of Greece, a goddess ruling both personal destiny and the allotment of moieties of land, a maternal spirit of place. She represents the mythopoeic pole of the myth-making process, existing at the undifferentiated matrix of the archetypal world of prehistory, her nature established by the impulses, dreams, and inchoate desires that characterize the human unconscious. About her gathers the fresh and timeless phenomenon of a ritual dance, drama, or painting which serves the function of providing religious, aesthetic, social, and philosophical experience all at once. 13. Just as individuals, in the course of normal maturation, leave the womb-like maternal world of childhood for the world of men, of activity, of the disappointment of dreams and the difficulties of achievement, cultures presumably move from the maternal, Moira vision of their character and destiny toward the Themis vision. This vision centers on the paternal principle in deity, Olympian Zeus rather than pre-Olympian Moira, and on the activity and responsibility of social life as opposed to passivity and absorption in the mother. Themis represents the final socio-religious, artistic, or philosophic cultural form of any given community, varying in its character from nomadic hunting cultures and the herdsmen to settled agricultural groups and larger organizations of hieratic city-states. 14. Henderson also notes that as this 12. transition takes place, the archetypal content of myth is spread out and becomes much thinner than it was at its primordial source. Finally, Moira and Themis are separated and may be in conflict with each other. 15. This conflict between Moira and Themis, between the unconscious and conscious, the mythopoeic and the artificial, the archetypal and traditional elements in myth, is not one which is capable of resolution through the victory of one or the other. Perhaps conflict does not describe their relationship so well as tension, since elements of both persist in all mythologies, as in most human psychologies. Although Moira ceases to dominate the gods, she or her avatars retain a subordinate position under Zeus and periodically assert their primordial power against paternal authority. Bacchus or Zagreus or the drunken Indian Joes of American literature are their children, embodiments of the childish and primitive impulses of the unconscious, hunger for food, power, pleasure, dissolution of the self in passionate love, and cruelty. These qualities make the children of Moira a perpetual source of disorder, inciters of female or youthful violence against paternal agents of order like the king of Thebes and the artist Orpheus. As Henderson says, this mythic tension reflects the individual human need to reconcile mother and father, the male and female sexual principles, the unconscious and conscious realms of the mind. 1/6 The stages of development in the evolution of myth artifacts mirror the psychological alternation between movements away from the mythopoeic source, Moira, and attempts to return and reacquire the power of original mythopoeic perceptions. Philip Wheelwright identifies 3 stages in the development of myth: primary, romantic, and consummatory. 17 The primary stage is that in which the mythopoeic mode of consciousness predominates both in the activity of the mythmaker and in the perceptions of his audience. Through repetition of the formulas or repeated use of the artifacts of this primary myth, however, a convention of form is established and identified with the content of the primary myth. In this romantic stage, the attainment of an original experience of mythopoeic insight into the nature of reality becomes less important than fulfilling the social obligations established for the myth and for the priests who keep and ritualize it. Fulfillment of the literary and social requirements that custom has established for artists likewise becomes of primary importance for the tribe's official or semi-official artificers of myth stories. Thus in this phase the metaphoric surface of the myth may be over-elaborated in such a way as to obscure or even twist its original meaning or content, to repress and even deny the faiths and values that were inherent in the original. 13. Mythopoeic experience. In highly sophisticated cultures, such as that of modern Europe and the West, artists and thinkers become aware of this corruption of the modes of belief and expression and attempt to overcome it, either by re-achieving the mythopoeic, spontaneous element in artistic perception and creation or by critically separating the gold of archetypal myth from the dross of particular traditions. This consummatory stage is marked by a conscious attempt to recapture the lost innocence of the mythopoeic attitude by transcending the narrative, logical and linguistic forms which romantic mythologizing accepts and utilizes. 18 In this stage of myth-making the artist acts as prophet rather than as priest or ministrant to his people, shaking minds and hearts with new visions rather than providing customary balm for normal social and personal anxieties. The novelists and poets who attack the conventions of thought, feeling, and expression by transforming and revolutionizing literary and linguistic forms, the Romantics in their day, for instance, and the post-Joycean novelists in ours, belong to this phase of mythic endeavor, as do the Protestant revivalists who prophesy against conventionalized, normalized, formalized religious experience in the name of a spontaneous mythopoeic experience of faith in God. In the attempt to recover the world of primary myth and universal archetypes, the consummatory mythmaker must draw upon the vocabulary of myth images and structures that is his cultural heritage. Hence his approach to the re-envisioning of the universal archetype necessarily involves the re-envisioning of the cultural archetypes that lie behind the variegated surface of his culture's myth media. Moreover, the consummatory mythmaker brings to his efforts a critical awareness which sets him apart from his forebears. First, he is aware of and capable of articulating the need for myth, that is, as a construction of symbols and values, derived from real and imaginary experience and ordered by the imagination according to the deepest needs of the psyche. In addition, he has the benefit of historical knowledge and can look back over a span of time in which myths have developed and decayed, have shaped and been shaped by human and national history. Given this double awareness, the consummatory mythmaker has a degree of critical distance from his material and his works which does not exist for the mystic of the primary myth or the conventional imitator of romantic myth. This creates barriers to the acceptance of the vision of the consummatory mythmaker as a social myth, since it is the function of myth to provide a formula for credence and faith, not an apparatus for critical analysis. Thus a novel like Melville's Moby Dick or Joyce's Ulysses, which are attempts at consummatory myth-making. 14. Fails to achieve recognition and credence among the people and in the historical time to which it is addressed. Although primary, romantic, and consummatory stages in the development of myth can be generally discerned, it would be a mistake to assume that any given period or specific work can be classified as belonging exclusively to one of the three. 19. Romantic myth partakes of the original power of the primary myth, despite the fact that it obscures its origins. To the extent that consummatory myth-making succeeds, it becomes identical in quality, power, and function with primary myth. It may in fact be the primary stage of a new myth evolution. At the same time, the symbolic language elaborated in the Romantic stage of the myth's development provides the basic vocabulary of the consummatory myth. Like Moira and Themis, these stages or phases coexist in mythologies, providing formal tension as well as a tension in meaning or content. Myth is essentially conservative, depending for its power on its ability to play on conscious and unconscious memory, to invoke and relate all the narratives, historical and personal, that we have inherited, and to reach back to the primal levels of individual and collective psychology. National mythology, a summary view. The universal archetype is essential to myth, since all myth, to be credible, must relate the problems and aspirations of particular cultures to the fundamental conditions of human existence and human psychology. But the viability of myth also depends upon the applicability of its particular terms and metaphors to the peculiar conditions of history and environment that dominate the life of a particular people. This principle of distinction is implied in Joseph Campbell's definition of myth as traditional metaphor addressed to ultimate questions. 20. The ultimate, archetypal questions of human existence are spoken to by the myth, but the success of the myth in answering these questions for a people depends upon the creation of a distinct cultural tradition in the selection and use of metaphor. It is in their development of traditional metaphors, and the narratives that express them, that the mythologies of particular cultures move from archetypal paradigms to the creation of acculturated, even idiosyncratic myth metaphors. In this process of traditionalization, it is the artifact of myth, the narrative, that exhibits change and development. Thus it is in this stage that the nature of the artifact, the medium through which the mythic perception is transmitted, becomes of crucial importance. In addition, it is at 15. This stage that the role of the artist, the intelligent manipulator of media and artifacts, becomes important as a means of controlling and directing the development of myth, limiting or augmenting its power to induce the mythopoeic affirmation in its audience. It is at this stage that various cultures move away from the universal vision of the archetype towards some particular interpretation of the archetypal narrative that will reflect their characteristic approach to life. It is at this point that the Christian variant of the myth narrative of the dead and resurrected God diverges from the Norse or the Dionysian, and it is here that the farming culture's version of the sacred marriage varies from that of the hunting or the industrial culture. Hence it is at this point that myth provides a useful tool for the analysis of the particularity of a human culture. The Europeans who settled the New World possessed at the time of their arrival a mythology derived from the cultural history of their home countries and responsive to the psychological and social needs of their old culture. Their new circumstances forced new perspectives, new self-concepts, and new world concepts on the colonists and made them see their cultural heritage from angles of vision that non-colonists would find peculiar. The internal tension between the Moira and Themis elements in their European mythologies, and the psychological tension that is the source of this myth duality, found an objective correlative in the racial, religious, and cultural opposition of the American Indians and colonial Christians. This racial-cultural conflict pointed up and intensified the emotional difficulties attendant on the colonists' attempt to adjust to life in the wilderness. The picture was further complicated for them by the political and religious demands made on them by those who remained in Europe, as well as by the colonists' own need to affirm for themselves and for the home folks that they had not deserted European civilization for American savagery. Added together, these conditions ensured that the colonists would be preoccupied with defining, for themselves and for others, the precise nature of their constantly changing relationship to the wilderness. This made for a highly self-conscious literature with a tendency toward polemic and apology, in which the colonists simultaneously argued the firmness and stability of his European character and, paradoxically, the superiority of his new American land and mode of life to all things European. The fact that the colonial experience began in the age of the printing press gave this kind of literature wide currency. The very nature of print made it the perfect medium for this sort of literature, allowing the writer to draw on a vast vocabulary of literary conventions in making his case for America. L6. This set of circumstances created a pattern of evolution for the American myth that is somewhat different from the pattern suggested by Wheelwright for primitive cultures. The colonists whose writings form the body of the mythology were working in a literary tradition and a medium of communication that had been highly structured and conventionalized through centuries of European practice. The primary sources from the New World, written by early explorer-conquerors, are couched in the imagery of this romantic European mythology and seem at this distance highly artificial and literary. References to images of the Golden Age, as depicted by Greek and Latin poets, abound both in the writings of court and church historians and in the accounts by the explorers themselves. Howard Mumford Jones notes that Columbus's first description of the New World is colored by the traditional imagery of the earthly paradise. This island and all others are very fertile to a limitless degree. In it there are many harbors on the coast of the sea, beyond comparison with others which I know in Christendom, and many rivers, good and large, which is marvelous. Its lands are high, and there are in it very many sierras and very lofty mountains, beyond comparison with the island of Tenerife. All are most beautiful, of 1,000 shapes, and all are accessible and filled with trees of 1,000 kinds and tall, and they seem to touch the sky. And I am told that they never lose their foliage, as I can understand, for I saw them as green and lovely as they are in Spain in May, and some of them were flowering, some bearing fruit, and some in another stage, according to their nature. And the nightingale was singing, and other birds of 1,000 kinds. In it are marvelous pine groves, and there are very large tracts of cultivable lands, and there is honey, and there are birds of many kinds, and fruits in great diversity. In the interior are mines of metal. The people of this island go naked. They never refuse anything which they possess, if it be asked of them. On the contrary, they invite anyone to share it, and display so much love as if they would give their hearts. And they do not know any creed, and are not idolaters, only they believe that power and good are in the heavens. 21. As Jones notes, the description is generalized, abstracted, and vague to a fault, and the nightingales are either pure fiction or the error of a perception dominated by conventional imagery, since no such birds exist in the New World. The accounts of the conquest of Mexico written by Cortés, Gamarra, and Diaz del Castillo, which are discussed in Chapter 2, reflect the strong influence of secular chivalric romances. Diaz's Indians, viewing the ruins of Mexico City, speak in much the same way that we would say, "Here stood Troy." 22. The later myth literature of the colonial and early national periods. 17. Was intended as a kind of consummately myth-making, an attempt by artful moderns to recapture the unsophisticated, passionate, believing spirit of the primitive natural man. In so doing, these later writers, Cooper, Longfellow, Melville, and others, reached back to the only sources of truly primary American myth, the myths of the Indian Aborigines and the personal narratives of the unsophisticated, almost primitive colonials, and their slicker, sensationalistic successors of the popular press, who fabricated a mythology out of their real and imagined experiences with the Indians. The story of the evolution of an American mythology is, in large measure, the story of our too slow awakening to the significance of the American Indian in the universal scheme of things generally and in our, or his, American world in particular. As Kenneth Rex Roth says, our memory of the Indians connects us with the soil and the waters and the non-human life about us. They take for us the place of nymphs and satyrs and dryads, the spirits of the places. They are our ecological link with our biota, the organic environment which we strive to repudiate and destroy. The flooding tide, full of turmoil and whirlpools, of the unconscious, or the ID, or the dark forces of the blood, the actual, savage environment that reason and order and humane relationships can penetrate but cannot control. 23. Thus the evolution of the American myth was a synthetic process of reconciling the romantic conventional myths of Europe to American experience, a process which, by an almost revolutionary turn, became an analytical attempt to destroy or cut through the conventionalized mythology to get back to the primary source of blood knowledge of the wilderness, the Indian mind, the basic, moiratic, myth-generating psychology of man. Yet our only sources of primary knowledge about the Indian mind, aside from a few incompetent studies of Indian ritual and legendary by missionaries, were works by those who regularly battled the Indians or by those who stayed with them as war captives or adopted tribesmen. These were the people who lived near or among the Indians, learning their modes of thought and behavior so well that they could successfully fight them or even integrate themselves into Indian society. Even at the source of the American myth there lies the fatal opposition, the hostility between two worlds, two races, two realms of thought and feeling. "The land was ours before we were the land's," said Robert Frost. The process by which we came to feel an emotional title to the land was charged with a passionate and aspiring violence, and the deed of gift was many deeds of war. Because of the nature of myth and the myth-making process, it is a significant comment on our characteristic attitudes toward l8. Ourselves, our culture, our racial subgroupings, and our land. That tales of strife between Native Americans and interlopers, between dark races and light, became the basis of our mythology, and that the Indian fighter and hunter emerged as the first of our national heroes. In order to understand the complex and many-leveled influence of our history on our mythology, and of mythology on our culture, we must understand the nature of the peculiar forces that shaped mythology in America. Generally speaking, the basic factors in the physical and psychological situation of the colonists were the wildness of the land, its blending of unmitigated harshness and tremendous potential fertility, the absence of strong European cultures on the borders, and the eternal presence of the native people of the woods, dark of skin and seemingly dark of mind, mysterious, bloody, cruel, devil-worshipping. To these must be added the sense of exile, the psychological anxieties attendant on the tearing up of home roots for wide wandering outward in space and, apparently, backward in time. The sense of loss was heightened by the inevitable lapsing of communication with the homeland, the divergence of colonial from homeland historical experience, and the rise of new generations more acculturated or acclimated to the wilderness, less like the remembered grandparents in the fixed image of Europe. Exploration of new lands was one necessity imposed on them, fighting Indians, enduring captivity among them, and attempting to convert or enslave them were others. All emigrants shared the anxious sense that they had been, willingly or unwillingly, exiled from their true homes in the motherlands of Europe. All faced the problem of justifying their emigration to more stable folk at home, of trying to sell them either actual land or the idea of a colony. All felt impelled to maintain traditions of religious order and social custom in the face of the psychological terrors of the wilderness. Later, the sons of these emigrants strove to justify their title to the land they took for their own. Around each of these problems a body of literature with distinct formal conventions gathered, narratives of discovery, narratives of Indian war and captivity, sermons, and colonization and anti-colonization tracts. These accounts purport to be first or second-hand reports of day-to-day events and topography in the New World. The authors usually had ulterior motives in publishing them: a desire to explain or justify, through imaginative reconstruction of events, a course of action they had taken or their right to possess the land, or simply an attempt to persuade potential European settlers of the beauties and wealth of the strange New World. In any case, their appeal to the reader was carried by the metaphors that, implicitly or explicitly, informed their accounts. At the outset these metaphors were 19. Drawn from a purely European context, either the literature of the classical age and medieval and Renaissance romances, or the religious and political thought of the Reformation. Gradually these metaphors, constantly adjusted to suit American conditions, began to metamorphose, to take on some of the shape and coloration of the colonists' experience of America and her landscape. As American society evolved through years of historical experience, the differentiated literary forms were gradually drawn together by writers who more or less deliberately sought to create a unified and compelling vision of the total American experience in American myth. This process of reintegration was logically inevitable. The more a writer or preacher understood of the American environment, the less he could simplify or compartmentalize his approach to analyzing it. One could not discuss exploration, for example, without mentioning the chance of Indian attack and captivity. One could not maintain religious discipline by purely theological argument or pure civic force, if parishioners were willing and capable of seeking their fortune by itinerating on the edges of the wilderness, so sermons merged with accounts of frontier hardship. Any work capable of attaining that unified and compelling vision of the whole American experience would have to contain in its terms narrative, character, imagery, values, the sum total of all these experiences reduced to a basic and universal archetype of all the colonists' experiences, the one presenting the most vital psychological difficulties, and present its vision in terms appropriate to the historical experience of a wilderness people. Printed literature has been from the first the most important vehicle of myth in America, which sets it apart from the mythologies of the past. The colonies were founded in an age of printing, in large part by Puritans, who were much inclined toward the writing and printing of books and pamphlets and the creating of elaborate metaphors proving the righteousness of their proceedings. Since Americans turned readily to the printed word for the expression and the resolution of doubts, of problems of faith, of anxiety and aspiration, literature became the primary vehicle for the communication of mythic material, with the briefest of gaps between the inception of an oral legend and its being fixed in the public print. How this occurred is one of the chief issues to be dealt with in this study. For the student of the historical development of America as a culture, the visibility of the several stages in the evolution of traditional metaphors addressed to ultimate questions is an invaluable aid. It also presents several difficulties. In order for us to examine myth, we must rely on artifacts which are translations of the mythopoeic perception of reality. A tale handed down. 20. In the oral tradition from generation to generation presents, if examined at a late period, a distorted and adulterated image of the original. As a vehicle of myth, literature enjoys the advantage of formal permanence. The process of writing, however, necessitates a certain distortive distancing between the author and his experience, a distortion compounded where the author has the experience only at second hand or where he attempts to recall it after the passage of many years. Furthermore, myth as literature is subject to the movements of the literary marketplace. Authors and publishers interested in book sales might deliberately shape their narratives to suit current fashion. Moreover, writers desiring a wide reputation shape their narratives to English audiences as much as, or more than, to American audiences, introducing extraneous characterizations of their material which have little to do with the American colonists' attempts to understand their situation in their own terms. On the whole, the development of narrative literature in the first 250 years of American history is one of the best guides to the process by which the problems and preoccupations of the colonists became transformed into visions which compel belief in a civilization called American. Repetition is the essence of this process. Certain instances of experience consistently recurred in each colony over many generations, translated into literature. These experiences became stories which recurred in the press with rhythmic persistence. At first such repetition was the result of real recurrence of the experiences. The Indian War and captivity narratives, for example, grew out of the fact that many pious and literate New Englanders were continually falling into the hands of the Indians or attempted to explain their actions in battle. Once in literary form, the experience became available as a vehicle for justifying philosophical and moral values which may have been extrinsic to the initial experience but which preoccupied the minds of the reading public. Thus Cotton Mather and others wrote improvements of the captivity narratives and used them in Jeremiads and revival sermons. Through repeated appearances and recastings in the literary marketplace, a narrative which proved viable as a bestseller or a vehicle for religious or commercial persuasions would be imitated by more or less professional writers, where such existed, or those emulous of literary or ecclesiastical reputation. Thus the experience would be reduced to an imitable formula, a literary convention, a romantic version of the myth. When enough literature had been written employing the convention, it might become a sort of given between writer and audience, a set of tacit assumptions on the nature of human experience, on human and divine motivations, on moral values, and on the nature of reality. At 21. This point the convention has some of the force of myth, the experience it portrays has become an image which automatically compels belief by a culture-wide audience in the view of reality it presents. Thus, in tracing the development of the conventions of narrative literature, we are tracing the development by accretion of symbols characteristic of cultural values of a distinct world vision and an accompanying mythology emerging from the early experiences of Europeans in the wilderness. The cultural anxieties and aspirations of the colonists found their most dramatic and symbolic portrayal in the accounts of the Indian Wars. The Indian War was a uniquely American experience. Moreover, it pitted the English Puritan colonists against a culture that was antithetical to their own in most significant aspects. They could emphasize their Englishness by setting their civilization against Indian barbarism. They could suggest their own superiority to the home English by exalting their heroism in battle, the peculiar danger of their circumstances, and the holy zeal for English Christian expansion with which they preached to or shot at the savages. It was within this genre of colonial Puritan writing that the first American mythology took shape, a mythology in which the hero was the captive or victim of devilish American savages and in which his, or her, heroic quest was for religious conversion and salvation. As their experience in and love for America grew, however, and as non-Puritans entered the American book printing trade, the early passion for remaining non-American, or non-Indian, became confused with the love the settlers bore the land and their desire to gain intimate knowledge of and emotional title to it. If the first American mythology portrayed the colonist as a captive or a destroyer of Indians, the subsequent acculturated versions of the myth showed him growing closer to the Indian and the wild land. 24 new versions of the hero emerged, characters whose role was that of mediating between civilization and savagery, white and red. The yeoman farmer was one of these types, as were the explorer or surveyor and, later, the naturalist. But it was the figure of Daniel Boone, the solitary, Indian-like hunter of the deep woods, that became the most significant, most emotionally compelling myth hero of the early republic. The other myth figures are reflections or variations of this basic type. In numerous popular narratives devoted to Boone's career, the experience of America that first appears in the Captivity and Indian War narratives is reduced to a paradigm. The values, beliefs, and experience of life for which the captives and Indian killers or converters had spoken were concentrated in this new figure and in the narratives that define his ways of relating to the cosmos. Moreover, these older values were compounded with the newer, more acclimated view of 22. America symbolized by the farmer and the naturalist or surveyor. The figure and the myth narrative that emerged from the early Boone literature became archetypal for the American literature which followed. An American hero is the lover of the spirit of the wilderness, and his acts of love and sacred affirmation are acts of violence against that spirit and her avatars. In its structure, this myth narrative follows a variation of the initiation into a new life or a higher state of being or manhood that is a myth theme as old as mankind. 25. The boy's coming of age, the fall, the Christian conversion, and the success myth, the American dream of perpetual self-improvement and transcendence, are variations of the basic theme. Usually the experience of initiation is portrayed as an individual accomplishment, an experience of life which each man must come to in his turn. In America, however, the experience of initiation into a new life was shared by all members of colonial society simultaneously during a certain, relatively brief period of time. The pivotal position of the Indian War narratives and John Filson's legend of Boone's baptism by combat in the development of American mythology and literature is explained by their applicability to the universal problem of the colonial period, the problem of acculturation, of adjusting the mores and worldview of one's native culture to the requirements of life in an alien environment. The English colonists had to remake their values, their concepts of law and religion, and their images of their role and place in the universe in order to survive in the wilderness. This necessity was difficult to acknowledge, since the colonists felt it their duty to remain loyal to their English heritage. It was far easier to define their cultural identity by negative means, through attacking or condemning alien elements in their society, by casting out heretics like Roger Williams and John Underhill, whose ideas were strange or whose behavior smacked of an Indian-like lack of orthodox discipline. The Indian Wars, in which culture was pitted against culture, afforded a perfect opportunity for this sort of definition by repudiation. In opposing the Indian culture, the Puritan symbolically affirmed his Englishness. Even as social and religious issues grew complex and clouded, as men who had been orthodox in England grew heretical in America, as men grew unsure about whether the true church was Presbyterian or Congregational, Antinomian or Orthodox, English or Universal or American, there remained a fundamental simplicity in the opposition between Indian and settler. Writers of the Indian War narratives, a circle which included both actual participants and clerical outsiders like the Mathers, generally composed their accounts as if their audience's belief in certain concepts of M.O. 23. Morality and theology and the frontier could be taken for granted. Their works were unconscious experiments, designed to test the power of certain ideas of human experience, and in particular the American experience, to produce conviction in an audience. Revival preachers employed Indian war tales as a tool for arousing pious anxiety in their congregations, land speculators used them as advertising ploys, representatives of social, religious, and political factions used them to justify their particular conceptions of the truth. Frontiersmen used them to mock the ways of town-bred tenderfeet, town-bred preachers used them in chastising the restless indiscipline of frontier life. Any experiment was successful to the extent that its assumptions about life, America, Indian, God, and the wilderness coincided with those of its particular audience. But during the first centuries of its existence, colonial society was fragmented into hostile cultural enclaves and rival governments, each speaking for separated and isolated fragments of that society. Even after the Revolution, sectional and local differences persisted and to some degree intensified. This heterogeneity, coupled with the constant pressure of European immigration and expansive emigration to the frontier, made for a constant agitation of issues, values, and ideas. In this fluid culture, the success of any given attempt at myth-making was usually brief, until Filson's first study of Daniel Boone appeared in 1784. This figure caught and held the national attention for half a century, despite varying sectional evaluations of the moral and social character of the frontier hero. Even in the pre-Boone literature, however, throughout all the changes and developments, certain themes and values persistently recurred. These are the core of the American frontier myth, the symbolic formulations of the American experience which carried the worldview of the first colonists from generation to generation. This study therefore begins with an investigation of the two cultures that battled for the New World. It is followed by an analysis of the Puritan literature of the Indian Wars and of the captivity narrative, which emerged as the Puritan myth of America. Changes in the symbolic roles of Indians, frontiersmen, and Europeans in the 18th century are then traced to their culmination in Filson's Kentuck, which formulated the myth of the hunter as archetypal American and mediator between civilization and the wilderness. The divergence of American and European treatments of this figure from 1784 to the Jacksonian era, and the divergence of treatment in the literatures of various sections of the United States, are dealt with in the following section. Finally, the Emer. 24. Gens of an American literature firmly based on an American mythology is treated through the works of Cooper, Melville, Thoreau, and other writers of the American Renaissance period. J. Chapter. Cannibals and Christians. European vs. American Indian culture. Brother. We are told that your religion was given to your forefathers, and has been handed down from father to son. We also have a religion, which was given to our forefathers. We worship in that way. It teaches us to be thankful for all the favors we have received, to love each other, and to be united. We never quarrel about religion. Brother, we do not wish to destroy your religion. We only want to enjoy our own. As we are going to part, we will come and take you by the hand, and hope the Great Spirit will protect you. As the Indians began to approach the missionary, he rose hastily from his seat and replied, that he could not take them by the hand, that there was no fellowship between the religion of God and the works of the devil. This being interpreted to the Indians, they smiled, and retired in a peaceable manner. Chief Red Jacket and a Missionary One. The culture and literature we call American was born out of the confrontation between cultures that embodied two distinctly different phases of mythological evolution, two conflicting modes of perception, two antagonistic visions of the nature and destiny of man and the natural wilderness. The European cultures that sought to transplant themselves to these shores possessed a sophisticated, romanticized mythology, in which the land of what was to become the American West figured long before its actual discovery. The Europeans were met by native Indian cultures whose mythology was closer to the primary, Moira stage, whose vision of the American landscape was mythopoeic rather than conventional, whose values and mores, derived from their environment and their mythic vision, were in important respects antagonistic to those of Europe. Yet between European and Indian there was a fundamental bond of sympathy, a mutual recognition. 26. Of a brotherhood of consciousness, or perhaps of the unconscious. The whites appreciated and envied what they took to be the Indian's ease of life and sexuality, the facility with which he adjusted to the land, the fidelity and simplicity with which he worshipped his wilderness gods, and the gratification of mind and body such worship brought him. The Indian perceived and alternately envied and feared the sophistication of the white man's religion, customs, and technology, which seemed at times a threat and at times the logical development of the principles of his own society and religion. Each culture viewed the other with mixed feelings of attraction and repulsion, sympathy and antipathy. Human cultures on the North American continent, whether they were of European or Indian origin, have been shaped by the interaction of their migrant peoples with the American landscape, the wilderness. The one constant in the American environment has been the wilderness in its varying forms of forest, plain, mountain, and desert. The French and English settlers of Canada and the eastern seaboard of the United States confronted essentially the same physical environment as the Abenaki, Wabanaki, Iroquois, Algonquian, and Cherokee who preceded them in the land. As the American environment was the same for each of these cultures, one might reasonably expect that in the process of adjusting their lives to the wilderness, each of these cultures would acquire certain elements or qualities distinctly derived from and suited to that environment. Differences between them might be accounted for by considering their differing points of cultural and historical origin. Also, their presence together in the land, resulting in both violent and amicable cultural interaction, would affect the development of each culture, just as the constant of the wilderness would. If we are to understand the mythology and the cultures derived from this complex of interacting factors, we must have some understanding of the nature of the hostile cultures involved, Indian and European, of how they reacted to their environment, and of their vision of both their own role in the cosmos and that of their opposites. The European myths, Chaos and Arcadia. Colonists from Europe were the inheritors of a long and elaborate mythoreligious tradition, one in which the primary mythic consciousness had been submerged in a complex of social and literary conventions, hidden behind apparently arbitrary and non-functional rules and ornaments. The Indians, having no written literature beyond a few glyphs, were closer to the primary sources of myth and more capable of perceiving the life. 27. Around them with the mythopoeic eye of the God-making believer. Where the settlers could see only chaos and wilderness, the Indian's eye and mind could construe an order, a kindred intelligence in all things. The historical conflict between these peoples was intensified and ultimately transfigured by the psychological conflict implicit in European confrontation of the New World wilderness. D.H. Lawrence expresses and partially explains the intensity and significance of the white Indian conflict in his description of the hostility between blood knowledge and brain knowledge. The blood hates being known by the mind. It feels itself destroyed when it is known. Hence the profound instinct of privacy. And on the other hand, the mind and the spiritual consciousness of man simply hates the dark potency of blood acts, hates the genuine dark sensual orgasms, which do, for the time being, actually obliterate the mind and the spiritual consciousness, plunge them in a flood of suffocating darkness. You can't get away from this. Blood consciousness overwhelms, obliterates, and annuls mind consciousness. Mind consciousness extinguishes blood consciousness, and consumes the blood. We are all of us conscious in both ways. and the two ways are antagonistic in us. 2. In the colonial period, the moirithamous tension between blood and brain, common to all cultures, mythologies, and personalities, made itself felt on two levels. Within the body of European myths about America were two antagonistic pre-Columbian conceptions of the West: the primitive belief in the West as the land of the sea, the sunset, death, darkness, passion, and dreams, and the counter-belief in the West as the Blessed Isles, the land of life's renewal, of rebirth, of reason, and a higher reality. Once colonization began, this tension found an objective correlative in the conflict between the cultural values and mythologies of the settlers and those of the Indians. It is this coincidence of the terms of dream dilemma and of the actual culture conflict that is the starting point of the American mythology. In the myths of Europe, the islands of the West had been fabled before the Age of Discovery as the place of the underworld or afterworld, the mystical kingdom of dreams, of death and dissolution, the maternal womb and tomb of the sea or the night, in which the sun would sink, the world below consciousness, the realm of Moira. Before the outlying islands of a new world defined themselves on Columbus's horizon, the West had been 28. Conceived as a group of island gardens set in the wine-dark sea. The Blessed Isles of the Greeks swam somewhere in the West, a land of dead souls dwelling in permanent bliss. But the sunny, templed Isle of Atlantis had been whelmed under by that same limitless dark sea. It was to the west of Greece that Odysseus and Aeneas found the door of Hades, and other legends less happy than those of the Hesperides cast a melancholy pall about the imagined landscape of the West Valhalla of the doomed Norse gods, the Abendland, land of nightfall, as it is still called in German. But even in Death's dream kingdom there was hope for the renewal of life, for a day of resurrection for the fallen kings of men. Arthur of Britain passed westward over the water into Avalon, but from the west he would return, the once and future king. 3. In the mythology of Europe, the West and its peoples were strongly associated with the kingdom of death and dreams, the underworld in psychological terms, the unconscious. In the archetypal mythology of the heroic quest, which informs all accounts of the Age of Discovery, it is the journey to the underworld that is the essential, necessary action. In this dark, hidden realm abide the forces that silently and inscrutably shape the destiny of men, nations, and the physical universe. When overwhelming need, the failure of crops or game, of cultural or personal vigor, of religious faith, of self-knowledge or self-acceptance drives the hero to seek aid from powers beyond his own or those of his world, his quest takes him out of the world and into the realm of dreams, of death, of secret magic, of the unconscious. There he finds a boon, a golden bough or other magic talisman which he seeks to bring back to his commodity world for the salvation of that world. Before he can do so, however, he must submit himself to the underworld, or, in Conrad's terms, immerse himself in the destructive element. He must be tested by the forces underpinning the world, be initiated into the wisdom of the dead and the ever-living. He risks destruction of self, either personal destruction in death or the mystic erotic dissolution of the death in love and the death in God. Should he be fortunate enough to escape, he remains a man marked by the gods, alienated psychologically from the commodity reality by his possession of dark and fundamental knowledge. For in its primary form the hero myth reflects the mental journey of the mystic, the man who drowns his consciousness in the inner ocean of his mind or the ocean of the universal God. The hero myth itself, however, presents this quest of consciousness in social and historical terms. It takes place in the real world, the world of time and event, and it involves a hero who is the symbolic vessel of the whole culture's collective conscious 29ness and the agent of their will to survive or their aspiration to power. In Europe during the Age of Discovery, however, such myths were better known in their romantic, conventionalized forms than in their primary forms. Centuries of literary and philosophical embellishment had substituted artifice and convention for mythopoeic spontaneity in epic poetry and tragedy. The Romans imitated the forms of the Greek poems and plays that inexplicably moved them, and in their concern with formal imitation they lost the sense of life inherent in the myths. The medieval scholars and troubadours ornamented and elaborated the received tradition, hiding the core of myth under a panoply of social and religious conventions, imposing rigid artistic categories on the received material, rather than illuminating the mythic essentials that transcend artificial distinctions of genre. A significant example of this romanticization is the medieval and Renaissance treatment of the myths and rituals of sacred marriage, an archetype in which the hero king achieves sexual union with the goddess of nature in the wilderness, thus ensuring the seasonal renewal of human and vegetable life. Underlying the myth and its attendant rituals is the psychological quest of the anima, the feminine principle of passivity, passion, and acceptance within the reasoning, cold, masculine consciousness. Achievement of reconciliation between these halves of the mind means the attainment of psychological identity, self-containment, and self-contentment. But rather than plumb the metaphor of the sacred marriage, European Christians elaborated the metaphor, ornamented it, and Baudelarized it of those elements that spoke too intimately and too directly to the deeply sexual, unconscious yearning for psychological unity. The result was the literary convention of courtly love, in which sexual union is perpetually frustrated or else rendered sterile, impotent to produce heirs to hero kings. The passions are cultivated and exalted through frustration, which becomes a kind of holy exercise. Marriage ceases to represent the culmination of union and becomes rather the artificial barrier that keeps the true lover from his true beloved. 5. This world of elaborately conventionalized thought, feeling, and expression reacted to the discovery of the Western world in conventionally appropriate terms. Its response was structured by the romantic mythology it had inherited and by the formulas of literary genres devoted to exploiting that mythology. The New World gradually perceived by the discoverers was vast, unknown, exotic, uncultivated, and peopled by diverse nations of savages, some of whom lived in burrows and grubbed for insects and some of whom were masters of imperial civilizations, but European writers responded to the discovery in the conventional terms of utopian. 30. Treatise fiction, Arcadian poetry, and the chivalric romance epic. More's Utopia, for example, was set in an imaginary American Indian empire and based in part on reports of the actual accomplishments of Aztec, Inca, and Chibcha Indians. Bacon's New Atlantis evoked a more venerable and abstract Platonic image of an imagined Western kingdom. 6 map-makers, painters, and colonial publicists played on images of the Hesperides, imaging forth the New World as a collection of jewel-like islands in the mystic sea, each a hortus inclusus or wall-enclosed garden, 7 a kind of natural cloister in which wild nature is, through its own ordained internal workings, orderly, obedient, and chaste. Less medieval in some respects was the Arcadian image of the New World, which at least removed the walls from about the garden. But as in the enclosed garden, the Arcadian nature was not wild and chaotic but orderly and symmetrical, reflecting the cultivating hand of a reasoning and compassionate God whose mind was not unlike that of a superior man. The Arcadian view of the New World was that of an Eden from which the serpent and forbidden trees had been thoughtfully excluded. The predominating theme in all these works is that of European renewal through discovery and conquest of the New World. For Moore and Bacon the renewal was a moral and intellectual one. The expansion of knowledge gained through discovery gives man the power to reform and purify his social and religious institutions. The mere fact of discovery was enough to serve their needs. Details of Indian life or of American geography were, for them, beside the point. The Arcadian view of the New World postulated a different kind of renewal, a renewal of physical and sexual vigor, of the power of the heart and of sentiment, achieved through a return to a more natural, less civilizedly corrupt mode of life. This idea was also related to the theme of the romance epic, in which the heroic adventure is seen as a means to renewing the vigor and restoring the power of Christianity and of the hero's nation. Michael Drayton's Ode to the Virginian Voyage portrays the colonization attempt as a quest for recovery of the Golden Age and sees in it the promise of a renewal of England's national vigor, perhaps even a resurrection of the heroes of English myth and legend. The ode begins with an invidious comparison between those heroes who go a-questing and the loitering hinds who lurk here at home, with shame. The object of the English quest is an unspoiled natural world, shaped by divine artifice for the support and complement of human life, an artfully wrought garden, out of the strife of nations and the harshness of the real natural world, and cheerfully at sea success you still intus. 31. To get the pearl and gold, and ours to hold. Virginia. Earth's only paradise, where nature hath in store fowl, venison, and fish, and the fruitfulest soil. Without your toil, 3 harvests more, all greater than your wish. The golden age still nature's laws doth give. No other cares that tend, but them to defend from winter's age, that long there doth not live. In this winterless land of perpetual spring, perpetual fructification, a new race of heroes and bards will spring to renew England's glory. And in regions for such heroes bring ye forth, as those from whom we came, and plant our name under that star, not known unto our north. And as their plenty grows of laurel everywhere, Apollo's sacred tree, you it may see a poet's brows to crown, that may sing there. 8. Such romanticizing of the New World was not restricted to those who stayed behind to write books and plays about a land they never saw. The explorers and conquerors themselves tended to see the landscape of America through lenses colored by their reading of romance epics and pastoral verse. Romantic myth also created perception-altering expectations for the Elizabethan and Jacobean navigators who founded the first English settlements in the New World. The Indians of Carolina and Virginia were not the material on which to build a fabulous empire. They had no gold, no floating, terraced cities, no subtle crafts, no very elaborate or striking religious rituals. Spanish chroniclers found it easier to obscure commercial. 32. Aims and political ambitions behind the facade of the romance, since the reality of Mexico and Peru to some extent supported the extravagant claims of the romancer. The reality of Virginia finally required a different metaphor, and the values and aspirations of Elizabethan England suggested a number of alternatives: national aggrandizement to counter Spanish imperialism, expansion of the English Protestant faith to contest with Rome for the souls of the American Gentiles, and the Renaissance drive for expansion of human knowledge. The acts of British seamen adventurers, soldiers, and scholar navigators were physical testimony to the vitality of these imperatives, and discovery was invested with the sanctifying aura of heroic myth. Hakluyt's great compendium of tracts, principal navigations, juxtaposed accounts of exploration in Arctic and American waters with tales of sea fights with the Armada and the Plate Fleet, commercial treaties with the Muscovites, and combats with the savages of Labrador. It created a strange kind of national epic out of a series of fragments written by participants and contemporaries, whose variously motivated works were united only by an underlying nationalism, a robust intellectual curiosity, a Faustian sense of human power, and an excited sense of the limitless variety of God's creation. It was in the pages of Hakluyt that the English image of the newly discovered lands began to take shape. Navigators skimming its coasts were drawn by the promise that fable assured them was concealed in the wasteland, but at the same time they were repelled by its outward aspect, its disproportionate extremes of climate, the strange shapes of its topography, its unheard of plants and animals, and its men of an aspect so strange as to seem ogreish. The account of Martin Frobisher's voyages is typical. The word monstrous constantly recurs throughout the work and comes to seem the most characteristic adjective applied to the New World. The ship is surrounded by monstrous islands of ice. The huge and monstrous mountains promise earthquakes or thunder. The natives, like their land, are also monstrous, altogether void of humanity, attacking the explorers without warning, slaying themselves rather than surrender to mercy. An old woman captured in one of the battles is taken for a devil, and the sailors had her buskins plucked off, to see if she were cloven-footed, and for her ugly hue and deformity we let her go. Confessing ignorance of their religion, the chronicler supposes from their appearance and manners that they are anthropophagi, or devourers of man's flesh, and thoroughly loathsome. 9. Yet despite the threatening aspect, faith in the hidden promise endures. The voyagers expect to find a certain sort of land, and 33. They persist in finding evidence to support the expectation that Arcadia is just over the next, seemingly forbidding horizon. Here, in place of odoriferous and fragrant smells of sweet gums, and pleasant notes of music-hall birds, which other countries in more temperate zones do yield, we tasted the most boisterous boreal blasts mixed with snow and highly little birds, which we judged to have lost the shore, by reason of the thick fogs which that country is much subject unto, came flying into our ships, which causeth us to suppose, that the country is both more tolerable, and also habitable within, than the outward shore maketh shew or signification. 10. The Spanish accounts, more obviously than the English, were shaped by the literary style and values of the Romance and by the literature of chivalry, the Grail legends, Jerusalem delivered, the Roland epics, and Amadis de Gaul. 11. To be sure, in the case of the Spanish the New World lived up to and perhaps surpassed the expectations engendered by literature. One of the best and most representative of their accounts is Bernal Diaz del Castillo's History of the Conquest of Mexico, in which he himself was a common soldier. Diaz describes himself as the son of a petty noble and minor official and speaks as an old soldier whose deeds shine in his memory by the reflected glory of the true heroes under whom he served. He promises to tell the tale quite simply, without twisting events one way or another, 12, and is in the main sincere. Yet the metaphors of wonder, enchantment, and chivalry are so entangled in the remembered experience as to be inseparable from it. The armored Christian knights march against a mighty pagan empire, ruled by a noble and tragic priest-king. They wander over incredible deserts, in the shadows of fantastically splintered barren peaks, some of which burst spontaneously into flame at their approach. Hostile tribes assail them, or affront their eyes with unspeakable rituals of human sacrifice, or, presenting another face, offer them exquisitely wrought presents of jewels, gold, and feathers. At the end of the unslaked and savage desert, so like the wasteland of the Grail legends, they behold Mexico, great, white, castellated cities, heaped with greenery, floating in the midst of vast blue lakes. Within the enclosed luxuriant gardens of these enchanted cities live an exotic people, dressed in a fantastic garb of woven and many-colored feathers, intricately wrought gold, turquoise ornaments, and printed cotton. Yet these fair islands are rotten at the heart. Within each towering white temple are chambers reeking of blood from human sacrifices and human filth. So reality blends with romance, blood myth with art myth, as obscenity is discovered at the heart of an otherwise perfect reproduction of 34. An enchanted kingdom. In the process of purifying the kingdom and of taking from it its wealth and power for the invigoration of Spain, the enchanted realms themselves are utterly destroyed, exorcised, all but banished from memory, to Diaz's sorrow. 1-3 Diaz's chronicle touches the heart of the problem of Europe's confrontation with the New World. Although the conventional myths and metaphors of Europe distorted the conqueror's perception, the strange and troubling reality of the Indians' world did impinge on their consciousness. Chivalric romance provided metaphorical justification for the mononthemic in Mexico but did not explain the troubling nature of the conqueror's response to Indian virtues and Indian obscenities. The Aztec blood myths and the sacrificial rites of Huitzilopochtli were, after all, not unrelated to the Spanish auto de fe, and the Spanish liberators planned, from the first, to reimpose slavery on those tribes they freed from the Aztec yoke. Nor did the chivalric romance explain the aftermath of conquest. Instead of remaining in Mexico to labor for king and God and to found a Christian kingdom to rival the Aztec, the conquering soldiers atomized their society and deserted the colors to wander off, singly and in groups, tracing down Indian legends of hidden gold or untapped mines or fountains of youth. The Spanish came to bring order, but as individuals they succumbed to the temptation of freedom, of disorder, that the New World held out to them. 14 The most striking quality of life in the New World was the relative absence of social restraints on human behavior, the relative ease with which a strong man could, by mastering the law of the wilderness jungle, impose his personal dream of self-aggrandizement on reality. In Europe all men were under authority, in America all men dreamed they had the power to become authority. To men of the 16th and 17th centuries, and perhaps to any others as well, this freedom was itself both promising and threatful. While there was much good to be found in freedom from social restraint, from the imposition of restraints by a collective conscience, there were grounds for anxiety in the fact that each man's conscience had, without external aids, to maintain him in a state of virtue and social conformity in the face of unheard-of temptations. Pre-Columbian legends of the West reflect this fear of the dream kingdom, countering the Hesperides image with that of Valhalla's Götterdämmerung, Atlantis's demise, the mouth of Hades. In Norse sagas, which recount an attempt to colonize Vinland a good half a millennium before Columbus, the dark spell of the land atomizes and ruins the colony. Although the settlers find the land fruitful, the natives are brutish screelings, hostile and bloody-minded, and in that far 35 place, assailed by the fears natural to isolated men in a hostile world, the Norsemen turn on one another in murder and fratricide, breaking the order of the colony in fragments, leaving only a dark saga of jealousy and slaughter. 1-5 The Norse experience was shared to some extent by the Spanish and by all subsequent settlers in the New World. Like Shakespeare's Prospero, the conqueror in America stepped out of the real world into one in which he had the power to will his dreams. But the magic of the place was of a dual nature, it had both an aerial and a Caliban face. On the one hand, it led to the execution of good designs, on the other, it stimulated a monstrous ambition against authority, an obscene Faustian lust to satisfy nature by violating all bonds of obedience, religion, and morality. But even the aerial face of the New World was somewhat treacherous, tempting the good-willed dreamer into simple, natural willfulness, a delight in the exercise of forbidden benign powers. While Caliban might ruin and destroy the body, too long intimacy with Ariel might woo man too far in spirit from the commodity world of human responsibility, the European world. 1-6 The Indians played a curious role in exciting Faustian lusts in the conquerors. Their wealth and beauty stimulated the Europeans, their power challenged them, their fatal weakness tempted them to prove their strength. It was Indian legends of golden cities and immortality-giving springs that tempted Ponce de Leon and Coronado to death. The Spanish found, as did the English after them, that the wilderness could isolate them from their civilization, captivate and imprison them, and compel them to learn and live by its laws. The narrative of the Indian captivity of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, a conquistador captured by the Indians on an expedition to Florida, offers a keen insight into this aspect of the New World, and incidentally anticipates by more than a century the most important genre of Puritan writings about the New World. Cabeza de Vaca and his compatriots sailed to Florida to seek more golden cities, following nothing more solid than the romantic mythology that has been given new life by Cortés. Romantic myth provides a totally inadequate guide to conquest, they lose their way, deal incompetently with the Indians, smash their ships, and lose their provisions. When their ineptitude leads to final shipwreck and disaster, Cabeza de Vaca is cast away and captured by Indians. He lives among them several years, gradually learning their language and wood skills and adjusting to their ways, although maintaining his allegiance to Spain and the Church. As a result of this education, a subtle change comes over his descriptions of the Floridian wilderness. Land that he found barren and waste when he was with the blind and blundering. 36. Spaniards now appears to flower and be abundantly fruitful for the Indians, who know how to see and how to use it. It is the Indian who teaches the Spaniard to see more in the land than gold or its lack and how to make his way with profit and honor in the land. 1-7 Such characters, after their return to civilization, remained divided in their attitudes and values between the world they were born into and the world they had just been educated to, between the European world to which they returned and the Indian world they left. Like Cabeza de Vaca refusing to join Coronado's hunt for El Dorado, they could no longer be as blinded by their romantic mythology as they had been, and many would maintain the patterns of thought and behavior acquired in captivity. Such men and their accounts were essential if the colonists were to learn enough about the New World to be able to survive in it and to pursue their search for cibolas and fountains of youth. Yet such men were a danger, positing within the European camp the alternative, Indian vision of the world. To those charged with the rule of colonies, the problem was more political than psychological: how to keep the colonists from dispersing to hunt for gold, glory, and the satisfaction of their heart's Faustian desires. Economic incentives for preserving colonial solidarity went far in maintaining order. So long as it was profitable to stay together, an acknowledged leader might rule his people. Where economic benefit was in any way or degree dubious, military force or the leader's strength of character might still hold the colony subject. But without a shared commitment to a single goal among all members of the colony, the atomistic tendencies might swiftly destroy it. Every colonial leader shared this same problem. The governors of Cuba failed to check Cortez's westward sally into Mexico. Cortez himself was plagued by men deserting to the gold fields, and La Salle was murdered and Hudson abandoned by disaffected followers. Puritan Massachusetts, itself a fugitive from England, considered itself plagued by the tendency of its people to emigrate into the woods, beyond the pale of its godly rule. A shared sense of mission, embodied in a vision or metaphoric image, was a chief source of cohesion in colonial enterprise, both in the psychological and, consequently, the practical sense. By appealing to a shared view of the meaning of their life in the New World, a kind of myth leaders could quell or hold in check the atomistic individual wills of their people. 18. This is an appropriate function for myth and for art to play in the universe. Both serve as means of ordering and explaining a chaotic and threatening environment. The remythologization of the West began with attempts by French, 37, and Spanish Jesuits and English Puritans to order the chaos of the New World and its citizens by providing the colonists, and those Indians who would convert, with a sense of shared mission, a belief that their presence in the New World was decreed from above with definite ends in view, and that deviation from those ends was equivalent to mortal sin. This sense of mission provided the colonial with a much-needed psychological insulation from the shocks and temptations of wilderness life. It gave him the sense that the present hardships were temporary and therefore of minor significance. By the same token, it served to distract him from the tempting aspects of wilderness life, from indulgence in sensual pleasures, get-rich-quick schemes, or Faustian rebellions for personal power. By concentrating on the idea of America, Orthodox mythology fostered what was thought to be a salutary neglect of the immediate, savage America. Concentration on the ends of American colonization also distracted attention from some of the less palatable means employed in achieving those ends. It could, in fact, make men quite callous about the method and manner of their approach to the wilderness and the Indians in the conscious rectitude of their missionary purposes. 19. The English Puritans who settled British America exemplified this European approach to the New World. They were drawn largely from the rising Protestant middle classes of the English cities and country towns, merchants, artisans, professional men, landowners, clerics. Their religion portrayed the progress of the soul as a rising up from the degradation of man's condition at birth to ultimate sanctification through divine grace, a kind of spiritual upward mobility. They repudiated the blood myths and blood rituals of the quasi-pagan lower classes, whose sports and revels and theaters seemed more of Dionysus than of Christ, and also the rituals of Anglo-Catholicism, which likewise had the pagan smack of blood about them. The Faustian spirit of the Renaissance both attracted and appalled them. If man could be a semi-divine hero, wielding perfect power in the universe, then man was alone with his freedom and power, without the sustaining prop of an external divine authority. Such loneliness was insupportable. What evils might man not do if left totally to his own devices? The Puritans solved the dilemma by imagining a God whose authority was absolute and arbitrary, and a human race utterly depraved and dependent, but through the infusion of divine grace, God might purify man, make him a visible saint, perfect and pure in both motive and deed. Such a man, 38, might enjoy, under God, the most complete power and freedom without fear, attaining a state of being beyond the grasp even of Faust. Puritan preconceptions of the nature of the American land seem at first glance a conventional blend of promises and threats. As William Bradford reported, they thought of the land as fruitful and fit for habitation, indeed a place where fading fortunes, health, and physical and spiritual vigor might be renewed. 20. On the other hand, the climate was unknown, and disease was to be feared. Above all, they would be in continual danger of the savage people, who are cruel, barbarous, and most treacherous, being most furious in their rage and merciless where they overcome, not being content only to take away life, but delight to torment men in the most bloody manner that may be, flaying some alive with the shells of fishes, cutting off the members and joints of others by piecemeal and broiling on the coals, eat the collops of their flesh in their sight whilst they live, with other cruelties horrible to be related. 21. Of all the anticipated perils, the threat of Indian cannibals evoked the strongest emotion. Bradford generalized about disease and famine but was quite specific in detailing the terror of the Indians. Unlike the Spanish, the Pilgrims did not wish to discover and conquer Indian empires, nor were they interested in discovering an Arcadian people in an American garden, living a model of the Golden Age. What they desired above all was a tabula rasa on which they could inscribe their dream, the outline of an idealized Puritan England, a Bible commonwealth, a city on a hill exemplifying the Word of God to all the world. Thus Bradford's first thoughts on the New World emphasized the virtual emptiness of the land and dismissed the few Indians present as having little claim to humanity and less to the land. The place the Pilgrims had thoughts on was some of those vast and unpeopled countries of America, which are fruitful and fit for habitation, being devoid of all civil inhabitants, where there are only savage and brutish men which range up and down, little otherwise than the wild beasts of the same. 22. This land, so ripe for preemption, was not to be taken simply in the name of conquest, nor in the hope of great personal aggrandizement. The Puritans developed an elaborate concept of their mission in the New World, their errand into the wilderness, in which their emigration was an analogue of the exodus of Israel from Egypt, a temporary exile for fugitives from an idolatrous land, a period of trial which would make them worthy of entering into a new promised land and a new Jerusalem. Just as 39. The wandering in the wilderness purified and converted the community of Israel to valid worship of the one God, the Puritans hoped that their communities and social, religious, and political institutions would be purified through trial in America deserta. Since the community of saints was made up by the gathering together of converted individuals, the Puritan emigrants paid careful attention to the religious experiences of individual members of the transplanted community in order to discern the positive and negative effects of emigration. This concern created a view of the individual experience as community experience in microcosm, and the community's development in the New World was seen primarily, not in the physical terms of the chivalric romance, but in terms of a psychological and spiritual quest, a quest for salvation in the wilderness of the human mind and soul. The physical world of America was but the physical type of this primary wilderness. The closest literary analogue of the Puritan model of the heroic quest is John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, in which an archetypal Christian departs from his family and home, to journey from the city of destruction to the heavenly city through a landscape featured with the various qualities and states of the human mind and soul. The justification of the Puritan pilgrim's departure is the biblical injunction, "If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple." Luke 4:26. 23. The quest for salvation for the heavenly city is undertaken by each individual man in the solitude of mind and soul. The hero of the Puritan quest is not the captain of conquering soldiers but a figure fleeing in solitude from sin-begotten humanity. Actual landscapes are less important than the landscape of the mind. The Pilgrim's Progress is cast in the similitude of a dream, and the first paragraph of the book takes us down several levels to the interior of a mind. Bunyan portrays himself as walking through the wilderness of the world, dreaming a dream in a Denmark 24. In the dream he sees the figure of Christian, who walks through the wilderness of Bifion's mind, past features of his psychological geography, the slough of despond, Vanity Fair, and the like. Christian dwells in the city of destruction, which will soon be visited by God's wrath, and feeling the burden of his sins he flees. The appeals of his family and friends, ties of love and of blood, the comforts of society all must be cast aside for this paramount duty. Like Christian, the Puritans saw their voyage to the New World as a spiritual journey, and the landscape of their New World often seems to owe more to their concept of the spiritual features of the soul than to the 40. Actual topography. The Indians were emblems of external temptation to sin or of the human mind's dark impulses to sin. England was often portrayed in terms of the city of destruction, a place from which the righteous must, at all costs, flee. This metaphor, however, posed a problem for 17th-century Englishmen bound by ties of tradition and emotion to England's land and ways, to their homes and families. Where was the promised land to be located, in the New World or in England? Were the emigrants like the Israelites, bound from Egypt to a true promised land, or like the Babylonian captives, doomed to a painful exile among heathen before they could return to a renewed home country? The emigrants were bound to England by ties of kinship and emotion. How could they abandon it wholly to the prelates and see former neighbors compelled to the damnation of their souls? The issue of the extent to which the saints ought to separate from unpurified social and religious institutions had been debated long before the establishment of a separate Puritan nation became a real possibility. Medieval thought had viewed society as an integral unit, an organism in which church and state, man and community were indivisible. The Tudor period and the rise of an English national consciousness had confirmed and even exaggerated this concept of the church-state. Treason and heresy were analogous crimes, excommunication from the church was civil banishment raised to the highest power. The Puritan sects, with notable exceptions, aimed at reform of the existing church and state from within. Even the nonconformists justified their doctrines by warrants in the Bible of the Church of England and perpetually reaffirmed their English national character. To the psychological anxieties attendant on physical separation by emigration to America, there were thus added the burdens of religious and civil accusations of separatism. To the Orthodox Anglicans, the Puritan emigrants were making a separation and schism and were therefore heretics. To the Puritans who remained in England, they were men fleeing from the task of rebuilding the church in England. To the Crown they were, potentially at least, political separatists seeking to escape from the requirements of civil law and duty. 25 Thomas Shepard's Defense of the Answer, an apology for the emigration to New England, provides a good index to the depth and quality of the Puritan anxiety about having broken those ties of blood, custom, fealty, obligation, and religion that bound them to England. Shepard cites numerous incidents to prove that God has had the emigrants in his care and justifies the settlement on the grounds that it will do God's work among the heathen, as well as liberate some English Christians from Anglican Tier 41. Annie. In justifying emigration he notes the fear and anxiety with which they broke their social bond to England and entered the terror and temptation of the Indian wilderness, echoing Bunyan's Pilgrim. When we look back and consider what a strange poise of spirit the Lord hath laid upon so many of our hearts, we cannot but wonder at ourselves, that so many, and some so weak and tender, with such cheerfulness and constant resolutions against so many persuasions of friends, discouragements from the ill report of this country, the straits, wants, and trials of God's people in it, yet should leave our accommodations and comforts, should forsake our dearest relations, parents, brethren, sisters, Christian friends and acquaintances, overlook all the dangers and difficulties of the vast seas. And all this to go to a wilderness, where we could forecast nothing but care and temptations, only in hopes of enjoying Christ in his ordinances, in the fellowship of his people. 26. The concept of the errand into the wilderness was developed to still these objections and to quiet the inner voice that called them back to England. Numerous tracts were written by the preachers and governors of the emigrant colonies justifying their emigration. Most mention the benefits accruing to the state from the establishment of trading stations and food-producing regions and from the extension of the national dominion to check Spain. Uppermost in their thoughts was the religious duty of propagating the gospel to the heathen Indians. For the Puritans, the additional duty of propagating the gospel in England was imposed. New England was to be an exemplary community of saints, an experiment in Puritan government that would train leaders and develop institutions suitable to the government of a redeemed England. To some extent, the Puritan attempts to convert the Indians were to be models for the conversion of English heathen, and tracts detailing the method and process of Indian conversion were circulated in England with the view of admonishing the English, see how these heathens embrace the gospel. Why will you not do the same? This association of European English and Indian American symbolic poles of the American Englishman's world is a crucial element in the development of American Puritan thought. Both the Indian and the English prelate threatened the Puritan community with destruction, both tempted men to leave godly for ungodly ways more pleasing to the flesh. Dissolution rather than renewal faced the Puritan community if it fell under the spell of either. As time went by, the Puritans became more preoccupied with working out the details of their Bible commonwealth and with keeping the Indians and home English at a safe distance. Later, as missionary efforts with the Indians lagged, so did their efforts to redeem. 42. Their brothers across the sea. Their attitude toward the Native American heathens underwent another sort of change. The heathens' presence in the land made it impossible to neglect or entirely ignore them, and years of conflict with the intransigent Indians made it increasingly clear that they would never entirely convert to English Christianity, although it was conceivable that colonists might revert to the wild. Moreover, the Puritans, unlike the Spanish and French, had come to the New World for land rather than for gold or furs. Their aim was to fill up the land with a new people, not to start a few stations to trade with the natives. The pressure of demographic expansion, coupled with the psychological fear of acculturation, moved the Puritans toward a policy of exterminating the Indians or, at best, reducing them to a semi-captive status on strictly and narrowly delimited reservations, called, at that time, praying towns. It is interesting to note the adoption of similar policies by Puritans colonizing in Ulster and on the Celtic border of Scotland, where systematic assaults were made on Celtic tribalism. Native bardic myth historians were forbidden to sing, isolated clans were exterminated, and the rest of the population was ravaged. Cromwell even attempted to establish a wild Irish reservation in Western Ireland. His brutal conquest of Ireland seems to have been conceived, in part at least, as an English equivalent of the Spanish jihads against the Indians, which Cromwell had read about in a book dedicated to him by the nephew of John Milton. His wholesale slaughter of the Irish and his selling of many into West Indian slavery parallels exactly the policy adopted by the American Puritans in King Philip's War 2 decades later. 27. That the situation of the New Englanders whose opponents were racially and religiously more alien to them than the Catholic Irish were to the English Protestants evoke similar attitudes and policies is not at all surprising, given the character of their ambitions and their religious and cultural convictions. Aboriginal America, The Big House 28. In many ways our Puritan ancestors seem to have shown in exaggerated form, almost in caricature, the patterns of thought and behavior, the religious and literary tendencies, and the socio-political and psychological preoccupations of all the Europeans who colonized the islands and forests of the primitive New World. The Puritans were perhaps the archetypal colonizers. They were certainly the most extremely antipathetic to the culture and institutions native to the aboriginal population of America. Indian land tenure, for example, did not envision the absolute individ 43. UAL possession of the land and its fruits. Tribal lands were tribal property, and the right to hunt or plant thereon could be granted or leased to outsiders. The tribe, however, could retain its original rights to hunt the land along with the lessees. The economic philosophy of the Puritans, by contrast, was intensely bound up with the concept of private property, absolutely possessed by its owner, who had full power to use or sell it. Bound up with this concept of property was a social and religious philosophy derived from centuries of struggle between lord and tenant and between merchant and tax collector in the complexly stratified society of England. To the Puritan his right to absolute possession of his property was akin to the right to absolute possession of his own soul and conscience, his right to worship God after his own fashion despite the prevailing official orthodoxy. It was both the badge and the real basis of his improving status in the world and hence symbolic of his value as both Englishman and Christian. Nor did Indian and Puritan agree in their conceptions of economic value and the significance of value exchanges. The Indian feared that all economic exchanges were potentially productive of evil, either simple ill will or the magical malice of witchcraft, either the poison of resentment or some real poison to blight soul and body. The giving of wampum was medicine, protecting the giver of wampum and the recipient against spiritual infection, purging the transaction from latent evil force. The European concept of intrinsic value currency, with its concomitant ideas of the methods for economic success, was antithetical to the Indian concept of currency as a mask for spiritual and supernatural interplay. 29. The Calvinist Dutch, in buying Manhattan for 60 guilders worth of trinkets, undoubtedly drove a shrewd bargain with the Delawares. But who has told us that in the eyes of the Delawares the currency was the symbol, not the value equivalent of their hereditary rights to the land as well as its products? This ridiculous price was to them a symbol over which they transferred their goodwill and spiritual power over forces dormant in the land, clearing away the poison that might have been engendered by the inequality of value in the transfer. 30. The divergence in Indian and English Puritan economics is symptomatic of more fundamental cultural disparities. For the Puritan, political, social, and religious theory dealt with the ordering of society in terms of the problem of authority. Institutions were thought to possess the power to bind men and societies because of their derivation of intrinsic value from the ultimate authority of the divine word. Political controversies therefore concern the reconciliation of conflicts between persons and institutions. 44. Sanctioned with authority, such as the Crown and the Parliament, the tax collector and the proprietor. Solutions to political controversies like those old class or interest conflicts, or even religious disputes, could best be settled by appeal to ultimate authority. With the lapsing of medieval Christianity and feudalism and the rise of the Protestant bourgeoisie, the character of this ultimate authority and the concept of who has the right to appeal to that authority had undergone vast changes. The Pope, the King, the Scriptures, and even the individual conscience were variously cited as partial expressions of the ultimate authority which resides with God Himself. This divine authority was now conceived of as otherworldly, non-human, transcendent, incomprehensible to natural reason or earthly minds. Thus the political social theory also implied a metaphysical theory, in which there was a dichotomy between the worlds of divinity and humanity, between authority and those who must obey authority. The Puritans, as members of a tendentious and persecuted religious minority and a rising, ambitious, new middle class, were peculiarly sensitive to distinctions between the sanction of authority and the limits of obedience. And it was the Puritans who most clearly enunciated the concept of the utter division between the realms of divinity and humanity, and who sought to create new and more authoritative institutions for governing their own realm. For the Indian the problem of government arose, not from the conflict of older authorities with new powers, but rather from the organic need of essentially free men to band together for survival. Indian population in the vast continent of North America was sparse, permitting the formation of small, discrete tribal cultures, each developing in its own way with peripheral intercourse and conflict with other tribes. However, a certain general similarity of social needs and environmental conditions produced patterns of belief, ritual, and government that were common to most tribes within each of the major geographical divisions of the continent: eastern woodlands, plains, mountains, deserts, coasts, and some that were almost universal among Indians of the whole continent. The Indian tribes of the woodlands, and later, the plains, with whom the English settlers had their earliest contact, were small cultures composed of clan communities, generally semi-nomadic and of slight technological development. Their tribal histories of migration through varying geographic and climatic zones had made their institutions more flexible, more freely adaptable to new circumstances than those of the Europeans. They had had to adapt to the conditions of wilderness life, since the possibility of controlling or remaking their environment was not open to them, as it seemed to be open to the Europeans. They worshipped the world as it is. 45. And their institutions were therefore shaped to the conditions of their life by a process simultaneously pragmatic and theistic. While the Europeans, in making laws for the governance of life in a new world, had to reconcile human and divine authority, as these had been defined through centuries of political and philosophical debate, the Indians could concern themselves solely with discovering the readiest way to reconcile personal freedom with individual and collective survival. This they achieved, although the delicate equilibrium of their relationship with the environment, as well as their internal polity, could be easily upset and destroyed by the intrusion of a technologically and numerically superior culture into their world. Puritan political and religious institutions tended to be authoritarian, even where the authorities granted broad liberties to the public. Indian government was strict by necessity, but its roots and its methods were non-authoritarian. There was no hereditary nobility, and chiefs were usually elected spontaneously for particular occasions when specific kinds of leadership were necessary. Councils of tribal elders and priests were largely consultative rather than magisterial bodies. 31 The Indians' love of personal liberty and freedom soon became proverbial among the colonists, and as we shall see, the passion of the revolutionaries for independence was often traced, by friend and foe alike, to their having imbibed the Indian passion. On the level of myth and ritual, the divergence of the Indian and Puritan, or European, minds becomes more apparent. For the Puritan, the figure of God was purely patriarchal, sternly just, logical, and absolutely transcendent and unworldly. He was primarily the fountainhead of authority, continuing to rule his world according to the law of Logos, his word. The Catholic maternal deity, mother of the Son of God, was likewise an asexual being in her relationship with the Father, and her Son's presence in the world was a temporary one, to be consummated in a bliss beyond the world. The Indian conception of creative divinity was, in contrast, distinctly sexual, combining both paternal and maternal aspects. The earth was a primary, female deity, maternal, sympathetic, loving, passionate, violent, and absolutely bound up in the tangled veins and arteries of the world. She did not administrate or rule the world, nor did she function as an intermediary for men in some unworldly heaven. Rather, she was the world itself. The paternal aspect of divinity, actively fathering life upon the passive earth, was conceived by the Delaware Indians as Kikaron, which is life, light, action, or energy. Or the abstract conception back of all these. The Indian term for governor, sometimes applied to the paternal deity in post-Christian times, was a corruption of the older 46 word and was only applicable to a man. 32 Both male and female principles were spoken of as kindred, rather than transcendent, beings. The distinction in their attitudes toward the wilderness becomes clearer as we examine Indian and Puritan myths of creation. Puritan theology begins with the Old Testament version of the fall of man. The woman Eve violates the authority of both the paternal deity and her husband, robbing the divine orchard of forbidden fruit. Her husband compounds the error by succumbing to female authority, in terms of another tradition, to Moira, and disobeying his God. Their punishment is to leave the womb-like Garden of Eden, in which their wants have all been anticipated and satisfied, and to enter a wilderness in which they will have to till the soil and produce children, both of which entail pain and hardship. In this crime and punishment the human race has its genesis, conceived in and bound forever by original sin. Humanity's very presence in the world is the confirmation of its evil beginning. Indian versions of this myth are diametrically opposed to the Puritan in values, although strikingly similar in basic structure. The Delaware, Lenni Lenape, version of creation seems typical of that held by many North American tribes. In the beginning the people live under a lake, in darkness, grubbing roots and vegetables for sustenance. Although these are adequate for existence, they conceive their lot to be miserable or, at least, feel an obscure hunger for something better. One day the tribal hero discovers a deer and pursues it as a hunter. The deer leads him to a hole permitting escape from the underworld. He pursues the deer into the forest, kills it, and eats of its meat. In that moment he perceives the goodness and beauty of his mother the earth. He returns to his people with the meat. They partake of it, are awakened, and follow the hunter out into the world to populate, enjoy, and worship the maternal spirit of the woods. 33 Both myths explain the genesis of the human race and its movement into the world. But whereas the Christian myth deplores this as a fall from a gracious satisfyingly womb-like condition, the Indian myth rejoices in the discovery and in the movement into the world. The exile of Adam and Eve results from their disobedience to their transcendent Father, but it is the loss of the fetal or infantile relationship to the life source that is their chief misery. For the Indian it is virtue that leads man into the world, and this virtue finds its highest expression in the exercise of masculine powers, as in hunting. The hunter of the deer, like the father god Kikaron, is capable of engaging the earth goddess as a sexual equal, of exchanging and mingling powers with her to produce a people and populate a wilderness. The Christian mourns the loss of sexual dependency and abases himself before D7. For the masculine power of the paternal god, not daring again to assume his prerogatives. Blood myth and blood ritual are reflections of the human unconscious, the hidden mind of man, perhaps especially of the ID, in which is found the innate urge toward sexual fulfillment, that is, toward self-perpetuation and self-immolation. Sexual mores as well as myths are therefore a revealing source of insight into the mind of a particular culture and its techniques for dealing with human nature. The suppression and reorganization of sexual impulses, in marriage customs and the courtly love mystique, were a central feature of Christianity and of European culture in particular. The Puritans' attitude toward the way in which myths express man's passional nature is a good index to their sexual attitudes. Sexual expression was synonymous with the sin of lust, save where such expression was placed under patriarchal authority in marriage and where the passional element was repressed in favor of more reasoned and social behaviors. For the Indian, on the other hand, sexual freedom for the unmarried was an assumed right, and even married men to some extent remained sexually free. This freedom was deemed essential to the health of both individual and tribe, besides constituting a pleasurable and at times sacred source of personal gratification. The taboo against adultery by married women was essential to the preservation of social order and was somewhat offset by the freedom of both consenting marriage partners to dissolve their marriage at will. These sexual practices, which horrified the Puritans, were not simply the result of a natural overflowing of free animal spirits, they represented an essential element of the Indian's adaptation to his wilderness world. Indian populations were usually marginal, liable to fatal diminution in poor hunting or growing seasons. Sexual freedom for the young revealed the best breeders and enabled the tribe to benefit from even the earliest years of female fertility. 34 It would seem from these myths and mores that the Indian cultures tended to value the free exercise of the natural impulses and powers of men, while the Christian emphasized the repression of those impulses and the subordination of those powers to authority. This distinction similarly applies to religious rituals and practices in the two cultures. The basis of Indian ritual were the so-called blood myths that are the primitive roots of Christianity as well. Ritual was chiefly employed for the purpose of propitiating the gods or even controlling them by means of sympathetic magic, by ritual imitation of the gods' behavior, or by the reenactment of ancient myths in which contact between gods and men was beneficial and immediate. 48. The Delaware Indian Big House ceremony was a reenactment of the creation and life history of the world and, at the same time, a pattern for the life of the tribe and of individuals within the tribe. It was thus both the source and the seal of tribal identity for the Delawares, or Lenape. The ceremony involved a tribal dance down the White Path, symbolizing the transit of life of all men and of all created nature, under the staff pole of the Great Spirit. The dance consumed 12 days, symbolizing the 12 moons of the year, so that a yearly life cycle was symbolically experienced. The heart of the ceremony was the preparing, arming, and sending out of hunters, in the name of the tribe, to hunt and kill some sacred animal and return with it to the tribe. The animal was presented to the people in the big house and eaten by them in a blood ritual, a pattern which strikingly resembles that in the creation myth of the lake, the hunter, and the deer. 35 The rite partook strongly of the nature of ritual cannibalism, in the manner of the Christian Eucharist, for the animal's body was the vehicle of the divine, animating spirit which moves all things that live and urges them perpetually to begin again the ritual dance of life. But unlike the Eucharist, the Indian ritual frankly employed real flesh and blood rather than emblematic wafer and wine. The big house or longhouse was a fairly common Eastern Indian model of the universe and may serve to illustrate the different conceptions of the cosmos in Indian and European cultures. The 16th century European universe appeared as a series of concentric spheres, rigidly geometric in shape and bound in fixed order by the law of God. God himself stood outside the spheres of the universe, bound to man on the innermost sphere only by the figurative chain of being, an ordered hierarchy of levels of existence, power, and virtue. The Delaware Big House was, literally, the large dwelling in which the most important tribal ritual is performed. But it was also a model of the larger universe, and on ceremonial occasions it was mystically equated with the totality of that universe, becoming, for that moment, the thing which it represented. The big house was the nexus that joined the celestial universe embraced in terms of time and space and the tangible realm of the human in the midst of the concrete. 36. The floor of the big house was the earth, beneath which was the underworld, the four walls were the quarters of the world, the roof was the visible sky vault, atop which resides the Creator in his indefinable supremacy. The center post that supported the big house universe was the staff of the Great Spirit with its foot upon the earth, its pinnacle reaching to the hand of the Supreme Deity. A door on the east side was the point of sunrise where day begins and at the same time the symbol of the beginning of 49 things, of the life of each man and the life of all created things. The western door was the point of sunset and symbol of termination. From east to west ran the white path, symbol of the transit of life of men and tribes and of the seasonal growth and decay of living things. The earthly path corresponded to the Milky Way, the white path of man in the world of after death, where the dance and the white path persist forever. 37. Within the circle of the big house, two figures dominated the cosmos, each defining a way of approach to the reality that the tribe craved to know and worship. These were the hunter or warrior and the shaman, as Joseph Campbell terms them in The Masks of God. 38. The hunter goes forth from the tribal circle to exploit and dominate nature for his own glory and the benefit of the tribe. He comes to appreciate and worship the power of nature and its spirit through his killing and eating of the beasts who carry that spirit in the world. The shaman's way is the way of passiveness and suffering. He gains insight into the world through adventures of the mind and spirit, risking his life and sanity by putting himself at the mercy of the forces that govern man and the universe. Each figure's actions are defined in myth, and each myth implies an ethic: the hunter's code of war and killing, the shaman's morality of self-abnegation, kindness, and peace. In the Indian way of life, and in the mythology, these figures often appeared paired and balanced with each other, since the hunter's courage is as essential to the shaman as the latter's spirit of kinship with nature is to the good hunter. Thus gentle Quetzalcoatl spoke for peace against the man-eating Huitzilopochtli of the Aztecs, the gentle prophet Diganoida, reforming rather than warring with the cannibal warrior Hayauntha, became the founder of the Iroquois League of Peace before the coming of the white man, and the warrior Tecumseh's charismatic leadership of the Indians in the first decades of the 19th century derived from his pairing with his brother, the prophet. Sometimes the two were united in a single figure, such as the Sioux Crazy Horse. Both the hunter and the shaman had their counterparts in white mythology. Indians were generally quick to notice the similarity between the laws of shamans like Quetzalcoatl and Diganoida and the tenets of Christianity, especially those of Quaker Christianity. The spirit of the hunter likewise corresponded to the entrepreneurial spirit of the colonist adventurers, the traders in furs and hides and land. Although the white man's economy of trade and exploitation of the land's resources was technologically more advanced, it was not so different in practice from the Indian economy of hunting and barter that the tribes could not see a good thing in the trade nexus. The Indian hunter became quite rapidly the AC 50 accomplice of the white entrepreneur in the destruction of the wilderness and the beings that derived existence from it. The shaman is a more complex figure, in both white and Indian societies. Among the whites, and to a degree among the Indians as well, the life way represented by the shaman came to be thought of as the way of the victim, the sufferer, the captive. In situations of extreme fear and insecurity, such as those which occur when one culture feels itself in danger of being absorbed or destroyed by another. The balance between the shaman and hunter as equal symbols of value is destroyed. The shaman then becomes symbolic of weakness in man, the hunter symbolic of strength. This was the case with the Aztec and the Iroquois, the tribes most like the Europeans in their attitudes toward war, trade, and government. As small warrior populations in a hard land filled with many enemies, they could ill afford to live entirely by the Pacific doctrine of Quetzalcoatl or de Ganoida. Although they continued to propitiate these gods and the values they stood for, the ceremonies became reenactments of the Aztecs and Iroquois recurring nightmares of captivity, loss of strength, and impotence. The Europeans, who like the Iroquois and Aztecs were conquerors and imperialists, developed, as we shall see, a similar dichotomy in their mythology and culture between the dominating hunter and the helpless captive. The consequences of such a dichotomy are severe, the natures of shaman and hunter become intensified, and the warrior feels driven to prove his strength and power through acts of incredible cruelty, which is exacerbated by his fear of being at one with the totally helpless victim he destroys. This was the development that took place in both the Iroquois and the Anglo-American mythology in the period we are examining. The concept of the big house as an emblem of the universe, and the rituals associated with the big house, enabled the Indian to reconcile man and nature. These relationships were typically those of consanguinity. The high gods, the beasts of the forest, the trees, fire, and water were regarded as blood relations, as kin sharing the big house among them. The chief deities were grandfathers or elder brothers, depending on their stature. The eagles, air, planets, thunders, and other portentous beings were also grandfathers, as were certain ancient and respected neighboring tribes. The earth was mother, as was the sea, but herb medicines and life-sustaining corn were grandmother. Animals and human tribes were brothers, occasionally elder, or otherwise nephews or sisters, according to some obscure scheme of relationships. 39 similar notions are found among other tribes, including the Sioux, who made no distinction. 51. Between men and animals, dividing creatures only into two legs and four legs. 40. Ultimately, these differences in theology, in myth and ritual, in politico-economics, and in psychological theory produced entirely different conceptions of the place of man in the natural world and of the divine scheme of the cosmos. To the Indian the wilderness was a god, whether its face at the moment was good or evil. As a god it deserved and received worship for both its good and its evil, its beauty and its cruelty. Similarly, all the gods and the earth itself were referred to as members of one's own immediate family, as close blood relations. For the Puritan the problem of religion was to winnow the wheat from the chaff, the good from the evil, and to preserve the former and extirpate the latter. The evil was of the world, of nature, the good was transcendent and supernatural. Hence it was quite appropriate to destroy the natural wilderness in the name of a higher good and quite inappropriate for anyone to worship, as the Indians did, the world or the things of the world, such things being evil by nature. Like the Puritans, the Indians had abstracted from their mode of life a concept of a way. The Indian way and the Puritan way were, however, antithetical concepts. The Puritan way aimed at the creation of a sanctified civilization, a society ordered on rigid principles of divine authority. Their concept of social form was dictated by their past experience in urban England or in the country farming villages. They prized cultivation, the bringing of wild man, wild passions, and wild nature under the check of order. The Delaware way, by contrast, was called wilderness life, tee kanos.uwak.an. Not only are wild animals pure in contrast with domestic brutes. It will also be noticed that the term is applied to the unadulterated new fire made without manufactured articles like matches or other unclean material. 41. For their initiation rites, boys were sent into the wilderness to dwell in free solitude till their voices, the expression of the breath or soul, had changed to men's voices. 42. The Puritans, by contrast, initiated boys by bringing them in under the yoke, rigorously subjecting them to social discipline, and examining the state of their souls most carefully before initiating them into the congregation. Both Indians and Puritans were much concerned with the process of initiating newcomers and young children into the responsibilities and powers of their society. Their theories of initiation reflect their theories of human nature and psychology as well as their conceptions of man's place in his society. Initiation into the community was of peculiar interest to the 52 Puritans, since their community was drawn out from the larger English community by a process of harsh selection. Since they were dissenters from prevailing religious belief, the Puritans' impulse to withdraw from the larger community was accelerated by persecution. Perhaps more important than this circumstantial source of Puritan exclusivity and clannishness was Puritan belief itself. Confronting a church in which traditional ecclesiastical authority and scriptural interpretation were discredited, the Puritan could rely only on his own reading of Scripture and his own conscience for light. How could he avoid falling into heretical error, lacking any authoritative voice to whom he might appeal? Only God himself could give the necessary light for a man to truly read either the Bible or his conscience, since without God man's corrupted reason would lead him astray. God could only reach directly to a man through the miracle of grace, as manifested in the conversion experience. In this experience God miraculously gives man a new and truer sight of himself and his sins and, with it, a new heart capable of feeling remorse for those sins. Without this intervention by a transcendent God, man would be incapable of redeeming himself. Nor can man do anything to bring or induce God to perform the miracle, since man's understanding of God is totally incompetent and since God himself has no moral or other obligation to man. The experience of conversion is therefore arbitrarily granted by an omnipotent and inhuman God to those few whom he has elected or chosen to be among the saved. 43 Entrance into the Puritan community was dependent upon the manifestation of God's grace to a man in a bona fide conversion experience. For both the man and the community, therefore, there was need to establish some means of identifying and evaluating apparent conversion experiences and ratifying them for the community. For the individual this meant a rigorous course of soul-searching and self-examination, hopefully leading to an awakening of the aspirant's sense of his sinfulness, his utter loneliness and alienation from the God on whom he depends. In this dark night of the soul, a light of hope or relief-giving breath of air might suddenly make itself felt, perhaps stimulating a flood of emotional release, a sense of a burden cast off, of hope and rescue, of sanctification. Was this light an infusion of grace or simply a relapse of the weak soul into complacency? Only more soul-searching, more disciplined introspection, could begin to establish the truth. Once the man himself was convinced, it was necessary for him to face examination by the church elders, who would inquire minutely into the quality and character of his experience, perhaps requiring further meditations and humiliations and further examinations before ultimate acceptance or rejection. 53. These initiatory rites hinged on the intellectual analysis, the breaking down and reordering of experience in terms of an elaborate sacred paradigm. The tests were obstacles to entrance into an exclusive circle, the company of the visible saints. Obedience and self-denial, the acceptance of prohibition, were demanded. Once accepted into the community, the convert had joined an aristocracy of sanctity analogous to the aristocracy of wealth and birth that ruled the world of the unconverted. His primary obligations lay within that group, and even within it his first obligation was always to God and his authority. Although the Puritans did not, as a matter of doctrine, believe that sanctification was inherited by the children of the converted, in practice they tended toward the belief that, at the very least, their sons were more prone to conversion than the children of the Gentiles. This aristocratic sense of community was further augmented by their concept of property inheritance, which did in fact make attained standing in the community an inheritable quality. Full acceptance to honor and dignity in English and Puritan society was conditional upon the attainment of either a certain economic or a certain spiritual solvency. This tended to be less true of Indian tribal societies, in which a man's claim on the sympathy and care of his fellows was his right by virtue of his having been born into the tribe. While the English developed elaborate legal and moral concepts for avoiding the responsibility for care of the aged, indigent, or sick, Indian tribes developed ceremonial practices which integrated the charitable provision for such tribesmen with religious and festive occasions. 44 This same concept of the organic unity of the individual and the tribe shaped the Indian rites of initiating boys into full manhood and citizenship. Where the Puritans' initiation into full citizenship was hedged about with prohibitions and checks on his personal power and desire, Indian ritual emphasized positive preparation for the role that the boy would inevitably have to play as member of the community. Puritan initiation might end with either overt rejection or relegation to social inferiority and disfranchisement. Indian initiation had perforce to end with the boy's full membership in his community. Like the Puritans, the Indians placed much weight on the experience of conversion, or rather of the attainment of full rapport with the culture's gods. As part of the rites of initiation, the Indian youth had to undergo a trial by hunger in the wilderness, in isolation, in order that the gods might speak to him in a dream vision and reveal to him his true character and personal destiny. The tribal response to the initiate's confession of his vision was, however, very different from the Puritan response. Where the Puritan elders analyzed the experience, picking it to 54 pieces in a search for non-authentic elements, the Indians treated all dreams whether of men or priests or fledgling boys as essentially and, to some extent, equally sacred. Each of us respected his brother's dream. 45 This the Puritans did only during the peaks of their great revivals. Rather than engage in destructive analysis of a dream, the tribe would communally ratify the burden of the dream for the returning initiate by celebrating with him as he recited and acted out the dream before his assembled people. In cases of dreams that seemed of greater import than the usual, the whole tribe might gather under the youth's direction to act out his dream for him, in the hope that the entire community and its young prophet might gain better understanding of the sacred dream and the god's demands. 46 These Indian initiatory practices derived from their belief in the multiplicity of deities and the possession by each man and tribe of its special and unique divinity. Just as the Indians worshipped both the good and the evil, the pleasant and the threatening face of nature, as equal reflections of the divine power in the world, so they accorded a kind of equality of respect to other tribal and personal divinities. An English or other Indian captive accepting adoption into an Indian tribe simply exchanged his tribal god for that of his adopted tribe and was brought in under the latter's protection. In much the same way, visitors with the tribe might place themselves temporarily under the protection of the tribe's deity, under the codes of hospitality, or a member of the tribe visiting the English might worship with them as a mark of respect to his hosts and their god. For the English, however, the act of worship was worth only as much as the intrinsic value of the deity worshipped, and since there was but one true God, their own, they regarded the paying of respect to Indian gods as apostasy, and Indian respect to Jehovah as a sign of imminent conversion. Conversion itself, they made clear, would mean for the Indian an utter casting off of the old god and the life pattern of the tribe. To be truly saved, the Indian would have to purge himself of his Indianness. He must become totally English in style of life as well as Christian in spirit. This subject is discussed in some detail in Chapter 5. The English Puritan and the American Indian represent a polar opposition in cultural values. Certainly, this was the attitude adopted publicly by many Puritan spokesmen. Yet the Indian's way of life was not totally alien to the Puritan. In it he recognized just enough of his own behavior and feelings to be deeply troubled with self-doubt. Indian religious rituals were strange enough to seem repulsive, yet similar enough to the Eucharist to be disturbing. Indian sexual customs were entirely different from the 55 Puritan, but they dealt with the facts of human sexuality that Christianity likewise recognized and attempted to control. Racially, the Indians seemed alien, yet they were undoubtedly, in many instances, a physically and morally attractive people, not fundamentally dissimilar from the colonists in shape and sympathies. And were their religious customs so very different from the remnants of pagan worship that remained in practice in their own English countryside? The strangeness of the Indian was a threat to the outer man and to Puritan society. The Indian's familiarity, his resemblance to the primitive inner man, was a threat to the Puritan's soul, his sense of himself as English, white, and Christian. 47 This resemblance between whites and Indians became more troublesome as time went by. It was at times an embarrassment to Puritan writers and a source of guilt to Puritan soldiers that under the pressures of battle in the tangled and isolated wilderness, white troops often behaved precisely like their Indian enemies, burning the villages of their enemies, slaughtering not only the warriors but also the wounded, the women, and the children, and selling their captives into slavery. Official historians of the wars, like Hubbard and Mather, had no trouble explaining the massacres as divinely sanctioned extirpation of the Amalekites, but narratives by participants like Captain Underhill, 1638, and Captain Church, 1716, reflect either a strong sense of guilt or outright moral indignation at the troops' behavior. In point of fact, the Puritan and Indian responses to the life of the wilderness were, at bottom, strikingly similar. For the whites, the wilderness was an extremely difficult place to survive in, especially when climatic difficulties were complicated by the presence of savage, warlike tribes. Earlier agriculturists like the Ohio Mound Builders and the Algonquian tribes had been all but exterminated by the hunting Iroquois, even before the arrival of the Europeans 48, which suggests that where marginal tribal societies were involved, the warlike had a better chance for survival in the American wilderness. Likewise, the arrival of the populous, technologically advanced, disease-bearing Christians made survival infinitely harder for the Indians. Survival in the wilderness, for Indians and Puritans alike, required perpetual vigilance on the borders and the maintenance of strict order and allegiance within the tribe or community. Survival made a strong military posture necessary to resist inroads by hostile outsiders. More significantly, in order for the tribe to grow and expand its power and food-gathering territory, it had to extend its borders and win its peace by military or quasi-military conquest. The Puritan could not afford to think in purely defensive terms. If he wished to protect what he had won from 56. The wilderness's edge, he had to descend into the heart of its darkness, to master its territory and its Indians, to check the ambitions of the French and Indians seeking to expand into its territory. Just as the mound builders fell before the militaristic Iroquois and the way of Daganoweda before that of Hayawantha, Puritan missionary spirit gave way to the military spirit. Puritans came to define their relationship to the New World in terms of violence and warfare. Narratives of the Indian Wars of New England became the first significant genre of New World writing and formed the literary basis of the first American mythology. Chapter: The Origin of the Indian War Narratives, 1625 to 1682. The wilderness had found him out early, and had taken on him a terrible vengeance for the fantastic invasion. I think it had whispered to him things about himself which he did not know, things of which he had no conception until he took counsel with this great solitude, and the whisper had proved irresistibly fascinating. I tried to break the spell, the heavy, mute spell of the wilderness that seemed to draw him to its pitiless breast by the awakening of forgotten and brutal instincts, by the memory of gratified and monstrous passions. This alone, I was convinced, had driven him out to the edge of the forest, to the bush, toward the gleam of fires, the throb of drums, the drone of weird incantations. This alone had beguiled his unlawful soul beyond the bounds of permitted aspirations. Joseph Conrad, The Heart of Darkness. Looking at the culture of the New World in which they had come to live, the Puritans saw a darkened and inverted mirror image of their own culture, their own mind. For every Puritan institution, moral theory and practice, belief and ritual, there existed an antithetical Indian counterpart. Such analogies were never lost on the Puritans, who saw in them metaphors of God's will. Clearly the Indian cultures were the devil's city on a hill, emblematic opposites to their own Bible commonwealth. Yet the Indian was not totally alien to the world of the saints. Like the Indians, they too had been, before conversion, under the dominion of the devil. Through grace they might be able to capture the devil's city and turn his demons to good men, if not angels. As the Indians are, so civilized men once were, this notion had a troublesome side as well. Indian blood myth and blood ritual corresponded, in 58. Their primitive trappings and dramatic ceremony, to the ancient revels of England and the paganism of Catholic ritual and lore. The Puritan's horror of Indian myth and ritual derived from the very marrow of his own religious tradition. Puritanism began in a revulsion against Catholic and Anglican ritual, and against Elizabethan and Jacobean drama, a revulsion in large measure against the very idea of blood myths and blood ritual. As in the Indian myth and ritual, the worshipper in the Catholic Eucharist ate of bread and wine that were believed to become the actual body and blood of Christ. That such a miraculous transformation could in fact take place daily in the Mass, under the ministrations of individuals as corrupt as the parish clergy, seemed to the Puritans an offense to reason and logic. One, it smacked too strongly of other pagan rites then practiced among the English peasantry and urban proletariat, from whose ranks the Puritans were bent on escaping the Dionysian May revels and the attendant worship of the goddess Flora, against whom Increase Mather preached. 2. Puritanism was founded on opposition to blood myth and blood ritual and on repression of those dark, passionate human impulses that such myth and ritual reflect. In England, opposition to such paganism was complicated by the Christian aura of the ceremonies and the civilized surface of daily affairs. In America, the issues were graphically simplified by the racial character of the pagan antagonists. The Puritan could stand for reason and religion against utter and passionate infidels. New Canaan vs. New Israel. The consequences of this state of mind were dramatically revealed in the Puritans' attempts to deal with the licentious Thomas Morton of Marymount. Morton's activities confirmed their darkest nightmare, that the Indian would give strength to the pagan, the Dionysian elements in the English character and weaken or degenerate the power of order, authority, and Christianity. To the Plymouth separatists, whose adherence to Puritan principles was in some ways more rigorous and extreme than that of the dominant Massachusetts Puritans, Morton was the symbol of everything evil and threatening in both the New World and their own culture. Morton had come to the country with another planter sometime between 1622 and 1624, escaping from a tedious lawsuit involving his wife and her son by a former marriage, from debt and poverty, and from other disagreeable circumstances of his life. When his patron abandoned New England for Virginia, Morton gaily usurped his prerogatives. The religion-charged life of the separatists had no charms for him. He avoided their 59. Tight little community, refused to subject himself to the rigors of their discipline, and met their remonstrations with raillery and abuse. His spiritual and physical separation from the separatists was strongly underlined by the intimacy his settlement enjoyed with the Indians. He traded with them, avoiding Plymouth regulations, and consorted and slept with them, violating Plymouth morality. His attempt to reinstitute the May Games at his settlement and to bring the Indians into the pagan route brought Plymouth's wrath to a head. Morton was arrested, tried, and deported to England. Plymouth charged him, with some justice, as a violator of the ban on selling arms and rum to the savages. He replied, with equal justice, that Plymouth had gotten rid of him to eliminate competition in the trade and to satisfy its priggish scruples about revelling with Indians. Some time after his return to Europe he published the New English Canaan, or New Canaan. Amsterdam, 1637, in which he added to these charges that of religious bigotry, Plymouth had expelled him for being an Anglican, thus making him a religious martyr. 3. The New English Canaan is one of the most entertaining and at the same time revealing works about the earliest period of colonization. By detailing Morton's Elizabethan vision of the New World, it points up the character and depth of the controversy between the Puritan and the pagan spirit in Old England and primitive America. Where the Puritan saw the New World as a desert wilderness, like that through which Bunyan's pilgrim travels, Morton saw it as a new Arcadia, a land rich in the promise of spiritual and erotic fulfillment and renewal. Morton saw this promise in overtly pagan terms. His title page is a clue to the argument of the entire book. He calls New England New Canaan, rather than invoking the then conventional image of the New English Israel. He begins his examination of the country with an account of the primitive land and savage inhabitants, rather than the conventional account of a desert being discovered and settled by Europeans. His metaphors are pagan classical rather than scriptural. New England is portrayed as the geographic exemplification of Aristotle's golden mean. He is infinitely more attracted to the Canaanites than to the self-appointed Israelites of New Plymouth. In their primitive character the Indians seem emblems of the innocent childhood of man. At the same time, they evoke primitive memories of an heroic age. Their language, which is said to resemble Latin and Greek, leads Morton to speculate that they are the remnants of the scattered Trojans. Thus not only are they lineal descendants of Greek heroes, they also share a common Trojan ancestry with ancient Britain itself, which according to legendary account was established by a 60. Trojan Brutus. The government of the Indians is described as nothing short of Platonic. For notwithstanding the pagan glories of the American Golden Age, Morton feels New Canaan is ripe for Christianity. The native religion is no worship or religion at all, and a recent plague preceding English settlement has made the natives susceptible to the coming of new gods in the shape of Englishmen. They present no impediments to conversion and limited Anglicization. On the contrary, they are most tractable and exhibit love towards the English. Their natural affections, their honesty and fidelity, and their innate sense of mercy and justice have in fact made them ripe for the touch of Christianity. In this union of pagan Indian and Christian Englishmen, Morton finds the hope of a great renewal of power, fervor, and goodness in the religious and social life of the human race. The great erotic energy, the beauty, and the natural piety and wisdom of the Indian will be enhanced by the intellectual light of Christian civilization to produce a more powerful, virile, fecund race. The sexual mingling of the races is, in Morton's imagery, the germinal moment of this renewed human race, this renewed Christianity. 5. The Pilgrim settlers are the chief and only obstacle to the consummation of this natural, fruitful union. Where the Indians have been just, honest, generous, wise, respectful of age, and open in sexual love, the Pilgrims have responded with injustice, venality, hypocrisy, folly, malice, and touch-me-not bigotry. They withhold their hearts and their persons from the Indians and the wilderness, seeking only the corruption and destruction of both for their own gain. It is interesting to set Morton's account of Plymouth history beside those of Governor Bradford and other Pilgrims. The latter emphasize the nobility of their efforts to convert the Indians, their strenuous attempts to deal fairly, their frequent rebuffs and betrayals by the Indians, and their partial reconciliation in the Thanksgiving feast. In Morton's account, Indian virtues are played off against Pilgrim defects. There is no Thanksgiving feast, rather, the Plymouth men invite some Indians to a banquet and there murder their guests in order to provoke warfare between whites and Indians. Incidents of Indian justice are played off against accounts of Plymouth perfidy, such as the legal lynching of a corn thief and the shoddy treatment of Morton himself by the court. By this you may easily perceive the uncivilized people are more just than the civilized. 6. It is clear that Morton's conception of the meaning of plantation in America was different in both spirit and letter from that of the Pilgrims, or Puritans. The latter portrayed themselves as an ascetic, self-denying army. 61. Mortifying their flesh in the wilderness to bring God to the heathen and light to their transatlantic brethren. When the plenty of the land and their own organization caused their fortunes and their population to increase, they took it as a sign of divine favor, granted them for their adherence to purified English piety and social discipline. Morton, noting the same phenomenon of New England's growing wealth and population, saw in the same facts the presence of another sort of God. If the planters of New England, like their farms, are more prolific than those of Old England or Anglican Virginia, it is because of the tremendous erotic energy latent in the climate, soil, and food. 7. Morton regarded his own colony of Marymount, also called by him Marymount, or Maremount, as the fountainhead of that erotic energy, to which all the New and Old worlds might have recourse. The naming of the plantation reveals Morton's thoughts about the kind of colony the New World demanded, as well as the character of his own vision and wit. Marymount was the name the Pilgrims preferred, as it suggested mere revelry and riot. Morton himself would not have cavilled at the ascription, although he might have omitted mere. Merrymount hit closer to his purpose, since the colony was a marrying ground for two worlds and two races, in both a literal and a figurative sense. Merrymount, a mountain sanctified to the Virgin, was a congenial interpretation for Morton when he chose to parade as an Anglican martyr. It also did nicely, considering the rituals of the place, as both a bawdy blasphemy and a subtle allusion to the link between Christianity's Virgin Mother and the pagan goddesses of the Greeks and Indians. Merrymount evoked the image of sodomy, or buggery, a crime that troubled New England not a little. By Bradford's account, 8. But like Merrymount, the name was also evocative of primitive legend and ritual, and in the revels of Merrymount such rituals were mimed by men and women dressed as beasts for the occasion. This punning on the name of his colony marks Morton as a man of the English Renaissance, and not of the meanest wit, since the wordplay is both a game in itself and suggestive of deeper significances. The meaning and the peculiar power of his colony are described in Morton's history of his plantation. Unlike the straightforward, straight-faced Pilgrim Puritan histories, Morton's account is richly embroidered with poetic and dramatic devices and literary allusions. Bawdry and wit are abundant, and Pilgrim grandees, under fictional names like Littleworth and Captain Shrimp, are satirized unmercifully as prigs and hypocrites. Yet beneath the banter, Morton remains true to his major theme, that the Englishman must withhold nothing of himself from the 62. Wilderness and the Indian, but merge thoroughly with them and refresh himself at the sources of human passion and affection. The results of such immersion in the wilderness as was possible at Merrymount are suggested by Morton's parable of the barren doe of Virginia who becomes fertile in Merrymount. This goodly creature of incontinency had fallen into a melancholy fit over the death of her child and her desertion by a paramour. The cold lover was English, the woman a great squa sachem, or Indian queen. After bathing her in an outpouring of humorous verse, Morton thinks it fit that what he, euphemistically, terms the water of the fountain at Merrymount, be applied unto her for a remedy. This phallic fountain mysteriously cures her, causing her barren Virginia womb to become teeming here. 9. Passion expressed in openly sexual relationships between whites and Indians here becomes the source of a renewal of the virility and fertility of both races. But this is hardly the renewal of spiritual, unworldly, self-disciplined religion that the Pilgrims sought. Morton's dream and that of the Pilgrims clashed most directly over the revels of New Canaan, in which conflict the Pilgrims won the American field and lost the Battle of Books in England. Shortly after establishing his colony, Morton attempted to revive the pagan English ritual of the May revels. The Pilgrims had been dead against such reversions to the primitive among the peasants and urban proletariat in England. In New England, where the necessity of overcoming or converting a savage and strange race pressed on their minds, the reappearance of English paganism was doubly disturbing. It suggested that their fears, and the fears of their opponents, about English Christianity's potential degeneration in the wilderness were proving true. May Day was of distinctly pagan origin, whether traced back to the Druids or the Romans. It represented all that was left of the worship of Flora, and in the last half of the 16th century there was a great deal of that worship left. 10. The rite was presided over by characters variously named the Lord, and Lady, of Misrule, the King and Queen of the May, or Robin Hood and Maid Marian. 11. Dances and processions, often centering about the phallic maypole, characterized the celebration, along with the giving of gifts, including presents of clothing, food, and drink. Other things were likewise given and taken. A 16th-century source reports that of 40, 60, or 100 maids going to the wood a-maying there have scarcely the third part of them returned home again as they went. 12. Clearly the May rituals began as a kind of fertility rite in which the free expression of sexuality for the purpose of magically restimulating nature's fecundity was the chief glory. Note the association of the ritual with Robin Hood or Robin of the Wood. 63. A traditional English version of the archetypal King of the Woods 13 and a figure of increasing importance in the Americanized literature of the colonies. Daniel Boone and Leatherstocking are his lineal descendants. Morton was, by his own account, an avid hunter. The Lord of Misrule was the name by which this figure became part of the conventional celebrations of the English court and ultimately a court officer. Under a new title, Master of the Revels, he supervised the planning of the May Games and the presentation of ceremonial plays and masks for the court. His association with court drama was thus extremely close, and the Puritans' antipathy for his primary function was reinforced by their disgust with the London theatre and the impiety of the court. 1. For the function of the Lord of Misrule, however, extended below the level of convention. In resigning their sway to the mock prince for a day or a week, the rulers of the land and their subjects could vicariously escape from the daily regimen and the discipline of civilization. Under his sway all values became inverted, incontinency and riot being more desirable than chastity and respect for law, and repressed drives or impulses could find acceptable release and expression. To the Puritan, believing simultaneously in the absolute authority of his God in the universe and the precariousness of divine law and order in the wilderness, this function too was pregnant with catastrophe, particularly when the Lord of Misrule was one who had flouted the law out of season as well as in. The Revels of Maury Mount is the most delightful chapter in Morton's book, as well as being its hero's catastrophe. Biting sarcasm at Plymouth's expense is joined with enthusiasm for Indian, English, and Greek paganism and for the joys of the flesh. The language is highly figurative and allusive, to such a degree that it is, at times, almost undecipherable. The scene is conceived as a kind of theatrical masque, a form of theatre most popular with the official audience Morton hoped to appeal to, in which all characters are disguised by fictitious names and elaborate metaphorical costumes. 1.5 The pagan rite of the Maypole is performed, with Indians and whites mingling freely in the dances and about the ale barrels. They sing songs that flow spontaneously from the rich poetic imagination of their host, Thomas Morton. These songs invariably invoke all the libidinous deities of pagan mythology and the human subconscious. The invocation is addressed to Oedipus and other mythic heroes whose sexual proclivities were both peculiar and pronounced. Their community's hymn echoes the cry "Jo sic to Hymen," the pagan goddess of the wedding feast and of the virgin's marriage bed. Marriages, both literal and figurative, are concluded between whites and Indians, all of whom are reeling with drink and 64. Dressed in the heads and hides of forest beasts or in the traditional garb of the Indians. 16. This proceeding, says Morton, called down the wrath of priggish Plymouth. He that played Proteus, with the help of Priapus, put their noses out of joint as the proverb is. The revellers were doffing their English characters with their clothes, metamorphosing into Indians and beasts in the manner of shape-shifting Proteus in order to play Priapus with the Indian girls at the feast. Thus they were the very type of the Puritan nightmare, in which Englishmen merged with the wilderness and lost all self-restraint, all reverence for authority, all sexual and racial integrity. The great monster whom Captain Shrimp, Miles Standish, came to destroy at Maury Mount was, at least in Morton's view, the two-backed beast. 17. Morton's activity seemed, to the pilgrims, going native with a vengeance. This Lord of Misrule, like the libertarian Indians, challenged the principles of authority on which civilization and its colonial outposts were based. In Bradford's of Plymouth Plantation, Morton appears as a demonic emissary of atheism, lechery, paganism, and democracy. Although he is a lawyer, he is treated by his patron servant as an equal. When that patron, Captain Wollaston, sends some of his indentured servants to Virginia to be sold, Morton stirs the rest to throw out Wollaston's lieutenant in order to assert their freedom from the law in America. In Bradford's eyes, Morton as the Lord of Misrule is no figure from a comic mask but a proto-Satan ruling a tribe of resurrected satyrs and primitive demons. They also set up a maypole, drinking and dancing about it many days together, inviting the Indian women for their consorts, dancing and frisking together like so many fairies, or furies rather, and worse practices. As if they had anew revived and celebrated the feasts of the Roman goddess Flora, or the beastly practices of the mad Bacchanalians. 18. If all men behaved as he did, surrendering to the lusts of the flesh, the godly community would dissolve, and laxness of rule such as prevailed in England would become the practice in New England. But whereas England had the machinery of civil law and social custom to maintain the minimum health of the state, the New England colonies had nothing. If they slipped, it would not be into simple disorder but into either oblivion or barbarism. Morton's offense seemed to the Pilgrims to threaten the physical life of the colony by violating its psychological commitment to maintain an English identity, to resist acculturation to the Indian's world. The emotional commitment involved in marrying an Indian posed the threat of over-involvement with the wilderness of this world, an entangling. 65. Intricate labyrinth inhabited by the creatures of sin, the temptations of the devil. Even in Virginia, where the pervasive Puritan spirit was somewhat diluted, the marriage of John Rolfe to Pocahontas required an elaborate soul-searching and self-justification by the Englishman. Rolfe's letter to the governor on his marriage reveals his fears that his countrymen will think him carried away by lust or driven to barbarism through despairing of his ever coming home to England. 19. A spirit of self-denial and submission to discipline was essential. To enjoy or revel in the pleasures of a new world was psychological treason. In Connecticut, colonists who chose to depart and join or settle with the Indians, could receive 3 years in jail, plus fines and whipping. 20. The development of genres in colonial literature. The Puritans' opposition to the primitive elements of human experience was reflected in their choice of artistic media, specifically their marked preference for the printed word. Their objection to Morton's masque revel and the drama was of a piece with their opposition to blood myth and blood ritual. The Elizabethan drama or the court masque was threatening to them, not only because of its gamesome lewdness and impiety, but because the drama itself was a kind of sophisticated pagan ritual. In it sins and ill humors were exorcised, mythic kings were slain with symbolic ritual and impressive pomp, and Dionysian Falstaffs were allowed to summon the unconverted people to holy drunkenness. When they came into power in England, the Puritans suppressed the theatre, and in New England, where their control was established from the outset, all attempts to institute games, revels, and harlotry plays were sternly rebuked. Their preferred medium for art and argument was the book or pamphlet, in which the orthodox censor or author could exercise more firm control of his materials and, presumably, of his audience's emotional reaction and doctrinal interpretation. Their preferred literary fictions were allegorical works, and lest the foolish reader be led astray, they often provided complete keys to interpreting the allegory in marginal notes. The preferred subjects in the literature of New England were theological argument and polemic, in sermon form. In these preferences the Puritans again typified the distinction between the Indian and the European. The Indian's literature was entirely dramatic, as was his religious ritual. His mythology, the history of his tribe, and the personal confessions of his brothers were communicated through dramatic performance and communal reenactment. Theoretical rigorousness was impossible in such a literature, although in 66. Dramatic ritual could invoke unanimity of emotional reaction and religious sentiment. As the Puritans' experience in the New World lengthened, the peculiar features and problems of their new environment were assimilated into the vocabulary of symbols that expressed their vision of God and the world. The wild Indians, flitting unseen, omnipresent, and threatening through the dark wilderness, were visible emblems of the dark motions of the human soul, trapped in original sin. In order to survive in the Indian's world, the English settlers would have to adjust their habits and ways of thinking to that world, but this adjustment involved some diminution of their sense of Englishness, a figurative marriage with the Indians that threatened damnation. They might go to the Indians as missionaries bringing light, as warriors to scourge the devils, or as involuntary captives but never as husbands. The Indians, and perhaps the Negro slaves as well, were seen as peoples most closely associated with the spirit of place in America, but they became more and more strongly associated with devils, cannibals, and witches. Along with the development of the Puritans' vocabulary of symbols came a development of narrative forms, expressing the relation between the Puritans and these symbolic forces in literary terms. Accounts of missionary work, of warfare, and of captivity among the Indians constitute the bulk of the narrative literature produced in New England during the 17th century. The missionary tracts were most often printed in London or for the British book trade. They were addressed to English audiences, since the Puritans wished to quash criticism of their lagging efforts in this field. Works printed for New England consumption were dominated by the accounts of warfare and captivity, a fact which is highly suggestive of the nature of Puritan-Indian relationships in the period. The narratives themselves were embedded in extended sermons, and the dramatic events were framed by the rigorous formality of Puritan logic and Puritan rhetoric. Literature to the Puritan was purely functional. Its purpose was to instruct, to teach students the rudiments of a skill or to inculcate moral principles through precept and example. 21. The material which framed the sermon narrative was carefully designed to restrict the reader's freedom of interpretation, to point him unswervingly toward the correct interpretation of the drama he was about to read, to enable him to draw the proper lessons from it. 22. Sermon form was a mold into which the writer could pour his thoughts and the reader his attention in the assurance that the product would remain true to the Puritan vision of the nature of human X. 67. Perience. The sermon, like all events of the world, begins with the given word of God, in this case a biblical text. The entire sermon is simply the exfoliation of that text to express its uttermost meaning. Each step in that exfoliation is set forth plainly and with rigorous attention to the terms and machinery of formal logic. All the events recounted in the sermon, all prophecies, and all moral lessons are seen as having been implicit in the original text, just as every event occurring to every individual atom of nature was predetermined in God's first fiat. After the text, the next major division of the sermon was the doctrine, in which the major premises of the sermon were carefully laid out in a series of enumerated points and were related to the text at hand and other relevant texts. Following the doctrine was the section called Reasons, in which the doctrine was explained and justified by precept and example. When narratives were embedded in a sermon, they preempted the Reasons section, implying that the tale was being offered as justification of a theological point, not to cater to a baser sort of interest in American events. Following the Reasons was the section on Uses or Application, which instructed the reader on the lessons he ought to have drawn from the account for his moral betterment and behavioral reform. Since the Puritan account of personal experience in the New World was thus narrowly directed toward the goal of personal conversion or redemption, it was inevitable that the experiences of the Puritans with the Indian and the wilderness should be seen as a metaphor of the personal conversion experience. The sermon narrative was the first formal vehicle that proved adequate for the transmission of an American mythology, and it was developed during King Philip's War under the pressure of mortal dangers. Sermon form narratives, replacing the metaphorically shapeless reports of the early days, became the Puritan establishment's first line of intellectual defense against the unruliness and atomism of their people, the criticism leveled against them by the home English, and their own uneasiness about their situation vis-a-vis the Indians. The attitudes implicit in the very form of the narratives, and in the interpretations that were worked into the narratives, dominated thinking about the American wilderness from King Philip's War to the third decade of the 18th century. The literary subject that best suited the demand of Puritan society for a vision of its unique experience, and the requirements of society's leaders for an appropriate vehicle of propaganda and doctrine, was the Indian Wars. The experience itself was sufficiently unique to make it outstanding as a characteristic of life in the New World, and such wars were sufficiently frequent to warrant their use as a subject for Puritan historians. In 68. Such accounts the Puritans could pit their own philosophy, doctrine, culture, and race against their cultural opposites and could illustrate God's favor to their way of life in recounting their triumph and the discomfiture of both the heathen enemy and those of their own people who had been less than rigorous in their faith. Such narratives were at once an answer to the carping criticism of English Puritans and prelates and a means of reinforcing morale in New England. The Indian Wars proved to be the most acceptable metaphor for the American experience. To all of the complexities of that experience, it offered the simplicity of dramatic contrast and direct confrontation of opposites. It became a literary means of dealing with all sorts of social tensions and controversies between English and American Puritans, between classes and generations within American society, and between political and religious controversialists. Part of the reason for its wide acceptance as a myth metaphor derives from its recognition that the most significant peculiarity of the American environment was its substitution of racial and cultural divisions for the traditional English divisions of class and religion. The colonial societies during the early years of settlement were more simple and homogeneous than that of England. New England Puritans did not have an Anglican majority to contend with in America, and the country party of Southern planters had no opposite city party of tradesmen within their own borders. Although there were class divisions sharply drawn in all the colonies, and class antagonisms in each, the points of contention between classes and the nature, numbers, and proportionate strength of the classes did not correspond to English norms. Distinctions were drawn between commonality and men of note, but middling men were more numerous proportionately in New England than in Old, and there was no landed aristocracy to check the rise of tradesmen and artisans to the highest social rank. Conversely, the gap between indentured servants or Negro slaves and masters was wider than that between peasant and lord. The English vocabulary of social values and distinctions was thus to a large extent inapplicable to the American situation. The presence of the Indians and, later, of large numbers of Negro slaves made racial difference a more obvious and important source of social distinction than that between farmer and city man or between peasant and gentry. In societies that are still in the process of achieving a sense of identity, the establishment of a normative, characteristic image of the group's character is a psychological necessity, and the simplest means of defining or expressing the sense of such a norm is by rejecting some other group whose character is deemed to be the opposite. The English country gentleman, 69, might be most easily identified by setting him next to an ambitious and thrifty London merchant, the Puritan by setting him alongside the Cavalier. For the Anglo-American the most important distinction was that between himself and the Indian, the native product of the world which the emigrant had adopted as his own and to which he was in the process of adapting. This shift of emphasis from social to racial distinction had serious consequences. At the least, it made reconciliation between white and Indian virtually impossible, since racial opposition presupposed no common ground between the groups. Cavalier and Puritan, peasant and lord, were at least white, English, and Christian together. More significantly for American literature, the shift from a social to a racial vocabulary of distinctions transferred the sphere of contention to a deeper psychological plane and brought unconscious fears and desires more overtly into play. It also meant that the social tensions usually dealt with bloodlessly in narrative literature, the distinctions of class and rank and income, the clash of class mores and moralities, would be conceived in the harsh and melodramatic terms of racial warfare, all but negating the possibility of the kind of social satire practiced by Morton and later by the 18th century poets and novelists. The Pequot War and the genre of Indian War narratives. John Underhill's News from America, or, A New and Experimental Discovery of New England, and Philip Vincent's A True Relation of the Late Battle Fought in New England, both published in London in 1638, illustrate the applicability of such narratives to a variety of social and political functions and the aptness of the genre for expressing the anxieties of New England. Underhill and Vincent were parties to a political and religious strife between radicals and conservatives in the Massachusetts government, and their narratives of the military conquest of the Pequot Indians were pamphlets in their paper war. The narratives thus used the first major Indian War in New England as a text from which to demonstrate the validity of their divergent religious and social philosophies and their different visions of the New World. Underhill's vision of a Calvinist Garden of Eden was pitted against Vincent's picture of orderly Boston, like an enclosed island awash in a sea of Indian and heretical chaos. Vincent was opposed to the expansion of the coastal settlements into the deeper wilderness without strong supervision by men of proven orthodoxy and social position. It is also clear that he viewed the limitation of 70 movement to the frontier as a key to the maintenance of moral and social order in the coastal towns themselves, and that he viewed the establishment of a stable, limited New England as essential to the fulfillment of their mission, the building of the exemplary city on a hill. Underhill was Vincent's opposite in temperament and theology. He saw in the New World a promise of freedom for personal religious development and expression, with no restraints but those of God and conscience. In his enthusiasm for the land he closely resembles Thomas Morton. The immediate occasion of the Underhill-Vincent quarrel was, on the surface, a relatively minor question. Vincent's account of a battle unjustly accused Underhill, a leader of troops, of cowardice in the face of the enemy. Underhill denied the charge. Beneath this quarrel the signs of a more fundamental clash can be seen. Underhill was a spokesman for the heresy of antinomianism, as well as for those who wished to live deep in the wilderness. His writings and speeches linked the pietistic urge for moral freedom with the desire for establishing new, independent settlements in the wilderness. He spoke as if the exploration of the wilderness, with a view toward making a permanent settlement separated from England and the English churches, was an endeavor comparable in holiness to the practice of religious discipline. Thus the opposed views of Underhill and Vincent on the nature of the wilderness became caught up with the tension between antinomian and conservative, or non-separatist, elements in the Puritan movement itself. 23 Underhill shaped his narrative as he ordered his life under the impulse of a passionate enthusiasm for religion, for land, and for the exercise of his powers as a soldier and man of action. His passions, religious and otherwise, were apparently the cause of his undoing in New England. As the son of an English mercenary serving with the Dutch, he was bred to arms and was a professional soldier in the Dutch army at the time of his conversion to Puritanism by English exiles. He was a prominent magistrate and soldier after his arrival in Massachusetts in the Great Migration of 1630-1. In 1637 he returned from the Pequot War expecting a hero's welcome for his services. Instead of being honored, he was soon disfranchised and humiliated at the hands of the General Court, on which he had once served as the first Boston deputy, first for signing a petition for the toleration of Anne Hutchinson and the antinomians and later for adultery. His unsuccessful defense was passionate and intemperate, based on a sense of the scope for personal and religious freedom offered by the wilderness. In the same year he left for England, where he wrote The News from America. In the book he combined a religious and legal defense of his actions. 71. With an advertisement for available lands on the frontiers beyond the immediate grip of the Bay magistrates. He enumerated places like Long Island and the Hudson River, which were controlled by the Dutch, and Casco, with about 100 islands near to Casco, on the far frontier of Maine. Returning to America after the publication of his book, Underhill continued to utilize his intimate knowledge of frontier life for the establishment of an antinomian church state free of institutional checks. He attempted to found a church colony at Dover, New Hampshire, but his minister and congregation were forced to disperse by the Bay magistrates. Defeated, Underhill returned to recant his earlier denial of the charge of adultery and pray for readmission to the company of saints. Denied reenfranchisement and again excommunicated, he fled first to the Dutch in New York, then to libertarian Rhode Island, saw service in further Indian wars as a privateersman and magistrate, and eventually married one of the outcast sect of Quakers. 24 The title page of Underhill's tract is particularly interesting as a key to his point of view. The publishing conventions of the time dictated the use of the title page as both advertisement and brief table of contents. Often the title page was struck off singly and distributed as handbills to stimulate interest in the book. For this reason the author commonly arranged his title to give most prominent display to the aspect of his book which might excite particular approach to the subject at hand. Underhill subtitled his book A New and Experimental Discovery of New England and enumerated areas of the frontier that were ripe for settlement, although his main subject was the Indian Wars. Experimental was a term equivalent at that time to experiential and was often used by the Puritans, especially by later revival preachers like Jonathan Edwards, to indicate a profoundly real sense of the power of religion. Thus Underhill was implying that an experience or discovery of the essential significance of New England was to be gained through a true sight of the Indian Wars. Underhill's work is loosely structured, clearly the work of a man more devoted to exploit and enthusiasm than to literary craft. He moves erratically from battle scenes to paeans to the new lands, and from these to passionate meditations on the goodness and justice of his God. The result is a portrait of the wilderness that, in the course of a few paragraphs, includes a massacre and a rhapsody, a view of the enemy and a view of the land's beauty. Before the Indians came to attempt the fort, they put into a certain river, an obscure small river running into the main, where they 72 encamped, and refreshed themselves, and fitted themselves for their service, and by break of day attempted their enterprise, and slew 9 men, women, and children. Having finished their action, they suddenly returned again, bringing with them 2 maids captives, having put poles in their canoes. And upon them hung our English men's and women's shirts and smocks. And in way of bravado came along in sight of us as we stood upon Seabrook Fort. This fort lies upon the river called Connecticut, at the mouth of it, a place of a very good soil, good meadow, divers sorts of good wood, timber, variety of fish of several kinds, fowl in abundance, geese, ducks, branks, teals, deer, roebuck, squirrels, which are as good as our English rabbits. The truth is, I want time to set forth the excellence of the whole country, but if you would know the garden of New England, then you must glance your eye upon Hudson's River. There follows a view of each of the places listed on the title page. 25. Vincent had no inclination to explore the wilderness in such detail. He saw New England as a stable, established entity requiring maintenance, rather than as a springboard to active voyages of new and perhaps unthinkable discovery. The full title of his work is, A TRVE Relation of the Late Battelle Fought in New England, between the English and the PK Salvages, in which were slain and taken prisoners about 700 of the salvages, and those which escaped had their heads cut off by the Mohawks, with the present state of things there. Where Underhill's title page gives the emphasis to discovery, Vincent's concentrates wholly on hostility, the battle between an established good and an established evil, and the triumph of good. Vincent builds his narrative carefully on a formal analogy to the conventions of classical drama. After referring briefly to the temperate climate and fertile soil of New England, he declares, "This is the stage. Let us in a word see the actors." Toward the end of his piece he recalls the analogy to drama, "I have done with the tragic scene, whose catastrophe ended in a triumph." 26. Not until the dramatic structure is complete does he allow himself the luxury of expanding on the virtues of the land, unlike Underhill, whose enthusiasm for the land disrupts his narrative. Nor is Vincent's appeal for further colonization couched in the enthusiasm of Underhill's work. Rather, Vincent insists that emigration be carefully organized, undertaken for sound economic and religious reasons, and directed by sober men of standing and consequence. The transcribing of all colonies is chargeable, fittest for princes or states to undertake. 27. He says further, colonies must be well grounded, well followed, and managed with great stocks of money, by men of resolution, that will not be daunted. 73. By ordinary accidents. The Bermudas and Virginia are come to perfection, from base beginnings, and almost by as weak means, beyond all expectation and reason. But a few private men, by uniting their stocks and desires, have now raised New England to that height, never any plantation of Spaniards, Dutch, or any other arrived at, in so small a time. Gain is the lodestone of adventures. But while saint men are all for their private profit, the public good is neglected. The New Englanders, therefore, advanced the public all they could, and so the private is taken care for. 28. The fertility of the ground is next mentioned, but more emphasis is given to the combination of racial vigor and social religious discipline that created the enclave on the coast. In a word, they have built fair towns of the land's own materials, and fair ships too. They have overcome the cold and hunger, are dispersed securely in their plantations 60 miles along the coast, and within the land also, and are assured of their peace by killing the barbarians, better than our English Virginians were by being killed by them. Their present small numbers would be increased by emigration, but more by a faculty that God hath given the British, to beget and bring forth more children than any other nation of the world, and also by the propagation of religion among the heathen. 29. Both narratives deal with the same events in the same general sequence: the Indian provocations, the attack on Seabrook Fort, the deliverance of the captive maids, the final battle in which the Pequot fort was destroyed and the tribe massacred, and the near disastrous retreat of the English to their boats. Both regard the Indians as the guilty parties in commencing hostilities out of spite and hatred, as well as a fear of the growing power of the English. Underhill refers to them as the devil's instruments and the insolent nation, and records that in his dealings with their ambassadors he refused to consider them capable of keeping a pledged word. Indeed, in an access of distrust he was actually guilty of treachery himself, having rejected an embassy during the preliminary stages of the conflict. He turned the ambassador loose and followed suddenly after before the war was proclaimed, precipitating a battle. 30 No Englishman, not even Vincent, thought of condemning him for what they must have regarded as mere expedients. Yet Underhill is no blind hater of Indians. In narrating the terrible final battle and massacre, he twice praises the Pequot's courage. During the initial assault, he says, "Most courageously these Pequots behaved themselves," 31, and when the infighting grew too deadly for the English, 74, and compelled them to burn the Pequots out, they proved themselves again. Many courageous fellows were unwilling to come out, and fought most desperately through the palisadoes, so as they were scorched and burnt with the very flame, and were deprived of their arms in regard the fire burnt their very bowstrings, and so perished valiantly. Mercy they did deserve for their valor, could we have had opportunity to have bestowed it. 32. Vincent has no praise for Indian courage, depicting the allies of the English as cowards and giving the Pequots no credit for a strong resistance. The initial assault, which Underhill portrays as hotly opposed with a hail of arrows and bullets, is for Vincent a simple exercise in terrorizing ignorant and cowardly heathen. The 70 English gave the fort a volley of shot, whereat the salvages within made a hideous and pitiful cry. Pity had hindered further hostile proceedings had not the remembrance of bloodshed, the captive maids, and cruel insolency of those Pequots hardened the hearts of the English. After a brief account of 2 hand-to-hand fights between apparently invulnerable English and doomed Indians, the fire is set, and in little more than an hour betwixt 300 and 400 of them were killed, and of the English only 2, one of them by our own muskets. The whole work ended, ere the sun was an horn high, the conquerors retreated. 33 Underhill gives a different emphasis to the account of casualties by mentioning that 20 English were incapacitated by wounds and indicating that they had been in danger of being destroyed. As a non-participant, Vincent was not compelled to see Indian courage and English savagery at first hand. In any case, he was more interested in asserting the superiority of New England arms and institutions than in giving an accurate view of the Indians. He naturally wished to make the confrontation seem like an inevitable and reasonably easy conquest. Thus he omitted the fact that the cowardice of the supporting troops left the battered English army to be decimated by hunger and untreated wounds in a disastrous retreat. The case of the captive maids, which Vincent treats cursorily as a reason for English hostility to the Indians, receives an interesting and lengthy treatment in Underhill's account. Although one of them told us that they did solicit her to uncleanness, Underhill reports, the Indians did not harm them but showed them their forts and curious wigwams and houses, and encouraged them to be merry. The girls, whose condition he compares with that of captive Israel, were much taken up with the 75. Consideration of God's just displeasure to them, that had lived under so prudent means of grace as they did, and had been so ungrateful toward God, and slighted the means. 34 Thus their captivity became the occasion for a meditation on their own sins and for an awakening in the older girl of a sense of God's justice and mercy, which her redemption experimentally confirmed. Underhill makes much of this direct confrontation between the pietism of an English victim and the terror imposed on it by the alien world. It becomes the occasion for a digression justifying the disorders of opinion and social organization that attended the plantation of New England. Sure I am, that sanctified afflictions, crosses, or any outward troubles appear so profitable, that God's dear saints are forced to cry out, "Thy loving kindness is better than life, than all the lively pleasure and profits of the world. Better in a prison. Better in a fiery furnace. Better in a lion's den, in the midst of all the roaring lions and with Christ, than in a downy bed with wife and children without Christ. The greater the captivities be of his servants, the contentions amongst his churches, the clearer God's presence is. 35. Like the apologist for emigration, John White, and the later writers of captivity narratives, Underhill portrays the wilderness as a place of trial rather than of physical ease by drawing an implicit analogy between the wilderness and the lion's den or fiery furnace. But he is careful to insist that the presence of great trials is the sign of the presence of God and of the concentration of God's concern for their salvation. In one sense, this is an articulation of the Calvinist sense of God, which is most acute in times of grave trial. In another, it is a dangerous flirtation with the idea of a fortunate fall. This latter interpretation Underhill seeks to dismiss. But now, my dear and respected friends and fellow soldiers in the Lord, are not you apt to say, if this be the fruit of afflictions, I would I had some of those, that I might enjoy these sweet breathings of Christ in my soul, as those that are in afflictions. But beware of those thoughts, for it is against the course of Scripture to wish for evil, that good might come of it. 36. Thus Underhill lets his reader anticipate both eating a cake and having it. He first offers the possibility of greater intimacy with God through suffering, hinting that even evil in America is charged with the goodness of God, then warns the reader that it is his sacred duty to anticipate only the good and profit, to soul as well as body, of living in the Bible Commonwealth. Vincent takes the negative view of New England's contentiousness and proneness to controversy. No man is wise enough to shun all evils. 76. That may happen, but patience and painfulness overcame all. The use of the past tense indicates that Vincent viewed the colony as the emblem of a stable, finished work of God and man, but Underhill is all anticipation. You that intend to go to New England, fear not a little trouble. Proceed with courage. More good than hurt will come out of it. 37. There is, however, one common thread which binds the two narratives together. This is their shared anxiety for the effect of the frontier on the mind and racial character of the English. The Puritans' sexual anxieties, reflected in their feeling that the Indians were lewd and sexually unclean, was one aspect of this overall anxiety. Indian sexual mores were held to have arisen from the necessities of life in a godless wilderness. To the Puritan mind, the absolute sexual freedom of the unmarried Indians was a sign of corrupt lechery, and they took little cognizance of the rigor of Indian taboos against marital infidelity. This sexual freedom was associated in the Puritan mind with the factiousness and lack of racial or national solidarity that divided the Indians into petty warring kingdoms. The Puritans' own outbreaks of controversy and disorder seemed to signify that the power of the wilderness, which had created a Babel among the savages, might be capable of doing the same to the English. In addition to the Indians' attitude toward women, their animal-like savagery in combat was a sign to the Puritans of their degeneration. The massacre of the Pequot women and children by Underhill's troops in a moment of hysterical rage therefore required a good deal of explaining and justification. Many were burnt in the fort, both men, women, and children. Others forced out, which our soldiers received and entertained with the sword. Down fell men, women, and children. Great and doleful was the bloody sight to the view of young soldiers that never had been in war, to see so many souls lie gasping on the ground, so thick, in some places, that you could hardly pass along. Sometimes the Scripture declareth women and children must perish with their parents. Sometimes the case alters, but we will not dispute it now. We had sufficient light from the Word of God for our proceedings. 38. Vincent's attitude toward the frontier contains a number of striking associations. He begins by asserting that the Indian nature is barbarous because it is so readily fired to vengeance. All provocation moveth choler, and choler inflamed becometh a frenzy, a fury, especially in barbarous or cruel natures. 39. Clearly, Vincent meant this latter judgment to refer to the Indians, yet in light of it, how are we to take his later assertion that the English hearts were enraged and hardened to pitilessness because of the 77. Indians' provocations? Vincent, perhaps unconsciously, draws from the massacre of the Pequots the implication that under the strain of frontier warfare, Puritans became as choleric and as subject to frenzy as Indians became, in fact, cruel and barbarous like the Indians. In the opposed viewpoints of the Indian war narratives of Underhill and Vincent, we see the emergence of a characteristic ambivalence of vision. To Underhill, the New World offered the possibility of pure and libertarian church government and of personal growth in grace. To Vincent it offered the distinct possibility of moral and spiritual degeneration to a bestial state. In addition, we can see in these narratives the first stage of development of the characteristic image of the New World as it appears in Puritan narratives. The wilderness was seen as a Calvinist universe in microcosm and also as an analogy of the human mind. Both were dark, with hidden possibilities for good and evil. Through the darkness the Indians flitted, like the secret enemy of Christ or like the evil thoughts that plague the mind on the edge of consciousness. Like the devil, Indians struck where the defenses of good were weakest and, having done their deed, retreated to hiding. Often they carried off good men and pure virgins into hellish captivity and sexual temptation, as an evil thought will carry a good man forever out of the light. The analogy between Indian warfare and the strife between good and evil for the soul of man was too obvious for the Puritan mind, keen for such images, to miss. Was not the least misstep in moral life, the smallest defeat of virtue, possible signification that the soul had been predestined to damnation? Then, as the captive maids discovered, so was the least defeat in an Indian skirmish the beginning of a series of temptations leading toward a possible ordeal in a fiery furnace, in this case a torture stake. The apparent disproportion in the Calvinist concept of punishment for simple venality was echoed by the disproportionate penalties for unwariness in the wilderness. It is not good to give bread to a beaten enemy, lest he return armed, if not with greater puissance, yet with greater despite and revenge. 40 Vincent was referring to the Indians, but he might well have meant the devil or the evil thoughts of men. Does not the devil return in power and spite, however often one defeats him? And do not evil thoughts return, however frequently we try to put them by? At the basis of this Calvinist Puritan vision of the New World was the perception that the most terrible power on the continent was not in the physical wilderness but, rather, was locked in their own heads and hearts. Having thrust themselves into a new and unformed world, they had the responsibility to create their stability and order. If their own minds faltered, 78. Or if they failed to hold in consciousness the ideal of order, then order on the continent would in fact cease to exist. If their minds turned to evil, or lost the idea of good, or suffered that idea to be confused by heresy, then the only potential source of good and order in the worldly wilderness would have been lost. Self-restraint had to be maintained by each individual man. When that restraint slipped, as in the frenzy of the Pequot massacre or the captive succumbing to bodily terror, the darkness asserted its power. Given the power of darkness in the wilderness, could Puritan society rely on individual conscience to maintain itself, or did it require strong and authoritarian institutional support? The works of Underhill and Vincent posit different theories of world order and different methods of achieving the necessary power over human passion and the power of the wilderness. Vincent's narrative aims at restricting his audience's freedom of interpreting the frontier experience. His final exhortation to virtue and good works, echoed in similarly appended sermons and exhortations by writers of Indian war narratives until 1800, is intended to set all imaginative speculations to rest with an authoritative statement of the uses of the experience. Literarily, his work is as authoritarian as he wished colonial governments to be. Underhill's work also posits a theory of order, but his concept relies more on a belief in personal self-restraint than on imposed discipline. He paints a picture of a Calvinist utopia growing naturally out of the struggle of saints against the wilderness. Military affairs and the opening of new lands are simply an extension of the Protestant ethic beyond the counting house. Simple farmers and patriarchs could discover, in Underhill's version of the war, a calling, in the Puritan sense, to military or pioneer life, and in the presumably rational and virtuous order of the Bible commonwealth, such men were to rise easily and naturally to posts of command. This was the subtle key to his plan for bringing order and vision to the development of the wilderness. His outward-looking viewpoint would, like Vincent's conservatism, find its echoes in later narratives, but not until the Orthodox had fully had their day. The King Philip's War narratives. Historical events ratified the dominant position of Indian war literature in American literary life. Indian wars increased in number and intensity from 1638 onward, ultimately drawing all the colonies into battle with both the Indians and European powers. The Indian Wars became the distinctive event of American history, the unique national experience. 79. The first stage of this escalating spiral of conflicts was King Philip's War, 1675–78, in which the New England colonies were driven nearly to the brink of destruction by a loose confederation of formerly friendly tribes led by Metacom of the Wampanoags, or King Philip, as the English in friendship had named him. It was in many ways an archetype of all the wars which followed. It was, moreover, the occasion for a great outpouring of Indian war literature, which crystallized the orthodox Puritan view of the war and gave the genre many of its most lasting characteristics. One of the most important background factors was that in this crisis New England possessed its own presses and therefore could speak directly to a native audience and its concerns, without shaping the argument to an English audience. Still, many of the narratives were addressed to England, for the Puritans hoped, even during the Restoration, to convert England to their own more godly ways. King Philip's War was extraordinary from an historical standpoint. It was the last of the wars fought by New England without the aid or intervention of outside powers. After 1678, colonial wars were tied to the world wars between France and England, and the New World enemy was the Papist French as well as the pagan Indians. Even in 1674 relations with England were changing. The Restoration government, freed of the danger of civil war, was attempting to organize and assert some control over New England for the first time in a serious fashion. The appointment of Andros as governor in New York, with a commission to control the New England colonies, was a sign of the change in policy. Andros went so far as to attempt an annexation of Connecticut territory while that colony reeled under the pressure of the war. Strife between the colonies of New England was also great. Rhode Island and Massachusetts were pressing complaints against each other, the one inveighing against tyranny while the other cried heresy. Massachusetts men like Increase Mather took occasion to cast doubt on Connecticut's contribution to the cause, dwelling on the number of victories lost through Connecticut's tardiness in sending troops to the field and concluding that that colony was due for a future trial for having passed unscathed through the war. 41 Part of this intercolonial rivalry was based on the growing religious dissidence in New England. The semi-independent church government set up by Stoddard on the Massachusetts frontier was one sign of this. Another can be found in two of the tracts published by Rhode Island men, blaming Massachusetts for the war. John Easton, then deputy governor of Rhode Island, blamed the intolerance of Massachusetts as displayed toward 80. Squaw Sachem, woman chief, as the event which wrecked his own attempts to compose the quarrel without war. In a relation of the Indian Wane, published as a report in 1675, he wrote, "We knew what the Indians' complaints would be, and in our colony had removed some of them in sending for Indian rulers in what crime concerned Indians' lives, which they very lovingly accepted. They had a great fear to have any of their Indians should be killed or forced to be Christian Indians." 42. In his negotiations Easton offered the Indians equal treatment of laws, the freedom of their own lands, and protection from the violence of rebellious tribes or other colonial governments. The Bay and Plymouth magistrates, however, would not be bound by Easton's agreements, nor would they abandon the idea of converting the Indians to Christianity, for although work in that line had lagged, some souls had been harvested among the Indians. Nor could the Bay seem to acquire the knack of dealing with the Indians, as their treatment of the Squaw Sachem showed. Easton charges, "I can sufficiently prove that she had practiced much that the quarrel might be decided without war, but some of our English also in fury against all Indians wold not consent she should be reserved to our Eastland." 43. In 1675 Edward Wharton, an exiled Massachusetts Quaker, published in London a more explicit attack on Massachusetts, so virulent that it was suppressed by the Quakers in whose defense it had been written. Wharton's pamphlet, New England's Present Sufferings, under their neighboring Indians, scourged Massachusetts as that colony had scourged the Quakers. His tone became unacceptable when he went so far as to imply that the rebellious Indians were the agents of God, visiting punishment on a people who had rejected the light. The Indians, I hear, insult the English warriors that God is against them, and that the English shall, for their unrighteousness, fall into their hands. Our rulers, officers, and counselors are like as men in a maze, not knowing what to do, but the priests spur them on, telling them the Indians are ordained for destruction, bidding them go to war, and they will fast and pray at home in the meantime. Yet their general with some other officers, complained and say, they see not God go along with them. 44. Wharton and Easton, although representative of groups dwelling on the margins of New England society, were not unique in viewing the war as the consequence of English bad faith in dealing with Indians and political opponents. The so-called King Philip's War Tracts, a series of folios and 81 quartos published between 1676 and 1678, are filled with a sense of the burden of New England's sin and the justice of the divine chastening. Indeed, the circumstances of the war fell out in such a way that it would have been difficult not to read into the events a design to test New England. Rhode Island's commitment to religious liberty and majority rule was severely tested when a majority government of Quakers refused to prepare sufficiently for war until it was too late. The result was the decimation of the mainland settlements and the destruction of Providence. Massachusetts' test was more subtly searching. The larger colony did not come so close to destruction by the Indians, but the war revealed profound defects in certain canons of the New England way. The solidarity of Puritan society, including the relationship between the first and second generations of American Puritans, and the ideal of conversion of the Indians were revealed as weak or impotent in the face of mounting internal and external disorder. The New Englanders published, in both Boston and London, a series of narratives that formed a running record of the war's course. These narratives, which comprise the bulk of the King Philip's War Tracts, can be divided into three basic types. 1. Those written by men of the outlying colonies or of minority views, like Easton and Wharton, whose narratives were propaganda against the Bay. 2. Those written in the form of newsletters by Massachusetts spokesmen to friends in London, structured only by the course of events and by the religious and political preoccupations of their authors, and 3. Those which attempted to build the presentation of an historical record around a religious and social thesis. The newsletters, despite their dispatch-like nature, offer a number of insights into the nature of Massachusetts' testing. Nathaniel Salt installs the present state of New England with respect to the Indian War, published in London in 1675, indicates that the war exposed virulent class antagonisms, hatred of the Indians, and hatred as well of those engaged in the holy work of converting the Indians. He gives an account of the trial of a group of praying Indians who had been jailed with a group of hostiles taken in a skirmish. These men were at several times tried for their lives and were defended before the General Court by the Reverend John Eliot and Captain Guggins, the minister and judicial magistrate appointed to the local bands. Saltonstall indicates that Eliot was heard with respect for his age and wisdom, but that Guggins somehow overbore the court with impertinences and multitudinous speeches. Guggins's taking the Indians' part so much hath made him a byword both among men and boys, and one of the judges felt he ought to be confined among his Indians. 45. 82. Apparently no guilt could be attributed to the Indians, although Saltonstall does not explicitly admit this. Rather, he says that the Indians were confined and let loose by night, a measure which was taken apparently because no Indian, praying or otherwise, would have been safe in Boston. Events justified the precaution, if such it was. The escape so exasperated the commonalty that about the 10th of September, at 9 o'clock at night, there gathered about 40 men, some of note, and came to the house of Captain James Oliver, to desire him to be their leader, and they should join together and go break open the prison, and take one Indian out thence and hang him. Captain Oliver, hearing their request, took his cane and cudgeled them stoutly. 46. Law and order in Boston was apparently weaker than the passions engendered by an Indian war. Nor could reverence for one's religious and social superiors stay these aroused passions, for the commonalty were so enraged against Mr. Eliot, and Captain Guggins especially, that Captain Guggins said on the bench, that he was afraid to go along the streets. Not even the hanging of the Indian, accomplished soon after, could stay the people's rage. A company of Roxbury militia unanimously deposed their appointed captain in favor of the militant Captain Oliver, Guggins's chief opponent on the court. 47. There is a peculiar emphasis given in all these accounts to the rage of the commonalty and the opposition of men of note, a sign that the war was converting the social convention of class consciousness into an explosive force. In these narratives it is usually the sober men, the men of note, who defend order in society. They are ranged with those who defend the praying Indians against the popular rage for their destruction. 0. A farther brief and true narration of the late wars risen in New England, London, 1676, repeats the idea that our commonalty would have all Indians declared enemies, and identifies the ground of the Indians' defense by the sober men as a great concern for the difference between true guilt and true innocence. 48. Such discrimination was the essence of the Puritan way in religion and could not be sacrificed to passion by those men charged with keeping that way intact. Moreover, the conversion of the Indians had been a primary mission of the Puritans in coming to America. To declare all Indians renegade would have been to deny even the limited headway they had made in that mission. 0. In Bacon's rebellion, which occurred in Virginia at this time, the same indiscriminate rage against all Indians led to similar atrocities and to even greater rebellions against government authority by the commonalty. 83. The conduct of the war, marked by lynchings and much intestine heartburnings and complainings, not to say mutinies, 49, and by massacres like those of the Pequot Fort in 1637, gave a new edge to the moral and social anxieties of New England, and the narratives formulated these anxieties and made them into the basis for an orthodox myth of the frontier. In the newsletters these anxieties break into the narrative account as recitations of special providences. In the early stages of the war these providences are almost exclusively judgments against the sinfulness of New England, only later do accounts of providential redemptions begin to leaven the lump. Thus Saltonstall interrupts his narrative to mention the amounts taken in collection at Increase Mather's Church in Boston on the day of the great defeat of Boston troops by the Indians, which thing was taken especial notice of, by all those who desire to see the hand of God in such sad providences, which did occasion another fast to be kept by Mr. Mather's Church. Wednesday following. 50. Increase Mather saw the war as a judgment on New England's backsliding. In 1676 he published a brief history of the war with the Indians in New England, to which he appended an exhortation, which was also published separately. He followed this in 1677 with a relation of the troubles which have happened in New England, by reason of the Indians there, to which he appended an historical discourse concerning the prevalency of prayer. His works were published in both Boston and London. Mather's accounts of the varieties of backsliding can serve as an index to the explosive tensions in Puritan society stirred by the war. He condemns first the formality of the religion of the second generation of Puritans and, in a typical Puritan paradox, the lack of formal religion among those moving to the frontier, then the failure to convert the Indians, and finally the commonality's lack of order and respect. Mather's works were attempts to restore the idea of order to men's minds and the sense of God's power to their hearts. He wanted to reassert the power of experimental religion to overcome the compulsions of the frontier. He therefore imposed on his account of the war a sermon-like structure, which was intended to convert the narrative into a means for producing religious conviction in the reader. Normally he adhered to the four-part structure characteristic of Puritan sermons. Text: biblical texts appear on the title pages of his narratives, and of those which copied his structure. Typically, texts are chosen to give a dual injunction, to remember and retell the deeds of the fathers and to extirpate the enemy in holy war. A typical formula is Mather's adaptation of Exodus 17:17, and the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a 84 book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Doctrine. Mather's doctrine in the brief history is representative. It is given in one paragraph, which crystallizes the anxieties of his people. That the heathen people amongst whom we live, and whose land the Lord God of our fathers hath given to us for a rightful possession, have been planning mischievous devices against that part of the English Israel which is seated in these goings down of the sun. No man that is an inhabitant of any considerable standing, can be ignorant. 51. Here Mather formulates the concept of New England as the new Israel, the new abiding place of a newly chosen race, and attempts to answer the moral questions posed by the hostility of the natives after so many years' acquaintance with English justice and piety. He also appeals to the more considerable classes as the bulwark of reason and good sense. He continues, nor were our sins ripe for so dreadful a judgment, until the body of the first generation was removed, and another generation risen up which hath not so pursued, as ought to have been, the blessed design of their fathers, in following the Lord into the wilderness, whilst it was a land not sown. 52. Reasons. The narrative itself corresponds to the reasons section. In the brief history it is a circumstantial demonstration of the truth of Mather's doctrine that the second generation of Puritans is rife with infidelity and that the war is a judgment on their sins. A typical example is his account of the death of Wakeley, a pious resident of Casco. This old Wakeley was esteemed a godly man. He would sometimes say with tears, that he believed God was angry with him, because although he came into New England for the gospel's sake, yet he left another place in this country, where there was a Church of Christ, which he once was in communion with, and had lived many years in a plantation where was no church nor instituted worship. 53. Wakeley's anxieties were the counterpart of the earlier anxieties felt by the non-separating Puritans when they left the English churches for New England. Mather, as will be seen, agreed that there were grounds for anxiety in moving beyond the edge of settlement so far as Casco Bay. Uses. The exhortation which follows the narrative corresponds to the application or uses section. It formulates the lesson of the sermon and makes explicit practical means of reversing the course of infidelity. The crisis in Mather's narrative, and of the war, came with the great 85. Fort fight or swamp fight of 1675. In this battle an English expedition under Josiah Winthrop wiped out a concentration of Narragansett Indians, perpetrated a massacre, and were decimated by winter and lack of food in their retreat. The victory was won when the troops broke into the Indian fort and burned to death all the women, children, and wounded men in the wigwams. Mather offers no justification for this but mentions that among the prisoners was a wretched Englishman that apostatized to the heathen, and fought with them against his own countrymen. 54. Here was the perfect emblem of the backsliding peculiar to America, a spiritual likeness to the Indians. God seemed to withdraw at this point, and Mather recalls the prophecy of Jesus that he would remove candlesticks out of their places, because of contentions, and loss of first love. Surely when those places are destroyed where churches have been planted, candlesticks are removed out of their places. 5. Malignant distempers afflicted the people, and omens appeared in the sky. Yet as the judgment of God brought destruction, so the grace of God brought triumph. For no apparent reason, a squaw sachem of the Sakonnet Indians came in to surrender, and a party of whites and Indians under Capt. Benjamin Church began taking Indians and converting them into soldiers for the English, if not into Christians. Then a small party of soldiers whose hearts God had touched, 56, captured Philip's wife and son. Within a few days Philip was betrayed by one of his own men, and an Indian in Church's company killed him. Why did not God ordain that a white man should kill Philip? To prevent us from being lifted up, without success, and that we might not become secure, is Mather's answer. 57 For if the war were to become grounds for the redemption of New England, emphasis had to be placed on the war's having been a wrathful judgment. And the sins which called down that judgment, which still flourished, had to be isolated and cut down. This task Mather assigns to the earnest exhortation, which follows the narrative itself. Here he focuses on the war as a lesson lest we be laid waste. And shall it be said of thee? O New England, shall it be said of thee, the Lord hath poured on thee the fury of his anger. Yet thou laidst it not to heart. A sword is sharpened, and also forbished, to make a sore slaughter, should we then make mirth. 58. The essence of the current evils, which included whining, wenching, foreign fashions, and periwigs, is crystallized in the present generation's taking up. 86. A form of godliness without the power of it. The reasons for this backsliding are discerned in the nature of wilderness life. On the one hand, the saints' fear of the physical terrors of the wilderness has distracted them from true religion and decent behavior by leading them to neglect the spiritual terrors of a fervently worshipped Jehovah in order to obtain ease of mind about their relation to the wilderness, getting bread with the peril of their lives, because of the sword of the wilderness, when they can scarce look out of doors, but they are in danger of being seized upon by ravening wolves. The sword of the enemy and fear is on every side. 59. At the same time, and somewhat paradoxically, Mather finds that the promise of the wilderness has drawn the settlers into an idolatrous worship of land. Whereas the first planters here that they might keep themselves together were satisfied with 1 acre for each person, as his propriety, and after that with 20 acres for a family, how have men since coveted after the earth, that many hundreds, nay thousands of acres, have been engrossed by one man, and they that profess themselves Christians have forsaken churches and ordinances and all for land and elbow room. 60. More than a century and a half later, Daniel Boone was to acquire a bad name in New England for his putative advocacy of the identical principle of elbow room. As Jehovah's agent, Mather seeks to shake his audience out of its spiritual complacency by reminding it that the present misery of New England is but a metaphor of the trial to come. In the sufferings of the Indians' victims can be read the torments reserved for the damned at the last judgment, and even the defeats inflicted on the Indians by the English ought to offer no comfort, since this too is but an example of the fate of those who fall unconverted into the hand of God. The Indian himself is an image of what the Puritan who succumbs to the threat or the promise of the wilderness may become. Although Mather condemns the persecution of the praying Indians by vengeful Englishmen, he sees the Indian as a symbol of that spiritual, cultural, and racial degradation to which the spiritual thralls of the wilderness are brought. How many that although they are Christians in name, are no better than heathens in heart, and in conversation? How many families that life like profane Indians without any family prayers, or public invocation of the name of God, or instituted worship, whereby Christians are distinguished from heathens. 61. 87. Mather's brief history and the relation which followed it established not only a formal structure for the Indian War narrative but also a point of view toward the frontier that characterized the literature of the Indian Wars until well into the 18th century. Thomas Wheeler's exciting account of the siege and defense of Brookfield and the town's rescue by Boston troops follows the structural pattern established by Mather. The full title is, A Thankful Remembrance of God's Mercy to Several Persons at Quabog or Brookfield, partly in a collection of providences about them, and gracious appearances for them, and partly in a sermon preached by Mr. Edward Bulkley, pastor of the Church of Christ at Concord, upon a day of thanksgiving, kept by divers for their wonderful deliverance there. Wheeler was the military commander at Brookfield, and he gives a first-hand account of the course of events as they occurred. The citation of special providences serves to direct the reader toward the lesson to be learned. The narrative itself occupies 10 pages, while Bulkley's sermon occupies 30 in a lengthy discourse against the wantonness of spirit that brought the calamity. His text is adapted from Psalms 116, 12, What shall I render unto the Lord for all his benefits towards me? He answers in the manner of the covenant theology, God hath give you your desires, and answered your prayers, therefore do you answer his expectation. This will open God's heart and hand to give more. 62. The leaders of Puritan church and society, following Mather's example, used the Indian war narrative as a means of securing the psychological defenses of their society. Beyond the rim of settlement, the Englishman was the victim of forces beyond his understanding. Within the fold, he could be a hero, conquering the forces of sin within the body politic or in his own mind. Defense of present gains and a psychological turning inward for fields of conquest and development are the major themes of the King Philip's war tracts. For example, Samuel Noel delivered an artillery election sermon in 1678, which he subsequently published, entitled Abraham in Arms, or the first religious general with his army engaging in a war for which he had wisely prepared and by which not only an eminent victory was obtained, but a blessing gained also. His audience was the body of newly elected militia officers, and the burden of his address was that New England must concentrate as much on military preparedness as on moral fortification against the power of the wilderness. Training in arms is seen to be no less essential to the colony's safety than training in the catechism. Our military strength is, under God, the appointed means, or in the ordinary way of providence, is the proper and only means. It is a strange piece. 88. Of dotage befallen this crazy-headed age, that men should not use the sword. 63. Noel, an active combatant in the swamp fight, may have been criticizing the moralistic preoccupation of non-combatants Mather and Hubbard, who devoted more attention to public prayer and fasting than to the efficiency of the military organization. Yet his concessions to the practical exigencies of wilderness warfare were minimal, for he could point to only two justifications for pursuing Indians into the woods: the rescue of captives, and the defense of the coastal enclaves. The most notable successes of the colonies were those obtained by men who, like Benjamin Church, ventured boldly into the woods to fight the Indian on his own terms, far from the refuges of the coast. It must also be said that if Noel saw military training as no less essential than prayer, he saw it as no more essential than spiritual activity. This philosophy of self-defense carried with it an implicit view of the wilderness as a place in which the Puritan settler might undergo a martyrdom or lose his soul to the devil. William Hubbard's narrative of the troubles with the Indians, published in Boston and London by authority of the Massachusetts General Court, presents the official version of this point of view. He begins by disclaiming the name history for his account, because the matter of his book consists more of massacres, barbarous inhumane outrages, than acts of hostility, or valiant achievements such as characterize a war. Like Mather, Hubbard refers to the Indians as wolves or lions, scarcely human beings. Indeed, he carries the logic of the image a step further than Mather by insisting that the Indian wars resemble the extirpation of vermin more than civilized warfare. The New Englanders are the martyrs or victims of the New World, suffering passions at the hands of their enemies. 64. The Indians are motivated by the instigation of Satan, that either envied at the prosperity of the Church of God here seated, or else fearing lest the power of the Lord Jesus, that had overthrown his kingdom in other parts of the world, should do the like here. 65. The implication is that here, the New World, has in fact been part of the devil's kingdom and, in its natural wild state, remains Satan's. Benjamin Thompson's two proto-epic poems on King Philip's War, New England's Crisis and New England's Tears, both published in Boston in 1676 and in London in 1677, evolved symbolic readings of the colonial sense of victimization by a wrathful God and a wicked devil. The poems are actually a sequence of loosely related verses centering on particular events and can be read together as a single unit or group of poems. The series begins with a prologue and is followed by New England Crisis, an 89. account of the origins and early stages of the war. The rest of the cycle is a succession of accounts of particular disasters: Marlbury's fate, Providence's fate, upon the setting of that Occidental star John Winthrop, Esq., Governor of Connecticut Colony, and the like. Thompson's prologue begins with an Arcadian view of old New England, in which all men were pious, poor, plain, and brotherly in affection and in the sharing of substance. The times wherein old Pompeian was a saint. When men fared hardly yet without complaint. On vilest cates, the dainty Indian maize was eat on clamshells out of wooden trays. Under thatched huts without the cry of rent. And the best sauce to every dish, content. And men as well as birds had chirping notes. These golden times, too fortunate to hold, were quickly finned away for love of gold. Then, in the reign of the first Puritans, Puritanic capes was comelier where our wiser fathers thought, than the caste fashions from old Europe brought. 66. Thompson's grievance, like Mather's, is against both Europe, which ignored the New England message, and homegrown dissenters, second-generation backsliders, and controversialists in religion and politics. Such men Thompson associates with the Indians, those barbarians who need no grounds but lust to make a Christian bleed. Philip and his peers are seen as rebels against the wisdom of old Massasoit, Philip's grandfather and the Puritans' first friend. Philip, a greasy lout, declares to his men, "Our fathers were not half so wise as we ourselves who see with younger eyes." The Puritan fear of the temptation posed by the laxness of Indian sexual mores gives Thompson license to have Philip say, "We'll have their silken wives, take they our squaws." 67. The forces of disorder, greed, cruelty, lust, class conflict, and filial ingratitude destroy Thompson's Arcadia. Interestingly, it is Thompson's Indians who embody these forces. They are even accused of destroying the trees of the wilderness to make a fortress, thus victimizing the woods along with the colonists. The Indians embody all evil in this poem. They are monsters shaped and faced like men and function as a scapegoat for Puritan self-doubts and feelings of guilt. Appropriately, they are sacrificed in a fire during the Great Swamp Fight. Go. The flames like lightning in their narrow streets dart in the face of everyone it meets. Here might be heard an hideous Indian cry of wounded ones who in the wigwams fry. Had we been cannibals here might we feast on brave Westphalian gammons ready drayest. 68. This passage sounds a bloody and ambiguous note in the poem. Frying Indians like German hams might be taken simply as a rather horrid conceit, but it is highly suggestive that the savage slaughter of the foe brought to Thompson's mind the possibility of the white settlers feasting on the dead. In the nightmarish atmosphere of a battle deep in the wilderness, in a night made terrifying by the flames and shots and screams of the dying, all kinds of unspeakable acts might be contemplated or committed. Such temptations were matters of course in the Indian Wars and might be counted on as a source of continuing moral misery to the soldier returned from massacre to congregation. Cannibalism had traditionally been associated with the Indians of America since the discovery of the New World by the men of the Renaissance. 69. The practice was not restricted to certain tribes of cannibals but was practiced as a ritual by almost all tribes. The Tarantine Indians of New England would, by one Puritan account, tie captives to a tree and gnaw their flesh piecemeal from the bones. 70. Saltonstall's account in the present state of New England of the execution of an Indian contains a description of one such ritual and clarifies the motivation for Indian cannibalism. The executioners, for there were many, flung one end of the rope over the post, and so hoisted him up like a dog, 3 or 4 times, he being half alive and half dead. Then came in an Indian, a friend of his, and with his knife made a hole in his breast to his heart, and sucked out his heart blood. The whites asked his reason therefore and received the following reply: "Me stronger than I was before, me be so strong as me and he too, he be ver strong _man for he die." 71. Eating a bit of one slain enemy, the word friend is a bit of sarcasm here, was to primitive men a ritual means of taking on the strength of that enemy. For the same reason they would cut a piece of a just killed bear or wolf and eat it raw, believing that they were thus taking on the bear's strength or the wolf's cunning. Thompson's cannibalistic image of the Indians as fried gammons may well be an unconscious symbol for the profound ambivalence with which the Puritans approached the New World. In one sense they did wish to cannibalize the Indian to take into themselves the Indian's strength or 91. Prowess, his ability to live within the environmental laws of the wilderness. They wished to make the Indian and the wilderness their victim, the subject of their will and their vision, and they could impose that will only by gaining the ability to meet the Indian on the terms imposed by the Indian's world. Fascinated by their opportunity for creating a world, the Puritans were also repelled by the nature of the means necessary to their conquest. In order to create a world of divine law pure and simple, they had to subject themselves in part to the law of the devil. In order to convert the Indian, they had themselves to become more like the Indian. But when eventually the obstacles were overcome and they could establish their vision as law without external hindrance, how could they be sure that their immersion in the corrupting element, their figurative cannibalization on the Indian, their partaking of a savage Eucharist, had not permanently corrupted their vision? The only hope lay in a force external to both colonist and wilderness, the Calvinist God of arbitrary grace and redemption. By dramatizing themselves as victims rather than heroes, as passive recipients of God's grace and the devil's malice, the Puritans could view their relationship to the wilderness in more comfortable terms. Thompson's epilogue formulates the vision of the American experience as it had developed under the dual pressures of the war's events and Calvinist Pietism. He sees the present chiefly as an ordeal which makes a future redemption possible. Let this, dear Lord, the sad conclusion be of poor New England's dismal tragedy. But in its funeral ashes write thy name, so fair all nations may expound the same. Out of her ashes let a phoenix rise, that may outshine the first and be more wise. 7-2. New England is symbolically destroyed in the poem, so that it may be the blank on which God will inscribe the emblem of his will. A significant transfer has taken place, an image originally attached to the New World as a whole, that of the tabula rasa, the void waiting to be filled by the substance of Christian order, is now narrowly applied to the civilized enclave that had been established there. Thompson's prayer is that God should make New England the passive recipient of his will, where the first settlers had hoped to impose their will on the wilderness. The Puritans' crisis of confidence in their prospects for communal success was partly the result of a series of historical defeats and partly the logical development of the Puritan conception of man's incapacity for virtuous. 92. Heroism. After the initial successes of their colonies and the triumph of Puritanism under Cromwell in England, the taste of victory began to sour. Cromwellian parliaments and administrators were as troublesome to New England's religious theory and polity as royal officials had been, and with the Restoration even the illusion of Puritan victory went glimmering. Within their own society, internal divisions, controversies, and heresies marred the peace and orthodoxy of the Bible Commonwealth, and the savages all but prevailed against them on the borders. Yet even without these setbacks, the Puritans' confidence in their mission might have been undermined by their antipathy for the Faustian and the heroic in themselves. The lack of human heroes in the King Philip's war tracts is remarkable. Jehovah is the only hero. Of the earthly protagonists, very few individuals and no heroes stand out. Special providences to individuals like Old Wakely are mentioned, but the nature of the incidents makes it clear that God, not man, is the heroic agent. The true earthly protagonists are not men but communities, the colonial governments on the one side, the Indian Confederation on the other. Not that heroes were lacking in the war. As we shall see, there was at least one preeminent figure, Captain Church, but references to his exploits are scanty, and his own account would not see print until 1716. John Mason, hero of the Pequot War, refused to publish his account of his exploits, deeming them too immodest and likely to detract from the glory ascribed to God in those events. The only genuine hero to publish during the period was Captain Underhill, a man clearly out of step with the Massachusetts way and one proscribed and exiled by the Puritan community. The King Philip's War Tracts established the characteristic genre conventions for narratives of the Indian Wars. God, never man, is the hero, and the community is the central human subject. The narrative itself functions as part of a sermon polemic, exemplifying a biblical text and reflecting the divine will revealed therein. The narratives are designed to be compelling demonstrations of the Puritan worldview, the conception of natural man as a depraved creature, Indian-like, requiring rigid chastisement by God and government. However, the necessity of recounting colonial victories in these narratives made them inappropriate as dramatizations of God's displeasure with New England backsliding, with the tendency of Puritans to drift off into the Indians' world and way of life. They did not inspire virtuous self-recriminations because they allowed the colonists the luxury of putting the whole burden of evil on the Indians' back. To meet this need, another genre assumed increasing importance. Whereas early emigration pamphlets and Indian war tracts portrayed Eng. 93. Lish colonization metaphorically as Exodus, the journey of Israel from a fallen Egypt to the promised land, the captivity narratives portrayed it as a figurative Babylonian captivity, an exile from a lost, conquered, and debased promised land of England. Chapter: Israel in Babylon. The archetype of the captivity narratives, 1682 to 1700. Son of man, thou dwellest in the midst of a rebellious house, which have eyes to see, and see not, they have ears to hear, and hear not, for they are a rebellious house. Therefore, thou son of man, prepare thee stuff for removing, and remove by day in their sight, and thou shalt remove from thy place to another place in their sight, it may be they will consider, though they be a rebellious house. Then shalt thou bring forth thy stuff by day in their sight, as stuff for removing, and thou shalt go forth at even in their sight, as they that go forth into captivity. Ezekiel 12, 2-4. Almost from the moment of its literary genesis, the New England Indian captivity narrative functioned as a myth, reducing the Puritan state of mind and worldview, along with the events of colonization and settlement, into archetypal drama. In it a single individual, usually a woman, stands passively under the strokes of evil, awaiting rescue by the grace of God. The sufferer represents the whole, chastened body of Puritan society, and the temporary bondage of the captive to the Indian is dual paradigm of the bondage of the soul to the flesh and to the temptations arising from original sin, and of the self-exile of the English Israel from England. In the Indian's devilish clutches, the captive had to meet and reject the temptation of Indian marriage and or the Indian's cannibal Eucharist. To partake of the Indian's love or of his equivalent of bread and wine was to debase, to un-English the very soul. The captive's ultimate redemption by the grace of Christ and the efforts of the Puritan magistrates is likened to the regeneration of the soul in conversion. The ordeal is at once threat 95. Full of pain and evil and promising of ultimate salvation. Through the captive's proxy, the promise of a similar salvation could be offered to the faithful among the reading public, while the captive's torments remain to harrow the hearts of those not yet awakened to their fallen nature. This is the pattern suggested by Underhill in his account of the captive maids, whose condition he likens to that of captive Israel and whose adventure is presented as a parable of the colonists' collective salvation through affliction. 1. The first captivity narratives were genuine, first-person accounts of actual ordeals, and for that reason it is possible to view the genre as a natural, spontaneous product of the New World experience. However, Puritan ministers and men of letters were quick to realize the polemical and theological potential in the tales and began to exercise direct control over the composition of the narratives, shaping them for their own ends. Under their hands, the genre became very flexible, serving, often simultaneously, as literary entertainment, material for revival sermons, vehicle for political diatribes, and experimental evidence in philosophical and theological works. The great and continuing popularity of these narratives, the uses to which they were put, and the nature of the symbolism employed in them are evidence that the captivity narratives constitute the first coherent myth literature developed in America for American audiences. The nature and extent of the captivity narratives' popularity is attested by the fact that they completely dominate the list of frontier narratives published in America between 1680 and 1716, replacing narratives of soldierly exploits in the sermon narrative literature. 2. It almost seems as if the only experience of intimacy with the Indians that New England readers would accept was the experience of the captive, and possibly that of the missionary. Even after 1720 the tales of captivity continued to be popular, although they shared the market with other types of narrative, and the first tentative American efforts at short fiction and the first American novel, Brown's Edgar Huntley, were very much in the vein of the captivity narratives. Mary Rowlandson's The Sovereignty and Goodness of God, a narrative of the captivity and restoration, was the first and by far the most widely distributed book devoted to a single captivity. It was printed first in Boston in 1682 and as The True History of the Captivity went through 2 other editions, in Cambridge and London, that same year. These separate Zero-land promotion brochures and legal documents also appeared in profusion throughout the period but did not have the imaginative charge of the narrative literature. 96. Editions were not only testimony to the book's extraordinary popularity, they also ensured its wide distribution in England and in the colonies. Colonial printing of Indian war literature during this period was largely restricted to the Boston area presses and the London presses. It was from the latter that books were distributed to England and the southerly colonies, while Boston served eastern New England. Mrs. Rowlandson's work continued to be popular for a century and a half. It was reissued in Boston in 1720, 1770, 2 editions, 1771, and 1773, in New London in 1773, and frequently thereafter in various colonies and states well into the 19th century. Another popular early narrative was John Williams's The Redeemed Captive, an account of his captivity among the French Indians in Canada. It was published in Boston in 1706 by Cotton Mather himself, in an edition that was hastily and badly printed to meet the immediate demand for it. It sold 1,000 copies in a week. Its popularity also was long-lived. It was reissued in Boston in 1707, 1720, 1758, 1774, and 1776, and in New London in 1773. Of the 4 narrative works which attained the status of bestseller between 1680 and 1720, 3 were captivity narratives, the 4th was Pilgrim's Progress. Not until the 19th century did a novel gain similar popularity. 3. But popularity alone is not the best sign by which to recognize the presence of a myth. More relevant is testimony to the power of the captivity narratives to express the community's sense of the meaning of its experience, to rationalize its actions, and to move its people to new actions. The captivities were presented in sermon narrative form, each beginning with a biblical text and prefaced by a doctrine section in which the moral principles demonstrated in the narrative were defined and offered to the reader as a lesson and a warning to reform his life. Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative, for example, was offered to her dear children and relations for the purpose of reminding them of their religious duties. Cotton Mather used the narrative of Hannah Duston's escape from captivity as the core of a series of revival sermons in 1694, attempting to invoke in the backslidden younger generation the religious consciousness of the Puritan fathers by recounting this myth of the Puritan experience. Even the writings that emerged from the witch hysteria of 1692 derived images and narrative patterns from the captivities. Revival preachers persisted in using captivities in their sermons well beyond the Great Awakening of the 1740s. Perhaps the most extraordinary of these was that preached in 1741 by Solomon Williams, a relation of captive John Williams, on the occasion of John Williams's daughter's return after 38 years of captivity. By the late 1740s the captivities had become so much a part of the 97. New England way of thinking that they provided a symbolic vocabulary to which preachers would refer almost automatically in any attempt at stirring a revival of religious sentiments. Even Jonathan Edwards's Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, the most perfect of the revival sermons, employs images from the captivities. Divine wrath hovers all about the sinful community, and invisible devils haunt the outskirts like Indians waiting for the chance to assault. The devils watch them, they are ever by them at their right hand, they stand waiting for them, like greedy hungry lions that see their prey. If God should withdraw his hand, by which they are restrained, they would in one moment fly upon their poor souls. The arrows of death fly unseen at noonday, the sharpest sight cannot discern them. God's wrath is likened to a bow with a fiery arrow bent and aimed at the sinner's heart, needing but a movement to fly and, like the cannibal bowman, be drunk with your blood. Even the torments of hell bear peculiar resemblance to Indian fire torture. For Edwards was able to capture the Puritan sense of spiritual isolation and peril in a series of poetic images, but the power of his prose poetry was made possible by the fact that his audience was saturated in the imagery and emotion of the captivity narratives. Several identifiable factors brought about the development of the captivity mythology, shaped its course, and gave it its special character and direction. The prime source of its peculiar concerns and images is the psychological condition of the Puritans, their theory of human psychology, and their therapeutic rituals designed for dealing with states of mind or soul. The accuracy with which the captivities reflected this Puritan psychology gave them their great popularity and made them viable as components in Puritan sermons and other rituals. For this reason, discussion of the captivities must center around an analysis of their psychology. Other factors, however, conspired with psychology to make the captivities the starting point of an American mythology, especially the historical circumstances of the Indian Wars and the deliberate intervention of conscious artists, notably Cotton Mather, representatives of the Puritan ruling classes in the process of myth-making. The historical impact of the captivity experience on the New England mind can be suggested by a brief glance at the statistics of captivity and the reports of captives' fates that circulated in New England. Emma Lewis Coleman's New England Captives Carried to Canada, published in 1925, lists some 750 individual captivities between 1677 and 1750, and there is little doubt that this represents less than half of the total number of captives. Only those who were carried all the way to Canada and integrated 98 into French-Canadian society are listed, since only these appear in Canadian records. Hundreds of children and women, and some men, who vanished into Indian villages have never been traced, and these were more likely than the Canadian captives to remain in captivity for life or to accept adoption into a tribe. Moreover, the inefficiency of colonial record-keeping, especially before 1700, makes it impossible to identify all those taken from New England villages. Other statistics indicate that 2 were captured for every name that was recorded. Of the 750 whose names and fates are known, 300 were ransomed and returned to New England after captivities ranging from 6 months to 20 years. 21 captives were returned to the English after longer stays among the Indians and French. Of the remaining captives, 92 were killed in captivity, and more than 100 disappeared after brief stays in Canada, either dead, or escaped to other colonies, or carried into the deep woods by the Indians. 150 captives were converted to Roman Catholicism, 13 eventually returned to New England, most of them married, and a substantial number of the women became nuns. No fewer than 60 of the captives became Indians outright, and many of those listed as long-term captives were noted for their retention of Indian habits after their return. From the viewpoint of New England, then, Indian captivity was almost certain to result in spiritual and physical catastrophe. The captives either vanished forever into the woods, or returned half-Indianized or Romanized, or converted to Catholicism and stayed in Canada, or married some Canadian half-breed or Indian slut, or went totally savage. In any of these cases, the captive was a soul utterly lost to the tents of the English Israel. Another reason for the success of the captivity as an archetype of the American experience lies in its aptness as an expression of the Puritans' anxieties about their social and spiritual position. They had left England voluntarily, although exhorted to remain. To compensate, they had resisted, to the best of their ability, the tendency to acculturate to the Indian way of life fostered by the wilderness. Now the anxiety occasioned by their leaving ancestral England was being borne out by their American-born children, just as they themselves had left the ways of their parents and grandparents, so the children were growing up strangers to their parents' culture. The fathers had sharpened their piety in England on the persecutions by Anglican prelates and the hot gospeling of an evangelical age. Their children suffered no such persecution, and the fervor of their piety was markedly less. It was as if the sin of the first generation against their own English parents were being visited upon them through their own children. Thompson's reference to the times when old Pompeian was a saint, before plain puritanic capes gave way to profane fashions, plays on this anxiety. John White had thought of the relationship between New and Old England as a marriage, but that relationship had long been allowed to lapse, and the Puritans would make no new marriage with the wilderness people. Thus they were guilty of breaking the familial bond binding father to son and man to society, and they felt alienated in their guilt. In the captivity narrative, the Indians become the instruments of God for the chastisement of his guilty people, a reversal of the missionary and war narrative's insistence that the whites are God's means for the salvation or destruction of the Indians. All interest in the landscape of the wilderness disappears. Underhill's Garden of New England is seen only as a wasteland of starvation and hardship. Natural terrain is suggested in horrific abstractions, the landscape of the Puritan mind replaces the real wilderness. In place of Underhill's outward-looking spirit, the captivity narratives speak for an inward turn. Underhill's garden was free and open to airs and impulses. The garden of the captivity is a small, cultivated plot, protected from the encroaching wilderness by a stiff hedge of religious dogma and rigorous government. The younger generation, seeking land beyond the hedge, are equated with the Indians for the breaches they make in good order and filial piety. Cotton Mather's short history of New England formalizes the history of the colony in terms of this tension between the generations. He exaggerates his father's strictures against the idolatry of land and elbow room and echoes in his anathemas the very phrases that had been hurled at the Puritan fathers by their British elders. Observe goings out as well as breakings in, if you would see where the hedge is deficient. Ah, Lord! Is there no way for us to hinder our sons from going out at our wall, that they may among, I know not what cursed crews, offer themselves a burnt offering unto the devil? Do our old people, any of them, go out from the institutions of God, swarming into new settlements, where they and their untaught families are like to perish for lack of vision? 5. The opulent promise of America is itself viewed primarily as a temptation of the devil. One of the promises made by the Indian-like black man during the witch hysteria was that he would take those who signed his book to a golden city. 6. Such thinking is indicative of the change in the New England mind. The Puritan was no longer sure of his ability to conquer the wilderness in a righteous manner. Instead, he felt himself weak enough to be debased by the wilderness to the level of the depraved natural man, the 100. Indian. The safest way of discovering the wilderness, therefore, was as the unwilling captive of the wilderness's familiar demons. One could then justify the gaining of intimate knowledge of the Indian life as the result of divine agency. The situation of the captive presented an exaggerated and emotionally heightened illustration of the moral and psychological situation of the community. The New Englanders had left their homes voluntarily, albeit under compulsion of conscience, and come to dwell close to the Indians. Their ties with their families, with civilization itself, had been forsaken for the sake of their God's will. But of all New Englanders, the Indian captives were forced into the closest relationship with the Indians. Even the missionary was not so totally bound to the Indian community. His spiritual ties were with civilization, his activities aimed at creating a facsimile of civilization in the wilderness. For the captive, ties to civilization were violently severed, and there was little or no hope of their being restored. The families they brought out of civilization with them were butchered before their eyes. Under compulsion they might be forced to attend the rites of the savages, even to join them. For their fellows at home this was only a distant temptation, although a present one. For the captives the temptation to accept the Indian way of life was great, since it promised escape from immediate torments. The Puritans feared both a marriage of the English and American cultures and a symbolic cannibalization of Indians by whites. For the women captives there was the immediate threat of a literal forced marriage to an Indian brave. As for literal cannibalism, all captives had to eat, and who could be sure whether the meat offered were human or animal unless the animal's carcass was seen? God would sustain the Puritan community did not many pious men and women resist temptation in captivity through God's grace. But the community was still in gravest peril, for many of the captives fell. John Williams's narrative, The Redeemed Captive, taught that the ultimate salvation of the soul itself was really at stake in the trial by captivity. One of Williams's daughters, who was very young when captured, could not be won from her captors in time for repatriation with her father. The result was typical of the fate of many captives: she forgot her language and her catechism and became at once a papist and a pagan savage, married to an Indian. Despite the efforts of her father and her family to bring her back, she refused all opportunities to resume her former life. On one occasion she returned to the neighborhood of her birthplace, Deerfield, Massachusetts, dressed as an Indian. Her friends clothed her in the English fashion and sent her to meeting, but she indignantly threw off her clothes. 101. In the afternoon, and resumed the Indian blanket. By her own declaration she preferred the Indian way of life. When offered a tract of land, she declared that she would never move again from Canada to New England because to do so would endanger her soul. 7. Her visit occurred in 1740-41 at the height of the Great Awakening, and her presence in the congregation had been the occasion for a sermon preached at Mansfield, August 4, 1741, at a time set apart for prayer for the revival of religion, by Pastor Solomon Williams. It was perhaps Williams's attempt to use her as an example of God's delivering a soul from bondage to the devil that made her afraid of losing in New England the soul she had developed in 38 years of captivity. 8. Indian captivity victimization by the wilderness was the hardest and most costly, and therefore the noblest, way of discovering the will of God in respect to one's soul, one's election, or damnation. The captivity narratives were ideal for expressing this anxiety and for symbolically resolving it. They were based on an experience which was a unique feature of the community's American experience but which was strongly reminiscent of older myths intrinsic to Christianity: the fall of man, the apocalypse, and divine judgment. The structure of the captivity narratives embodied, in symbolically heightened terms, the experience of personal conversion, as the Puritans conceived it, as well as the pattern of the traumatic experience of emigration that had brought the Puritans to New England in the beginning. The analogies among the structural formulas of the captivity narratives, the Christian myths, Puritan psychology, and the community's historical experiences make it clear that the captivity narrative was a primary vehicle for the American Puritans' mythology. It reduced a complex of religious beliefs, philosophical concepts, and historical experiences to a single, compelling, symbolic ritual drama. Transmuted into myth, each of these experiences emigration, conversion, and captivity like the myths of the fall and the apocalypse. 0 begins with man in a happy condition of innocence or complacence. By divine intervention, this happiness is disrupted, man is alienated from his happy state and plunged into a trial and ordeal in which his soul is in peril. Ultimately, assuming the soul is not predestined for hell, the experience results in a figurative rebirth, the attainment of a new soul. All are myths of self-transcendence, of initiation into a new state of being. Fallen man is initiated into the corrupted mortal life that we. 0 Other biblical analogues of the captivity are the Babylonian captivity, Job's sufferings, and the parable of the prodigal son. References to all three abound in Mrs. Rowlandson's and all subsequent captivity narratives and in the Jeremiads of the clergy on New England's supposed spiritual decline. 102. No as our own, but the souls brought to judgment pass through trial into heaven, purged of earthly dross. The convert is said to have overcome original sin, to have been reborn as a new and sinless being. Like Israel's Babylonian captivity, the experience of emigration is supposed to have initiated the Puritans into a better way of following the divine ordinances. The captivity narrative partakes of all these meanings and adds another: it constitutes the Puritans' peculiar vision of the only acceptable way of acculturating, a being initiated into the life of the wilderness. This last meaning was the most crucial because it spoke directly to the anxieties that arose from the situation of all European colonists in America. It was this that made the captivity narratives the root of a growing American mythology in which self-transcendence through acculturation and acculturation through acts of violence were the basic themes. The first and perhaps the best of the captivity narratives was Mary Rowlandson's The Sovereignty and Goodness of God, together with the faithfulness of his promises displayed, being a narrative of the captivity and restoration of Mrs. Mary Rowlandson, first published in 1682. Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative is, in the sense in which I have defined the term, an archetype, that is, the initiator of a genre of narrative within American culture, the primary model of which all subsequent captivities are diminished copies, or types. This is not the same as the Jungian definition of an archetype as a narrative which is at once a cultural phenomenon and an organic component of the individual mind, nor is it the pancultural ur-narrative, or monomyth, described by Campbell in Hero with a Thousand Faces and by Fraser in his discussion of the primitive myths of the Divine King. If Jung is right, her narrative is reducible to the common terms of a universally internalized mythology. Certainly the terms of her narrative, its structure and its symbolism, are derived from older European mythologies, which in turn derive from still more primitive biblical and Indo-European myths. She frequently acknowledges her debt by using biblical stories as archetypes and precedents for her own situation. However, it is the purpose of this study, not to trace these myths to some primeval source, whether in a collective unconscious or a primitive Indo-European root culture, but rather to trace the evolution of particularized myths as they function within the history of a single culture. In this limited context, Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative functions as an archetype, creating a paradigm of personal and collective history that can be discerned as an informing structure throughout Puritan and, with modifications, in later American narrative literature. It was the captivity narrative that provided the effective means of assimilating the colonial inheritance of primitive and European 103. Christian mythology to the circumstances of American life, of making the universal mythology applicable to a special cultural situation. The internal coherence of the captivity-based mythology as a representation of personal and collective history, its breadth and depth of influence in New England thought and literature, and its long-term maintenance of its evocative power can be suggested by comparing Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative with other key documents of the Puritan canon. Bunyan's allegory of the soul's quest and pilgrimage in Pilgrim's Progress and the emigration tracts of Bradford and John White are useful for suggesting the relevance of the captivity to the Puritans' vision of their life pattern, their quest, and their historical emigration from England. Michael Wigglesworth's Day of Doom, 1662, the classic Puritan vision of the apocalypse and judgment, also offers suggestive parallels with the captivity myth. And Jonathan Edwards's Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, 1749, the archetypal revival sermon by the most subtle student of the psychology of personal conversion, suggests the relevance of the captivity to the psychology of conversion. Analogies between the captivity and Edwards's sermon are especially interesting because of his sensationalist rhetoric. The sermon is designed to impose a series of sense perceptions on the hearer, which will bypass or overwhelm the defenses of his corrupted reason and operate directly on his affections, thus carrying him into the emotional crisis of religious conversion. This is precisely the way in which myth tales, such as Mrs. Rowlandson's, operate on their audiences, and the success of Edwards's sermons is testimony to the evocative power of the captivity myth imagery. Mrs. Rowlandson's captivity begins typically, with the heroine victim in a state of relatively complacent ease. She is only vaguely troubled by her easy situation, vaguely wondering why God goes not try her in some way. Others of her acquaintance have been so tried, and some have fallen. The Bible promises that all will be tried and should be prepared. Presumably her minister husband reminds his wife and the community of this each Sunday. But there is only the vaguest suspense or anticipation of threatening evil in the community or in Mrs. Rowlandson's heart. Somehow the victim has forgotten the true meaning of these warnings and portents, believing that the sword will always be kept from the family. She takes peace for granted, but as a good Puritan she longs for some affliction of God to be visited upon her, in order that her sinful will might be overborne by a stronger and purer force of holiness than her own. Like Underhill's prospective emigrants, she views the holy afflictions of her fellow saints in the wilderness and in her complacency thinks, in Underhill's words, "Would I 104 had some of those." In so doing she tempts God, committing the sin of pride, failing to realize what the experience of God's wrath might be, and believing herself capable of sustaining it. Before I knew what affliction meant, I was ready sometimes to wish for it. When I lived in prosperity, having the comforts of the world about me, and yet seeing many, whom I preferred before myself, under many trials and afflictions, in sickness, weakness, poverty, losses, crosses, and cares of the world, I should be sometimes jealous lest I should have my portion in this life. Hebrews 12:6, For whom the Lord loveth he chastiseth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. 9. Implicit in this point of view is the fear of the double-edged promise of the new world, the opulent rewards, which might make the spirit too secure and unready for the test, and the freedom from artificial restraints, which place the whole weight of responsibility for the maintenance of virtue in thought and action on the lonely individual. Yet it was for this very reason that the Puritan emigrants had come to America, seeking a hard way to do the Lord's work, not, as their critics charged, fleeing the holy war to live in greater ease. Thomas Shepard, John White, William Bradford, and all the other Puritan emigration tractarians emphasized the arduousness of the task, the ascetic and self-mortifying spirit of the emigrants. Not the pleasure, profits, and honors of the world, but the trials and pains of a land ruled by death, the king of terror, is their dwelling place. 10 Like Bunyan's Christian, they must take unto themselves a painful cross and love it more than the treasures of Egypt. 11 Similarly the captivity experience, with its pains and trials, brings a forced end to comforts and pleasures. The cross is thrust upon the Christian to love it, accept it, and be saved, or to rail against it and perish. The situation of the Puritan soul, for all its outward security, is thus extremely precarious. His farm is rich, and the landscape is bright and open, but it sits on the brink of the abysmal woods, within whose shadows devilish Indians move. Surrounded by his fellows, he knows that at the ultimate judgment he must stand alone, that even now, when he faces God within his conscience, he is solitary. The world seems secure, but apocalypse lies just below the surface of the mind, of the world. When the moment of judgment or conversion or massacre comes, this latent truth becomes manifest. The sinner beholds his sinfulness, the already damned, the fact of damnation, the backslidden frontiersman, the physical form of his degeneration. Thus Edwards takes as his text the line, "Their foot shall slide in due time," and reads it as a prophecy. 105. The wicked were always exposed to destruction, as one who walks in slippery places is every moment liable to fall. That the reason why they are not fallen already, and do not fall now, is only that God's appointed time is not come. For it is said, that when that due time comes, their foot shall slide. Then they shall be left to fall, as they are inclined by their own weight. As he that stands on such slippery declining ground, on the edge of a pit, he cannot stand alone, when he is let go he immediately falls and is lost. 1-2. The good, beloved land on which they walk and the very air they breathe are seen as perilous, embodying an implacable hostility toward themselves. The land and creatures they believed they had conquered and tamed are still in the hands of God, ready to turn and visit his judgment upon them. Were it not for the sovereign pleasure of God, the earth would not bear you for one moment, for you are a burden to it, the creation groans with you, the creature is made subject to the bondage of your corruption, not willingly, the sun does not willingly shine upon you to give you light to serve sin and Satan, the earth does not willingly yield her increase to satisfy your lusts. And the world would spew you out, were it not for the sovereign hand of him who hath subjected it in hope. 1-3. The advent of judgment, of conversion, or of captivity breaks into the troubled complacency of the consciousness with sudden violence, catching the soul unprepared. Wigglesworth's poetic vision of the day of doom employs the same imagery and pattern of events as Mrs. Rowland's Son. Still was the night, serene and bright, when all men sleeping lay, calm was the season, and carnal reason thought so 'twould last for aye. Soul, take thine ease, let sorrow cease, much good thou hast in store, this was their song, their cups among, the evening before. Edwards's exemplary natural man sings the same song, depending upon himself for his own security, in his stored-up good works, instead of forgetting himself and depending upon the person of Christ. As Wigglesworth shows, such egocentric dreams are disrupted suddenly, without warning, violently. For at midnight brake forth a light, which turned the night to day, and speedily an hideous cry did all the world dismay. Sinners awake, their hearts do ache, trembling their loins surpriseth, amazed with fear, by what they hear, each one of them ariseth. Straightway appears, they see with tears, the Son of God most dread, who with his train comes on amain to judge both quick and dead. 14. Mrs. Rowlandson likewise is caught all unprepared, roused from her bed. 106. By the advent of a judgment. The hideous cries of the savages, the sounds of battle, and the sight of several houses burning amaze her with fear. When we are in prosperity, oh, the little that we think of such dreadful sights, and to see our dear friends, and relations bleeding out their heart blood upon the ground. Yet these sights are but the outward manifestations of a divine judgment. Behind the faces of King Philip and his horde of savages, she discerns the Son of God most dread. Oh, the doleful sight that now was to behold at this house! Come behold the works of the Lord, what dissolutions he has made in the earth. Psalm 46, 8. 15. Like the sinners in Wigglesworth's poem, she is unready for her ordeal. I had often before this said, that if the Indians should come, I should choose rather to be killed by them than taken alive, but when it came to the trial my mind changed, their glittering weapons so daunted my spirit, that I chose to go along with those, as I may say, ravenous beasts, than that moment to end my days. 16. The larger patterns of the apocalypse and captivity are also present in the Puritan conception of the individual conversion experience as detailed by Edwards. Judgment for salvation or damnation comes without warning, catching will and consciousness asleep. If we could speak with the damned who have experienced judgment, says Edwards, they would give the following account, which repeats, in its essentials, the pattern of the captivity. No, I never intended to come here to hell. I had laid out matters otherwise in my mind. I thought I should contrive well for myself. I intended to take effectual care, but it came upon me unexpected. I did not look for it at that time, and in that manner, it came as a thief. Death outwitted me, God's wrath was too quick for me. Oh, my cursed foolishness! I was flattering myself and pleasing myself with vain dreams of what I would do hereafter, and when I was saying, peace and safety, then suddenly destruction came upon me. 17. Edwards saw the use or application of his sermon as the awakening of unconverted persons in this congregation to their actual condition, their real solitude and helpless nakedness in the cold eye of God. This same awakening is achieved for Mary Rowlandson at the advent of the Indians, as it is for Wigglesworth's sinners at the advent of Christ. They are immediately plunged into isolation. Family ties, above all, are violently disrupted, and the essence of their trial is whether they can accept this judgmental disruption as the work of God's grace. Mrs. Rowlandson's elder sister cannot, seeing those woeful sights, the infidels hailing mothers one way, and children another, and some wallowing in their blood, and her 107. Elder son telling her that her son William was dead, and myself wounded, she said, and, Lord, let me die with them, which was no sooner said, but she was struck with a bullet, and fell down dead over the threshold. 18. The breaking of family ties continues and is progressively intensified throughout the narrative, leaving Mrs. Rowlandson increasingly isolated. Her wounded baby dies after some days of torment, her son is separated from her, and she herself is carried further into the wilderness. The Indians assure her that they will waylay and kill her husband, who had been in Boston during the attack on Lancaster, if he comes to seek her. She stands alone in her trial, and the first test imposed on her is that she accept her isolation and her family's destruction as God's will. The trial is identical with that imposed on Bunyan's pilgrim, Christian, who must desert his wife and children to be tried by his God, obeying the biblical injunction, "If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple." 19. Thomas Shepard, justifying the Puritan emigration to hostile stay-at-homes, presents the New England adventure in terms of the same injunction. When we look back and consider what a strange poise of spirit the Lord hath laid upon many of our hearts, we cannot but wonder at ourselves, that so many, and some so weak and tender, with such cheerfulness and constant resolutions against so many persuasions of friends, discouragements from the ill report of this country, yet should leave our accommodations and comforts, should forsake our dearest relations, parents, brethren, sisters, Christian friends. And all this to go to a wilderness. 20. Mrs. Rowlandson, echoing the language of both passages, laments the destruction of her family but is able to reconcile it with her vision of God's justice and the ordained condition of man. "We had husband and father, and children, and sisters, and friends, and relations, and house, and home, and many comforts of this life, but now we may say, as Job, 'Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked I shall return, the Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord.'" 21. Mrs. Rowlandson's captivity narrative does more than echo the literature of Puritanism and emigration. By the nature of its theme, setting, and structure, it comments on the come-outer tracks of White, Bradford, Winthrop, and Shepard. She dramatizes and brings to the surface the ambivalent feelings of desire, for emigration, and guilt, for deserting England, feelings that undergulf the earlier writings by casting her Emmy. 108. Gration as an unwilling captivity to heathens and by conceiving it not as a crusader's quest but as a sinner's trial and judgment. This vision provides her with an ethical code to sustain her in her trials. The captivity is an act of divine providence akin to God's calling forth of Abraham, Bunyan's Christian, and Shepard's Puritans. To question or rail against the breaking of the family is therefore to question the judgment of Jehovah himself. Yet it is humanly impossible not to lament the separation, misery, suffering, and death of loved ones. Mrs. Rowlandson's problem is the same as that of the saved in the day of doom. The souls of men are brought alone before Christ the Judge, and their own consciences / more proof give in of each man's sin than 1,000 witnesses. The bonds of the family are dissolved, the saved are forbidden to pity the damned, for such compassion is out of fashion. 22. The tender mother will own no other of all her numerous brood but such as stand at Christ's right hand acquitted through his blood. The pious father had now much rather his graceless son should lie in hell with devils, for all his evils burning eternally. 23. Mrs. Rowlandson, unlike her sister, accepts the judgment and its consequences. "My grace is sufficient for thee." When her baby dies, she does not rail, rather, she thanks God for enabling her to bear her loss with the spirit of Job and concludes, "There I left that child in the wilderness, and must commit it, and myself also in this wilderness condition, to him who is above all." 24. The fact that the breakup of families is at the center of the trial by captivity suggests something of the state of the Puritan mind during the period of captivity narratives. The trauma of emigration centered on the emotional consequences of their leaving the ancestral English home voluntarily, doing violence to the ties of blood, friendship, and custom. Apologists like Shepard, Bradford, Winthrop, and White all attempted elaborate justifications of the act, which served to underline their justifiable anxieties. But the captivity narratives invoked the criticism leveled at the first Puritans as admonitions to the American generations, bidding them keep the old ways and stay behind the hedge of settlement. These narratives imply that unwilling captivity is the only, acceptable excuse for going into the wilderness, that the Puritans themselves were captives of the prelates, forced by them to leave a happy English home for a howling wilderness. The departure of the emigrants and Mrs. Rowlandson's acceptance of the butchery of her family are the American equivalents of Bunyan's Christian's farewell to his family, his shutting out their cries to return by 109. Putting his fingers in his ears. 25. The crucial difference between Wigglesworth's division of the family into saved and damned and Mrs. Rowlandson's image of the family's destruction is that Wigglesworth exults in the breaking, identifying gleefully and self-confidently with Christ the Judge, while Mrs. Rowlandson doubts her own sanctity, sympathizes with victims and devils, and acknowledges a sharing of responsibility with the home-destroying Indian. Once in the wilderness condition, the captive is figuratively in hell. Like the natural man in Edwards's sermon, whose piteous and hopeless situation moved his audience to identification and terror, the captive speaks to his reader directly from hell. He is surrounded by men who appear to be devils. He is tempted to share in their sinful orgies. He has an acute sense of his own depravity, his inability to resist temptations and compulsions toward uncleanness. Living beings demonstrate before his eyes his human bondage to sin. Witnessing this picture, whether as actual captive or as imaginative reader, the unconverted man or woman feels the pain of separation from all the good things of God's world and heaven. For the captive, the wilderness is the physical type of metaphysical hell. For the reader, the wilderness is a vivid analog of the condition of his own inner being, a paradigm of his mind and soul in which his sins, hidden under hopes and rationalizations, are suddenly made manifest. The throes of the soul's regeneration begin with a sense of separation, a perception of the distance one has fallen from grace. With this comes the perception of sin and sinfulness as a total environment, a world like hell, in which one breathes, gnaws, drinks one's own spiritual filthiness. Thus, for Mrs. Rowlandson and her reader, time is marked not in temporal days but in removes, spatial and spiritual movements away from civilized fight into Indian darkness. The nadir of her spiritual and physical progress in captivity finds her at 20 removes from civilization and Christianity. Her choice of the word removes and her use of this method of marking the passage of time reinforce the impression of captivity as an all-environing experience, a world in microcosm, complete even to having its own peculiar time-space relationships. Mrs. Rowlandson swiftly identifies the wilderness of her exile with hell in a vivid portrayal of an Indian bacchanal. Having glutted their appetite for slaughter, the Indians now begin killing and roasting a profusion of domestic beasts. Oh, the roaring, and singing, and dancing, and yelling of those black creatures in the night, which made the place a lively resemblance of hell. And as miserable was the wasty that was there made. 110. Of horses, cattle, sheep, swine, calves, lambs, roasting pigs, and fowl. Some roasting, some lying and burning, and some boiling to feed our merciless enemies. 26. This gluttony takes on an added significance as the tale of captivity continues, for hunger is the pervasive misery that dominates the lives of captives and Indians alike, driving them to all manner of sins, making Mrs. Rowlandson eventually their sister in guilt. At first her restraint is strong in the face of temptation. She is brought before King Philip himself, who bade me come in and sit down, and asked me whether I would smoke. Mrs. Rowlandson here reassures her reader that this, although a usual compliment nowadays amongst saints and sinners in Christian Boston, is a temptation the poor Indian captive can still resist, for though I had formerly used tobacco, yet I had left it ever since I was first taken. It seems to be a bait, the devil lays to make men lose their precious time. 27. But, though she will not partake of the Indian's ceremonial herb, hunger forces her to share the Indian's meat. She roundly condemns Indians who steal her ration from her. Yet toward the end of her ordeal she is so far weakened as to be guilty of the same Indian crime toward 2 captive children. I went to another wigwam, where they were boiling corn and beans, which was a lovely sight to see, but I could not get a taste thereof. Then I went to another wigwam where there were 2 of the English children, the squaw was boiling horse's feet, then she cut me off a piece, and gave one of the English children a piece also. Being very hungry I had quickly eaten up mine, but the child could not bite it, it was so tough and sinewy, but lay sucking, gnawing, chewing and slabbering of it in the mouth and hand. Then I took it of the child and eat it myself, and it was savory to my taste. Then I may say as Job, chapter 6. 7. The things that my soul refused to touch are as my sorrowful meat. 28. She feels herself metamorphosed into a beast, a wilderness thing. The experience of captivity thus leads her to the perception of her own fallen, debased, even beast-like condition, her absolute dependence on God, her weakness in the face of sin, and the precarious nature of all human conditions. I have seen the extreme vanity of this world, she declares. 29. With this awakening and the arrival of a ransom, the chastened victim is returned to society and restored to her family and the community of saints. In the formula that was to become conventional, the return and restoration of the God-wounded sinner marks the conclusion of the captivity. The captive is not initiated into an entirely new way of life, rather, he is restored to his old life with newly opened eyes. Thus the pain and anxiety of the captive, particularly his traumatic alienation from family and people, are partially resolved. And in the symbolic resolution of the captive's trial, the community's anxieties about emigration and about the conflict between generations are likewise resolved. Yet the captive, like the regenerate convert, has experienced a thing that his fellows have not, and his return to their presence is therefore not complete, for part of him always senses, always relives the moment of insight. He has perceived that life is lived on the brink of an abyss, and this perception stays with him as an acute and continuing anxiety for the state of his soul and the wrath of God's judgment on sinful people. Edwards again provides the perfect expression of this sense of isolation and perpetual peril. O sinner! Consider the fearful danger you are in. It is a great furnace of wrath, a wide and bottomless pit, full of the fire of wrath, that you are held over in the hand of that God, whose wrath is provoked and incensed as much against you, as against many of the damned in hell. You hang by a slender thread, with the flames of divine wrath flashing about it, and ready every moment to singe it and burn it asunder, and you have no interest in any mediator, and nothing to lay hold of to save yourself, nothing of your own, nothing that you have ever done, nothing that you can do, to induce God to spare you one moment. 30. The Puritans believed that the sense of grace, of acceptance by God the Father, grew directly out of such moments of intense fear, anxiety, and loneliness. They therefore hoped that the experience of grace, the sensible apprehension of God by the soul in conversion, would end this feeling of anxious isolation. Thus the saved man in Wigglesworth's Day of Doom finds a new home in Christ's bosom, and the Puritan fathers hope to find in the New World a true home for their families and their faith. Hence arises the movement of the captivity myth through images of exile to images of reconciliation and abiding rest. But Mrs. Rowlandson's experiences have marked her and left her spiritually alienated from her family. The restoration to the paternal bosom is incomplete. She has seen through the veil that covers the face of God and cannot lose the sorrowful, necessary knowledge in the bosom of her restored family and church. I can remember a time, when I used to sleep quietly without workings in my thoughts, whole nights together, but now it is other ways with me. When all are fast about me, and no eye open, but his whoever waketh, my thoughts are upon things past, upon the awful dispensation of the Lord towards us. Through so many difficulties, returning us to safety. I remember in the night season, how 112. The other day I was in the midst of thousands of enemies, and nothing but death before me. It was then hard work to persuade myself, that ever I should be satisfied with bread again. But now we are fed with the finest of wheat and, as I may say, with honey out of the rock. 31. Nor is Mrs. Rowlandson's alienation only emotional. She has acquired a view of the war that is at odds with the orthodox histories. She interrupts her account of her rescue to criticize the policies and behavior of the colonial governments and their neglect of the frontier. Moreover, she has found that the Indians are truly her kindred in spirit, they are as much capable of charity as her own people, and she is as capable of doing evil as they. The text chosen for her narrative, "Out of the eater has come forth meat," thus has an ironic significance. She has partaken of the Indians' world, their bread and wine, she has devoured it as it would have devoured her. She became, for a while, Indian-like in her behavior, she gained insight into the Indian heart and lived intimately with the Indians. This partaking of the Black Eucharist was an inevitable part of her experience. Her resistance to adopting the Indians' ways has prevented her captivity from becoming a complete initiation into the American wilderness, as well as an experience of alienation from the security of the past. The Boone myth and other later myths would express the growing consciousness of an American national identity in terms of a partial acceptance of initiation into the Indians' world, but for the Puritan this was impossible. Even the metamorphosis of a white man into an animal later became an acceptable part of the Puritan myth, but not the loss of one's identity as English and Christian. Mrs. Rowlandson's literary success during her lifetime and her more enduring success as the originator of a major stream in the American mythology were not due to artistic skill. She was a sensitive woman, a careful observer of both external circumstances and conditions of the mind or soul, reasonably well read in scripture, and capable of writing clear, vigorous, often moving narrative prose. But the power of her narrative to touch and illuminate the deeper structures of Puritan thought, feeling, and tradition is due less to conscious art than to the fact that her experience, training, and state of mind were accurate reflections of the experience and character of her culture as a whole. Her greater degree of natural sensitivity and her experience as a captive made her more capable than her fellows of discovering and revealing the character of her soul, but the soul she revealed mirrored the aspirations and anxieties of Puritan America. The use of captivity narratives in revival sermons was the most typical form of ritual therapeutic use of the captivity mythology. A typical example of this ritual use is Cotton Mather's retelling of the captivity of Hannah. 113. Dustin, or Dustin, in humiliations followed with deliverances, 1697. The narrative was embedded in a revival sermon, an avowed purpose of which was to stimulate the people to remorseful prayer-arid self-indictment, to awaken in them the sense of their own baseness and helplessness and their utter dependence on Jehovah. Unlike Mrs. Rowlandson, Mather was a conscious artist, careful in his selection of material and in his presentation of a consistent point of view. Whereas Mrs. Rowlandson was absorbed in her confession and her memory, Mather is detached, highly conscious of his audience and its reactions, and determined to illuminate fully the theological and historical character of the events he portrays. The subtitle of the work indicates its structure, a brief discourse on the matter and method of that humiliation which would be an hopeful symptom of our deliverance from calamity. Accompanied and accommodated with a narrative of a notable deliverance lately received by some English captives from the hands of the cruel Indians and some improvement of that narrative. It begins with a lecture delivered by Mather at Boston on 2 Chron. 12:7. They have humbled themselves, I will not destroy them but I will grant them some deliverance. In the lecture he sketches the steps toward that necessary humiliation before God, beginning with a confession revealing our consciousness of sin. There follows a list of the social vices of New England, including drinking, swearing, foreign fashions, and the overzealous persecution of dissenters. Having sketched the pattern of humiliation in the abstract, he turns to the narrative of Hannah Dustin for the concrete justification of his argument. Mrs. Dustin's narrative briefly and piously sketches her capture, the murder of her children, and her own enslavement. It concludes with an account of how she, with 2 other captives, awoke in the night, seized axes and butchered and scalped, for the bounty, their sleeping captors. The 3 then made their way back to New England. Mather follows this account with an improvement of his own, designed to make clear the precise theological and moral implications of the factual account. The use which you are to make of the experience, is, to humble yourselves before the Lord exceedingly. The redeemed captives should not judge themselves better than those who were not rescued by God, nor should they be considered as great sinners for having been captured themselves. They should rather consider that they have been under the hand of God, have been favored in feeling His power and thus acquiring a knowledge of Him. This is God's grace to them, requiring that they in turn will sincerely render their very selves unto the Lord. Having been slaves to Indians, they must now be servant to the Lord. They have been 114. Bought by his blood from the dungeon, from their imprisonment in the real forest and from their bondage in the wilderness of original and personal sin that had held them. 32. Mather's treatment of Hannah Duston's account succeeds in the negative aim of eliminating all suggestions of human heroism from the published narrative. However, as the case of Mrs. Rowlandson demonstrates, even the most pious returned captives acquired altered outlooks on the nature of the wilderness and the Indians. Having tasted the black Eucharist of the wilderness and the Indians, they became, to some extent, symbolic amalgams of Indian and white characteristics, and to that extent they resembled the most horrid figure in the Puritan hagiography, the spiritual half-breed. Even Hannah Duston killed and scalped her former captors in the Indian manner. Since human experience on the frontier as elsewhere is susceptible of numerous interpretations, accounts of the captivity experience had to be set within a framework that would limit the possible interpretations to those acceptable to the Puritan oligarchy. The addition of prefaces and improvements to the narratives by careful ministers was one of the best means for restricting the readers', and often the writers', interpretive freedom. Narratives were most often used, as was Mrs. Rowlandson's, as testimony of man's utter dependence on God. Otherwise, captives who escaped from the Indians by strength or cunning might suggest that man could rely on his own strength for salvation. Many contemporaries of Mrs. Rowlandson shared her intimacy with the Indians, not as captives, but as willing friends and associates. They reached the same conclusions she did about the ineptness and inaptness of the orthodox Puritan Indian policy, and they carried their disagreement far deeper into matters of politics and doctrine. Benjamin Church, for example, actively pursued adventures in the wilderness in association with unregenerate Indians and took an almost unholy relish in dealing with them. His account of his life, in which he is as much a hero as Providence, has a most un-Puritan title, Entertaining Passages Relating to Philip's War. But although his adventures were contemporary with Mary Rowlandson's captivity, his book was not published until 1716 and not reissued until 1772. Before men of Church's stamp could have their day in American letters, New England reaped the full moral, literary, and social consequences of the mythology implicit in the captivity narratives. After 1690, dramatic changes in the character of the Indian Wars and the status of the Puritan colonies placed Cotton Mather and men of his stamp at the head of New England's religious and political life. Part of their technique for maintain 115. The sway of Puritan traditions in New England was their use of a restricted interpretation of the captivity myth as a weapon for restraining the atomism and individualism reflected in the movement of people from the coast into the Indian wilderness. This use of the captivity myth to suppress certain natural tendencies, both within the society as a whole and within individuals, ultimately produced the brief tragedy of the witchcraft hysteria and the enduring tragedy of a permanently distorted image of the American wilderness and the dark, American races. Chapter: Captivity Mythology and the Social Crisis, 1688 to 1693. Their courage, had they been gifted with a full knowledge of the new world they had hit upon, could not have stood against the mass of the wilderness. They could not afford to allow their senses to wander any more than they could afford to allow a member of their company to wander from the precinct of the church, even from Boston to Casco Bay, for worldly profit. The jargon of God, which they used, was their dialect by which they kept themselves surrounded as with a palisade. William Carlos Williams, in The American Grain. The character and consequences of the captivity myth can only be understood in the context of the historical origin of the myth. Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative appeared in 1682, but it was not until 1689–92 that a series of dramatic events compelled the Puritans to look to the captivity narrative for their mythological sustenance. In 1688, the beginning of King William's War revealed a drastic change in the character of Indian warfare. The Catholic French of Canada entered the fray on the side of the Indians. In a series of 3 dramatic raids during 1690, the French and Indians destroyed settlements from Schenectady to the Maine coast and initiated a systematic policy of capturing and converting or ransoming whole townships of Englishmen. Thus the Puritans were faced on the frontier by an alliance of their Manichaean opposites, the pagan Indians and the Papist Catholics. Coincident with the outbreak of this new kind of war, which was to last, in effect, until the Canadian War of 1812-15, came the overthrow of the Catholic King James II in England and his replacement by the Prots. 117. Tant William III. This was accompanied in America by the overthrow of the royal governor Andros in Massachusetts, an act which ratified the alienation of Puritan America from paternal English care that the Puritans had for years so vehemently denied. The first venture of the new government, in which the Mathers played a conspicuous part, was a reprisal assault against Quebec, which failed dismally. Finally, the strain and anxiety of revolutionary times culminated in the witchcraft delusion of 1692-93, in which Cotton Mather and his reworkings of the captivity mythology played a conspicuous part. 1. Microcosm, the Salmon Falls captivities. These events were both causes and symptoms of some rather sinister tendencies in the American Puritan mind. The neurotic atmosphere of apocalyptic crisis, the prevalent sense that imminent horror lurked behind the facade of commandant existence, and the consequences of this state of mind can be suggested by an examination of the tragedy of the frontier village of Salmon Falls, an exemplification of New England's nightmare and New England's tragedy. Salmon Falls was one of the villages devastated in the raids of 1690, its people were either massacred or carried into captivity. Some captives remained with the French and Indians, others were ransomed during the abortive Quebec expedition of 1690. One of the ransomed girls brought back with her the seeds of the virus that was to infect New England with its witchcraft hysteria. As a patient of the spiritual physician Cotton Mather, this girl, Mercy Short, was to become a test case of Puritan psychoanalysis and ritual exorcism, a symbolic example to be employed in justifying the Matherian captivity mythology, and ultimately a fury who accused and destroyed innocent men and women for being witches. Even before its transfiguration in the Indian raid of 1690, Salmon Falls was a microcosm of the Puritan frontier, reflecting in exaggerated form the paradoxes and ambivalences of the Puritan attitude toward the New World. The Anglo-American settlers in the 17th century had, as we have seen, two opposed visions of the nature of the wilderness and two contradictory justifications for their having left England to live in that wilderness. Was the western wilderness, in which untrammeled nature held absolute sway, capable of providing a starting place for the renewal and revival of purified Christianity in Europe, or was it to be a place in which Christians would be tempted by devilish seductions to degenerate into base Indians, lecherous, materialistic, demonic? Was nature itself, as Il. revealed in the New World, benevolent and restorative or gross and evil, the reflection of a divine and intelligent light or the shadow of a demonic and irrational darkness? Implicit in the variant views of nature were variant courses of social action. If nature in the New World were benevolent and light, ought the settlers come there to live permanently, or ought they, out of filial duty, stay in America only long enough to acquire light and then return with it to their English home? If the wilderness were holy darkness, ought they stay and bring it light, or should they flee its precincts as they would the wrath to come? The debate, difficult enough on an abstract plane, was made even more difficult by the fact that the Puritans found the New World sufficiently pleasant to wish to stay permanently and perhaps to go deeper into the wild continent. This impulse was natural, given their circumstances, but it was psychologically and politically unacceptable to men whose traditional ties of loyalty, memory, emotional affiliation, and blood relationship bound them to their English homes. The result was the anxiety of the emigration trauma, whose symptoms we have already discussed. Preoccupied with their dilemma of loyalty and conscience, the Puritans were something less than open-minded in their approach to the most articulate phenomena of the wilderness, the Indians. They examined Indians and their folkways for clues as to the character of nature in the New World. As discoveries were made, they projected various means of dealing with their basic problems through the adoption of varying stances toward the Indians. When they felt strong in their spiritual power and pride as Englishmen, they aimed at the conversion of the Indians and the extirpation of their culture. When assurance gave way to self-doubt, they thought of exorcising the Indians through physical extermination. In both of these moods, their attitude toward the Indians was marked by an inability, or perhaps unwillingness, to perceive the Indians' humanity. When the Puritans began to sense the power of the wilderness working on their minds, hearts, and social institutions, their fears that they might degenerate and become monstrous were reflected in a revival of the idea, current in the 16th century, that the Indians were non-human monsters and had been made so by their exotic, un-European environment. Thus in 1675 some rude sailors visiting the neighborhood of Salmon Falls, near the present Berwick, Maine, on the New Hampshire border, took the infant son of the Sokoke chief Squando from his squaw and threw the child in the river to see if Indians knew how to swim from instinct. The child of course drowned, and Squando immediately threw in his lot with King Philip. He 119. Later went to Canada, and it was braves of the Sokoke tribe that returned to burn Salmon Falls in 1690. To the sailor's action seems either sadistic or insane, at this distance. However, it reflected a state of mind that was prevalent throughout New England, notably a belief that the Indians enjoyed a special and more than human relationship with nature, which gave them a kind of demonic power. New England's survival depended on the discovery of the sources of that power, so that it could either be circumvented or employed by the English against the Indians themselves. The individual Indians, like Squando's son, were not to be appreciated as real, individual beings, but rather as symbolic masks of the demonic wilderness. The real interaction was that which took place between the Puritan and the invisible world behind the Indian world. What happened to the mediating Indian world in the course of that interaction was of secondary importance. In 1682 a new chapter in that ghostly dialogue was written at Salmon Falls and reported to Increase Mather, who recorded it for posterity. A spectral figure visited the home of Antonio and Mary Hortedeux. The disembodied voice asked the Hortedeux the question that had troubled all New England from the first moment of the decision to emigrate. The said Mary heard a voice at the door of her dwelling, saying, "What do you hear?" Some hours later the invisible stranger struck her a blow in the eye, and in ensuing days pans rang mysteriously, and boulders flew in the windows, about the rooms, and up the chimneys. Whereupon the said Mary and her husband going in a canoe over the river, they saw like the head of a man new shorn, and the tail of a white cat about 2 or 3 foot distance from each other, swimming over before the canoe, but no body appeared to join head and tail together. Such visitations continued until the Hortedeux were forced to abandon their house as bewitched, although they continued to plant the fields about it. The last visitation was perhaps the most eerie, a woman in Puritan grey garb laughing at Mary Hortedeux, but no voice heard. 3. The Hortedeux' experience suggests that the atmosphere of the frontier settlement was pervaded by an obscure sense of terror, liable to break out momentarily in aberrant behavior. But this was not always the case. Puritan frontiersmen often were capable of living on terms of ease with the wilderness and with Indian neighbors. Salmon Falls, however, was troubled by the presence of a minister, the Rev. John Emerson, whose spiritual affinities were for the Mather view of the wilderness. It was he who reported the Hortedeux' bedevilment to Increase Mather, and less than a 120 decade later, on the eve of the witchcraft hysteria, Emerson, now minister at Gloucester, reported a further visitation to Cotton Mather. This time the devils took the form of Indians who appeared and disappeared at will in the heart of safe settled territory. For Mather concurred in Emerson's suspicion that these were specters, offering as proof the observation that no reasonable man could believe the Indians capable of roaming at will in a settled area near the Boston garrisons. I entirely refer it unto thy judgment, without the least offer of my own, whether Satan did not now set ambushments against the good people of Gloucester, with daemons, in the shape of armed Indians and Frenchmen appearing to considerable numbers of the inhabitants and mutually firing upon them, for the best part of a month together. 5. The premises on which Mather and Emerson based their conclusions were, of course, False. The Indians were capable, without demonic agency, of penetrating almost any part of the colony, and on several occasions, in the very suburbs of Boston, assassinated particular individuals who had especially offended them. Ignorance of the Indians' ways produced an irrational fear of them, culminating in the belief in their demonic power. It was into the kingdom of the demons that the people of Salmon Falls were carried when the French and Indian raiders struck in March 1690. The attackers seemed to observers like Cotton Mather the very incarnation of the evil against which the Puritan crusade had set its spears. Pagan Indians and Roman Catholic Frenchmen combined in the assault, and Mather saw them as a physical and spiritual miscegenation of bloods and spirits, monstrous offspring of an unholy marriage between European and Indian, half-Indianized French, and half-Frenchified Indians. 6. The psychological impact of this incaptivation was enormous. The three raiding parties, two of which hit New England, had carried off more captives than all the desultory raiding of the previous decade. Most of the captives were women and children, whose weakness left them open to Indian-French blandishments, threats, and corruptions. From the outset it was clear that the dominant theme of the war would be the captivity of New England settlers, and that redeeming the captives would be New England's first aim. The very necessity to do so was the sign of New England's total humiliation. The sense of humiliation in turn intensified Puritan self-doubt, particularly when it later became clear that many of the captives preferred to stay in Canada or the Indian villages, or, if they returned, preferred Indian modes of living to Puritan ones. The most serious consequence of the wave of captivities was that it 121 forced the Puritans to re-examine the basic assumptions of their sense of mission, their errand into the wilderness. Their concept of the city on the hill had been based on the principle of resistance to the forces of superstition, paganism, passion, nature, and unreason symbolized by Catholicism and tribalism. To create this city they had been compelled to breach and violate the ties of blood, custom, and affection that bound them to England. The traumatic experience of breaking those bonds made rigid adherence to remembered English ways a psychological necessity, and the criticism heaped on them by English Puritans and royal magistrates made it a political necessity as well. Which would prove the stronger for them the tie to England and the dream of an orderly, cleanly, symmetrical, Christian city on the hill, or the temptations of the Indian village in the tangled depths of the dark woods, where freedom of impulse and action turned order to anarchy, purity to bestiality, symmetry to monstrosity, and Christianity to paganism. Their doubts about their power to cleave to the vision of the city on the hill are reflected in the stridency with which they replied to all accusations of their Americanization, and in their paradoxical, simultaneous assertions that American Puritanism was purer than English Protestantism. Yet even when they censured fellow Englishmen, like Catholic James II or Governor Andros, they portrayed them in the guise of their native American enemy, the miscegenate Indo-Catholic. Libels were carried up and down against the Gov-MT and those in authority, how the Gouverneur had confederated with the Freemen French or Bush Rangers, Mohawks and other Indians to destroy the colony and cut off the people. That the Gouverneur had drawn all the youth of the country to the eastward, on purpose to destroy them, i.e., sent them to Maine to fight Indians. That the Indian war was but a sham, for he designed no evil to the Indians, but the destruction of the country. That he admitted the squaws daily to him, or else he went out and lodged with them, that no soldier durst kill an Indian because the Gouverneur had given positive orders to the contrary, probably to prevent outbreak of hostilities. 7. Andros was the representative of the king, who asserted the throne's newly resumed power to act in loco parentis to colonial governments. The rebellion against Andros, coinciding with England's glorious revolution, represented the Puritan oligarchy's most emphatic break with the principle of England's paternal power since the original emigration. God's displeasure, however, was not so easily appeased as the throne's. As if in punishment for this renewed breach of filial obedience. 122. King William's War broke upon the Puritans' heads. It was to be a war characterized by the taking of captives, for whom the French offered a bounty, a war distinguished by the breaking of family ties, the separation of parents and children. The Puritans quickly discovered in the repeated patterns of these captivities an obscene parody of their own breaching of the social covenant in 1630. Now their women and children were torn from their patriarchal roof and carried into a farther wilderness, this time to dwell in a dark and hellish wigwam, the very antithesis of a city on a hill. Thus the events of 1689–90 seemed to the Puritans like the gradual and progressive concretion of their recurrent nightmare, the unfolding of a patient and thorough retribution for their own departures from sanctity and society, in which the captivity of their wives and heirs was the culminating horror. The ordeal of the Salmon Falls captives began with the massacre itself and the difficult journey to the Indian villages on the upper reaches of the Kennebec. The French and Indians had trekked for 3 months over the icebound streams and mountain passes between Lake Champlain and the Maine New Hampshire border. An equally difficult return journey, encumbered with prisoners, wounded, and the mud of the thawing forest, faced them after the attack. The weak and unfit died, the slow had to be killed lest pursuit or starvation overtake the group. The Indians made a devilish game out of this necessity. A townsman named Robert Rogers, so fat that he had been nicknamed Robin Pork, attempted to escape. The Indians stripped him, beat him, and pricked him, then fastened him to a tree and piled wood around him. While he waited in terror, they made themselves a supper, singing, dancing, roaring, and uttering many signs of joy. After supper they formed the other captives in a circle around Rogers and set him ablaze with much laughter and shouting. Children who wept or weakened on the trail were beaten, mutilated, and killed by their captors. When a woman named Mary Plaisted complained of her inability to march quickly because of the infant she carried in her arms, an obliging brave dashed out the child's brains against a tree and, like the sailors who had killed Squando's child, threw the body in the river, and bade her walk faster than she did before. Once the captives arrived at the Indian villages and Canadian towns, their captors' attitudes underwent a change. To be sure, some of the Indians persisted in torturing their prisoners, but the propinquity of the French and the lure of bounties effectually checked the spread of excesses. More significantly, there was in most New England Indian tribes a resident French priest, a Jesuit, Sulpician, or Recollet father who ministered to 123. The tribe and sought through them to gain English converts for the church. To this end they employed both blandishments and the threat of Indian anger. While greed for ransom and the desire for religious converts ameliorated the captives' lot, other factors exercised a more subtle influence on their condition. At least since the coming of the white man, northeastern Indian tribes had traditionally augmented their numbers by adopting captive children and marrying captive women. Older men, warriors, or priests, might in some cases also be adopted into the tribe. The custom of integrating adopted Indians fully into the life of the tribe was perhaps one means of successful tribal adjustment to the disastrous decline of tribal population and health that followed the arrival of the Europeans. To the young captives, the freedom of impulse, action, and sexual expression that Indian society offered might have been enough, in themselves, to tempt them to remain. When one adds to this temptation the captive's unsureness of rescue or ransom, hence the likelihood of his having to remain forever a slave if he did not achieve adoption as a member of the tribe, one can understand why so many captives succumbed, if only temporarily, to the lure of the wigwam or the church. Orphaned children, whose parents had been killed by the Indians, were adopted by bereft Indian parents and raised with all the openness of affection and depth of concern they would have given to a child of their own blood or a similarly adopted child of a deceased relation. Widowed wives and marriageable girls were offered the solace of husbands and providers. The boys and men could win complacent, hard-working wives and, if their skills warranted it, places in the military and religious councils of the tribe. 9 Still other temptations to Indianization were more subtle than these. Although the Indian village seemed to be the antithesis of the city on the hill, there were in fact, as we have seen, certain fundamental and disturbing affinities between them. Indian ritual and sexual customs in particular were characterized by the overt expression of basic human desires and states of mind that Christianity had long suppressed and concealed beneath an elaborate scrollwork of conventional symbols and complex mores. Puritan reaction to the sexual freedom of the Indian culture, for example, coupled with their racial antipathies, caused them to view the prospect of marrying an Indian or bearing Indian children with horror and revulsion. Yet mingled with the horror and revulsion was the recognition that the in-0 or rather, by the clan or band, since family relationships were established, not on the nuclear model of European cultures, but as diffused kinship over a wide circle. 124 Regeneration through violence. Dion practice was somehow natural and that all men, if left to their own devices, would soon succumb to its logic and attractiveness. Indian religion touched chords of primitive memory and antipathy in the same way. Cannibalism played an important role in Indian ritual. An Indian might eat a piece of a slain enemy to gain a portion of his power. Certain animals could become avatars of a god, and these too were killed and eaten as a sacrament. The resemblance of these cannibal rituals to the Eucharist or Lord's Supper was sufficiently obscure to make them seem obscene, yet sufficiently close to make them threatening. The presence of French Catholic priests among the Indians reinforced this terror of Indian cannibalism, rather than allaying it. Although the priests nominally opposed Indian pagan ritual, they were practical enough not to attempt to extirpate paganism among their people but to blend Catholic and Indian rites wherever possible. Certain priests openly condoned and even, for political motives, incited the Indians to acts of cannibalism and torture. In any case, to the Puritan mind the Roman Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation in the Eucharist, in which the wine and bread become the actual blood and body of Christ, had a sufficiently cannibalistic smack to it, which association with pagan cannibals could only emphasize. Puritan fears that captives might be compelled to or might voluntarily participate in cannibal rituals were not wholly ungrounded. A common Indian torture was to cut off some part of a man's anatomy, an ear, a strip of flesh, a finger, and force the victim to eat it. Beyond this, however, there remained the possibility that even among Indians who practiced no ritual cannibalism, the exigencies of starvation and a long march might compel captives to share man's flesh with the Indians in order to survive. Capt. Peter Schuyler, pursuing the French and Indians who had attacked the Mohawk towns in 1694 in company with some friendly Iroquois, sat down to share some broth with them. The pursuers had been starving for days. Schuyler, about to take a sup of the broth, noticed a hand floating in the mixture and gagged. The Indians, who in this case were not habitual cannibals but had no prejudices against eating human flesh to keep alive, finished the broth and continued the pursuit. 10 It seems likely that the French and Indians and their Salmon Falls captives were reduced to the same exigency, since they were able to carry less with them over the long trail. In any case, incidents of cannibalism among the English in starvation times were not unknown. Even in a later era, the Donner Party were reduced to cannibalism when winter froze them in while they were attempting to cross the Sierras. But whether viewed as primitive blood ritual or as 125 dire necessity, cannibalism seemed to the Puritan one of the dark things that the spell of the wilderness might compel Christian men to enact. The Puritans' terror of both Indian marriage and cannibalism derived from their fear of allowing themselves to adjust to and merge with the environment of the New World, their fear of acceding to the new demands for freedom that the New World stimulated. Marriage symbolized this process of acculturation in terms of a sexual merging of the races. In cannibalism, the image of merging is heightened and intensified, is carried to a spiritual plane through its use in ritual, beginning with the acquiring of special powers by consuming parts of the slain, heart, hand. It culminates in the total absorption of the eater and the eaten in each other, a total sharing of identities. For the Puritan, the traditional revulsion against cannibalism was heightened by the horror implicit in the idea of sexual marriage with the wilderness. As a corollary, Puritan writers show a marked preference for recounting incidents of cannibalism and rape, rather than of voluntary marriage between white captives and Indians or Canadians. The only instances of sexual communion mentioned by Cotton Mather are those in which women are violated by their captors, despite the fact that because of their tribal mores the Eastern Indians almost never committed rape. In this, as the court records show, they differed from their white counterparts. The preference for images of Indian cannibalism and rape reflects a growing Puritan belief that the only acceptable communion between Christian and Indian, civilization and wilderness, was the communion of murder, hunger, and bloodlust. Cannibalism is the hunter's or warrior's expression of the marriage between the human spirit and the spirit of place or of nature, and it appears as such in the American Indian mythology. But the Puritan hunters and warriors, and their spiritual counterparts, the missionaries, because they feared too intimate contact with the wilderness, were unable to accept the mythic logic of their situation. They were bent simply on destroying the wilderness and replacing it with New England. They wished to refuse the cannibal Eucharist that, as in the Indian myth, waited at the end of their sacred hunt, yet their need to survive forced them to cannibalize the spirit and substance of the wilderness and the Indian, against their will and conscience. Later generations, as we shall see, accepted the symbolic cannibalism and marriage of the wilderness Eucharist as part of their mythology. And even contemporaries of Mrs. Rowland's Son, like Benjamin Church, were capable of accepting the wilderness Eucharist, although Puritan literary censorship, and the poverty of their own insight, limited their power to express it. 126. In view of the development of this ambiguous attitude toward cannibalization, it is important to note that in England the powerful symbol of Indian cannibalism became conventionally associated with all dwellers in the New World, white and red alike. Swift was perhaps simply exercising his wit when, in his modest proposal, he referred to consulting for advice on cannibalism a very knowing American with frequent experience in that art. More striking is the testimony of Admiral Walker, who justified his failure to carry out an attack on Quebec, in 1711, by conjuring up an imaginary host of horrors from a frozen American landscape. Chief among these was the fear that the rigor of the climate would compel the English to cannibalism. I must confess the melancholy contemplation of this, had it happened, strikes me with horror, for how dismal it must have been to have beheld the seas and earth locked up by adamantine frosts, and swollen with high mountains of snow, in a barren and uncultivated region, great numbers of men famishing with hunger, and drawing lots who should die first and feed the rest. 11. The consequence of this horror of intimacy with the Indians was a tendency, especially marked among prelates and magistrates, to regard the frontiersman as a being tainted by too intimate association with the Indians. Indeed, to increase and cotton mather, Puritans who ventured voluntarily beyond the pale of settlement were to be directly equated with the Indians. Increase Mather's brief history made the point during King Philip's War, as has already been seen. Far from dissipating with the passage of time, this doctrine became part of the New England and later the American canon. The case of Old Wakely, who agonized over having left the Massachusetts congregations for territory where there was no instituted worship, became a classic model and was used repeatedly by Cotton Mather, especially in his magnum opus, the Magnolia Christi Americana, 1702. Cotton Mather condemned the settlers at Maine for having grown too like the Indians, among whom they lived in their unchristian way of living, and instead of erecting churches among themselves, they neither Christianized the pagans, nor, by avoiding the vices which they rather taught the pagans, did they take a due course to preserve themselves from losing Christianity in paganism. 12. This official attitude made social pariahs of a class of men whose skill and knowledge was essential to the victory of English arms in the New World, and the evolution of an acculturated American mythology is in part the story of our gradual acceptance of the frontiersman as a hero rather than a racial traitor. In this, however, the French were generations ahead of the English, a fact which helps to explain their success in both melee. 127. Tarry and missionary alliances with the Indians. Compare the Puritan attitude toward Indian sacraments, the fear and disgust that found expression in the image of cannibalism, with the French Jesuit Sebastien Ralle's dialogue with an Indian on the same subject. Ralle at first refused to taste the Indians' boiled meat, and the Indians perceived his repugnance. "Thou must conquer thyself," they replied. "Is that a very difficult thing for a patriarch who thoroughly understands how to pray? We ourselves overcome much, in order to believe that which we do not see." Then it was no longer a time to deliberate, we must indeed conform to their manners and customs, so as to deserve their confidence and win them to Jesus Christ. 13. Rall is willing to exchange sacraments with his parishioners. English missionaries, on the other hand, demanded that the Indian give up all his Indian ways and become thoroughly anglicized before he could gain acceptance as a church member. Far from accepting and joining in Indian customs, the English demanded their total extirpation. The French attitude toward military men of Indian inclinations was likewise rather liberal, as is evidenced by the case of François Hurdle, leader of the Salmon Falls raid. Hurdle had been a captive in the hands of the English-oriented Iroquois in his youth. Although tortured by the Indians by having one finger cut off and another burned in the bowl of a pipe, and despite the deep personal piety reflected in his letters to his mother and confessor in Montreal, Hurdle was preparing after a year's captivity to join an Iroquois war party as an adopted Indian. He was saved for Canada by the Jesuit Father L. E. Moyne, who came to ransom him. L. E. Moyne's preaching against evil influences and giving oneself up to vice and embracing the life of a savage were aided miraculously by the lad's wounded hands becoming infected. The delay in his departure gave L. E. Moyne a chance to bring him around. Hurdle's skill and Iroquois inclinations, however, were not frustrated by the French, who gave him scope to exercise his talents and inclinations at Salmon Falls and other frontier settlements. Far from bringing obloquy on his head, Hurdle's exploits earned him the Canadian epithet of El Heroes, and he was ennobled by Louis XIV just before the monarch's death. 1. For the English attitude toward Rall-type missionaries or preachers who went too far into the forest and toward frontier fighters like Hurdle, who imitated Indian methods too well, has already been seen at work in the cases of John Underhill and Thomas Morton. In 1692 the outbreak of the witchcraft hysteria brought into sharp relief the mindless fears on which these attitudes were based and allowed them scope to act directly and dramatically on Puritan and frontier society. In this drama the stage was DOM 128. In act by several figures connected with the tragedy at Salmon Falls, Mercy Short, a teen-aged returned captive who became an accuser of witches, Rev. John Emerson, former minister of Salmon Falls, Rev. George Burroughs and Capt. John Alden, frontiersman who participated in the negotiations that ransomed captives from the Maine coast, and Cotton Mather, chronicler of the Salmon Falls disaster, spiritual father to Mercy Short, and above all the man whose literary works helped to create and establish the orthodox mythology of Puritan America. Witchcraft, the captivity to specters. In the summer of I6G2 Mercy Short, living as a servant with a Boston family and then 17 years old, went on an errand to the jail in which accused witches were kept. The hysteria was just then beginning to spread. She had been captured by the Indians at her home in Salmon Falls when she was 15. Her father and mother and 3 of their children were murdered before her eyes, and she herself was carried to Canada, where she was ransomed by Phipps the following year. 15. Her captivity, if nothing else, might have inclined her to compassion for the accused wretches, but compassion was far from her. She cursed one old woman and was cursed in return. That night she fell into a fit that lasted for weeks, in which she neither ate nor prayed. The fit passed, then came upon her again in the winter. She lay insensible or raving, rising up once to rip a page from the minister's Bible as he read to her. Cotton Mather was called in to minister to her apparently possessed soul and rescue her from the gripe of the devil. Although it is difficult to diagnose at this distance in time, Mercy Short's ailment seems explicable in terms other than those of demonology. She was suffering a psychotic form of the neurosis which all returned captives experienced. Mrs. Rowlandson speaks of it in her conclusion, when she notes her inability to sleep, her perpetual watchfulness, and her peculiar awareness of the power of God and the wilderness that alienates her from her unawakened kindred. The captivity archetype demanded that the ordeal culminate in both a physical and a psychological rescue from the devil, but for most captives the latter was either incomplete or impossible. Many captives, especially children, simply succumbed to the Indian way of life, which spoiled them for New England once they were ransomed. Many older captives were infected with Indian superstitions or Indian inclinations toward license and disorderly behavior. 1/6 most were simply so stricken by the horror of their ordeal that their minds were permanently 129 impaired, and they became prey to strange guilts and torments. Only they knew how close they might have come to succumbing to Indian threats and temptations, or to their own primitive fears and longings. They might in fact have participated, even enjoyed, sexual indulgence with Indian men or women, or eaten human flesh in ritual or in fear of starvation. Their fellow citizens could have no conception of the ordeal or their response to it, and thus their experience alienated them from their fellows. To break through this alienation, this dense accretion of residual horror, became the obsession of many returned captives and the source of violent behavior and a pathological urge to public confession. But the captive's confession, like Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative and Hannah Duston's, was a two-edged sword. He hoped to ingratiate himself with his society by portraying himself as its symbolic martyr and scapegoat, yet at the same time he wished to express his sense of alienation and to release his hostility and contempt for his society and its smug ignorance of his true plight. These motives underlay Mercy Short's rejection of the accused witch and her later accusations of respectable Puritans. But although it was ignorant of the true basis and depth of the captive's feelings, Puritan society had lived long enough with the threat of captivity and the presence of returned captives to share some of their psychic burden, or at least to recognize in their ravings the symptoms of its own malaise. For this reason, it was especially appropriate that Cotton Mather should be called to Mercy Short's aid. Better than any contemporary, he felt and articulated the captivity psychology that pervaded his society. Mather had long been preparing for just such a confrontation with the devil. He was then at work on the gathering and systematizing of historical and theological materials that was to culminate in his masterwork, the Magnalia Christi Americana. That massive work was to be the history of New England under the aspect of eternity. It would explicate the New England experience in terms of a total worldview in which Puritans and Indians would find their true valuation and be placed in the context of the divine drama of history, as it unfolds from Eden to Calvary to Boston to Apocalypse. His confrontation with Mercy Short's devils clarified issues for him and enabled him to draw connections between the several assaults on pious New England that he and his father had resisted for years, the assaults of the Indians and of frontier paganism, the assaults of ministerial frauds and heretics, the assaults of the Quakers, the assaults of the royal governor on colonial prerogatives, and the final assault of the witches and the invisible kingdom in 1692. Mercy Short helped Mather discover that the common pattern in each of these assaults was precisely that of the cap. 130. Tivity narrative, a devilish visitation, an enforced sojourn in evil climes under the rule of man-devils, and an ultimate redemption of body and soul through the interposition of divine grace and the perseverance of the victim in orthodox belief. In the years following his treatment of Mercy Short, Mather's several books on the witchcraft trials, his study of the Indian Wars, Decennium Luctuosum, 1699, and his Magnolia translated the myth structure inherent in the captivity narrative into a coherent vision of his culture's history. There can be little doubt that Mather was tending toward this conception of American history even before his meeting with Mercy Short. His anathemas against emigration attest to this tendency, as do his philippics against the Quakers. One of these, reprinted in Decennium Luctuosum, is an indication of the direction of his thinking in 1692. He makes it clear that, for him, the Indian Wars are one phase of the continuing war between Satan and Christ. In the strategy of that war, Indian attacks, the visitation of specters, devils, and witches in 1692, and the growth of heretical sects on the frontier are related phenomena, are pieces in Satan's grand design of conquest. Thus he concludes his study of the Indian attacks with a diatribe against the Quakers. He equates them with the Indians, partly because of their opposition to English usurpation of Indian lands, but primarily because of their doctrine of human freedom and the inner HGHT, their tenet that Christ is contained within each man and that pure introspection, without inhibition by books and creeds, can yield personal revelation. This tenet Mather equates with the beliefs of the Mohammedan sect of assassins or Batanists, who were the enthusiasts that followed the light within, like our Quakers, and on this principle did such numberless villainies. 17 Like the Indians, the Quakers have made incursions into frontier settlements, converting the citizens and throwing the churches into confusion. If the Indians have chosen to prey upon the frontiers, and outskirts, of the province, the Quakers have chosen the very same frontiers, and outskirts, for their more spiritual assaults, and finding little success elsewhere, they have been laboring incessantly, to enchant and poison the souls of poor people, in the very places, where the bodies and estates of the people have presently after been devoured by the salvages. 18. The Quakers thus act as a kind of fifth column for the Indians. Mather's attack on the Quakers' spiritual raiding parties and their friendliness toward the Indians reflects his incomprehension of the basis of Quaker Pennsylvania's success in its dealings with the Indians. The Quack. 131. ERS acted with scrupulous fairness, for the most part, and treated them with respect. The Indians in turn found that the Quakers lived more closely than the Puritans to the letter of the Christianity they preached, and since the Quakers lacked the orthodox creed of the Puritans, they made fewer demands on the Indians' understanding in their attempts to convert them. Further, their doctrine of the inner light and their concept of human relations and community structure echoed patterns in the Indians' own religion. By contrast, Mather's incomprehension of Indian culture and warfare was vast, as is attested by his account of the spiritual war conducted against New England by devils in Indian shape, the story of the prodigious war, made by the spirits of the invisible world upon the people of New England, in the year 1692. Has made me often think, that this inexplicable war might have some of its original among the Indians, whose chief sagamores are well known unto some of our captives, to have been horrid sorcerers, and hellish conjurers such as conversed with daemons. 19 At the very time when Mercy Short became possessed, Mather received further dramatic confirmation of his belief in the organic link between heresy, the Indians, and the devil. This was the letter from Rev. John Emerson of Gloucester, former minister at Salmon Falls, reporting the presence of spectral Indians. Emerson was later to figure as an inquisitor and accuser of witches. The coincidence of the Indian attacks, the ambushes of Emerson's ghostly Indians, the defeat of Phipps, the tyranny and overthrow of the royal governor, and the persistent spread of witchcraft and possessions evidenced by the case of Mercy Short led Mather to conclude that the crisis was approaching. Now the devil was coming forth, and the battle could be fought in the limited wilderness of a girl's mind and a small room, instead of the dark and limitless wilderness outside. Mather clearly regarded Mercy Short's case as an archetype of New England's condition, and he presented it as such in a brand plucked out of the burning a narrative of his dealings with the girl that was widely circulated in manuscript. The structural pattern invoked in this account is clearly that of the captivity narrative, but here it is transformed into a ritual exorcism of an Indian-like demon from the body of the white, female saint. That Mather regarded his own handling of the case as exemplary is attested by his frequent application of lessons learned from the Short case in exposing other witches. 20 Mather begins his account by briefly sketching the pattern of Mercy Short's captivity. The pattern contains all those elements we have noted as typifying the captivity narratives, and special emphasis is placed on the destruction of her family. 132. Mercy Short had been taken captive by our cruel and bloody Indians in the East, who at the same time horribly butchered her father, her mother, her brother, her sister, and others of her kindred, and then carried her unto Canada, after which our fleet returning from Quebec to Boston brought them with other prisoners that were then redeemed. 21. The captivity pattern thus invoked is echoed in the account of her early seizures. After her first distinct and formal fits of witchcraft had apparently remitted, she went to church on a Sabbath in company with her master and mistress. There the malignant spirits came on her suddenly and unexpectedly, like the victims of King Philip's war described by Increase Mather. She was surprised in church on the Lord's Day and unexpectedly plunged into torments. The weight of association and implication in these first pages of the narrative points the reader directly toward the conclusion that Mather himself explicitly draws soon after taking up the case, that Mercy Short is undergoing a second captivity, is being held by barbarous visitants in a captivity to specters. 22 Mather begins his treatment of the girl by questioning her, as she lies in a swoon, about the character and appearance of her devils. Her response again suits both Mather's expectations and those of his readers. There exhibited himself unto her a devil having the figure of a short and a black man, he was a wretch no taller than an ordinary walking staff, he was not of a negro, but of a tawny, or an Indian color, he wore an high-crowned hat, with straight hair, and had one cloven foot. 23. He was, in fact, a figure out of the American Puritan nightmare of Thomas Morton's day, Indian-colored, dressed in a Christian's hat, with a beast's foot, a kind of Indian Puritan, man-animal half-breed. Under the watchful eyes of Cotton Mather, Mercy Short relives the events of Indian captivity. Sometimes the devils pinch her, bite her, or slash her skin, as the Indians did to their captives as they fled northward from Salmon Falls. Like the Indians, the devils force her to fast, like the pious Jesuits or Abnakis, they forbid her English prayers, her Bible, and the speaking of holy names. It becomes increasingly clear that, as in the case of Mary Rowlandson, her restoration to the communion of the saints is incomplete, that part of her remains alienated, the captive of the demons of the wilderness. Mrs. Rowlandson's alienation took the mild form of unquiet dreams, an acute sense of the world's vanity, and a mildly critical attitude toward the rulers of church and state. In Mercy Short's case, each of these tendencies is heightened, intensified, exaggerated to the 133 point of grotesqueness. Instead of unquiet dreams, she falls into seizures and fits of increasing violence. Instead of acknowledging the world's vanity, she plunges through the physical world directly into the underlying, supernatural abyss. She is not simply critical of the ministry, she rejects all sacred words, accuses her elders and ministers of hypocrisy or infidelity, and blasphemes all under the compulsions of the devil. She herself is not responsible for these things, she refuses to sign the devil's book and so retains her place with the elect. Her vagaries express the devil's malice, not her own. This, at least, is Mather's conclusion. The wilderness hell into which she is mentally plunged is itself an inversion of the heavenly Puritan city on the hill, and her experience is an inverted experience of conversion. Although she lies in a well-lighted room in Boston, surrounded by ministers and persons of quality, she cries out, "'Tis a sad thing to lie starving in the dark one day after another, and to see none but hellish fiends all the while, and suffer all manner of cruelties from them." 24 Cotton Mather stands by her bedside, offering her counsel and prayer and partaking of sacraments. But her cries are not addressed to him, but to another in the room, who also offers her sacraments and redemption through serving the devil. The kind of sacraments offered by the devil are more explicitly described by one of Mercy's fellow-possessed, Deodat Lawson, in her brief and true narrative of some remarkable passages. They are clearly of cannibal nature, like the imagined rites of the Indians. The witches had a sacrament. And they had red bread and red drink. Like man's flesh, and would have had her eat some, but she would not, but turned away her head and spit at them, and said, "I will not eat, I will not drink, it is blood. That is not the bread of life, that is not the water of life, Christ gives the bread of life, I will have none of it." 25. Mercy exhibits what Mather calls a frolic wit in her maliciously clever inversions of the conventions of Puritan familial piety and the exaltation of the piety of the older generation. She reverses the traditional positions of the generations, hurling at the heads of her elders the accusation of backsliding that the elders delighted in hurling at the younger generation. It is essential to note, however, that these accusations are indirect, disguised as the ravings of one possessed by a devil. Her confrontation with the old witch in the jail and her loss of father and mother are uppermost in her mind when she embarks on the accusation of the elders. In her delirium, old women visit her and demand that she obey her elders and sign the devil's book. 134. What that? Must the younger women, do ye say, hearken to the elder? They must be another sort of elder women. Pray, do you for once hearken to me? What a dreadful sight are you! An old woman, an old servant of the devil. You, that should instruct such poor, young, foolish creatures as I am, to serve the Lord Jesus Christ, come and urge me to serve the devil. 26. Mercy at once demands that the elders fulfill the function they have arrogated to themselves, that of ruling her for her good, and denies that they are able to do so, demanding that they take lessons from or hearken to her. Although they have redeemed her body and given her legal title to sustenance in the community, they have not freed her from the burden of guilt. She bears the guilt of having survived her parents' murder, perhaps also the guilt of having succumbed, in mind or body, to the temptations of the Indians. In point of fact, she regards the community as her persecutors, complaining that they gossip about her fits and perhaps about her activities while an Indian captive. 'Twas an ordinary thing for the devil to persecute her with stories of what this and that body in the town spoke against her. The unjust and absurd reflections cast upon her by rash people in the coffee houses or elsewhere, we discern that the devil reported such passages unto her in her fits, to discourage her. 27. It is worth noting that many women captives, Mrs. Rowlandson among them, were subjected to innuendos about their supposed unchastity while among the Indians, and that such suspicions are present even in the early narrative of John Underhill. The failure of the community to save Mercy Short gives her madness a double edge. On the one hand, she yearns for acceptance by the community as the only hope of healing her psychic wounds. On the other hand, she bears a deep hostility toward the community for having failed to understand the truth of her problem. Her ambivalence focuses around her relationships with her dead father, Clement Short, her spiritual father, Cotton Mather, and several father figures drawn from her fantasized captivity experience. The sense of her loss of a father is an acute torment to her, as she reveals in her conversation with her invisible captors. Well, and what if I am fatherless? How often have you told me of that? No, I ben't fatherless. I have God for my father and I don't question but he'll provide well for me. Will yet deliver me out of your cruel hands. 28. Just prior to this, the witches had offered to play a father's role toward her by providing for her through marriage to a husband. This would have 135. Been the Indian method of providing for the orphaned girl captive, although it clearly is not the Puritan way. Her reaction to the devil's proposal is one of exaggerated revulsion, which presumably parallels either her real response to the Indian proposals or the response she would have wanted to give had her flesh not been weak. Fine promises. You'll bestow an husband upon me, if I'll be your servant. An husband? What? A devil? I shall then be finely fitted with an husband. No, I hope the blessed Lord Jesus Christ will marry my soul to himself yet before he has done with me, as poor a wretch as I am. 29. The problems of her sexuality were not so easily exorcised. There is some suspicion that the girl's vicious courses after her salvation, reported by Caliph in his More Wonders of the Invisible World, involved sexual promiscuity. Mather now offers himself as a surrogate father, but she rejects his proposal as well and rails at Mather into the bargain. Although he has presumably prayed for her 10 times a day and rarely left her side for long, she accuses him of not having prayed for her so much as once. 30. Whether this accusation was the fruit of psychosis or the exhibition of a malicious wit, it was a keen stroke. Mather had in fact been using her as a symbol, praying for his own purposes rather than hers, expressing more interest in the shape and color of her devils than in her soul. Compassion, never Mather's strong point, played no part in his attempt to win his battle over these particular devils. He entered her dream wilderness, not as a man who shared its terrors with the sufferer, but as the unsullied agent of righteousness, able to grapple with the devils without being soiled through contact. He came, in effect, as an alien conqueror, representative of a world which totally transcended her jungle and bore no moral or ancestral connection with it. His role was that of a rescuer, a hero redeeming the captive from the invisible, omnipresent, spectral Indians. His assistants struck about them with swords, he himself grappled the devils in mental combat, with the girl's mind as the field. He would give her questions to ask the devils and suggest answers to confute the devils' questions. In such a battle, any device was fair, and any pain caused to the sufferer was worth the expense. The grim young man and the hysterical girl make a symbolic tableau of the captivity myth, the victim feminine, helpless and possessed body and soul by the Indian devils, the rescuer masculine, ruthless and self-righteous. These two figures embody the only forms of relationship to the I-36 wilderness possible to a Puritan community in the grip of the captivity mythology. Either they succumb to its destructive power, resigned to destruction, or they seek to destroy the wilderness spirit itself, to exorcise it and its Indian avatars, to wipe the American slate clean. A comparison of Mather's psychoanalytic technique with that of the Indians, who were great students of dreams and dream therapy, further illuminates the depth of the struggle between the American and European Christian cultures in the New World and the values and practices that were at stake in the contest. Mather entered the wilderness of the human mind bent on extirpating its Indians, exorcising its demons. These Indian demons were the impulses of the unconscious, the sexual impulses, the obscure longings and hatreds that mark parent-child relationships, the proddings of a deep-rooted sense of guilt. The goal of his therapy was to eliminate these impulses, to cleanse the mind of them utterly, to purge it and leave it pure. In much the same way he wished to purge the real wilderness of Indians, to raise it to ashes and build an utterly new world, uncorrupted by a primitive past, on the blank of the old. The Indian attitude toward the mind likewise resembled their attitude toward the wilderness. Just as they worshipped every aspect of creation and creatureliness, whether it represented what they called good or what they called evil, so they accepted every revelation of the dreaming mind as a message from a God within, a world spirit manifested in the individual. They responded to the dreams of individuals as a community, seeking to assimilate the dream message into their own lives and to help the dreamer accept the message of the dream for himself. Dreams are not to brood over, to analyze, and to prompt lonely and independent action, as they are in the Puritan concept of the conversion experience or in the Matheryan Inquisition of Mercy Short. Rather, the community rallies round the dreamer with gifts and ritual. The dreamer is fed, he is danced over, he is rubbed with ashes, he is sung to, he is given valuable presents, he is accepted as a member of a medicine society. A man whose dream manifests a wish to attack and kill is satisfied by being given a coat. A man who dreams of sleeping with a woman does not attempt to woo his mistress, he is given an available female by the chief's counsel. 31. The solution of the dreamer's problem, posed to the community as a riddle, took precedent over all other social proprieties. Normally the Iroquoian peoples were modest in dress, often rather shy in heterosexual contacts, and although premarital affairs were freely permitted to the young people and divorce and remarriage were easy for adults, chastity and Mari. 137. Tall fidelity were publicly recognized ideals. But on these occasions sexual taboos and restraints were wholly set aside. Indeed, the frequency of overtly sexual dreams gave Indian missionaries great concern, since such dreams often ended in therapeutic orgies or at least in adultery. Frequently repeated dream wishes led to the creation of formalized therapies, such as the Andaquandat feast, which involved many fornications and adulteries. 32. Like the Puritans, the Iroquois were fascinated by the terror and the attractiveness of being bound helpless as a captive to terrible antagonists. They too were obsessed by dreams of captivity, of enforced passivity before the malice and power of the wilderness or their enemies. The terrified Indian in such a dream was the obverse of the masterful, all-powerful Indian of the waking world, the world of war and hunting. Similarly, the cowed Puritan of the Sunday Jeremiad or the captivity narrative was likely, on the battlefield, to respond to Indian savagery with savagery in kind, to meet massacre with massacre, burning with burning, atrocity with atrocity. The Puritan could never understand the nature of the relationship between these two faces of his character, and he was certainly unable to see this as proof of his human kinship with the Indians. Yet the consequences of this psychological kinship might have been a warning to him. Like the Puritans, the Indians developed an elaborate community ritual for exorcising nightmares of captivity. That ritual was a ceremonial reenactment of the nightmare itself. In one such ritual, observed among the Huron in 1642, a man who dreamed that he had been captured was made to suffer ordeals like those put upon captives by the Iroquois. Finally a dog was substituted for the captive and killed and eaten, as the Iroquois were said to eat their human captives. A Jesuit named Lalemant observed similar ceremonies among the Iroquois in 1661-62. One man, in order to satisfy the dictates of his dream, had himself stripped naked by his friends, bound, dragged through the streets with the customary hooting, set upon the scaffold, and the fires lit. But he was content with all these preliminaries, and, after passing some hours in singing his death song, thanked the company, believing that after this imaginary captivity he would never be actually a prisoner. 33. Mather's use of literarily imagined captivities was meant to serve a similar function. Like the Indians in their dream dance, the Puritans entered into and participated in the dream life of Mercy Short and the other possessed girls and exalted them to a level equivalent to members of the Medicine Society, with the task of witch-finding, an honored profession among the Indians. They came to this participation through the persistent invocation, by I-38. Mather and Mercy Short, of the myth of the captivity. It becomes increasingly clear in Mather's narrative that he and his society have internalized the captivity myth, made it a part of their mental vocabulary, and that the girl's ravings strike a chord of recognition in their hearts to which they cannot help but respond. When she cries out that the devils are forcing poison down her throat, Mather and his fellows feel fingers thrusting against the hand they place to block her mouth. When she cries that the devils are rushing about the room, people feel themselves pushed about. Whether through the deliberate malice of her inverted view of the world or through the genuine activity of her psychosis, she makes the healers dance about the room at her whim, crying out that the devils are over here, or down there, and bidding the people strike about them in the air with swords, which they do. As her fits increase in intensity, the pattern of her Indian captivity becomes more concretely manifested in the pattern of her raving. A crisis arrives on Christmas Day. She warns those in the room that the devils would then hold a dance, and her mere words with the credence lent them by Mather draw the people into her fantasy, making them direct participants in her agony. Immediately those that were attending her, most plainly heard and felt a dance, as of barefooted people, upon the floor. Again we are reminded of Mrs. Rowlandson's account of the Indian Bacchanal, the roaring, and singing, and dancing, of those black creatures in the night that made the woods a lively resemblance of hell. 34. Soon after this crisis, a long fast and much prayer produce a remission of her fits, and she seems to have been delivered once again from the red devils. Her second captivity seems ended, and Mather chooses an appropriate text to celebrate the fact. Meat came out of the eater, the identical text chosen for Mrs. Rowlandson's account. But as if to underline the precariousness of all redemptions from captivity and the peril of eating the eater's bread and wine, Mercy Short is again assailed by devils which surprise her in church, and the entire sequence of captivity and estrangement begins again. This time there is no ambiguity about the nature of her possession or the place of her captivity. She is in an Indian camp, and French-Canadian priests are using the threat of the Indians to force her to take their communion. Mather's treatment of this particular part of the delusion is either very naive or else the product of his own inventive brain. He professes astonishment that Mercy Short, a former captive in Canada, should have such explicit visions of the Indian camp, although, as he says, she had no knowledge of the confession by Salem which that French Canadians 139 and Indians had attended the witch meetings to plot New England's ruin. Here Mather's work with Mercy Short, his polemic histories of the Indian Wars, and his theological assaults on Catholic doctrine and writings merge. One who was executed at Salem for witchcraft had confessed that at their chief witch meetings, there has been present some French Canadians, and some Indian Sagamores, to concert the methods of ruining New England. Now though Mercy Short had never heard, as far as I have learned of any such confession. She told us that there were French Canadians and Indian Sagamores among her tormentors, divers of whom she knew, and particularly named M. 35. They offer her their prayer book and claim that they have stolen it from Mather's own library. It was a book that indeed came from Canada, a French book of idolatrous devotions, intituled Les Saints Devoirs de l'âme dévote, and although Mather takes all precautions against further theft, the devils purloin the book again, turning down 3 of its pages. 36. Once again Mercy Short is hauled out of the horrible pit by God's grace and the zeal of her ministers. To Mather, this final redemption from captivity is an archetypal triumph over all the evil forces that the captivity mythology had attempted to reduce to order. Mercy was first rescued from a physical captivity to the Indians. Her second captivity and rescue put to rout the shades of those Indians and the frolic spirit that questioned the piety and virtue of all elders. Her last captivity again ends with her rescue from Canadians and Sagamores, with the added fillip of a triumph over popish priests and their idolatrous missiles. The first redemption was the result of human agency, the latter two are achieved within the mind and soul of the captive by purely spiritual and psychological means. The precariousness of all redemptions in a world of temptations and the persistent power of inherited sin is underlined by the case of Mercy Short. Her repeated seizures and captivities to specters are graphic demonstrations of the vanity of man's feeling secure in his virtue, and they thus offer superb material for revival sermons attacking Puritan complacency. This was the use Mather hoped to make of the account, the use to which he turned it in his histories. But Mather's structuring of the narrative of Mercy Short and his later writings in the captivity vein reflect a growing divergence between the orthodox version of the captivity myth and the vision of reality vouchsafed to the captives and the other people of New England with experience on the frontier. It became ever more obvious that colonial incompetence in the wilderness was a result of the refusal to become intimate with the wilder. 140. Ness life practiced by the Indians. Those who lived beyond the hedge still felt the power of the promise that had attracted them there and took personal satisfaction in their considerable accomplishments. If they were victims, they often felt they were as much the victims of administrative stupidity as of the wrath of Jehovah and Satan. This was certainly the case after the witch hysteria burned itself out, and a reaction against Mather's handling of it gathered strength. His misunderstanding of Mercy Short, which resulted in his writing the ultimate captivity narrative, is of a piece with his misunderstanding of the nature and meaning of the frontier experiences of his people. He had not succeeded in identifying or rooting out the causes of her psychosis. She soon experienced further afflictions and again began denouncing old women, ministers, and fathers as witches. 37. The pattern of her captivity became the pattern of New England's nightmare. In all this it is Mather's reactions that are the most surprising. Mercy Short may have been a wretched psychotic or a malicious adolescent wretch, but Mather was neither. Yet each of her revelations evokes an immediate sympathy in Mather and his fellow Minnie's trance. Before her revelations have progressed very far, he concludes that she is in a captivity to specters, himself invoking the framework of the captivity. It is he who becomes the focus of her fear and guilt for having fallen from the bright circle of Christianity and her family into the hellish pit of captivity, where she may have succumbed to terror or temptation and become disloyal to the memory of her martyred parents. The role is seized upon by Mather, who speaks for the generation of the pious fathers to the generation of the backslidden sons and employs Mercy's narrative to reawaken filial piety. Mercy Short's anxieties about her parents and the consequences of her captivity make her, like the protagonist of the captivity narrative, a symbolic type of all first-generation American Puritans, who broke the social circle of English Christianity to live in an Indian wilderness. When she cries out that she is tormented by her fatherlessness and seeks a heavenly father in compensation, their sympathy is immediate and visceral. So close is their sympathy that they share every delusion, hear the obscene dance on the floor, feel the movement of spirits about the room, feel them thrusting poison down her throat. Mather's recognition of and willingness to invoke the captivity archetype in his account of Mercy Short's possession had its consequences. If nothing else, his words made more apparent the link between Puritan anxieties about their souls and their fears of the Indians. He also gave a certain sanctity to the girl's ravings, a mythological significance that she turned to. 141. Great account. Having won acceptance from Mather with her first fits, she proceeded to join the accusers, the hysterical, adolescent girls whose words damned innocent men and women to the jail, the gallows, and death by pressing. The captivity myth allows only two responses to the Indian and to evil, either passive resignation or violent retribution in the name of a transcendent and inhuman justice. From passive suffering, Mercy Short turned to vengeance, and by her side stood Cotton Mather. His successful exorcism of Mercy Short's demons was one stimulus toward Mather's intensification of the witchcraft prosecutions. He got the utmost propaganda advantage out of the case, augmenting public hysteria by publicizing and playing up her revelations and his own sagacity. Another stimulus was provided by a tragedy in his own family, his wife's untimely delivery of a malformed infant shortly after Mercy Short's final remission. That his wife might have fallen victim to the atmosphere of terror he himself helped to create, never occurred to him. He automatically concluded that she had been bewitched by one of the imprisoned old women, who affrighted her with an horrible spectre some weeks before her time, which fright caused her bowels to turn within her. 38. Vengeance was not restricted to the elder women of the community. As in the persecution of John Eliot and Captain Guggins during King Philip's War, it fell with particular heaviness on certain representatives of the frontier settlements whose association with the Indians had been rather close. Mather reports in detail the accusation of two such figures, Capt. John Alden and Rev. George Burroughs, both of whom had figured prominently in the negotiations for the return of the captives from the Salmon Falls, Casco, and Pemkid raids of 1689–91. The accusation against Alden recalls that leveled against Thomas Morton, it invoked the traditional image of Indian eroticism as a demonic power, tending to seduce and racially debase white Christians. Alden, a doughty fighter then in his 80s, was accused as follows: "There stands Aldine, a bold fellow with his hat on before the judges, he sells powder and shot to the Indians and French, and lies with Indian squeeze, and has Indian papooses." 39. He was rebuked for treason, lechery, and disrespect for the court. George Burroughs, a former Salem minister who had moved to the Maine frontier, was also hailed before the jury as a witch. He was accused of performing various prodigies, feats of strength such as frontiersmen are presumed to have delighted in. Although he was a very puny man, he had often done things beyond the strength of a giant. The specific feat that doomed him was his lifting a 7-foot gun with one hand gripped behind the stock and holding it like a pistol, at arm's end. Witnesses Tess. 142. Tified that strong men could not steadily hold it out with both hands. Burroughs replied that an Indian was there, and held it out at the same time. Cotton Mather, reporting the trial, seizes on the statement with glee as absolutely damning. None of the other spectators ever saw any such Indian, but they suppositoried that the black man, as the witches call the devil, and they generally say he resembles an Indian, might give him that assistance. 40. Although this type of accusation acquired tremendous currency and power in 1692, it was but a climactic outbreak of tendencies that had always been present in Puritan society. In 1653 a woman was hanged for borrowing gods of the Indians, which she worshipped, and for taking the Indian devil god Hobbamock for a husband. Another confessed to fornication with devils in the shape of forest deer, a third to having let her own child die in order to suckle that of an Indian, a fourth to having converse with a Waranaj, Indian for black cat, an Indian evil spirit. 41. In brief, the Indian, and the forest animals to whom he was likened, was the white frontiersman's familiar spirit, his personal demon, a being who gradually acquired possession of his soul and mind. The crowning irony of the witchcraft delusion is that the Puritans' hysterical fear of the Indian devils led them to behave precisely like the Indians. The Indians traditionally feared the exercise of black art among them, since a warrior slain by witchcraft would be denied glorification in the afterlife. His blood would not mingle with the earth after battle, but he would be blasted and withered like a diseased plant. Mrs. Mary Jemison, a captive and adopted Indian, wrote in 1824 that she had known brothers to slay one of the fraternity for having killed a number of deer when no other of the expedition could bag one. Like Rev. Burroughs's feats of strength, this was taken as proof of an inhuman power. An ancient chief of the Senecas, who quarreled with the other elders in council, was condemned as a witch because he could not account for his long span of life in any specific way. But if the Puritans realized that their fears had led them into behaving like the Indians they rejected, they gave no sign of it. 42 Although Puritan writers frequently mentioned that the Indian religion was a witch religion, they never equated the Indian casting out of witches with their own. Recognition of the Indian custom was not widespread until the publication of more sympathetic Indian study treatises in the early 19th century, notably that by Heckewelder. Not until 1824 did any historian of the Indians point out the ironic parallels between their exorcisms and those of the Puritans and their common root in a primitive, superstitious fear. 43 The more experience the Puritans acquired in the New World, the 143 more they had to recognize the power of the Indian to live on viable terms with the wilderness, to succeed where traditional European civilization failed. The longer they stayed in the Indian's world, the more they felt themselves succumbing to the Indian mind, the wilderness mind. There was warrant in the experience of Indian fighting soldiers for the notion of an Indian familiar in the frontiersman's heart. The experience of Underhill at the Pequot Fort was repeated numerous times during King Philip's War. After a long march through the threatening woods and the fury of a desperate battle, white troops would become hysterical with rage and massacre the Indian wounded, women, and children with a fury unmatched even by the Indians themselves. To the returning soldier, this hideous lapse from civilized self-restraint would remain a guilty memory, requiring explanation and justification. Such a transformation was psychologically unacceptable. It was easier to explain the lapse in terms of the spell of the Indian's wilderness, a sudden infection of the Christian soul by an Indian familiar or demon. As we have seen in the case of Mercy Short, New England's response to this infection was an attempt at ritual exorcism in terms suggested by the captivity mythology and the psychological ambience that surrounded it. Exorcistic psychotherapy applied to Mercy Short was intended to rid her and symbolically New England of the Indian demon. In fact, however, the ritual and the captivity mythology on which it is based reveal New England's psychological unity with the Indian in responding to the wilderness environment. Once the English arrived in large numbers to preempt the land, the circumstances of the American environment compelled Indian and Puritan alike to join in a constant struggle for survival, to act a heroic role each hour of each active day. Like the Puritan, the Indian felt the need to surrender his will to a stronger will, to place himself beneath a powerful protector, to be captive instead of captor, and this state of mind was reflected in his dreams. For the Iroquois, for example, the culture of dreams may be regarded as a useful escape valve. In their daily affairs, Iroquois men were brave, active, self-reliant, and autonomous. They cringed to no one and begged for nothing. But no man can balance forever on such a pinnacle of masculinity, where asking and being given are unknown. Iroquois men dreamt, and, without shame, they received from their tribesmen in dream rituals the fruits of their dreams and their souls were satisfied. 44 The other side of this duality in Indian psychology is reflected in his treatment of prisoners, his apparent delight in prolonged torture. The warrior, newly escaped from death in battle or on the trail, had to reassert the 144 regeneration through violence. Masculine powers that recent experiences had tested and threatened. He did so by inflicting on his defeated enemy the very torments he had feared for himself, thus exorcising his fears for the moment. This, as we have seen, was also a Puritan response to stress, the massacre of those who threatened massacres, the magical exorcism of those who used black magic. The Puritan situation differed in some respects from that of the Indian. The Puritan was nominally a subject being subordinate to and dependent on God, the Church, and the magistral authority and conscious of his subordination. Life in the New World stimulated his repressed dreams of heroism and tempted him to play a Titan's part in the conquest of the wilderness, to win and savor the strange rewards of the Indian's world. Those who consented in the repression of this ambition could find support in the public rituals and the public mythology of the captivity. Those who succumbed to the spell of the wilderness and followed the Indian's path could find in the captivity myth and ritual the same solace that the self-reliant Indian found in succumbing to his dreams of passivity and enjoining the tribe to enact his dream wishes for him. The response of Puritan society, however, went far beyond ceremonial confirmation or reenactment of the dream of captivity. In the hands of the ministers and magistrates, such dreams became a weapon for enforcing a social and psychological regimen in Puritan America. Instead of seeking in the Indian manner to balance the desire for heroic activity with the dream desire for passive submission to authority, the Puritans sought to subordinate the former to the latter. Mather's treatment of Mercy Short and his use of her case to invigorate the witch hunt is most revealing in this connection. He mustered the forces of nightmare, of the Puritans' captivity and Indian-haunted dream world, for an assault on the active, outgoing, wilderness-seeking component of the Puritan mind and society. Yet he did it all in the name of exorcising evil dreams and the Indian-like, primitive inclinations of mind and soul that are expressed in dreams. The consequences of the captivity psychology did not fully appear even in the witchcraft trials. Cotton Mather and other Puritans of his mind employed the years between 1693 and 1740 in creating a vision of history and deity in which the roles of captive, tormentor, and avenger defined the New Englanders' relationships with one another, with the Indians, and with Jehovah. Sermons, histories, anti-immigration tracts, and personal narratives all centered around the theme of captivity. Between 1682 and 1716 captivities were the only narratives about the frontier published in America. The captivity psychology made only one relationship between white and Indian conceivable, that of captive to captor, helpless good to active. 145. Evil. Captivity psychology left only two responses open to the Puritans: passive submission or violent retribution. Since submission meant defeat and possibly extermination, New England opted for total war, for the extirpation or imprisonment on reservations of the native population. The third option, seeking an accommodation, a reconciliation, a deeper and more intimate sympathy with the Indians, remained inconceivable until historical changes weakened the foundation of the Puritan mythology of the Mathers. Chapter: Diamond Suit. Initiation or exorcism. 1675 to 1725. The boy drew the head of the slain deer back and the throat taut, and drew Sam Father's knife across the throat, and Sam stooped and dipped his hands in the hot smoking blood and wiped them back and forth across the boy's face. The white boy, marked forever, and the old dark man sired on both sides by savage kings, who had marked him, whose bloody hands had merely formally consecrated him to that which, under the man's tutelage, he had already accepted, so that he would continue to live past the boy's 70 years and then 80 years, long after the man himself had entered the earth as chiefs and kings entered it. William Faulkner, The Old People. All visible objects, man, are but as pasteboard masks. But in each event, some unknown but still reasoning thing puts forth the moldings of its features from behind the unreasoning mask. If a man will strike through the mask. To me, the white whale is outrageous strength, with an inscrutable malice sinewing it. That inscrutable thing is chiefly what I hate, and be the white whale agent, or be the white whale principal, I will wreak that hate upon him. Herman Melville, Moby Dick. The mythology based on the captivity narratives embodied the dark side of the Puritan attitude toward the natural world in general and toward the American wilderness in particular. It spoke for the anxieties of the Puritans, their vague sense of guilt for having left England, their sense of isolation, their fears of adjusting to a new and strange environment. It defined their attitudes toward the threatening aspect of the New World and toward the cultural and religious backsliding of the American-born younger generations. There was, however, another tendency in the Puritan mind. 147. Which looked on the new land with deep and growing affection and dwelt on its promises as much as, or more than, on its threats. These two attitudes of fear and hope coexisted in the minds of most Puritan writers. Even Cotton Mather preferred Boston to any city of Europe, and New England to Old, as a dwelling place. The predominance of captivity narratives and anti-immigration polemics in the latter part of the 17th century was a reflection of specially motivated policy, as well as of one side of the community's sentiments. Changing perceptions of the wilderness. As their experience of the New World increased, the colonists tended to portray the American landscape in more realistic, less nightmarish terms. The wilderness landscape took on more appealing qualities and played a healing or restorative role in relation to the human soul, as well as the punitive role described in the captivities. Changes in the image of the wilderness reflected changes in the colonial concept of the role Europeans should play in America and of their relation to the land and the Indians. The Europeans who colonized the New World had conceived their adventure as an epic quest for some incredibly valuable, incredibly potent elixir or talisman or power which could be found only in the primitive setting of America. The Spaniard, like Diaz del Castillo, conceived this quest and its objects in terms appropriate to the romantic Christian epics of chivalry. The Puritan likewise sought a physical heavenly city or garden in the New World, but in the manner of Bunyan's Pilgrim, he also saw his quest as one for personal salvation, for the redemption of his soul from the burden of original sin. Extended experience of the New World wrought subtle changes in these concepts of the quest. In Diaz's mind, worship of gold and a romantic, retrospective adoration of the conquered Aztec were substituted for Christian humility. The terms of the New World adventure thus replaced the conventional terms of European romantic mythology. An analogous change occurred in American Puritan literature. Although the Puritans came to America with the ostensible aim of stepping out of the world to seek salvation in the internal wilderness of mind and soul, they readily substituted the dark landscape of America for the mental landscape of the sinner in the toils of grace. The image of the city on the hill grew vaguer, while the image of the dark city of the Indians loomed ever more concretely before them. This natural encroachment of American experience on the European Christian mythology of the Puritans wrought significant changes in the 148. Augury and the direction of Puritan religious discipline. The heart of Puritan religion was its concept of conversion, in which the man born in sin first discovers the truth of his sinful nature and seeks to purge himself. Entrance into the Puritan community and congregation was dependent on conversion, whether of adults or precocious children, since the Puritans rejected the notion of blood membership in the community of saints. Each man, they held, inherits the dregs of Adam's original sin with his blood, and his corrupted nature must be purged and renewed before he can be saved. The quest for salvation is thus in large measure a ritual exorcism of the evil that is organically inherent in human nature, a warfare with the blood that prepares the spirit to receive an influx of divine grace and leads the convert to a further inward quest, seeking to discover if, in fact, the signs of God's grace are present within him and he is one of the elect. The extended collective experience of Puritan communities in the Indians' America made it easy for Puritans to transmute the exorcism of sin from the individual soul in conversion into the exorcism of the Indian and backslidden white from the wilderness. The process of transmutation, however, did not stop at exorcism. This was what troubled the Mathers. The introspective quest for positive signs of salvation likewise metamorphosed into a quest in the real wilderness for some contact with divinity, for some image or pattern of the Godhead or the good man, or, less romantically, for that aspect of man or nature which is innately worthy of receiving grace. Thus acculturation became an equivalent of conversion. Samuel Sewall, one of the judges at the witch trials and a distinguished Puritan elder, went so far as to declare that the land of New England, by its very nature, is suited to bring forth a sturdy race of Christians. In evidence, he cites John Smith's General History of Virginia, which declares that the original, Indian, people of the land are goodly, strong, and well proportioned. Sewell's hope is that the Puritans' heirs will grow in the physical pattern of these Indians, coupling the best traits native to Indian American soil with the spiritual fruits of European religion. He symbolically equates the Christianizing education of the young with the cultivation of Indian corn. As long as Plum Island shall faithfully keep the commanded post, notwithstanding all the hectoring words, and hard blows of the proud and boisterous ocean, as long as any salmon or sturgeon shall swim in the streams of Merrimack, or any perch, or pickerel in Crane Pond. As long as nature shall not grow old and dote, but shall constantly remember to give the rows of Indian calm their education by pairs, so long shall Christians be bomb there, and being first made. 149. Meet, shall from thence be translated, to be made partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light. 1. The landscape of the captivity narratives had been described in abstractions of darkness, a wilderness, a dungeon, a hell. The conversion of the soul related in the narratives was violently and painfully accomplished. In Jonathan Edwards's personal narrative, written some 60 years after the Rowlandson narrative, the landscape is lovingly portrayed and somewhat more specifically featured, and it plays a positive, helpful role in his achievement of conversion. A comparison of Edwards's account of his conversion with that of Thomas Shepard, one of the original planters, reflects the subtle shift in Puritan attitudes from British-born to American-acculturated generations. Shepard's conversion takes place in Cambridge, England, and begins with his hearing a sermon on the text "I will not destroy for 10's sake," from the dialogue between God and Abraham prior to the destruction of Sodom. He is shaken but returns to his lewd habits, until he awakes one morning after a drunken bout, afflicted with a sense of his brutishness and beastly carriage. When I awakened, I went, in shame and confusion, out into the fields, and there spent that Sabbath lying hid in the cornfields, where the Lord, who might justly have cut me off in the midst of my sin, did meet me with much sadness of heart and troubled my soul for this and other my sins. 2. Edwards's experience likewise begins with a biblical text, but one filled, not with an overt threat of divine wrath and destruction, but with a promise of grace to the devout worshipper, "Now unto the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only wise God, be honor and glory forever and ever, Amen." From this time he begins to have a sense of the sweetness of Christ and of an ideal relationship to him, experiencing sometimes a kind of vision, or fixed ideas and imaginations, of being alone in the mountains, or some solitary wilderness, far from all mankind, sweetly conversing with Christ, and wrapped and swallowed up in God. 3. Like Shepard, Edwards wanders into the fields lost in introspection. But where in Shepard's narrative the landscape is vague to his inward-looking eye, Edwards's profound introspection is coupled with a detailed perception of the natural beauties that surround him. After his conversion, the appearance of everything was altered. There seemed to be, as it were, a calm, sweet cast, or appearance of divine glory, in almost everything, in the sun, moon, and stars, in the clouds, and blue sky, in the grass, flowers, trees, in the water, and all nature. I often used to sit and view the moon for continuance, and in the day. 150. Spent much time in viewing the clouds and sky, to behold the sweet glory of God in these things, in the meantime, singing forth, with a low voice, my contemplations of the Creator and Redeemer. 4. Even thunder, formerly the fearsome emblem of God's wrath, becomes a source of rejoicing. Edwards watches the play of lightning and rolling thunderheads and sings aloud his joy in God's presence. 5. The God that his world reveals to Edwards, through the medium of the landscape of the New World, is a God of mercy as well as anger, of infinite love as well as rigorous justice, of infinite promise as well as eternal threat, of maternal joy as well as paternal rigor. The rejoicing of the heart is more precious to him than the intellectual delight of philosophy or even the hard introspection of the search for sin in the soul. Edwards associates the quality of grace with joy, with nature, and, most interestingly, with the feminine principle, specifically with his wife-to-be, Sarah Pierpont, whom he portrays walking in the fields and groves in a sweet, mystical reverie, and who seems to have someone invisible always conversing with her, as if she were the priestess of some New England sacred grove. Edwards's reaction to her conversation with invisible beings in the woods stands in sharp contrast to the reactions of Mather and his associates during the witchcraft hysteria. Nor was Edwards's experience of the American landscape restricted to the pastoral fields of the coast. He was born in the Connecticut Valley, preached in the frontier community of Northampton, Massachusetts, and represented the Connecticut Valley version of Puritan orthodoxy in controversies in Boston. After his rejection by his congregation, he became a missionary to the Indians at Stockbridge, Massachusetts, where he lived for several years under the threat of imminent attack by French and Indians from Ticonderoga. Yet even Edwards's attitude is characterized by a fundamental ambivalence toward the natural world and natural man. In Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God he several times declares that God's natural world is sweet but that natural man by his will has put the world to corrupt uses and that the world is ready to spew man out. This too is the perception of a frontiersman, whose tenure in the land is of short duration and threatened by a storm of darkness born of the native wilderness. But he is not consistent in his argument that the world is good and man the sole fountain of evil. The evil within man becomes inextricably associated with evil in the composition of the natural environment, just as the Puritan sense of guilt was projected onto the Indians in the captivity narratives. There is no more striking testimony to the nature of Edwards's ambivalence than the contrasting depictions of the spider in Sinners in the 151 Hands of an Angry God and of Insects, a descriptive essay written when he was 16. In the latter work the spiders are shown as the most wonderful of insects, the weavers of beautiful webs that figuratively build a bridge between earth and heaven, between the soul of the beholder and the divine source. Of these last every one knows the truth of their marching in the air from tree to tree. Nor can anyone go out amongst the trees in a dewy morning towards the latter end of August. But that he shall see hundreds of webs made conspicuous by the dew that is lodged upon them, glistening against the sun, and what is still more wonderful, I know I have several times seen in a very calm and serene day, standing behind some opaque body that shall just hide the disk of the sun and keep of his dazzling rays from my eye. Multitudes of little shining webs and glistening strings of a great length and at such a height as that one would think they were tacked to the sky by one end were it not that they were moving and floating, and a spider floating and sailing in the air with them. 7. Spiders are seen as a beautiful, intrinsic part of God's plan of nature. Yet in the same work he regards insects as collections of nauseousness in the air and describes spiders as collections of these collections. Their annual flying out to sea is thus a purging or exorcism of the land's ill humors. 8. In Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, the spider's symbolic function has been heightened and exaggerated, the naive wonder at the beauty of natural creatures and processes lost in the image of natural depravity and divine wrath. The God that holds you over the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider, or some loathsome insect over the fire, abhors you, and is dreadfully provoked. You hang by a slender thread, with the flames of divine wrath flashing about it, and ready every moment to singe it, and burn it asunder. 9. Yet in the personal narrative, written less than 2 years before, nature and divinity are one harmonious expression of the Godhead, and even in Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, nature occasionally functions as a complement to God's wrathful castigation. Edwards's ambivalence toward nature and the landscape reflects both the colonists' incomplete acculturation to the wilderness and the Puritan belief that divinity and goodness are inhuman, supernatural, unworldly, and transcendent. There remained, as we shall see, a further stage of acculturation, reflecting a greater sympathy with the natural world and a tendency to invest the Indian wilderness with an immanent, divine spirit. 152. This movement, covering the years from 1700 to 1790 and culminating in the myth of the hunter Daniel Boone, reflects a shift in attitude favoring the Anglo-Americans' adoption of an Indian-like, mythopoeic view of the landscape. This Indian view of the relationship between man and nature is illustrated by the primary religious vision of Black Elk, a Sioux holy man, which offers many points of comparison with the conversion experiences of Edwards and Shepherd. As a youth, Black Elk was driven into melancholia by the condition of his people, their starvation, their submission to the white men, their desertion of the old tribal ways and heroes. At the age of 9 he had a vision in which he was taken into the other world and given the power of a priest-king to bind the nation together and to make it grow healthy and multiply. For years he concealed this vision, growing more and more fearful that he was failing in his duty by not expressing it. Like Edwards, he feared the thunderstorms as a sign of divine wrath and confessed his vision. As in Edwards's experience, fear of thunder then turned to delight in it. However, Edwards's initial vision came to him as a result of reading in the Bible and manifested itself in a discontent with worldly things. The God he sensed was of an unearthly and transcendent sweetness, the dispenser of a severe and immitigable justice. Black Elk's gods were not transcendent but immanent in the living blood of men and beasts and trees. In his vision they appeared in the shapes of 6 grandfathers, divine embodiments of the 6 sacred directions, earthward, skyward, and the points of the compass. The substance of their message was that he should become the brother and relative of all things of the world, especially of men and beasts. Thunder threatened him, calling with a human voice, but after he confessed his vision before the people and became a priest, the fear that was on me so long was gone, and when thunder clouds appeared I was always glad to see them, for they came as relatives now to visit me. Everything seemed good and beautiful now, and kind. 10. The powers of divinity, for the Indian, were resident in the trees, animals, people, and tribes about him. The gods were kind in the sense of belonging to the same species and blood. Hence they were capable of domination and use by man, amenable to emulation by man, perhaps even vulnerable to the assaults of man. The gods, nature, and man were of one essence, not of 3 distinct characters. The Indian religion was that of the hunter, who experiences the transfer of identity between hunter and prey and thus learns his brotherhood with all life. Appropriately enough, 2 Indian-like hunters, Benjamin Church and Daniel Boone, were the first heroes of the emerging myth of the frontier. 153. 2 opposed images of the Indian developed from the ambivalence of the European colonists. The image of the good savage, which gained its greatest credence in the 18th century, presents the archetypal American as a blend of Christian and Indian, European and American, cultivated and wild nature. Opposed to this literary mythology is the older one, based on the exorcistic half of the Puritan quest for salvation. These myths, if logically developed, posit antithetical approaches to the American wilderness and the Indian. The exorcist abhors the Indian for making the forest a dark wilderness instead of a bright city. His opposite number sees in the unique character of wilderness and Indian a unique opportunity to discover the well springs of virtue and faith. This latter certainly wishes to substitute himself for the Indian as lord of the kingdom, but he wishes also to learn from the Indian, to be partially initiated into the wisdom by which the Indian has learned to live with and master the wilderness. The cleavage between these 2 halves of the Puritan mind becomes most strikingly apparent after 1700, with the emergence of literary spokesmen for the initiatory viewpoint within the Puritan community. Before 1700 most such spokesmen were, like Thomas Morton, foreigners to Puritanism. By 1700 the expansion of the population and frontier boundaries of New England, as well as her increased experience of the American wilderness, brought into existence new social cleavages, reflecting the intellectual cleavage in the Puritan attitude toward man in the wilderness. The most significant of these changes was the maturation of 2 new generations of American-born children, who had no acquaintance with the persecution and little sense of the dedication and fervor of the pre-migration days in England. They did not acquire the piety of their fathers, rather, they complacently accepted their circumstances, with a formalistic bow to religion, or else attempted through excess of enthusiasm to recreate their fathers' worldview and so re-invoke that pietistic fervor. Supplementing this cleavage, and complicating it, was the developing breach between town and frontier settlement, between those like the Mathers, who theorized about the desperate evils of the wilderness from the environs of Boston, and those who willingly pursued and enjoyed the wilderness life. If it was natural for the authority-minded Mathers to denounce pioneering as Indian-like degeneracy and to call for the exorcism of the Indian spirit from New England and the Church, it was equally natural for the others to speak for the idea of living on Indian terms with the wilderness, of accepting the wilderness as the source of whatever natural divinity or salvation was appropriate to an American people. The acculturated element in Puritan society surfaced literarily in 1716. 154. With the publication of Benjamin Church's entertaining passages relating to Philip's War. The book and its author were the antitheses of Puritan attitudes toward life, the wilderness, and literature. Church's book clearly addressed itself to the pro-frontier element in Puritan society by satirizing the incompetence of Puritan historians and Puritan soldiers in dealing with Indian warfare. More significantly, it reflected the two most significant cultural and literary trends during this phase of American development, the tentative emergence in the colonies of a felt affinity for the wild Indians, and the concomitant emergence of a greater realism in portraying the wilderness, a willingness to acknowledge more of its promises in proportion to its terrors. Before 1716 the literature of the Indian Wars had been entirely a literature of exorcism. Mather's use of the captivity myth to cast the devils out of Mercy Short was the most obvious use of the captivity motif in ritual exorcism. The use of Indian war materials in revival sermons signified a broader application of the material for purposes of exorcising the evils inherent in the generation gap, the decline or backsliding of the younger generation, and the anxieties of progressive acculturation. The Indian, like Edwards's spider, functions as a scapegoat in this literature of exorcism. In officially sanctioned narratives relating to King Philip's War, and later in Cotton Mather's more systematic New England mythology, the exorcism of the Indian is likened to the hunting down and slaying of rabid beasts embodying all qualities of evil. In the captivity narratives, bestial Indians are seen as the outward type of the beast that is in every man. The captive, too, hunts a beast in the forest, but, like the sinner in Edwards's Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, the captive's salvation, and his readers, depends on his ability to see that the hellish principles are within himself. He must hunt out the inner beast and slay it before he can be redeemed. Cotton Mather's Magnolia Christi Americana, 1702, the most complex and extensive statement of Puritan historical theological theory, and William Hubbard's officially authorized History of King Philip's War, published 1677-78, both treat the war in terms of the hunt-exorcism metaphor. Unlike the Indian captives and Benjamin Church, neither Mather nor Hubbard was a participant in the hunting of the beast. Their works are attempts to interpret the experiences of others in an orthodox fashion, to discover beneath the surface of the events an archetype that would conform to their conception of life in a Calvinist universe. Mather and Hubbard are essentially typologists, seeking to reduce the events of the hunting of King Philip to conformity with the will of God as manifested in certain 155 biblical texts which have themselves been interpreted in such a fashion as to make them archetypal, universally applicable. The typological exploration of the Indian Wars was also intended to keep a check on any further development of the mythology of the frontier. Cotton Mather's conclusion to his account of King Philip's War in the Magnolia is representative of his method. The section begins with an elaborate interpretation of an unimportant text from Exodus, relating in 3 verses the conquest of the land of Og, king of Bashan. Bashan, by Mather's account, was reputed to be woody territory. He then traces various pagan versions of this conquest, in which Bashan and Og are associated with the Python, the oracle of Apollo's temple at Delphos, and the monster Typhon. The conquest of woody Bashan thus becomes a metaphor for the destruction of various monstrous creatures, serpents in particular, and the false prophets of the pagans. This in turn becomes a metaphor for the recent victory over the Indians, in which each detail of the war corresponds to a part of the biblical and classical conquests. The Indians are serpents, generations of the dragon, and giants. The resemblance between woody New England and woody Bashan is emphasized. King Philip is compared to Og, to the Python, to a great leviathan sent to the victors for a Thanksgiving feast. Mather then makes clear the purpose of this method. We have by a true and plain history secured the story of our successes against all the odds in this woody country from falling under the disguises of mythology. No, it is our Lord Jesus Christ worshipped according to the rules of his blessed gospel, who is the great Phoebus, that Son of Righteousness, who hath so saved his churches from the designs of the generations of the dragon. It is our own backsliding heart, which has plunged the whole country into so wonderful a degeneracy. Note that the physical type of New England's degeneracy is a figure from pagan mythology, which Mather paradoxically urges writers to abjure, half man and half beast, a figure analogous to the spiritual half-breed who blended Indian and white characteristics. Mather's strictures against the use of allusions to classical mythology is an integral part of the effort of official Puritan historians to check the imaginative impulses of interpreters of the American experience. Yet even this formal restriction was soon to be violated on a broad scale. Mather himself could not leave the Greeks and Romans alone. Later Puritan historians, such as Penhallow, and epic poets, such as the Puritan general Roger Wolcott, deliberately employed classical mythology and history as a source for structuring metaphors in their works. But it was the writing of men like 156. Benjamin Church, a veteran Indian fighter of heroic stature and irrepressible gusto, that posed a more fundamental threat. Church's account of his own efforts in the hunting of that great Leviathan, King Philip, was completely unrestricted by any desire to fit the narrative into one of the orthodox metaphorical molds. Neither did Church turn to the classics for preconceived models. Just as he took his method of fighting from the Indians he fought with, he took the pattern of his book from the pattern of events in his extended hunt of King Philip. In the process he created the prototype of the myth that was to mingle with the Puritan mythology as a characteristic American vision of American experience. In the course of his hunt for the Indian king, Church became more and more like the Indian. Furthermore, he not only accepted this amalgamation of white and Indian characteristics, he actively and enthusiastically sought it. To some extent, this pattern is a reflection of the circumstances of the act of hunting itself. On an extended hunt for a single beast, the hunter is forced to follow in the animal's footsteps, to eat when he eats, sleep when he sleeps, and move when he moves. This contributes to that mysterious sense of identification between hunter and hunted that so many writers have remarked. The pattern also represents, in dramatic fashion, the process of acculturation that frontiersmen of Church's generation were undergoing. This myth of the hunter is not a totally new and unprepared for departure in Puritan literature. It draws strength from its relevance to traditional Indian war writing. Notably, it shares some of the essential features of the captivity myth, the use of the wilderness as a metaphor for the human unconscious and of the beast as a symbol for the secret, darkened soul within each man. In its essential structure, the myth of the hunter follows the pattern of the archetypal quest for the source of divine power. The quest is a searching both of the two worlds, the temporal and the underworld, and of the hero's soul. These two quests lead him to the arms of the earth goddess, who is also his lost half, his anima, the hidden part of his male consciousness where feeling subordinates intellect, passive, feminine, essential. It is in the union with this other self, this goddess soul-mate, that the hero achieves both personal salvation and the boon of power that will save his people. Edwards himself says almost as much when he portrays his wife to be, Sarah Pierpont, as the living embodiment of that state of grace which he must study and strain to achieve. In later versions of the hunting myth, particularly those myths relating to Daniel Boone, the anima is the obvious object of the hunter's quest. The beast of the woods is transformed into an object of love, a woman, perhaps. 157. The goddess of the place, to whom the hero is wedded in symbolic sexual violence. This, it will be recalled, was the core of American Indian mythology as well. The Puritan version of this quest involves an exorcism rather than a wedding and regards the secret self as conceived in sin and featured with darkness. Still, its parallel metaphorical structure is well defined, and the mythic pattern is systematically clarified by many authors. Church's narrative stands somewhere between these two fully realized mythologies but is not itself a conscious attempt to create a new myth. The myth pattern that does emerge from Church's work can therefore be seen as the result of a simple interaction between a frontiersman and his environment, the end product, not of a bardic, myth-making consciousness, but of Church's letting his words and thoughts shape themselves to the events of the hunt. The archetype of the hunter myth. Church was of the first generation born in America and raised on the frontier. After his birth in 1639, he and his family moved frequently from farm to farm on the fringes of the settlements. Church himself continued to follow this pattern, planting first at Bristol in Plymouth Colony, then at Fall River, then in his middle 30s on Little Compton Neck, deep in Indian country. This last remove, which he made just before the outbreak of King Philip's War, and the others which followed it were not simply the behavior of a restless youth prior to a final settling down. They were, on the contrary, the fife style of a mature man. The pattern, so typical of frontier fife, was anathema to Puritans like the Mathers, who believed that a permanent, settled dwelling place, close to the institutions of God, was the first necessity of moral government. Although Church was constant and devout in family worship, wherein he read and often expounded scriptures to his household, 12 he was proud of having moved beyond the precincts of instituted worship. In his preface he boasts that he was the first Englishman to plant at Little Compton, which was full of Indians. 13 Although he served the Confederated colonies of New England as a soldier and a magistrate, he preferred to dwell far from their towns. Eventually granted an official commission as a colonel, he was always happier leading Indian and white irregulars in a guerrilla-style battle than acting as a prestigious commander of regular forces. Thus Church was a pivotal figure in the transition between two cultures and two generations in the colonies. Bomb and educated as a Puritan, he valued hard work, prosperity, piety, and public service. He was a pros. I-58. Purist landowner, a sharp trader, a slaveholder, and a magistrate. Yet he was also an itinerant fanner and hunter, delighting in accomplishments that were not comprehended in the Protestant ethic, capturing whole tribes single-handedly with the aid of his wit and a jug of rum, ambushing Indians and beating them at their own war, hunting wily hostile chieftains through swamps in the dead of a New England winter. He treasured equally the praises of a New England governor and an Indian chief. The dominant theme of Puritan writings on the Indian Wars was the dependence of man on the will of God and on the institutions of a moral government, both as interpreted by the Orthodox clergy. Church's familiarity with the wilderness and his perception of the clergy's and government's ignorance of the conditions there made him strikingly independent of their authority in his judgment of events, policies, and the state of affairs. At the height of the war with Philip, he decided to move his family, his pregnant wife and their first son, to Rhode Island, then a beleaguered outpost on the edge of the battlefield. He was advised by those in authority to remain instead at Clark's garrison, but he disregarded their advice, accurately assessing the strength of the Rhode Island position and the weakness of Clark's, which was destroyed by Indians shortly after he left. One far more striking than the act itself is the frank manner in which he expresses his confidence in his own judgment and his lack of confidence in that of the authorities. The several tracts written during the war by Increase Mather reflected an atmosphere of terror. New England felt threatened by dangerous foes, foreign, domestic, and supernatural. Official histories, written as many as 30 years later, reflect the same viewpoint. But Church's work, written 40 years after the war, reflects a confidence based on a thorough acclimatization to the wilderness. The only thing that seems to worry him, as he recalls it, is the incompetence of the Puritan leadership, and this amuses him as much as it disturbs him. His chief aim is not to resign himself to the will of God. His one desire is to obtain an independent command with sufficient forces, after which he is confident he can end the war in a season. And, as the book reveals, he did just that. Even if we discount the historicity of this self-confidence, which must have been augmented in the 40 years since the war, the fact that Church would express such self-confidence is in itself significant, and the fact remains that his most unorthodox decisions seem to have been as successful as he could have wished. Church's book departs from both the form and the values of the other tracts and histories of King Philip's War. The title reflects this difference, entertaining passages, relating to Philip's War. With some account. 159. Of the divine providence towards Benj. Church, Escr. No thesis, religious or otherwise, is suggested in the title. The only purpose suggested for the writing of the book is that of entertaining, rather than reforming, the reader. Divine providence is mentioned, but seems to figure anecdotally in the history, rather than as an organic causative principle. It will not appear in the same way or with the same emphasis as in the sermon histories and captivity narratives. 15. The title of Mary Rowlandson's Captivity, by contrast, details a doctrinal thesis and emphasizes with a deeply pious tone the importance of God and the littleness of man, the sovereignty and goodness of God, together with the faithfulness of his promises displayed, being a narrative of the captivity and restoration of Mrs. Mary Rowlandson. Written by her own hand for her private use, and now made public at the earnest desire of some friends, and for the benefit of the afflicted. Mrs. Rowlandson's title concludes with a biblical quotation, reflecting the omnipotence of the deity, Deuteronomy 32. 39. See now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me, I kill and I make alive, I wound and I heal, neither is there any can deliver out of my hand. Church's title page lacks any biblical reference, as does the text of his work, in striking contrast to the captivity narratives and official histories, which are heavily larded with biblical quotations and allusions. So striking is this lack that a grandson of Church felt called upon to write a new preface for the 1772 edition of the book, in which he assures the reader of Church's piety. The extent of Church's departure from the literary and religious values of 17th-century Puritanism can be measured by comparing entertaining passages with Increase Mather's War Tract of 1677. The tract follows the formal conventions typical of works on the Indian Wars written before 1716. In aim and structure it is diametrically opposed to Church's book. Church seeks to entertain, Mather to teach and reform. Church's work is structured by the human hero's experiences, Mather's by the formal and logical conventions of the sermon form and the demands of his theory and doctrine. Mather titled his work A Relation of the Troubles Which Have Happened in New England, by reason of the Indians there, and subtitled it with an outline of his thesis, wherein the frequent conspiracies of the Indians to cut off the English and the wonderful providence of God in disappointing their devices is declared. Together with an historical discourse concerning the prevalency of prayer, shewing that New England's late deliverance from the heathen is an eminent answer to prayer. Thus the narrative begins with a thesis and a doctrine, which the events of the war are seen to justify. The lessons learned from the events are immediately A.P. L. 60. Applied to the larger questions of theology, in this case, the problem of the efficacy of prayer. The hero of the narrative is God, the causal agent on whose acts victory or calamity depend. The final message is that man must humble himself and pray, 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 never more need than now. 16. Church, on the other hand, considers himself, with some justification, as much the hero of the war as Providence. In his preface, in which he personally addresses the reader in his most pious tone, the conventions of humility before Providence are subtly converted into assertions of human heroism. The praise of God is formal, conventional. Although many of the actions that I was concerned in, were very difficult and dangerous, yet, myself and those who went with me voluntarily in the service, had our lives wonderfully preserved by the overruling hand of the Almighty from first to last. The conclusion of the passage, however, violates the convention, which doth aloud bespeak our praises, and to declare his wonderful works is our indispensable duty. 1:7. In other words, God's preservation of Church bespeaks Church's glory as much as the Lord's. Throughout his preface, it is Church himself who is most clearly in focus. Even at the end of the preface, where he invokes Christ's aid in his spiritual warfare, he offers the reader a whimsical and attractive image of himself and, by a biblical allusion, compares himself to the pillars of smoke and fire that protected the Israelites in the Sinai deserts. I hope the reader will pass a favorable censure upon an old soldier, telling of the many rencounters he has had, and yet is come off alive. It is a pleasure to remember what a great number of families in this and the neighboring provinces in New England did during the war, enjoy a great measure of liberty and peace by the hazardous stations and marches of those engaged in military exercises, who were a wall unto them on this side and on that side. 1/8. In contrast, Increase Mather systematically refutes the concept of human agency in the victory, giving all credit to the Lord for the victory. The only efficacious human acts he admits are the passive acceptance of divine chastisement and engagement in prayer and fasting. How often have we prayed that the Lord would take those his enemies into his own avenging hand? This prayer hath been heard. Yea, the Indians themselves have testified, that more amongst them have been cut off by the sword of the Lord than by the sword of the English. 19. These differences in form and style are significant of more profound. 161. Departures in Church's attitude, style of life, and literary production. His attitude toward God and divine providence is distinctly different from that of the Puritan establishment, and his attitude toward the establishment itself, as reflected in his satiric jibes at their behavior during the war and at the official post-war histories written by William Hubbard, is irreverent and sharply critical. These differences are symptomatic of the divergence not only of the generations but also of the frontier and town sections of Puritan society. Church's book, the most popular history of that war, is clearly oriented toward the values of acculturated frontiersmen, who would share his amusement and rage at Bostonian tenderfeet in the woods. More profound are Church's divergent conceptions of the nature of man's capability for heroism, in particular, and his affection for the unredeemed natural man, the pagan Indians. Out of these concepts, Church's narrative develops a distinctly different myth interpretation of the Indian wars themselves. Church is closer to the frontier hero of later literature than to the Puritan victim hero of the 17th and early 18th centuries. He is totally at home in the new environment, skilled and competent at overcoming foes and natural obstacles. His adaptation to the wilderness has not cost him his civilization and his self-possession. Because of his understanding of the laws of life in the woods, he can impose an order of his own on events, employing the best of both Puritan and Indian cultures for his own purposes. Moreover, he is conscious of his power and makes no bones about portraying himself as the chief hero of the war. The Puritan townsman, in contrast, believes the wilderness is a chaos because he does not understand the laws of survival in the forest. When war forces the Puritan into the woods, he is lost, both physically and spiritually adrift. Having lost his moral bearings, the Puritan's response to stress is likely to be a disproportionately violent and hysterical savagery, or else an abject cowardice. In effect, Church is denying the two basic premises of the Puritan view of the war, that God brought about the victory, and that the victory was a vindication of the virtue and social efficiency of the Puritanism of the fathers. Church himself prefers to lead Indians of the unconverted sort into battle and views the Puritan armies with contempt. His work abounds in instances of unconverted Indians fighting bravely with Church against their tribe and kin because of their respect for him and their promise to obey him. Colonial troops are often seen getting out of hand or fleeing like cowards. On one occasion Church has to threaten to shoot the captain of a sloop before the Englishmen will come close enough to shore to rescue Church and his men. 162. In his report of the Great Swamp Fight of 1675, Church's personal bravery and good sense are sharply set against the stupidity and cowardice of the Puritan army. After the Indian fort has been carried in a bloody assault and the last of the Indians driven out, in part by a Church stratagem, the colonial army riots and begins a massacre. The thrice wounded Church attempts to quell the butchery, but in the nightmare atmosphere of the burning fort this is impossible. When Church calls on General Winslow to control his troops, a wild-eyed captain threatens to shoot him down, and a gentleman doctor says that if Church persists, he will see him bleed to death like a dog before he would endeavor to stench his blood. 20. According to Church, the Mathers and Hubbard, who glorified the massacre as the essence of retribution on the enemy, misunderstood the meaning of victory and defeat in the context of wilderness warfare. By massacring the Indian women and children and burning the fort after the swamp fight, the colonial army was denying its own wounded the shelter from the winter night offered by the wigwams. Further, if they had spared the camp, the Indians who fled would have been forced to return and submit, perhaps even to become allies, in order to escape exposure and starvation. Mather might exult that the Indians were justly berbicud and Hubbard that they fried with their michin. 21. But Church knew that the chief advantage possessed initially by the English was their reputation for showing mercy to prisoners who surrendered. It was on the strength of this that Church did most of his recruiting among the unconverted tribes. Yet the Puritans not only massacred their captives but also lynched friendly Indians and went back on Church's promises of mercy to sell their captives into West Indian slavery. Church's attitude toward the Indians is his most striking departure from the official Puritan line. His relations with them are characterized by a mixture of shrewd policy and genuine affection. His approach to potential malcontents among his battlefield recruits is to clap them on the back, and tell them, "Come, come, you look wild and surly," and mutter, "But that signifies nothing, these my best soldiers were a little while ago as wild and as surly as you are now, but by that time you have been but one day with me, you'll love me too, and be as brisk as any of them." And it proved so. 22. Increase Mather's version of Church's successes makes no mention of his diplomatic skill, his backslapping, or his power to make the Indians love and depend on him as a war chief. Nor does he treat Church's Indians as loyal soldiers and friends of the captain, yea many of those blouty and deceitful Indians who were taken by Capt. Church, would frequently destroy and betray their blouty and false-hearted comrades. 23. 163. Church's indignation at white treatment of the Indians is partly based on his affection for Indian friends and partly on tactical considerations. The Indians' cooperation was a necessary ingredient of victory. It is not based on moral principles or on the traditional errand into the wilderness, as were the objections of Gookin, Eliot, and other proponents of Indian missions. Double-dealing in truces might be immoral, but its immorality is less important than the fact that it made the Indians less willing to come in and submit to the English. Church grows warmly passionate in his plea that surrendering Indians ought not to have been sold to the West Indies, as warm as Cotton Mather in his condemnation of backsliders, but he does not address himself to the moral question involved. He persuaded them, by a friend Indian he had employed, to come in. And had their promises to the Indians been kept, and the Indians fairly treated, 'tis probable that most if not all had soon followed the example, which would have been a good step towards finishing the war. But in spite of all that Capt. Eels, Church, or Earl could say, argue, plead, or beg, somebody else that had more power in their hands improved it, and without any regard to the promises made them on surrendering themselves, they were carried away to Plymouth, there sold, and transported out of the country, being about 80 persons. 24. The moral judgments of the Mathers and Hubbard are based on the social tradition and church doctrine derived from England. Obedience, humility, and asceticism are cardinal virtues. Church's moral judgments are based on a code of behavior derived from the necessities of life in the wilderness, coolness and courage in action, open-mindedness on Indian policy, an ability to fight with the Indians, and subordination of all considerations to the efficient prosecution of the war. A case in point is Church's attitude toward drink and tobacco. Mrs. Rowlandson, it will be recalled, regarded her resistance to Philip's offer of a pipe of the Indian weed as an important instance of her moral strength, a major victory in her resistance to the terrors and temptations of her captivity, and a lesson to her children. Church, on the other hand, is quite happy to smoke a ceremonial pipe when the needs of Indian diplomacy require it, and, as we will see, he makes a pleasure of his necessity. He condemns the use of tobacco only where its use by white soldiers gives away a planned ambush. Efficiency, not morality, motivates his rebuke, but Capt. Fuller's party, being troubled with the epidemical plague of lust after tobacco, must needs strike fire and smoke it, and thereby discovered themselves. 25 Church's code, derived from experience, is tested in the battle's end. 164. Negotiations recounted in his narrative, the code of the Mathers and Hubbard is likewise affirmed in their accounts of these same events. God's presence in Church's narrative is small, references to providence are few and, when they occur, are brief, formal invocations of God's name. This is in sharp contrast to the extended meditations on providence indulged in by the Puritan historians and such captives as Mrs. Rowlandson. The rather hasty and offhand references to God in Church's account of his first important fight with the Indians at Ames P. Field is typical of him. He blessed God, and called to his men not to discharge all their guns at once, lest the enemy take the advantage, and rush upon them with their hatches. Again, he had confidence that God would yet preserve them, and bid them be patient, courageous, and prudently sparing of their ammunition. Hubbard, in reporting the same event, speculates that Church must have felt some divine inspiration in his heart, but Church, writing 40 years after Hubbard, does not take up the suggestion. 26 These attitudes in themselves, as the expressions of a representative of the New England frontiersman, are significant signs of shifts and divisions in Puritan thinking about the New World. But Church's greatest accomplishment lies in the fact that his attitudes, his values, and his images of men, Indians, and God are woven into a work of literature in which the character and deeds of a central human hero provide both thematic and structural unity and a hero-centered vision of the American experience. Heroic agency replaces divine agency in historical causation. The character and inclinations of Benjamin Church, Esq., are of greater moment than the character and inclinations of a Calvinist Jehovah. Church is a singularly unpompous hero. High spirits, good humor, and an almost Falstaffian gusto characterize his portrayal of himself. Even when he is underlining his own bravery and sagacity, his manner is humorous. He enhances his own heroism by satirizing the stupidity and poltroonery of the Puritan soldiers, officers, and historians. Nor does he take his heroism with Mathraian solemnity. Even in moments of high heroism and grave crisis, he is capable of observing his heroic posturings with an eye for the absurd or the farcical. In an early engagement in which boastful Puritan troops have fled from an incompetent Indian ambush, Church portrays himself standing alone on the field to bring off the single wounded man, providing ample evidence that the Indians could barely hit the crowd of them with a volley. Turning to his men, he cries for a rally, but the cowards refuse to move. He then gives a graphic portrait of himself working up into a storming, foot-stamping rage at the troops amid the misdirected but constant fire of the Indians. Mr. Church persuaded, at length stormed. 165. And stamped, and told them 'twas a shame to run but to no avail. He stalks off the field alone, bringing the wounded man with him. 27 Since official historians like Hubbard and the Mathers had carefully invested even the smallest incident with overtones of cosmic significance and the aura of miracle, Church's refusal to take his own heroism seriously is significant. He is sure enough of his heroism to poke fun at it. Humor and irony are the signs of his self-possession, his sense of himself and of his place in his environment. It is impossible to imagine one of the Mathers treating their New England Jehovah or his human subagents with the same irreverence which Church applies to himself. Indeed, Cotton Mather had already given Church warrant for a more solemn interpretation of his own significance. Mather found an appropriate symbolic role for Church in his typological myth of New England, in the Magnolia, by playing on his name, which might suggest unto the miserable salvages, what they must be undone by fighting against. Mather later referred to Church as Arlebius and compared him to the dragon and giant-slaying knights of the silly old romances in an effort to increase his typological significance in the reader's eyes. 28 Yet Church persisted in defining himself in his own terms. The Puritan who lost his self-restraint in the terrors of an Indian fight knew that he had been overthrown by the powers of his own inner darkness, allied with the darkness of the woods. Church feared no such overthrow, and his humor is a sign of his enjoyment of himself and his hard life. It is also an indication that by 1716 there was an audience in America for portrayals of the frontier from a frontiersman's point of view, for Americanized visions of a good life beyond the hedge, beyond the New Zion and the reach of its crusading divines. Church's satire depends for its force on the existence in his frontier audience's mind of a certain common-sense view of life, based on its experience in the wilderness. Thus Church mocks both Indian and tenderfoot, the one for his superstition, the other for his innocence, and contrasts them with his audience's sense of their own prowess and competence. The frontiersman's mind, with its sense of proportion, is the only controlling force in the wilderness where the entertaining passages occur. It is not a mind which projects visions, but one which tests all previous visions against its common sense knowledge of reality and, if they fail, mocks and negates them. This sort of mind could not sustain a concept of a pure hero. Church's ironic views of himself are consistent with his concept of reality and his moral neutrality. He is a hero in the peculiarly American tradition de L66. Scribed by F. O. Matheson in American Renaissance, all mythical heroes have been exaggerations, but they have been serious ones. America came too late for that. Her demigods were born in laughter, they are consciously preposterous, they are cockalorum demigods. 29 Church could afford to portray himself as such a cockalorum demigod because he had a sense of security within his environment. He had gained this security by adapting to the pressure of facts and events, by developing what Mather anathematized as a lack of vision, a lack of preconceptions about the wilderness, and an intimacy with wild nature. His derivation of a moral point of view from the facts of his life in the American wilderness is a sign of a developing equilibrium between the colonists' conceptions of their place and role in America and the realities of the wilderness. Just as the Puritans had defined their identity by the negative means of rejecting and condemning the Indians, so Church enhances his own prowess and that of his Indians and Rangers by setting their virtues against the vices of the New England soldiery. The tone, however, is satiric rather than anathematic, and thus reinforces the reader's impression of Church's lightheartedness, his lack of bitterness. He is hard on Puritan poltroons in his book and, if his account is to be trusted, gave them short shrift during the war itself. On one expedition the commander of the troops refused, on the grounds of danger, to act on a Church-given opportunity to ambush Philip. "Pray, sir," Church replied sarcastically, "please to lead your company to yonder windmill on Rhode Island, and there they will be out of danger of being killed by the enemy, and we shall have less trouble to supply them with provisions." 30 Church's criticism of the Puritan officers springs from a shrewd sense of the psychology of fear under which they operated. He is unsparing in his condemnation of the foolish policies that resulted from this psychology, as his account of the swamp fight, with its riot and massacre, reveals. His account of the building of a fort on Mount Hope Neck gives him scope to condemn not only the Puritan officers but also the writers and clerics whose ideas of Indian warfare provided the underpinnings of the foolish design and justified it to the people. The expedition began as an attempt to hunt Philip down, but this proving too difficult, the troops paused and constructed a fort that would starve Philip out of the swamp. Philip simply walked the long way around the fort and escaped to an even more advantageous position for raiding the frontiers and intimidating other tribes into alliance. Church declares that he spoke out at the time against the action, strongly and with contempt, and to speak the truth, it must be said, that as they gained not that field, by their sword, nor their bow, so 'twas. 167. Rather their fear than their courage, that obliged them to set up the marks of their conquest. Not content with this, he condemns Cotton Mather and Hubbard by directly contradicting their accounts of the affair, ridiculing those who pleased themselves to fancy a mighty conquest. 31 Hubbard's account of the affair does portray it as a conquest and accepts the ridiculous strategic concept of besieging a swamp with a single fort. Moreover, he reveals the nature of the fear that obliged them to set up so many marks of their conquest. Capt. Henchmen and the Plymouth forces kept a diligent eye upon the enemy, but were not willing to run into the mire and dirt after them in a dark swamp, being taught by late experience how dangerous it is to fight in such dismal woods, when their eyes were muffled with the leaves, and their arms penny-wound with the thick boughs of the trees, as their feet were continually shackled with the roots spreading every way in those boggy woods. It is ill fighting with a wild beast in his own den. They resolved therefore to starve them out of the swamp. To that end they began to build a fort, as it were to beleaguer the enemy. 32. The recurrent images are those of captivity, muffled, penny-wound, shackled. Church's experience, by contrast, had taught him the opposite lesson. He delighted in fighting the wild beast in the mire and dirt of his own den, with the beast's own methods and the beast's own kin for helpers. It was this that brought him success in hunting down Philip, where all others had failed. The hunt for the Indian king begins with a diplomatic coup, carried off by Church in characteristic fashion. By his own account, he had long planned an embassy to the Saguenay Indians, his neighbors at Little Compton. Their woman chief or squaw Sachem Awashonks is a friend. On a visit across Narragansett Bay he spies some Saguenays fishing and decides to seize the opportunity to begin negotiations. It fell out that as they were in their voyage, some of the enemy were upon the rocks a fishing. He bid the Indians that managed his canoe to paddle so near to the rocks as that he might call to those Indians, told them, that he had a great mind ever since the war broke out to speak with some of the Saguenay Indians. That he had a mighty conceit that if he could gain a fair opportunity to discourse them, that he could draw them off from Philip, for he knew they never heartily loved him. 33. Despite the disapproval of the authorities, Church arranges to meet Awashonks and appears at the rendezvous alone and unarmed, with a roll of tobacco and a jug of rum. The Indians appear, armed and hostile, but L68. Church jokes and bullies them into putting down their weapons. To allay Awashonks's fear that the rum is poisoned, Church takes a mouthful from his calabash by way of demonstration, then pours the rum on his hand and sups it with obvious relish, then took the shell and drank to her again and drank a good swig, which indeed was no more than he needed. He then passes round the jug and arranges the terms of peace before the festivities get out of hand. 34. At the same time that the reader is admiring Church's diplomatic skill and physical courage, he is entertained by the sight of the bold captain growing slightly tipsy on his treaty rum, passing the bottle about with an Indian squaw and her retainers. After a second crisis in the negotiations, when Church almost fails to reach the rendezvous to receive the formal capitulation, the captain's enjoyment of his role and successes prompts a further breach of solemnity. He has left a Mr. Howland some distance from the rendezvous site and determines to play a practical joke on him to kick off the lengthy celebration of the peace at the Indian camp. Awashonks's Indians fall in with the spirit of the jest. Apparently Church's sense of humor was as appealing to Indians as to frontiersmen, a fact which may be significant. Mr. Church, being of a mind to try what metal Howland was made of, imparted his notion to the Indians, and gave them directions how to act their parts. When he came pretty near the place, he and his English men pretendedly fled, firing on their retreat towards the Indians that pursued them, and firing as fast after them. Mr. Howland, being upon his guard, hearing the guns, and by seeing the motion of both the English and Indians, concluded his friends were distressed, was soon on the full career on horseback to meet them, until he, perceiving their laughing, mistrusted the truth. 35. Hubbard and Increase Mather, in their accounts of the events that gave New England its most effective allies, the Saguenays, make no mention of Church's hilarious negotiations nor of his practical joking. Hubbard does not mention Church's early intention of beginning negotiations when an opportunity should arise. The first meeting of the Indians and Church and the successful negotiations are, by Hubbard's account, all the result of either fortuitous or providential chance, in which human will does not figure at all. 36. Increase Mather's account does not even mention Church's presence, being more concerned with the prevalence of prayer than the efficacy of rum. How often have we prayed that the Lord would take away spirit and courage from the enemy and cause those haters of the Lord to submit? In this thing also the Lord hath had respect to our 169 requests. E.g. the Squassachim of Sakinat, with above 100 Indians submitted themselves to mercy. 37 With the conclusion of the alliance, Church receives the commission and powers he has been seeking and turns to hunt Philip to the ground at last. He looks forward to the hunt with pleasure and engages in it with enthusiasm, reveling in the exercise of his powers of leadership, the affection of his white and Indian troops, his successes in battle, and his ability to recruit soldiers from the enemy. It is his personal delight in the activity of the hunt and the growth of his spirit, power, and prestige which occurs in the course of the hunt that gives the latter half of the book its structure. Interestingly, the emotional climax of the book is, not the killing of Philip alone, but the killing coupled with the running down of Anawan, Philip's lieutenant, and the strange primitive ritual that follows. Here Church differs significantly from Hubbard and Cotton Mather, both of whom regard the killing of Philip as the perfect capstone and climax of the war, the very type of retributive justice. The difference lies in the concept of the experience of the wilderness that structures each of the works. Church, approaching the woods as a willing hunter, embraces the ways of the chief he hunts to the death. Mather and Hubbard view the hunting of Philip as an instance of retributive justice and a kind of exorcism of Puritan anxieties by the slaying of an evil wilderness beast. The facts are simple. Church harried Philip from camp to camp, depriving him first of rest and food, then capturing his wife and heir. In an insane rage, Philip killed one of his own Indians, and the man's brother informed Church of Philip's whereabouts. Thus Philip was brought to bay by his violation of family ties. The immediate instance was that of an Indian family, but in the accounts of Mather and Hubbard, his crimes against white families are figured in the event. To Church, the capture of Philip's family simply means that his quarry is near and gives him a psychological edge on the despairing Philip. To Hubbard the capture is much more, it makes Philip feel the pain he has inflicted on the families of his white captives, forcing him to experience in his person all their suffering and all their fear. Thus the capture of the Queen and Prince gives a grand symmetry to Hubbard's portrayal of the war. Philip was made acquainted with the sense and experimental feeling of the captivity of his children, loss of his friends, slaughter of his subjects, bereavement of all family relations, and being stripped of all outward comforts, before his own life should be taken away. An object of pity, but a spectacle of divine vengeance. 38. 170. In Philip's death all of the anxieties that were embodied in the captivity mythology are projected onto the Indian king and exorcised in his slaughter. Cotton Mather underlines this by comparing Philip to all manner of mythic beasts: the dragon, the python, the leviathan, each representative of some great evil in the souls of men. The moment of Philip's death is therefore a solemn and tragic one, and Mather and Hubbard are careful to give the glory of his killing to God alone. Hubbard, employing the metaphor of the hunt, declares that only by divine license and permission was the hunt consummated successfully. Philip, like a savage and wild beast, having been hunted by the English forces through the woods, at last was driven to his own den, upon Mount Hope, which proved but a prison to keep him fast, till the messengers of death came by divine permission to execute vengeance upon him. 39. Mather rejoices that the killing itself was done by an Indian, for an Englishman who did the deed might be tempted to take the credit on his human shoulders, and indeed, if any Englishman might have had the honor of killing him, he must have had a good measure of grace to have repressed the vanity of mind whereto he would have had some temptations. 40. Church's account of the hunting of Philip moves too quickly to have the solemnity of Hubbard's and Mather's accounts, nor is Church inclined to regard Philip's death as the war's real ending. Whatever he might mean in Mather's symbolism, Philip was in reality only one of many warring chiefs. Certainly Church is satisfied with the hunting down of Philip, but his satisfaction is not expressed in terms of a ritual exorcism or retributive justice. He looks on the dead Philip as a great, doleful, naked, dirty beast, but reveals no special animus or admiration for his qualities as a man or his symbolic significance. He orders Philip beheaded and quartered, and a note of humorous vulgarity enters the proceedings when the Indian delegated to the task boasts that though Philip was strong in life, he would now chop his ass for him. 41 After complaining that the government paid too low a bounty for Philip's head, to keep church from vanity of mind, he returns to hunting the rest of Philip's band, led by Anawan, a sub-chief who, in church's eyes, is at least as significant a figure as Philip, if not in fact a greater. Anawan is Philip's chief advisor and lieutenant, a powerful and fearless man despite his great age. At the ambush of Philip his great, booming voice could be heard crying Io Atash! Io Atash! Fight! Fight, to the 171. Frightened braves, while Philip himself ran for the woods without attempting to rally his men. Anawan is a strong link to the past, a contemporary not of Philip but of Massasoit, the Indian chief who came to the first Thanksgiving and hence a representative on his side of the generation of the first Winthrop, Bradford, and the elder Mather. His name signifies both chief or ruler and nurse, which suggests the esteem in which his own people hold him. 42 Church evidently shares the Indian, rather than the Mathrian, scale of values, and the capture of Anawan is therefore the climax of his book. The capture of Anawan contains, along with Church's usual mixture of humor and harebrained daring, a ritual that is distinctly opposite in form and content to the ritual exorcism envisioned in Hubbard's and Mather's narratives. With a handful of Indians, Church approaches the camp of Anawan and more than 100 armed braves. Crawling and hiding, he reaches the place at the head of the camp where Anawan and his son are sleeping next to the stacked arms of the war party. With a bound, Church knocks the son senseless and seizes Anawan, while his assistants grab the stacked weapons. The son's cry arouses the camp, and the Indians surround them with arms in hand, but with great coolness, Church turns to them and threatens them with instant annihilation by his surrounding army. Then, to distract the Indians while his men disarm them, he declares, "I am come to sup with you," and accepts a meal of cow beef and green corn. He then lies down next to Anawan to sleep for the rest of the night. 43 In the darkness Church lies unsleeping, while Anawan crawls into the bushes. Suspecting treachery, Church rises to follow, but Anawan suddenly returns. The moon now shining bright, he saw him at a distance coming with something in his hands, and coming up to Capt. Church, he fell upon his knees before him, and offered him what he had brought. "Great Captain, you have killed Philip, and conquered his country, for I believe, that I and my company are the last that war against the English, so suppose the war is ended by your means, and therefore these things belong unto you." Church accepts, with perfect willingness, an Indian's acknowledgement that he personally, rather than Jehovah, was the means to his country's salvation. A more orthodox man would have made an editorial objection, if not an immediate protest. But Church's scene continues. Then opening his pack, he pulled out Philip's belt, curiously wrought with wampum, being 9 inches broad, wrought with black and 172 white wampum, in various figures and flowers and pictures of many birds and beasts. This, when hanged upon Capt. Church's shoulders, reached his ankles. And another belt of wampum he presented him with, wrought after the former manner, which Philip was wont to put upon his head. And another small belt with a star upon the end of it, edged with red hair, which Anawan said he got in the Muhogs country. 44. These were Philip's royalties, which he was wont to adorn himself with when he sat in state. Church has thus been symbolically crowned the new king of the woods and decked in regalia which includes the scalps of what are probably red-headed whites. Although he does not make this explicitly a symbolic ceremony, he says nothing which would prevent the reader from assuming that he was aware of and enjoyed the symbolism. God's name occurs nowhere in the passage. Only an Indian would have been capable of such a gesture of exchange, and only a man attuned to Indian values could have accepted the gift in Church's manner. For the Indian, exchanges between men were fraught with peril for both soul and body, whether these were economic exchanges, exchanges of words, exchanges of gifts, or exchanges of blows. In all such transactions they employed wampum or ceremonial objects to draw off the latent evil, to avert the malice or resentment possible in economic exchange or discussion or gift-giving, and to placate the spirits of those they have injured or killed. Such exchanges therefore involved complex spiritual and supernatural interplay, rather than an exchange of objects with intrinsic value. 45. An anthropologist's description of the significance of the Indian sale of Manhattan, already quoted, lets us appreciate the nature of the exchange between Church and Anawan from the Indians' viewpoint. In the eyes of the Indians the currency was the symbol comma, not the value equivalent, of the relinquishment of their hereditary rights to the land as well as its products. This price was to them a symbol over which they transferred their goodwill and spiritual power over forces dormant in the land, clearing away the poison that might have been engendered by the inequality of value in the transfer. 46. Anawan had lost his king, his land, and most of his tribe. He may have known he was about to lose his life as well. His gesture, after the exchange of battle, reflected his desire to transfer his people's power over forces dormant in the land to a proven worthy successor and to draw off the poison from the exchange by means of the wampum ceremony. The night of Anawan's tribute is evidently one of Church's fondest. 173. Memories, for he dwells on it at great length and is unusually particular in his description of the weather and the scenery, as well as the details of the ornaments. He spends the rest of the night swapping tales of his adventures with Anawan and promises the chief his life. A bond of affection is created between them. But as with those Indians who were sold after their surrender, Anawan falls victim to the anger of the victors, and Church later finds to his grief the head of Anawan perched on a pole in Plymouth. The act was so hateful to Mr. Church, that he opposed it, to the loss of the goodwill and respects of some that before were his good friends. 47. Hubbard's account of Church's transactions with Anawan barely mentions the surrender of Philip's royalties and certainly does not attach the importance to them that Church does. Nor does Hubbard portray Church's talk with Anawan as a congenial exchange between old soldiers. The only appropriate speech, from Hubbard's viewpoint, would be a confession of guilt by Anawan in which the acts of God, rather than those of Captain Church, would be acknowledged with trembling. The said Anawan confesseth also, that he did believe by all those late occurrents, that there was a great God that overruled all, and that he had found, that whenever he had done to any of those, whether Indians or English, the same was brought upon himself in after time. But whatever his confessions of this nature were, being forced from him by the power of conscience, after he was delivered up to authority, he was put to death. 48. Church, of course, mentions nothing of this, although he knows Hubbard's book rather well. Where the Mathers and Hubbard rejected the Indian as the emblem of the devil and the hellish principles inside each man, Church accepted the Indian as a man whose adjustment to his beloved wilderness was perfect and complete. Church's purpose in life was to enjoy the things which gave him pleasure, arduous deeds which would test his strength and sagacity to the fullest, bring all his powers into play, earn him honor among white men for his service and among his enemies for courage and honorable dealings, and secure him self-respect for having fulfilled all his potential and become as great and secure as he wished to be. In order to achieve these things he had found it necessary to learn from the Indians, and he found the necessity enjoyable. He indulged his appetites, where such indulgence did not affect his power to function. Even when he was in his 60s and as fat as Falstaff, he was still able to harry the Indians through the woods of Maine, with the aid of 2 sergeants to lift him over fallen trees. 49. His account of the hunting of Philip crystallizes this philosophy. 174. Regeneration through violence. The mythic pattern in the narrative arises quite naturally from the circumstances of Church's time and personality. Even his symbolic identification with the object of his long hunt is explicable from the peculiar psychology of the hunting situation. Yet the narrative does conform to the archetypal myth of initiation into kingship. The failing king, on whose homeopathic sexual powers the fertility of the tribal woods depends, is slain by his successor, who has undergone ordeals to become worthy of the deed. The dead king's blood refreshes the earth, and his slayer takes his place. Even minor details in the hunting of Philip contribute to the impression that a mythic ritual of some sort has taken place. The hand of the sacrificed king had been maimed in an earlier accident when a white man's pistol, given as a gift, exploded. Thus Philip's weakness, impotence, and decline are figured in the fact that he is a wounded king, and his particular sort of wound has distinct sexual overtones. Appropriately, Church not only inherits his regalia but by right of capture is the legal possessor of Philip's wife. In effect, Church accepts the mantle of a wilderness kingship that Philip himself had borne. He becomes Philip's heir and successor. The conclusion of his hunt is, not a ritual exorcism of projected evil, but the achievement of a higher state of being. His experience is an initiation into the kingship of the American wilderness, undertaken willingly. In its structure, Church's tale is strongly related to the captivity myth and to that extent draws on tradition. It begins with his happy residence in the bosom of his family and ends with his restoration after an ordeal in the wilderness. But where the captive is wrested unwillingly from his family, Church leaves voluntarily. Where the captive is a prisoner in a dungeon wilderness, Church is a hunter and a seeker, who derives new strength from the wilderness. The captive remains alienated after his return, just as he has been alienated during his captivity. He is psychologically in bondage to a vision of life incompatible with that of the world as he finds it. Church is also changed by his experience, but he is not simply alienated from his old way of life. Rather, he finds a new home in the wilderness and a role suited to the prowess and wisdom he has gained in his long hunting of the king of the woods. Church's narrative is archetypal in the same sense that Mrs. Rowlandson's is. It initiates a genre and a vision of individual and collective history that becomes an informing structure of American narrative literature. Like Mrs. Rowlandson's narrative, it draws broadly and deeply on the cultural properties of the immediate society, and like hers, it links the American experience to older myths. However, where her mythic antecedents are Bib. 175. Lical, churches are distinctly primitive, closer in imagery and spirit to the myths of the Indians and of primitive Europe than to the Christian mythology of Puritanism. Mrs. Rowlandson is conscious of her antecedents, having internalized as archetypes of experience the stories written in the Bible. Church refers to no literature, biblical or otherwise. The archetypes that enter into his narrative arise from the imagination of a fairly primitive civilized man as it plays over the content, both conscious and unconscious, of its memory. This evocation of primitive archetypes, and of the states of mind that give them rise, gives to Church's narrative that quality of coherence and of reference to a grand, universal, primeval cosmology that makes mythology out of simple narrative. Primitive mythological patterns figure strongly in Church's tale, as a glance at Fraser's Golden Bough will reveal. The central myth from which Fraser's study of human mythology springs is that of the King of the Wood in the sacred grove of Nemi. In that grove grew a certain tree round which, at any hour of the day and probably far into the night, a grim figure might be seen to prowl. In his hand he carried a drawn sword, and he kept peering warily about him as if at every instant he expected to be set upon. He was at once a priest and a murderer, and the man for whom he was watching was sooner or later to murder him and hold the priesthood in his stead. The post which was held by this precarious tenure carried with it the title of King of the Wood. The description certainly suits King Philip, who was indeed the native King of the Wood, simultaneously a priest, an overlord, and, from the white viewpoint, a murderer. Certainly he was harried and hunted, in the manner suggested by Fraser, by his successor. Church. The function of the priest-king was clearly that of a spirit of natural and sexual vigor or fertility. His annual killing and replacement figured the change of seasons and of generations that was essential to the preservation of life. The manner in which his body was disposed of was also crucial. The god Osiris, the first to teach men the use of corn, had a function analogous to that of the priest of Nemi, and his mangled remains were scattered up and down the land and buried in different places. Taken all together, these legends point to a widespread practice of dismembering the body of a king or magician and burying the pieces in different parts of the country in order to ensure the fertility of the ground and probably also the fecundity of man and beast. 51. The parts of the dismembered body of the slain king priest god were either buried, or worn by the slayers, or hung from trees. Philip's severed head and quartered limbs were similarly 176. Played in several New England towns. His mutilated hand was worn as an ornament by the Indian who had killed him, a gift from Church, and Church himself, as we have seen, adorned himself with Philip's robe and crown. In mythic terms, this treatment of the hanged and mutilated god was intended either to utilize his magic power for the soil, burying, or to preserve or resurrect his power among men by endowing other men with its accoutrements. The wearing of parts of the slain king, or the flayed skin of a substitute victim, was a means of effecting his resurrection, and with it the revival of vegetation in spring. 52. Many Indian tribes had similar rituals, in which an animal representing a king god would be slain and his skin borne by a man, who would acquire the power and virtue of the divine beast. There is, however, a sinister implication in the ritual. The priest-king murderer is not exorcised, he is replaced by a man who in turn becomes priest, king, and murderer. Church replaces King Philip by donning his regalia of beast skins and human scalps, and he gains the kingship by Philip's means, the means of murder and violence. Church admires the Indians, in his way, and his feeling for his last opponent, Anawan, is deeper than simple admiration or respect. Certainly he loves the Indians' world as much as the English towns. Yet his means of relating to Indians and wilderness are the means of violence and murder. He achieves kingship over his preferred world and people by destroying them in battle. Like the hunter heroes of Indian mythology, who kill and devour the mystic deer that embodies the spirit of their Earth Mother, his creative act of love, of self, and societal regeneration, is an act of violence. Church himself remains blissfully ignorant of the mythic implications of his narrative. He is absolutely immune to conscious mythologizing. He makes no improvements on the scene with Anawan, allowing the facts to speak for themselves. He does not explicitly claim to be the king of the wild frontier, nor does he go to elaborate lengths to explain the meaning of the pattern of events that structures his narrative, as do Mather and Hubbard and as will the interpreters of the careers of Daniel Boone and Cooper's Leatherstocking. Clearly he does not see the landscape as the nightmare country of the captivities, but he does not offer an alternative. His book is singularly devoid of landscape portrayal. This acceptance of the Indians and unwillingness to force them into a cosmic metaphor is admirable from a certain standpoint. It enables him to avoid the savage bigotry of a Mather. But the hard-headedness of his ethics and his perceptions also prevents him from sensing the tragic overtones in the image of Philip's queen. 177. An heir, surrounded by weeping women and retainers, waiting on a Boston dock for the ships to carry them into West Indian slavery. It also makes it impossible for him to offer a theory of historical causation, or of direction and meaning in history, to counter the Mather-Ryan vision of history as a concatenation of providence and affliction, although he mocks Mather's conclusions rather effectively. The narrative is in itself an implicit argument for an heroic theory of history, but Church is not interested in achieving the critical distance from his tale that would enable him to generalize broadly. Typical of his attitudes and his mode of critical expression is the irreverent anecdote with which he concludes. After the anger and the ordeal, after the reconciliation in violence of Church and Philip and the mystical ceremony of Anawan, Church records the capture of an old Indian named Conscience. "See Conscience," said the captain, smiling, "then the war is over, for that was what they were searching for, it being much wanting." 53. Thus Church, with a grin, discovers Mather's beloved Conscience in the wilderness in the shape of an old, backslidden Indian. The image is both an explicit parody of the concept of the war's purposes put forward by Increase and Cotton Mather and an implicit parody of the mythic ceremony of identity exchange that Church himself has invoked. Church's narrative is the first literary vaulting of the hedge of rigorous social and intellectual government and an anticipation of the literary developments that were to culminate in the Daniel Boone legends as the myth of the hunter. It draws on existential and psychological sources that the Puritan excluded from his literary production, direct and positive emotional responses to the wilderness and the Indian, and mythopoeic, perhaps primitive or atavistic, states of mind. This turn toward the Indian ultimately liberated the myth-making mind of the colonists and awakened them to at least a partial awareness of their own special psychology. The 17th-century Puritans had, nonetheless, left an indelible mark on American literature and on the psychology and ideology that sustained it. It was they who developed the sermon form for the Indian war narrative and made it a genre where religious and social beliefs could be expressed in the drama of narrative action. This conjunction was necessary to the production of American historical fiction, which was in turn the base upon which a broader imaginative literature could be founded. It is important to note that while the structure of the myth of the hunter used by later American writers will resemble that of Church's narrative, much of their imagery and symbolism will be drawn from the rich typology of the Mathers and the Puritans. Cotton Mather's symbols for Philip the Leviat. 178. Then, the serpent, the dragon figure as symbols of the enigmatic power and character of nature in Melville's Moby Dick, Cooper's Leatherstocking Tales, and Faulkner's The Bear, to name the most notable instances. The reason for this lies partly in the fact that Puritan literature was based on a metaphoric equation of the physical wilderness with the, presumably depraved, soul of mankind. The Puritans viewed the Indians as projections of the evil within themselves, as well as agents of an external malice, a vision whose paradox is fruitful ground for a wide range of imaginative speculation on the nature of reality and of history and on the possible roles and powers men can assume in the world. Moreover, the terms in which this pregnant paradox was couched were established by Puritan writers as the characteristic images of America's unique geographical and historical character. Church himself is evidence of the imaginative latitude offered by the Puritan paradox to an imagination capable of a certain amount of daring or unorthodoxy. His positive attitude toward his identification with the Indian king is the obverse of the Puritan captive's recognition of his own evil nature in the nature of the Indian. The difference between the two visions is a reflection of the changing attitude toward the character of the aboriginal, archetypal American, the Indian, that was a consequence of colonial acculturation to the wilderness. But the achievement of this acculturated vision by Church and his successors in the hunter myth vein is simply that of correcting the imbalances of the Mathe-Ryan vision of pioneer history and character. Myth is conservative, or the imagination which creates it is retentive of past visions. The Mather-Rowland-Son myths were not purged from cultural memory but rather were integrated with the Benjamin Church-derived mythology of the hunter in a gradual process. In the crowning expressions of these myths, Moby Dick and the Leatherstocking Tales, the antithetical mythologies of Mather-Rowland-Son and Church are seen as variant expressions of a single vision, ambivalent and divided against itself but nonetheless characteristic of American culture. Philip of the Maimed Hand is the lineal father of the Leviathan with the maimed fin. Both are at once independent natural beings, demonic expressions of the power and promise, for good or ill, of wild, untamed nature, and reflections of or counterparts to the hunters who seek them in the wilderness of trees or oceans. But the most significant contribution of the Puritans was the development and articulation as myths of several basic points of view in regard to the wilderness: the outward-looking, wilderness-loving viewpoint of Underhill and Church, Mrs. Rowland-Son's combination of Calvinist sensibility. 179. And frontier realism, and the superheated vision of those like the Mathers, who saw the wilderness as a nightmarish dream kingdom, in which the afflicted soul alternated between a fantastic hope of total transcendence of all human and natural frailties and a fear of the devil's hideous shape and imminent power to cast him utterly into hell. These visions were expressed in four basic narrative formats or mythological structures, each of which is a variation on the great central myth of initiation into a new world and a new life that is at the core of the American experience. 1. Conversion, typified by the confessional narratives of Shepherd and Edwards, in which the soul interacts directly with God in spiritual exercises, achieving a sense of salvation after affliction of spirit, through the gracious intervention of a transcendent God. 2. Sacred marriage, typified by Morton's union with the Baron Doe of Virginia and perhaps by Edwards's account of Sarah Pierpont, in which the human protagonist is united with a female who is both the embodiment of the God Spirit immanent in nature and the other half of his own individual nature, anima. 3. Exorcism, typified by the captivity narratives, in which the same beings, components of psychology, races, or powers conceived of as the anima in the sacred marriage are treated as if they were representations of the id, being sought out and recognized only that they might be repressed or destroyed. And 4. Regeneration through violence, typified by the narrative of church and the subsequent myth of the hunter, in which the anima-id paradox is embodied, not resolved, in an intimate conflict between male avatars of wilderness and civilization for possession of the white female captive, a figure who embodies the Christian moral and social law that the hunter both defends and tries to avoid, and who therefore, like the Indian opponent, is at once the hero's anima and his soul's most feared enemy. Not all of these patterns received equal weight or attention in Puritan writing, but all were in one sense or another generated by the confrontation of Puritanism with the wilderness and its promises and threats. The variant myths, and the states of mind that gave rise to them, continued to conflict and evolve in the changed climate of the 18th century and on into the beginning years of the new nation. Chapter. And the Problem of the Natural Man. 1700 to 1765. If we have depicted Americans as being a race of men who have all the faults of children, as a degenerate species of the human race, cowardly, impotent, without physical strength, without vitality, without elevation of mind, we offer nothing in such a portrait that would surprise the imagination by its novelty, for the history of man in his natural state has been more neglected than one might think. Abbé de Pau, Recherches philosophiques, 1768. Although the captivity myth remained potent, the publication of Church's entertaining passages in 1716 marks a turning point in the literary mythology of the Indian Wars. Church substituted a realistic acceptance of the conditions of moral and physical life imposed by the wilderness for the Puritan rejection of the wilderness as a chaotic and devilish environment. Further, in the course of imaginatively reconstructing his adventures, he unconsciously employed a myth archetype which differed considerably from that most often employed by the Puritans. He substituted the ritual of initiation for that of exorcism and the figure of a hunter-hero for that of a god and devil-bullied victim. Although negative interpretations of the wilderness persisted and the distrust of emigration and frontiersmen did remain a persistent strain in New England, and later in the United States, the books which followed Church's tended to treat the landscape of the wilderness with more realism, denying neither its harshness nor its beauty. Their authors aimed more at increasing the colonists' sense of security, of at-homeness in the wilderness, than at compelling them to reject the New World and cling to the remembered Old. Between 1716 and 1784, from the appearance of Church's book to that of Filson's Discovery, Settlement, and Present State of Kentucky, the Puritan vision of the New World underwent a drastic change, shifting its basis from the captivity myth and the Westminster Confession to a more secularized worldview, based on rationalistic philosophy and continuing experience on the frontier. The development of this new, acculturated worldview was in large measure the result of the continued expansion of New England into the wilderness. The fact of expansion itself indicates that the people had moved away from the hedged-in Puritan concept of the coastal enclave. The expansion increased the fund of knowledge about the Indians and the land, at the same time that it created an imperative demand for such information. The settlers needed practical advice on how to live with the Indians in the wilderness, what to expect of them and of the land, and how to fight against both. They required a manual of information about the Indians and the wilderness, not a religious tract anathematizing them, a literature shaped by experience rather than biblical exegesis. Against this new realism in the literary approach to the frontier, the orthodox preachers of the revival set their faces. In New England, the early stages of the new, evolving myth of the frontier were shaped by the struggle between the revivalists, who drew on the strong tradition of the period of the captivities, and those writers who followed the path opened by Benjamin Church. New images of a frontier hero. It was symptomatic of the shift, in New England attitudes, at least, that the captivity narratives no longer preempted the literary marketplace, as they had from 1680 to 1716. After 1725, even the revivalistic preachers turned to narratives of battle for their material, employing accounts of victories and defeats as they had employed the captivities, as a scourge to the back of sinful New England. The treatments of Lovewell's defeat of 1725 reveal the division in the New England idea of man's power in the wilderness. Lovewell was the leader of a group of New England rangers who harried the Indian villages in the same manner as the Indians harried the English frontier, burning, killing, taking captives and scalps. On a raid against the Pigwacket Indians, Lovewell's company was ambushed, Lovewell himself was killed, and most of his company were shot down. But in the vicious firefight that decimated Lovewell's troop, the Indians suffered such heavy losses that they fled without taking any scalps, leaving 182. Their war chief Paugus dead on the field. The power of the tribe was broken for the duration of the war. The first narrative dealing with Lovewell's defeat was a sermon narrative by Thomas Sims, who saw the defeat as a sign of divine wrath and an occasion for self-mortification. The second was in the form of a popular ballad, which celebrated in church's manner the bloody deeds of Lovewell's men in their last fight. Sims's work went through 2 editions under 2 titles within a year. The first title details his theme, Lovewell Lamented, or, a sermon occasioned by the fall of the brave Capt. John Lovewell and several of his valiant company, in the later heroic action at Pigwacket. The second title, Historical Memoirs of the Late Fight at Pigwacket, perhaps reflects the publisher's sense that his readers' real interest centered on the battle rather than on its improvement. The double publication within the year suggests both the popularity of the account and the authorities' approval of its thesis. Sims's Captain Lovewell is but one short remove from the victim hero of the captivities. Sims's primary interest is in Lovewell's defeat by the wilderness, and he carefully omits details that might create in his audience more pride in Lovewell's power than humiliation at his fall. The point of departure is not the event itself but a biblical text, David's elegy on Saul and Jonathan. The sermon proper is a kind of literary critical exfoliation of the elegy as a very bright example, how to behave upon, and what improvement to make, of the death of useful men. 1. He discusses various reasons why it is decent and becoming, useful and advantageous, and pious and scriptural to weep for the death of such men. Such lamentations have uses as spurs to virtue, that is, to humility. Lovewell's fall is proof that boasting, by New England pamphleteers, of the Lord's favor before a battle is both impious and liable to be upset, and that even great skill in war is no shield against defeat. Therefore, in Indian or spiritual warfare, soldiers had need to be truly religious and well prepared for death. So, then, a well-grounded persuasion of a part in Christ, and an interest in the favor of God, is what all that go forth to war, would do wisely, to obtain. 2. To put the matter more plainly, they would do well to become converted, through a consciousness of their sin and their dependence on God for grace. The use of the defeat is to make us, as readers, come to conversion through a perception of our sin and dependence. There are tokens of his displeasure to be seen in this affair. Have not our sins as really slain our magnanimous soldiers, as ever David slew Uriah the Hittite by the sword of the children of Ammon? Should we not endeavor to find out and put away the accursed 183 thing from the midst of us? And to turn to him that smites us? How many calls have New England had, from the pulpit, and by the press also, from year to year, to remember whence we are fallen and repent and do our first works. But alas, how many hate to be reformed. 3. Yet New England did not wish to see Lovewell's defeat only as the revivalists desired them to see it. If Lovewell died at Pigwacket, so did Paugus, his opposite number among the Indians. Frontiersmen might mourn the fallen, but they knew that the Indian victory had crippled the Pigwackets and weakened their power fatally. The Song of Lovewell's fight reveals that a segment of New England took more pride in its ability to fight like the savages than in its supposed spiritual superiority to Indian ways. Verse 16 of the ballad boasts, "Our worthy Captain Lovewell, among them there did die, they killed Lieutenant Robbins, and wounded good young Fry, who was our English chaplain, he many Indians slew, and some of them he scalped, while bullets round him flew." 4. The image of the English chaplain scalping his slain enemies is a symbol of the division between the clergy of the towns and the people of the frontier. Fry's fiancée, an Andover girl whose father felt Fry was too poor and ill-educated to be a proper husband, preferred to elegize him as that young student, Mr. Fry, who in his blooming youth did die. A comely youth and pious too. 5. Yet he carried a scalping knife with his Bible. The conflict between Sims and the balladeer is rooted in divergent ideas of the efficacy of human heroism, the value of natural or even primitive human behavior, and the wisdom of trusting personal experience of the wilderness rather than orthodox theory. Later attempts to employ the Indian Wars in revival sermons take greater cognizance of this popular demand for a human hero to represent New England's pride and its Americanization. Thomas Prince's edition of John Mason's A Brief History of the Pequot War, published in Boston in 1736, characteristically attempts to blend the revivalists' evocation of humiliation with a slight bowing to the reading public's need for heroes to worship. Prince's hero, John Mason, is, unlike Lovewell, a man long dead, one of the first generation of Puritans. His heroism is qualified by a strong sense of dependence on God, analogous to that expressed by the captives. Yet Mason is a hero, and his narrative remained unpublished from its initial abridgment in Increase Mather's History of King Philip's War, 1677, to the end of the period of the captivities. Yet if Mason is not a victim, like the protagonist of the captivity narrative and of Sims's lament, neither is he a frontier hero on the 184. Model of Benjamin Church or the scalp-hunting chaplain Fry. Mason is, rather, a symbol of a past heroism, a power lost with the faith of the fathers and their intimacy with God. By revivifying this symbol, Prince seeks to awaken in New England a sense of the relative weakness of the present generation. For Prince, like Sims and the Mathers, is interested in combating the dangerous sense of security, not in finding images that would justify continued emigration to the frontier. Prince was a prominent clergyman, book collector, and historian, author of a chronological history of New England, which became a classic work in the genre of Puritan theodicy histories. Typically, that work began with Adam and Eve and set out to trace in outline the whole cycle of history, culminating in the settlement of New England by the new chosen people, a sort of Newer Testament, supplementing the Bible and placing New England's history in context with that of the other chosen people. The first volume was published in the same year as his edition of Mason's history, but Prince's thirst for recording every detail of God's activity made it impossible for him to complete his major work. In the context of the unfinished theodicy history, Mason might have figured as the modern type of an Old Testament soldier on the model of Gideon or the young David, a man who manifestly enjoys the favor of God in overcoming the outnumbering host of his enemies, yet who modestly effaces himself before the people and gives all the glory to God alone. Mason had shared with John Underhill the command of the colonial forces who assaulted and destroyed the Pequot Fort in 1637. It was he who had led the assault against the palisade and who, at the height of the action, hurled a flaming brand into a wigwam and set the whole village ablaze. Unlike the ambitious Underhill, Mason does not portray the action as an occasion for glorious battle between equally valorous foes. Rather, he shows it as the chastisement of the children of darkness by agents of the Lord, who recognize their own impurity in the eyes of God and so remain humble. Where Underhill reaped censure and exile for his various enthusiasms, both religious and economic, Mason earned the praise of the magistrates and social and political advancement. To Mason's pious and straightforward narration of these events, not including the post-war rewards, Prince adds a series of prefaces and introductions, interpreting the significance of the work in terms appropriate to each of the audiences addressed by them. Prince's edition of Mason adopts the same sermon-like form which characterizes the narratives of Wheeler and Increase Mather. The text is Psalm 44, 1-3, "We have heard with our ears, O God, our fathers have told us, what work thou didst in their days. How thou didst drive out 185. The heathen with thy hand, and plantedst them, how thou did afflict the people and cast them out. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but thy right hand and thine arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou hadst a favor unto them." Prince's choice of a text recalls Church's criticism of the fort builders who set up the marks of a victory, because of their fear, on land that they had not won with their arms. But where Church allowed the implication that his own arm might have won them a field elsewhere, Prince is careful to emphasize God's power to bring victory, just as Mason himself concluded that the use of the war was to awaken our remembrance of God. "Let us therefore praise the Lord for his goodness and his wonderful works to the children of men." 8. Mason saw the Puritan soldiers as victims of the power of the wilderness, or as feeble victors upheld by God's power and not their own. "We repaired to the place of our abode, where we were entertained with great triumph and rejoicing and praising God for his goodness to us, in succeeding our weak endeavors. Thus was God seen in the mount, crushing his proud enemies and the enemies of his people." 7. Such was Mason's view of the battle in which the English burned and shot to death most of the tribe in the Pequot fort. In contrast to the new trend set by Church's self-glorifying account of personal triumphs, Prince's edition of Mason marks a sort of reversion to type in the development of the genre. Hampered by a tradition which did not accept the wilderness as an environment productive of good, writers like Prince took their visions of the good life from the era of the first settlements, when the orthodox congregations of the civilized coastal enclaves were themselves outposts on the frontier and when ministerial sway was strong to the edge of the clearings. Their vision of the orderly, symmetrical, and organic unity of man, God, commonwealth, and natural wilderness, a unity which was supposedly realized in the time of the fathers, became a benchmark against which the fall of the present generation could be measured and its appalling distance comprehended. Prince's several prefaces, corresponding to the doctrine section of a sermon, are intended to force the reader to draw invidious comparisons between the former time and the present. Prince begins by comparing Mason to the biblical heroes, who conquered by faith rather than by dependence on their own strength. Yet Prince feels called upon to justify this biblical comparison, as if his audience might not. L86. Accept such comparisons as a matter of course, as did the audiences of Mather and Hubbard. The judicious reader that knows the New English history, cannot think these scripture phrases or religious turns unsuitable on this occasion, for as these colonies were chiefly, if not entirely settled by a religious people, and for those religious purposes, it is as impossible to write an impartial or true history of them, as of the ancient Israelites, without observing that religious spirit. 8. The last lines in particular suggest the alienation of his readers from the religious spirit. They are thought to prefer true history and to be put off by religious turns of phrase or imagery. Yet later in the preface Prince offers those same readers the Puritan version of the Pequot War victory as the work of God and remarks that the account is a standing monument both to the courage of our pious fathers and to the imminent appearance of heaven to save them. 9. There is a clear distinction between the piety of Prince and that of Benjamin Church. Prince more frequently pays tribute to the power of providence. Yet when one compares Prince's statement with Mason's own praise of the Lord, Prince's seems flat and formalistic. This is not to say that Prince did not believe that God's power had saved New England. It does indicate that the faith of Prince and his readers had to compete seriously with secularism. Prince includes in his edition several other prefatory statements by various anonymous hands. One of these, which is significantly addressed to the American reader, epitomizes many of the forces that were at work in the society and the literature of the early 18th century. Its title is in itself a symptom of the growing sense of national identity which was the product of a century of living in the new land. It begins with a reference to the burgeoning literature produced by the press and to the growth of publications unrelated or downright hostile to religious concerns, particularly political pamphlets, although it be too true indeed that the press labors under, and the world doth too much abound with pamphleting papers, yet know that this piece cannot or at least ought not to be disaccepted by thee, for by the help of this thou mayst look backward and interpret how God hath been working. This reminder of the reality of our dependence on God, says Prince, ought to effect a revival of religion by overcoming our lethargy-like security, for though our souls still confront the same devil, we can see, by comparing our faith to Mason's, that we have not the saving sense of God our fathers had. 10. Prince's inclusion of this preface suggests that he concurred, in spirit at least, with its author's belief in human insignificance before God and the 187. Church. It is interesting, therefore, that Prince chose a personal narrative like Mason's for his vehicle and that he emphasized in his preface the heroic stature of Mason. The conscious creation of culture heroes is not usually associated with the Puritans, who subordinated personal glory to a desire to glorify God. Church's narrative was an exception to this rule of humility, and Church's creation of a heroic vision of himself was accomplished by dramatic implication rather than by avowed intention. Yet Prince offered Mason to his readers as a potential culture hero, an idealized symbol of the vision of the whole people of New England, a mythic emblem of their historical and religious experience. The device was unsuccessful. Mason was not in fact accepted by a large public as the embodiment of the American dream. But Prince's use of a hero figure as the key to an evocative appeal to the whole of society was in itself a significant development. Prince's hero fails literarily because his very nature precludes his open assumption of the hero's role. Mason's own words are directed to turning aside any interpretation of his narrative as a metaphor for the total course and meaning of the war. In a statement to the General Court of Connecticut, reprinted by Prince, Mason protests, "You well know how often I have been requested by yourselves to write something in reference to the subject of the ensuing treatise. And how backward I have been, as being conscious to my own unfitness, accounting it not so proper, I being a chief actor therein myself." 11. It was at his own instigation that his narrative was unprinted, in its entirety, for a full century. The trend in frontier literature was toward more self-conscious and egotistical models of the American hero. For example, Major Robert Rogers, leader of the guerrilla-type ranger companies of the last French and Indian War, attempted in the 1760s to dramatize himself to the British court and public as the American hero par excellence. In 1765 he published in London his journals in which he claimed that the several excursions he made had provided a key to the most material circumstances of every campaign upon that continent. But this attempt at hero creation failed to gain an American audience. Since Rogers's primary purpose was to convince an English audience of his qualifications for the post of governor at Michilimackinac, he published the work in England and apparently sought no American edition of it. Still, he was a product of the New England-New York frontier, and as such his life, his egotism, and his Benjamin Church-like attitude toward Indians and Indian fighting are of value as indications of the direction in which images of the frontier hero and the Indian were developing. L88. The careers of Mason, Church, and Rogers mark the stages of the developments which took place in Indian war literature and in American culture from the early to the late colonial period. All three men were renowned Indian fighters, but their successive campaigns show an increasing proficiency in woodcraft and the gradual adoption of Indian modes of dress and combat. Each of the men participated in the massacre of Indian tribes by white troops. Mason justifies the wiping out of the Pequots as a judgment of God upon the heathen. Church condemns one massacre, in the swamp fight, which he believes served no purpose. He later perpetrates a small massacre himself, when he orders some French prisoners knocked in the head because he has not enough troops to fight the enemy and also guard the prisoners. In both cases he avoids moral justifications, preferring to claim considerations of efficiency as his motives. Rogers's greatest exploit was his epic trek through the wilderness to attack the Indian village of St. Francis. The massacre perpetrated there appears deliberate and cold-blooded, presented as a matter of strategic policy and justified by the cruelty of these Indians in their incessant raids on the settlements. Where Mason's massacre was begun in panic and justified by theology, Where Church's was unsystematic and offhand, Rogers's is the product of a thorough comprehension of the nature and necessities that govern successful strategy in an Indian war. Moral considerations play absolutely no part in his account. He recognizes only the pragmatic values imposed by war in the wilderness. Even the harrowing return from St. Francis, in which his men all but starve to death, occasions no pious reflections on providence. The killing of a partridge when his men are at the last extremity is regarded simply as an instance of good fortune. 12. The Mason Church. Rogers' development indicates an intellectual movement towards secularization, a tendency to imitate Indian ways of fighting in the wilderness, and a somewhat clearer image of Americans' concept of themselves and their land as embodiments of a new and promising order, derived from the conditions of life in the American wilderness. Mason is careful to set himself off from the Indians as an exponent of an alien, European civilization. Church implies his closeness to the Indians in his account of his recruitment of Indian soldiers and his pride in being able to live chiefly in unsettled parts. Rogers is explicit about his affinity for the wilderness, although careful to draw a line between Indians and himself, and is not even as settled a man as Church. Rogers is no farmer but a ranger and trader in the wilds from his youth. Between the years 1743 and 1755 my manner of life was such as led me to a general acquaintance with the British and French settlements. 189. In North America and especially with the uncultivated wilderness, the mountains, valleys, rivers, lakes, and several passes that lay between and contiguous to the said settlements. Nor did I content myself with the information of hunters but travelled over large tracts of the country myself, which tended not more to gratify my curiosity than to inure me to hardships and, without vanity I may say, to qualify me for the very service I have been employed in. 13. The development also suggests that American writers, and their readers, were attempting to work out for themselves a clear concept of a representative American, a hero who could be set off against the culture heroes of Europe and express the Americanized Englishman's new sense of himself, his new perception of his place in the wilderness and the world. The frequency with which hero narratives begin to occur in American writing about the frontier suggests the growing sense of need for such a hero. At the same time, the Indian begins to appear in a more positive light, as a representative of the kind of heroism that natural, uncultivated, American man is capable of. Even though the Indian is consistently portrayed as inferior to whites, his presence remains necessary to the revelation of the heroic stature of the Anglo-American hero. The Indian is his foil, the opponent against whom he exercises and develops his heroic powers as a representative of civilization. The colonists, then, required an image, a symbolic heroic figure, whose character and experiences would express their own sense of history, of their relationship to the American land, of their growing away from Europe. The need for such an image extended to all the colonies and indeed to Europe, whose writers sought an image of the American type that would express their sense of the colonists having become un-European in the course of their American experience. The evolution of the new myth of the frontier was not exclusively the result of internal tensions in Puritan New England. In the 17th century, however, New England was virtually the only section of the country with a substantial printing and book-selling trade sustained by an American popular audience. Further, its literature was the only one characterized by an intense striving for metaphors and myths that could define a peculiar place for its readers in the cosmos. No other section experienced Indian wars of the same duration and intensity, and no other had the same inclination to make this struggle the basis of a religion-charged mythology. As communication between the colonies improved and as contacts with England became easier, the parochial literature of New England was cross-fertilized by metaphors and traditions from Europe and from the 100 southern and middle colonies. This process was accelerated by the growth of the printing and book-selling trade and by the establishment of a system of distribution which by 1800 linked all the colonies to the book-selling capitals of New York and Philadelphia. Cadwallader Colden's Study of the Indians, published in New York in 1727, and Provost William Smith's Historical Account of Bouquet's Expedition, Philadelphia, 1766, were the first important studies of Indian warfare published outside New England. The breakdown of New England's literary isolation, coupled with the native trends resulting from the realist-revivalist split, led to an increase of secularism in its Indian war literature, a tendency to employ classical rather than biblical texts for metaphoric allusion, in defiance of Cotton Mather's strictures against mythology, to take a more positive view of the Indian and the natural man, to accept the possibility of human heroism. This trend was paralleled by a growing consciousness of America's distinctiveness vis-a-vis Europe. Political disagreements with England, revolving around fundamental disagreements in political theory as well as policy, sharpened the sense of American identity throughout the colonies. Finally, the rediscovery of America by the French philosophes, and the consequent opening of a dialogue between French and American intellectuals, helped provide Americans with a philosophic rationale for their new acceptance of the primitive frontier as their home. European images of the American character. Indianization. The definition of an American hero depended upon the answers to two questions: what is characteristically American, and to what extent is man capable of heroic action in Jehovah's and nature's universe? The answers to both questions involved an investigation of the nature of the Indian, for the Indian was not only the characteristic human product of the American land but also, to Europeans and colonists alike, the type of the natural man. Since nature in America had developed unchecked by civilized institutions or arts, whatever man was by nature capable of in the way of virtue and heroism, or evil and degradation, ought to reveal itself in the Indian. The colonists themselves, however, were not Indians but Europeans transplanted to the Indian's world. Hence the American hero would have to bridge the gap or mediate between the European past and the Indian present. While part of his development to heroic stature must be the consequence of evolution through experience in the Indian's world, part of his nature is inherited from Europe. 191. The Puritans expressed the difference between Indian and English character in terms of the distinction between the light of nature and the light of revelation. Like the Indian, the colonist used the natural reason of fallen man to establish justice and religion in the wilderness, but unlike the Indian, the white man had also inherited a surer guide, the revealed Word of God. Continental rationalists of the later 18th century, on the other hand, expressed the difference between the Indian and the European in terms of natural innocence and civilized experience. The Indian, in this view, had just embarked on the course of social evolution that would take him towards civilization and its discontents. The colonist was no longer innocent of history, he had already experienced the fall from savage innocence to the guilt and anxiety of civilized life. The savage trusted his natural passions, innocent of the consequences of his individualism and self-indulgence. The colonist had learned to use his intellect and conscience to keep his nature within bounds. But both Puritans and rationalists came to conceive the American experience as a blending of Indian and European characteristics, although there were wide variations in judgment as to whether this had improved or degenerated the colonials. Although fear of racial degeneration as a result of intermarriage persisted as a significant force in American and European thought, a counter-trend developed in the 18th century. This line of thought emphasized the capacity of the savage to become white and the natural ability of man to attain both Christian virtue and heroic stature. A new concept of the nature of the Indian and Indian-European relationships was the touchstone of this new development. In the specialized literature devoted to systematic study of Indian mores and racial theory, we can see not only the evolution of this new conception of the Indian but also a divergence between American and European treatments of the frontier. From the outset, Europeans viewed the colonization of the New World as a metaphoric marriage between civilization and savagery. Once this view became conventionalized in English comic drama and satiric poetry, the convention itself became the starting point for all writing on the colonists and the Indians. For the Americans, who had to live with the Indians, continually renewed experience of the Indians had to be the starting point. Moreover, since the colonists were the ones actually faced with acculturation to the Indians' world, the marriage metaphor was unacceptable. The British employed it as a comically pejorative convention in dealing with the rustic foibles of provincial American characters, The colonists resisted it with an emotional intensity amounting at times to hysteria. But even while the New Englanders were resisting all tendencies in their population to behave 102. Like the Indians, in European eyes the association of Indian and emigrant was firmly fixed. As early as 1605, British playwrights were employing this and other stereotypes of America with humorous effect. Ben Jonson, George Chapman, and John Marston collaborated on a comedy called Eastward Ho!, in which the Bonoke Virginians are satirized as Indian cudlits and Moore's Utopia is ironically invoked in parody of the utopian projects envisioned by the Virginia promoters. The play was performed in both London and Virginia, which apparently could still laugh at itself. In Act 3, Scene 3, a Virginia recruiter employs the metaphor of an Indian virgin seduction to describe the achievement of the colony. Seagull, come, boys, Virginia longs till we share the rest of her maidenhead. A whole country of the English is their man, bred of those that were left at Roanoke's lost colony, they have married with the Indians, and make them bring forth as beautiful faces as any we have in England, and therefore the Indians are so in love with him that all the treasure they have they lay at their feet. 1-4. This association of Indian America with the liberation of sexual impulses became an integral part of the European vision of the American. The less flattering association of Americans with blood ritual and cannibalism likewise persisted. Ned Ward of Grub Street, pamphleteer, satirist, and author of The London Spy, 1699, gave a comprehensive view of English stereotypes of America. Ward produced a series of travel satires, one of which takes him, or rather his putative correspondent, to New England. A Trip to New England, printed in London in 1699, roasts the Puritans thoroughly as sharpers and cheats, niggard lovers and husbands of doubtful manhood. Their wives are ripened at 13 and worn into hags by 24 but still defy the harsh laws against adultery to be revenged on matrimony. Part of their ill nature is the result of their religion, says Ward, but much of it is the result of their living too close to and too much like the Indians. Like Mrs. Rowlandson, he condemns the New England love of tobacco and rum, but his tone is far less that of the outraged minister than the disgusted dandy. The women, like the men, are excessive smokers, and have contracted so many ill habits from the Indians, that 'tis difficult to find a woman cleanly enough for cook to a squeamish lady, or a man neat enough for a valet to Sir Courtly Nice. Like the Indians, they are lazy and work their women to death, while they themselves eat, drink, sleep, and smoke their lives away. 15 Ward and other English writers of the late 17th and early 193. 18th centuries shared the anxieties of Puritan writers of Cotton Mather's ilk about emigrant acculturation to the wilderness, but their attitude was a spectator's amused condescension. They did not share the hag-ridden intensity of an agonist like Mather, for whom this was the fundamental dilemma of culture, politics, and spiritual government. Daniel Defoe's novels Colonel Jacques and Moll Flanders, both 1722, exemplify the uses to which these conventional images of America might be put. In the former, the highwayman Jacques is transported to the New World for his crimes. There he discovers a land in which a man can redeem himself and rebuild his life, in effect, create a new world for himself. He comes to Virginia under an indenture and leaves a free, prosperous planter. For Moll, on the other hand, Virginia turns out the sort of place that the Puritan nightmare envisioned, a mysterious land in which the darkest dreams of the hidden self are coaxed to the surface and acted out beneath a brightly smiling sun. She meets a planter in Virginia, marries him, and bears him a child. Their life is perfectly blissful and prosperous, until she discovers that he is in fact her long-lost brother and that for years she has been lecherously reveling in an incestuous bed. All happiness destroyed, she returns to Europe, where her fortunes are, for the moment, ruined again, but she far prefers this bodily ruin to the corrupted happiness of Virginia. The vision of the New World in Moll Flanders is similar to that in Morton's New English Canaan, in which the invocation to Oedipus and Hymen promises libidinous pleasures to the revelers, although Defoe's heroine clearly goes unwillingly and unwittingly down Morton's path. Ebenezer Cook's The Soultweed Factor, London, 1708, carries this image to its humorous extreme, expatiating broadly on its humorous possibilities and employing it as a general anathema on the whole race of Anglo-Americans. The Indian appears as the American Priapus. But Indians strange did soon appear. In hot pursuit of wounded deer. No mortal creature can express his wild fantastic air and dress. His painted skin in colors wide. His sable hair in satchel tied. Shoot savages not free from pride. His tawny thighs and bosom bare. Disdained a useless coat to wear. Scorned summer's heat and winter's air. His manly shoulders such as please widows and wives, were bathed in grease of cub and bear, whose supple oil 194 prepared his limbs gainst heat or toil. Thus naked Pete in battle fought, or undisguised his mistress sought, and knowing well his wear was good, refused to screen it with a hood. 1-6. Cook's curse upon the Americans is that they be devoured by cannibal slaves imported from Africa in punishment for their having preyed, cannibal-like, on traveler Cook, and that Europe abandon them to turn Indian. May they sustain the fate they well deserve. May they turn salvage, or as Indians wild. From trade, converse, and happiness exiled. Recreant to heaven, may they adore the sun. And into pagan superstitions run. For vengeance ripe may wrath divine then lay these regions wast, where no man's faithful, nor a woman chaste. 17. It is only the acculturated, the true Americans that Cook hates. He exempts any of the English gentlemen resident there. The Americans are clearly degenerate racially. Their skin has become as tawny as a Moor. They are monstrous figures molded by wanton nature, in jest, rather than by God in his own image. Cook's reaction to the white planters is identical with his reaction to the Indian he meets. His first acquaintance with the planters suggests that Maryland is the land of Nod, planted at first, when vagrant Cain, his brother had unjustly slain and came to dwell in a wigwam in America, the first who in furs and sought weed dealt. 18. Yet for all its bitter vividness of detail, Cook's portrait of America is clearly not an attempt at critical realism, countering the booster rhetoric of colonial promoters. A second edition of the poem, Soultweed Redivivus, 1730, published in the colonies after Cook's emigration there, reveals a general toning down of the earlier version's bitterness, with the substitution of a mild word of warning to tradesmen and a pleasant, if qualified, tribute, that land where hospitality is every planter's darling quality. 19. The difference can be accounted for by noting the shift in Cook's audience from English to American, from an audience prepared for one set of conventional images to one prepared for another. Changes in American images of Indian character. European writers thus tended to describe the acculturation of the colonists in terms of an unholy marriage between the Christian and the savage. 195. In the wilderness. To the American Puritans this marriage metaphor was so intensely threatening as to be intolerable. The captivity narratives provided them with one acceptable metaphor, as we have seen, the Indian missionaries provided another. Just as it was acceptable for a man to be captured by Indians if that would chasten and save his Christian soul, so it was acceptable for a missionary to go willingly to the Indians for the purpose of converting them to Christianity. The missionaries conceived of their mission in both cultural, racial and religious terms. They were out not only to convert the savages but to English them. The praying Indians, whose praises were sung by the great missionaries, John Eliot and Daniel Gookin, were mediating figures of a sort. But their goodness, if they had any, was the result of their having become English, of having left the Indian culture and acculturated to the colonial civilization, thus reversing the process that the colonists so feared. The 17th century missionaries saw the Indians as embodiments of the spirit of nature in America, the type of fallen natural man. Since they lacked acquaintance with revealed religion, the Indians' degenerate state was a heightened and exaggerated type of the fallen state of the Christianized English. Even their good friend Thomas Shepard said of them, in 1647, What nation of people ever so deeply degenerated since Adam's fall as these Indians? 20. While there is no doubt that the missionaries sincerely wished to benefit the Indians, their writings reveal a curious lack of interest in them as Indians and as men. The missionaries were chiefly interested in the Indians as converts or as a symbol that could be useful in chastising those whose interest they had most at heart, English and New England Christians. Henry Whitfield's tract of 1651, The Light Appearing More and More, is representative. Addressed to the Christian reader, it concludes with a summary view of the Indian symbolic function in Puritan theology. They are seen to respect authority, to seek Christ's love for its own sake, to pursue virtuous ways industriously, to have a keen sense of sin, and to be constant and attentive at services. The whites, by contrast, waste their Christian gifts, are disrespectful of civil and ecclesiastical authority, and are self-seeking, dissipated in drink, lazy, and complacent in their lack of a sense of sin. They neglect the Sabbath and sleep in meeting. In effect, the Indians have exchanged their Indian ways for English, and the English have become as swinish, lazy, and ignorant of their sin as the Indians. In case the reader has missed the point, Whitfield underlines it, "For this my heart is sad, fearing that if the Lord do not mightily step in, the next generation will be betrayed to ignorance of the truth." Ig 6. As it is in Jesus, to delusions and profaneness. And that these Indians will rise up against us in judgment against us and our children at the last day. Brethren, the Lord hath no need of us, but if it please him, can carry his gospel to the other side of the world, and make it there to shine forth in its glory, brightness, power, and purity, and leave us in an Indian darkness. 21. The missionaries demanded a complete change in Indian religious, social, and filial customs. Eliot urged them to abandon their scattered way of living and gather in communities and congregations on the model of the New England township. 22. The Indian economy of hunting and marginal farming was to become purely agrarian, since the settled life of the industrious farmer was more congenial to the Protestant ethic of hard toil in the vineyards. The taciturn braves, used to expressing religious feelings of pride and military power in communal dances, were bidden to confessional inquisitions in which the state of their souls was rigorously examined by their English ministers. Like their English brethren, they confessed their sense of sin, their loneliness before God's wrath, their sense of their own unworthiness and, in every case, cited some characteristic form of Indian behavior as the hallmark of their sin. Under Eliot's ministry, for instance, they confessed, "I did greatly love hunting, and hated labor, but now I believe that word of God, which saith, 6 days thou shalt labor, and God doth make my body strong to labor." 23. Since hunting was the calling of men and labor that of women in Indian societies, the converted Indian surrendered part of his manhood in accepting Christianity. The Indian custom of mourning loudly for the dead was condemned as hellish, and the Indians were required to adopt a seemly resignation. Their abiding affection for their children, the tribe's only hope of immortality in a harsh world, was proverbial. Especially strong was the love for a son, a future warrior and vessel of his father's name. To mourn exceedingly for a dead son, however, went against the Puritan creed, as it seemed to question God's righteousness in taking the child away. Thus Eliot has Tote Swamp make the following confession, citing a favored biblical text, before the committee designated by the government to examine the Indians on their progress in Christianity. Christ saith, "He that loveth father, or mother, or wife, or child, better than me, is not worthy of me." Christ saith, "I must correct my child, if I should refuse to do that, I should not love Christ. I am greatly grieved about these things, and now God trieth me whether I love Christ or my child best." 24. To the missionaries, such a trial was not grievous. It was necessary to bring 197. The Indian to a consciousness of the true God, unlike his old paos, or medicine man, whose regime gave him liberty to sin. 25. The Indian's pride in himself, his tribe, and his power was the key to his maintenance of barbarous religion. Pride of any sort had to be broken before the sinner could perceive his damnation and begin the process of conversion. Breaking the Indians' pride was therefore the first task, and among the converts it succeeded. One such convert confessed to the examining committee, "I confess that before I prayed, I committed all manner of sins, and served many gods. When the English came first, I going to their houses, they spake to me of your God, but when I heard of God, my heart hated it, but when they said the devil was my God, I was angry, because I was proud. I had greatly sinned against God, and had not believed the word, but was proud, but then I was angry with myself, and loathed myself, and thought God will not forgive me my sins." 26. After his pride was broken and his soul shrank onto the bosom of an English Christ, the Indian's estrangement from his tribal circle was effected. The love that bound him to his tribe turned into a wish that the tribe would die or vanish, and thus resolved the conflicting demands of preacher and Pao. "Before I prayed unto God, the English often said unto me, Pray to God, but I having many friends who loved me, and I loved them, and they cared not for praying to God, and therefore I did not, but I thought in my heart, that if my friends should die, and I live, then I would pray to God. Soon after, God so wrought, that they did almost all die." 27. Thus, while Indian conversions could be compared with New England backsliding to suit the revivalists' purposes, the ultimate significance of the missionary work was its confirmation of the eternal righteousness of English and New England institutions. The praying Indians were to be made into copies of Englishmen. Eliot is quite open about this aspect of his mission and worked it into the catechism he gave the Indians. Q. How many gods are there? A. There is one only God. Q. Have not some Indians many gods? A. They have many gods. Q. How do you know these gods are no gods? A. Before the English came we knew not but that they were gods, but since they came we know they are no gods. Q. What do you find in the true God, that you find not in false gods? Ig 8. A. I see in the English many things, that God is the true God. Q. What good things see you in the English? A. I see true love, that our great sachems have not, and that maketh me think that God is the true God. 28. In the 18th century, however, a noticeable change in the missionary tracks can be seen. David Brainerd, intended son-in-law of Jonathan Edwards, was an Indian missionary before and during the period of the Great Awakening. His journal, edited and in part reprinted by Edwards, reflects a new motivation for the missionaries going to the Indians. The older quest for the Englishing of the Indians is subordinated to the missionaries' own quest for religious fulfillment. The journey to the Indian village is, for Brainerd, more of an inward than an outward journey. He sees himself as subjecting his unmalleable soul to a term of trial in order to abase his pride, humble himself, and make himself conscious of his sin and of his dependence on God for salvation. To achieve this self-knowledge, he seeks out the Indians, those symbolic types of the natural man's most degraded state, and fairly revels in the debasement he suffers by going to them. Saw much of my nothingness most of this day, but felt concerned that I had no more sense of my insufficiency and unworthiness. Oh, it is sweet lying in the dust. And I should have been ashamed to see the most barbarous people on earth, because I was viler, and seemingly more brutishly ignorant than they. 29. When he preaches, his eyes are still turned inward. He worries intensely about his own state of grace, even as he expresses a vague hope that God will show mercy to his Indians. One Sunday he perceived that the men were in some measure afraid of me, and longs that some dear Christian knew my distress. Likewise, his achievement of some success among the Indians goes to solace his ego. My heart rejoiced in my particular work as missionary, rejoiced in my necessity of self-denial in many respects, and still continued to give up myself to God, and implore mercy of Him, praying incessantly. 30. Brainerd's interest in the Indians and their community is negligible. He scarcely spends a word describing the landscape of the place, the composition of the village, or the faces and characters of his parishioners. Their symbolic character for him is identical with that given them by the Puritans and Europeans. They are savage, benighted, proud, stubborn, degenerated, inclined toward evil. What is different is Brainerd's approach to his experience with them. He is not seeking to make them English so much as to discover and exorcise the Indian in himself. 199. Brainerd died in 1747, and Edwards published his account of him shortly thereafter. Yet in 1753, only 4 years after the revivalistic fervor of the Great Awakening, Samuel Hopkins published an account of the Indian missions that in a sharp departure from the manner and matter of Ahat, Whitfield and Brainerd adopted a rational and quite secular rationale for Indian missions. The fact that Hopkins's son became the founder of the Neo-Edwardsian movement in New England theology makes the change even more striking. Hopkins's historical memoirs relating to the Housatonic Indians begins with an account of the Reverend John Sargent's successes among the Indians in pacifying and increasing piety in the tribe. There are no extended Indian confessions. As in the sermon form narrative, a section on the uses of Sargent's missionary work follows the main text, but Hopkins's application is political rather than religious. The Indians ought to be made friends because they have the balance of power in their hand. His primary plea is not for the conversion of the Indians, whether for their salvation or for the fulfillment of one's own religious duty. Rather, it is for a more pragmatic Indian policy, in which missionary work is accompanied by a change in certain odious trade practices. Self-interest as well as charity must be consulted. Further, he asserts that the Indian holds in his hand the power to save or defeat the colonies. Such a statement would have been unthinkable for an orthodox Puritan of Cotton Mather's generation, for whom all victories were exclusively of God. 31. To a large extent this change in attitude was the logical result of the colonists' extended experience in the New World. This experience, coupled with the influence of intellectual trends in Europe, worked to alter their vision of both nature and natural man, hence their concept of the Indian and their belief in their own human capacity for heroism. Cadwallader Colden's study of the Iroquois Five Nations, published in New York in 1727 and in an expanded edition in 1747, offered an image of the Indian shaped by the new scientific thought of both Europe and America, as well as by older traditions. In Colden's view, the Indian is still the natural man, closer to Adam than are the Europeans and representing an early stage of human social, political, and religious evolution. His chief point, however, is that the Indian contains within him the form of modern Christian man, while his institutions offer examples of the earliest and most natural forms of human polity. He compares the Indians with the Romans of the heroic Republican age in their personal characteristics. The Five Nations are a poor barbarous people, under the darkest ignorance, and yet a bright and noble genius shines through these black 200 clouds. None of the greatest Roman heroes have discovered a greater love to their country, or a greater contempt of death than these barbarians have done, when life and liberty came in competition. Indeed, I think our Indians have outdone the Romans. Point 32. Moreover, he draws close parallels between their political institutions and those of the American colonies, implying that the colonial governments have, by forming in the Indians' world, taken on the best characteristics of the Indians' proto-Roman republic and combined it with the political wisdom learned since tyrants usurped the first republics of men. A crucial point in Colden's argument is the antiquity of the Indian system of government, which supports his contention that the Indians are living images of the ancestors of Christendom. 33. The Five Nations, as their name denotes, consist of so many tribes or nations joined together by a league or confederacy, like the United Provinces, without any superiority of any one over the other. This union has continued so long that the Christians know not the original of it. 34. He accepts the Lockean view that man in the state of nature was free of all political restraints and that he banded with his fellows in a social compact for their mutual protection and benefit. To this end he sacrificed some of his freedom for legal liberty, purchasing security with the acceptance of restraints. Thus the first government was the most natural form of government, since it developed directly from the situation of mankind in a hostile world and answered man's basic needs. Subsequent governmental institutions, acquiring lives of their own, independent of men and situations, usurped more authority than was necessary for the security of the members of the community, a case of art debasing rather than improving nature. Since Locke's theory provided the rationale for that era of revolution and reform in English politics, Colden's presentation of the Five Nations as a justification of both the Lockean thesis and the colonial system of government is highly significant. It points toward a developing national consciousness in the colonies and suggests the political direction which that nationalism was to take. The Indian community is portrayed as a nearly ideal republic, governed by the ancient, wise, and brave. The power of the chiefs is derived from the people of the community. The chiefs are customarily poorer than their subjects, and they must exhibit a perfect selflessness in their conduct of affairs or be pulled down. Each nation is an absolute republic by itself, governed in all public affairs of war and peace by the sachems or old men, whose 201 authority and power is gained by and consists wholly in the opinion the rest of the nation have of their wisdom and integrity. They never execute their resolutions by compulsion or force upon any of their people. Honor and esteem are their principal rewards, as shame and being despised are their punishments. 35. Colden emphasizes that as this is the most ancient and original condition of almost every nation, its institutions are the original form of government. The patriarchal, monarchical, and other political formulas have no claim to the title. 36. The Lockean theory employed by Colden is environmentalist in its conception of the nature of man and society. It assumes that institutions and racial characteristics are derived from the physical environment in the Indians' and colonists' case, from the wilderness. The Puritans tacitly made the same assumption in seeing the Indian as the human embodiment of the devilish essence of the wilderness. Colden and Locke accept this evaluation of the Indian wilderness relationship, but they see nature as productive of good rather than evil. The Indian, left to his own devices, had embarked on the road to civilization long before the coming of the Christians. This belief in the essential goodness of nature was not a late importation from England. As we have seen, Samuel Sewall associated the bounty and loveliness of the landscape with the spirit of natural goodness. John Wise, writing in 1717, went even further in asserting that the principles of good and moral government ought to be based on natural law, as exhibited in the environment. Jonathan Edwards attempted to make a philosophic reconciliation between Lockean sensationalism and Calvinist orthodoxy, and his recollection of his own conversion experience emphasized the operation of the frontier landscape on his mind, couching Lockean theory in imagery appropriate to an American experience. Colden's Indians, like the missionaries' praying Indians, are a mixed people, combining white and Indian traits. The difference between the two viewpoints is that where the missionary finds it necessary to impose Christian characteristics upon the essential pagan, Colden, like the Rousseauists, sees the Christian contained within the pagan, waiting to blossom in the fullness of time. The French philosophes of the 18th century began with assumptions very much like those of Colden and Locke and developed from them an elaborate theory of nature, anthropology, and politics. Since American contacts with the continent were increasing throughout the century, culminating not only in the Franco-American alliance of 1778 but in a quarter century of intensive intellectual exchange, the French use of the theory to evolve images of the characteristic American. 202. Type the American hero merits investigation. Moreover, the difference between their American myth and the one evolved at the same time by the Americans suggests the nature and direction of America's continuing, gradual growing away from Europe. The wars of religion that characterized the 17th century had permanently soured many European intellectuals on the heavenly city of Orthodox Protestant and Catholic Christianity. They dreamed instead of a city of man, founded on a humanistic code of laws derived from human experience in the world, rather than on special or traditional revelation. The growth of scientific knowledge and methodology stimulated this movement by providing clear concepts of the operation of natural processes, scientific truths which could be used to test traditional theology and political thought, challenge their natural defects, and support their natural virtues. Yet the after-effects of the Christian past could still be discerned beneath the new wrappings. No one was more delighted than an Enlightenment philosopher whose scientific and philosophic researches confirmed his belief in the moral principles whose worth he had been taught from his childhood. The philosophers began their investigations of human life and morals with an examination of environmental conditions, seeking to derive a new decalogue from nature. Their concepts of nature, however, tended to take on traditional shapes. Two characteristic visions of nature appeared in the literature and painting of the period, the pastoral and the sublime. The latter presented a vision of nature as an all-powerful deity, inspiring in man a sense of terror and exaltation through the exhibition of tremendous powers, dwarfing and dominating the human. Sublime landscapes were commonly composed of violently exaggerated and contorted rock formations or huge, conflicting masses of rock and water, with man a tiny victim under the great mass of nature. The New World, by reputation, was a place in which nature, untutored by the hand of civilized man, had long developed in unchecked freedom. To philosopher-scientists like Buffon, de Pau, and Raynal, this world of pure or unameliorated nature seemed as appalling as it had to Cotton Mather. Like Mather, they saw it as a force of overwhelming power, dominating and controlling man, reducing him to cannibalism, causing even Europeans to degenerate physically and morally, to become, like the Indian, a degenerate form of man. In one crucial respect, the French writers of the degeneracy school differed from their American counterparts. Where Mather and his cohorts saw the Indian as insatiably lustful, a being of overbearing sexual power. 203. These European writers saw him as sexually weak, cold-blooded, insensitive to pleasure or pain, passionless, perhaps even defective in his manhood. 37. Both images, however, reflect the same fear, the European's fear of becoming powerless, sexually and in other ways, before the power of nature revealed in the wilderness. The French, at a distance, saw this in terms of sexual degeneration, through the ravages of syphilis, and loss of potency. The Puritans, living beside the wilderness, felt both its potency and its power to excite in them a desire to express their own potency of spirit and of sexuality. Just as, in the New World, men of Church's kind grew to delight in their powers and those of the wilderness, so in Europe there was an affirmative vision of the New World contrasting with the degeneracy theory. The pastoral vision of nature saw the natural world as a garden cultivated and dominated by the mind of man or by a reasonable God. It was a vision of nature as humanized and gentled, symmetrical, orderly, and peaceful nature as the farmer shapes it, not the wilderness encountered by an exile or outcast. It was, above all, a vision of nature as the vehicle of civilized European values, that is, a field for the physical realization of humanistic ideals. Like the sublime, the pastoral concept carried an implicit theory of man's relationship to nature. It assumed that the laws of human nature, if left to work without the hindrance of artificial institutions, would inevitably produce a natural society in which all of Europe's cultivation and none of its debauchery would flower. Rousseau and the physiocrats who espoused this vision also re-examined the American experience with untrammeled nature. They agreed with Buffon, de Pau, and Mather that nature had presided over the actions of the natives of America, both red and white, but they concluded that the ultimate consequence of this was the uplifting of men, rather than their degeneration, the realization rather than the destruction of Europe's best nature. The French conceived of America as a stage on which the drama of man's evolution was being replayed for a civilized audience hopeful of its final outcome, the creation of civilization. The New World was a kind of experimental laboratory in which revolutionary theories of human nature and divinity were being tested and proven. Nor was the result of the experiment of purely scientific or philosophic interest. The philosophers, even the most conservative, were attacking the intellectual foundations of the Ancien regime in France and European Christendom. The symbolic figures of 0 their philosophical opponents saw in the same behavior, insensibility to pain, coolness, etc., the exhibition of the classic virtues of the Stoics. 204. The good savage and the good Quaker, which occupied the center of the American stage, as the French saw it, were part of the myth that led the intellectual elite of France into its infatuation, and later disillusion, with revolution, liberty, and the unchecked expression of the popular will. The concept of the good savage epitomizes a belief in the essential natural goodness of man. But the good savage, although his thought contains potentially all the best ideals of Christianity, is a tragic, doomed type. He is totally innocent, unaware of the capacity for evil and selfishness that lies within himself and his fellows, and of the power of human institutions to acquire an inhuman power of their own. The good Quaker, on the other hand, is a figure who mediates between the natural, naive goodness of the savage and the cold wisdom of the European. This figure was first detailed by Voltaire in his Lettres philosophiques, 1734, in an account of Penn's Quaker colony, which Voltaire saw as a return to a golden age, an Arcadia. 38 Benjamin Franklin's tours of France in 1767 and 1769 reinforced the good Quaker image, as did the political letters of a Pennsylvania farmer, John Dickinson. These two men also served to link the image with the political reforms desired by the physiocrats. It is important to note that they took their symbolic American from the cultivated, pastoral portion of the American landscape and chose to ignore the half-savage frontiersmen and barbarous Indians. The intelligent agrarian, not the libidinous, unrestrained savage, was their type of the ideal American. The implication of the pastoral concept of nature's amenability to civilized ideals is that the closer one fives to nature, the more human and therefore civilized one will become. But Rousseau's vision came to extend beyond the simple pastoral and into the area governed by the terrible forces of superhuman nature. Here he prefigured Romanticism, as did sublime painting in general, by conceiving that a sense of all the powers of nature, including the savage and the dark, is essential to natural life, that the contemplation of a landscape in which cosmic terrors clash is as uplifting and humanizing to the soul as the contemplation of pastoral harmony. It follows, for Rousseauists, that the good Quaker can exist only in close proximity to the good savage. He must learn from the savage that he has forgotten about his own nature, even while he teaches the savage the hard-learned virtues of Christian restraint. Americans who investigated the literature of Europe thus found two prime stereotypes of themselves and their Indian neighbors on the one hand, the good Quaker and good savage image, on the other, the image of degeneracy, whose chief signs were intermarriage and racial amalgamation. Despite the difference between these images, certain basic patterns, 205, were identical. The most important of these was the association of the Indian with the forces of the unconscious, the suppressed drives and desires that undergulf the intellect. The proponents of the good savage theory saw this hidden self as inherently good in its motivating principles and were willing to trust its expression when its passion had been curbed a bit by intellect. The proponents of the degeneracy theory regarded the intellect as weak in comparison with the forces of the hidden mind, which they considered the dark side of human nature, the source of its bestiality. This, as we have seen, corresponds to the Puritan vision of the wilderness and the Indian. For the proponents of the degeneracy theory, the marriage myth metaphor in which a white Christian mingles his blood with the dark savage, submerging conscience and intellect in the passions of the darker self, remained characteristic and presaged the biological and moral decline of the race in America. Those who took the pastoral view of American nature conceived of the exchange as an intellectual marriage of the best of Indian life with the best of Christianity, and saw the outcome as a natural movement of all Americans toward a republican Arcadian polity. Historical experience and the evolution of American heroes. American hero figures and metaphors for the American experience were not so much derived from postulates about nature as they were from extended experience in the wilderness. The French required mediating figures like the good savage and good Quaker as a philosophical necessity. For the colonists, mediating figures were the sine qua non of their continued health. Despite their intense fear of racial blending, the psychological consequences of hanging between the old world and the new were too much to be borne for very long. Gradually the colonists adopted a more favorable attitude toward the Indians, beginning with a more objective treatment of them and ending, in 1773 to 1800, in the advocacy of a systematic imitation of the Indian way of life as a means to national independence and identity. This advocacy took the form of theoretical argument for the adoption of Indian tactics and even modes of government, and of literary argument in the appearance of heroes who act as mediators between the two cultures. The mediating figure of the frontier hero was not only a psychological but a social and political necessity. White Americans required such a figure in order to deal successfully with the Indians in battle, trade, and diplomacy and to live successfully in the wilderness. They also required a moral rationale for claiming and conquering Indian lands. Other 206. Wise they would simply be exercising, like the Indians, the right of the mighty over the weak. Lacking such a rationale, the Mathers had to set their faces against expansion into the wilderness. Once it became clear that people would not be deterred from going to the woods, it became necessary, if one was not to cast out all the people from the church, to rationalize their going. Each section of the colonies, however, had a somewhat different sort of experience with the Indians, each had a distinctly different literary tradition and a different literary tie to Europe. New England's experience had been unique. Her conflict with the Indians and the French was intense and protracted, and the peculiar sense of mission that pervaded New England thought had given the conflict extensive mythic interpretation. Virtually alone among the colonies, New England had a distinctive literary tradition, based on the large number and local sales of books printed in New England for New Englanders. Under the influence of changing attitudes, even Orthodox New Englanders were taking a more heroic view of their ancestors, comparing them as much with the heroes of classical epics as with passive Christian martyrs. In view of their warlike past, it was appropriate that the war narrative and the military epic should be preferred forms. Roger Wolcott, a Puritan general and magistrate, was one of the earliest writers to employ the new attitudes. In his epic poem on the Pequot War, A Brief Account of the Agency, of John Winthrop, Boston, 1725. Like the revivalist Prince, Wolcott harked back to the distant past of New England in his search for a hero for his epic. The extent of the change in the Puritan mind can be seen in the comparison of Wolcott's epic with Benjamin Thompson's epic on King Philip's War, New England's Tears, 1676. Thompson's title reflects the melancholy nature of his subject. His epic is a sequence of accounts of New England's defeat and humiliation, following the structural and imagistic pattern of the captivity narrative. Wolcott's title emphasizes the agency of a human hero. Thompson addresses himself to the moral crisis of the moment by reference to contemporary events. Wolcott reaches into the past for symbols and heroes that shed light on a broader spectrum of time and on the broader social concerns of national identity and relations between colonials and home English. Ignoring Cotton Mather's strictures against the use of pagan mythologies and unorthodox interpretations of the American wilderness, like the legend-making of Benjamin Church, Wolcott draws his structuring metaphors from Greek and Roman classics and the conventional European images of the New World. 207. Wolcott was considered a reasonably orthodox Puritan, a respected member of the upper class, who later made a name as a general during Sir William Pepperell's Louisbourg expedition in 1744–45. By the time Wolcott wrote his poem, it had become painfully obvious that the Puritan experiment had failed in its effort to convert Old England to that form of Christianity. Instead, the English had turned on New England with lectures condemning their politics and religious intolerance. Wolcott, far from protesting the state of affairs, adopted English literary values and conventions, departed from Puritan plain style, and went so far as to portray John Winthrop, Jr., solemnly agreeing with the Merry Monarch, Charles II, on basic religious and political principles. Although Wolcott used native subject material, the war, the Indians, the landscape, he dressed his characters in accordance with European literary fashions to render his subject acceptable. The subject of the poem is Governor Winthrop's embassy of 1662, seeking from Charles a royal charter to protect Connecticut's liberties and form of government. Political questions concerning the definition of the proper roles of colonial and English governments were to come increasingly into the fore as the 18th century progressed. Conflicts of interest and policy between England and America were to force Americans to define ever more clearly their own political aims and ideals and to stimulate attempts at defining the American nationality. Yet Puritan Winthrop and Anglo-Catholic Charles meet in Wolcott's poem without any doctrinal rancor or sense of religious division. Both share the same political ideals, and this agreement is all that is necessary for the total reconciliation of Puritanism and the head of the English prelacy. Agreement between the Puritan and the Anglican in Wolcott's poem extends even to their perception of America, for Winthrop's justification of Connecticut takes the form of an Indian war narrative. The narrative Winthrop tells is not, however, the typical Puritan sermon account. The thesis of the poem is not theological but political, and there is no Puritan humility but rather an inflated sense of epic grandeur. Hubbard refused to give Indian conflicts the name of war in his officially authorized narrative of the troubles with the Indians of 1677, preferring outrage or murder as appropriate to the subhuman nature of the Indian. Wolcott does not boggle at comparing the Pequot War to the battles before Troy. Winthrop begins his account to Charles with a description of the American landscape from which all elements of the devilish have been expelled and replaced by pastoral deities of the Golden Age, after the meadows thus have took their place. The champion plains draw up to fill the space. 208. Fair in their prospect, pleasant, fruitful, wide, here Tellus may be seen in all his pride. In shady vales the fruitful vine o'erwhelms, the weaving branches of the bending elms. Within the covert of these shady boughs, the loving turtle and his lovely spouse, from bough to bough in deep affection move, and with chaste joy reciprocate their love. Zephyrus whispers a delightful air. The muses hence their ample dews distill, more than was feigned from the twy-topped hill, or Latmos which Diana stops upon, there to salute her dear Endymion. 39. Just as the wilderness is transformed into Arcadia to suit the fancy of an English monarch, so the greasy lout Sassacus is transformed into the head of a kingdom or empire. Of the brave Pequot nation he was head, and with such conduct had their armies led, that by the power of his martial bands, he had subjected all the neighboring lands. Great was his glory, greater still his pride, much by himself and others magnified. 40. Thus one of the first steps by which Wolcott justifies his native land is a glorification of the Indian and the landscape. But their beauty depends, in Wolcott's poem, on their resemblance to a European Arcadia and the royalty of classical antiquity. The Puritan also is transformed into a Christian Aeneas or Ulysses, motivated by a drive for personal fame rather than a zeal for virtuous self-abasement before God. Wolcott has John Mason, the same whose narrative Prince reprinted as an example of the virtue of the fathers, harangue his troops in a most un-Puritan manner. Looking on his cheerful soldiery, true son of Mars, bred up in Brittany, each firmly bent to glorify his name, by dying bravely in a bed of fame. 41. The last line here contains a conventional conceit on the word death. 209. Which compares the petite mort of the lover in sexual fulfillment with death on the battlefield and so equates battle with bed. This is hardly an analogy Increase Mather would have drawn. In addition to this bloodletting metaphor, Wolcott plays with the notion of cannibalizing the Indians by partaking of a wilderness Eucharist. He describes Hooker as having exhorted the troops to attack the Indians and they shall be your bread. 42. The passage continues with Mason's address, in which he cries, the more the danger is the more's the fame, and leave the success to him whose boundless powers will doubtless bless so just a war as ours. 43. Mason himself, as we have seen, refused to publish his account during his own lifetime because it seemed immodest and sinfully proud to claim personal fame. Nor would so devout a Puritan have admitted a belief that God would doubtless favor him. God's favor is withheld or granted according to his arbitrary will, and it is complacent in a man to be sure that God will prosper him in any given endeavor. Wolcott carries his conceptions through to their logical conclusions. Just as he glorifies Sassacus as a king, he refers to the Pequot wigwam as a stately palace. 44. The firing of the fort creates a dreadful emblem of the flames of hell. 45. But Wolcott is far from asserting that Mason is here the instrument of divine wrath. Instead of dwelling, like Benjamin Thompson, on the frying of the heathen, Wolcott attempts to excite the sympathies of the reader by again playing with the love-death conceit. In this instance he makes a rather macabre comparison between the love burnings of a young Indian couple, the fire of the sexual union, and their incineration in the burning fort. A significant point in this incident is that Wolcott does not burn his Indians and send them to hell. Rather, his consumed lovers ascend from the fort, supported on wings of sentimental pathos, then souls united both at once repair, unto their place appointed through the air. 46. No mention is made of the post-battle massacre of the Pequot women and children by the Indian allies and the Puritan soldiers, the consummation of the opposition of the two races in a moment of shared violence. The conclusion of the piece, corresponding in its placement and function to the uses section of the sermon narrative, is a political, rather than a religious, application of the tale. Charles grants Winthrop his charter and recites the ethical maxim that public office is a civil trust requiring action in the public interest. The finale is a lecture in political ethics to the people of Connecticut. Then, let the freemen of your corporation always beware of the insinuation. 210. Of those which always brood complaint and fear. These heretics outdo him in that way of evil and will for God's sake play the devil. And lastly, let your New English multitude, remember well a bond of gratitude will lie on them and their posterity to bear in mind their freedom came by thee. 47. Wolcott's image of the New World is drawn from the extensive vocabulary of conventional images and symbols that had, since the Renaissance, been the basis of European visions of the New World. The overtones of a pastoral golden age, the association of the love-death conceit with the dark people of the wilderness, the chivalric imagery all belong to this tradition. The 17th century Puritans modified these traditional images to make them conform to the Calvinist conception of the universe and to enforce the vision of an evil, inimical wilderness that their peculiar religious and social order seemed to require. Wolcott, in harking back to the older European tradition, translates the Puritan vision of America's promise and threat back into conventional, secular terms. Puritan anxieties about the traumatic experience of emigration, which earlier generations had dealt with through the intensely religious captivity myth, are peacefully adjusted in Wolcott's poem by means of politics and an agreement among soldiers and gentlemen. The Middle Colonies shared something of the Puritan heritage that shaped Wolcott's work. Philadelphia, their cultural capital, was a Quaker town, founded by a radical offshoot of the Puritan movement. Intellectual emigrants from the Puritan rigors of New England, like Benjamin Franklin, reinforced the Puritan aspect of the city. Philadelphia was, however, a cosmopolitan town, tied to Europe by trade, shipping, and politics. Unlike the fugitives who settled New England, Pennsylvania Quakers and other citizens belonged to a proprietary colony, whose rulers generally resided in England. Pennsylvania also differed from New England in its relations with and attitudes toward the Indians. Quaker relations with the Indians had, since the time of Penn, been excellent. Penn and his heirs had enjoyed a deserved reputation for fairness in dealing with the Indians, and the pacifist sympathies of the Quaker settlers made it clear that the Pennsylvanians posed no military threat. Pennsylvania, however, was never unalloyedly Quaker, and Quaker strength declined as emigrants from Europe and the North swelled its population. The strain of Quakerism, however, remained strong, partly through Quaker strength in the Philadelphia. 211. Schools and printing trade, partly through the political dominance of Quaker proprietors and the Quaker party in the legislature. John Woolman spoke for the best of the Quaker spirit in his journal, published in 1774. Woolman was a Quaker missionary and itinerant preacher, an early advocate of abolition and a spokesman for reconciliation with the Indians. His approach to an Indian town where he intended to work for conversion was in sharp contrast to the egocentricity and sense of superiority evident in the missionary journals of Brainerd and his Puritan colleagues. Believing that the Indians were men like himself and hence vessels containing the inner light, the knowledge of God and his expression in love, Woolman came to learn as well as teach, to receive as well as give. I was led to think on the nature of the exercise which hath attended me. Love was the first motion, and then a concern arose to spend some time with the Indians, that I might feel and understand their life, and the spirit they live in, if haply I might receive some instruction from them, or they be in any degree helped forward by my following the leadings of truth amongst them, and, as it pleased the Lord to make way for my going at a time when the troubles of war were increasing, and when, by reason of much wet weather, travelling was more difficult. I looked upon it as a more favorable opportunity to season my mind, and bring me into a nearer sympathy with them. 48. Like the Puritans, Woolman saw in the Indian an image of the natural man, man in his most basic, primitive, pre-revelationary form. Unlike the Puritans, he believed that natural man to be the vessel of the inner light and undertook, in this journey to the Indians, a pilgrimage to his own sources. Thus he prepared himself during his journey by projecting himself imaginatively, by attempting to feel with the Indians, to share their sympathies and perceptions, to bring himself into a more profound intimacy with and adjustment to the conditions of their world. The adjustment would, of course, be temporary, since his mission was to redeem the Indians, to develop the seeds of grace that God had planted in their red souls. Nevertheless, the fact that he conceived of the first step in this process of conversion as an adjustment of his Christian mind to the Indians' world marks a striking departure from traditional missionary attitudes. Woolman spoke for a relatively small and special segment of Pennsylvania society, which combined sincere Quaker piety with enlightened attitudes on politics, social action, and racial and religious tolerance. Non-Quakers from Puritan New England and non-Puritan Old England consti. 212. 2. The majority of Pennsylvania's population and predominated in the outlying countryside and frontier. Quaker intolerance and insensitivity exhibited themselves in the political strife that divided these people from the proprietors and their partisans, the Philadelphia Quakers, whose political ascendancy, regardless of voting strength, was guaranteed by proprietary rule. For political and economic as well as religious reasons, the Pennsylvania legislature refused to defend the frontiers against Indian raids or to grant the frontier towns permission and means to defend themselves. The spokesman for non-Quaker Pennsylvania was Benjamin Franklin. This chief exemplar of Philadelphian intellectuality was a transplanted New Englander who had come to Philadelphia in his young manhood. His wide-ranging interests and later diplomatic career made him an intellectual go-between for European and American thinkers. In Franklin, the religion-charged world vision of the Puritans was tempered by the cosmopolitan rationality of the great seaport city and mingled with the strains of Quaker tradition, English deism, and continental philosophy. His use of literary forms was typical of his relationship to Puritan thought. His autobiography, for instance, is in the genre of Puritan confessional narratives, but where Shepard and Edwards focus on the emotional experience of their conversion, Franklin details the rational processes by which he has culled secular lessons from experience and achieved moral and intellectual wisdom. His treatment of the Indians also bears striking resemblance to Puritan writings, but the anathematic spirit has been tempered by the Quaker Pennsylvanian tradition of a long-standing peace with the Indians. Military strife provides metaphors for the New England writer, but Franklin takes his metaphors from a milder, more gradual form of conquest. Evolutionary development, rather than destruction, will make the American land amenable to the colonists and less so to the Indians. In 1749, Franklin accompanied the Pennsylvania commissioners to treat with the Indians at Carlisle. After the treaty rum was distributed and the Indians had become drunk, the commissioners went down to see what their revels were like. We found they had made a great bonfire in the middle of the square. They were all drunk, men and women, quarreling and fighting. Their dark-colored bodies, half naked, seen only by the gloomy light of the bonfire, running after and beating one another with firebrands, accompanied by their horrid yellings, formed a scene most resembling our ideas of hell that could well be imagined. 49. Franklin's attitude owes much to the traditional imagery of the captivity. 213. Narratives and less to the kind of experience and values espoused by such as Benjamin Church. Church described Indian dances with affection and amusement, noting that Fat Awas Honks led her tribe in dancing in a foaming sweat. Mrs. Rowlandson's vision was very much like Franklin's, oh the roaring, and singing, and dancing, and yelling of those black creatures in the night made the place a lively resemblance of hell. Like Mather, Franklin concludes that the Indians must be destroyed but by the natural consequences of their love of rum, not by their sinfulness or transgression against God and his people, nor by the criminal vigilantism of Indian killers like the Paxton Boys. And, indeed, if it be the design of Providence to extirpate these savages in order to make room for cultivators of the earth, it seems not improbable that rum may be the appointed means. It had already annihilated all the tribes who formerly inhabited the sea coast. 50. The conquest of the New World, in Franklin's imagery, is a natural or an economic process, not the result of a willful march into the wilderness. The farmers who cultivate the soil naturally seek empty lands, and the savages' love of none has emptied their former lands. What could be more righteous than that the zone of cultivation should expand into formerly savage precincts? Thus the farmer, like the Puritan captive, is a mediating figure between the American wilderness and the civilized world. Christianity and civilization are strongest in his mind. He does not seek the Indian in his wilderness. Rather, he waits until the land is free of Indians and open for cultivation. Once the curse is off, there is no harm in his seeking out and farming the land. Just as the Puritan captive is drawn into the wilderness unwillingly, passively obedient to the will of God, Franklin's farmer enters in obedience to the will or the force of natural process. The Puritan combination of acceptance of the wilderness and a fearful reserve of full commitment is thus translated by Franklin into terms amenable to the 18th century. William Byrd of Westover, Virginia, spoke for the southern colonies, as Woolman and Franklin did for the Middle and Wolcott for New England. Unlike Franklin, however, Byrd's literary roots were in London rather than in the New World. Literature was a pervasive presence in New England, and the Boston presses turned out metaphorical treatments of American history for a wide, literate New England audience. In the South the level of literacy was lower, the native presses fewer and not concerned with printing literature by Americans, and the literary audience more limited. 51. It was characteristic of the South that Byrd's work should circulate. 214. Only in manuscript in the upper circle of Virginian society. 52. And that when he should consider publication, he should think of London. Most books read and written by Southerners were printed abroad, and the Southerners' favorite writers were not the homegrown ideologists and frontiersmen who were read in New England and New York. 53. Fiction and poetry for Byrd meant the novels of Defoe, the verse of Pope and Dryden, and the ancient classics. Southern poets writing of the New World dealt with it in terms imitative of the English poets, most frequently adopting the pose of the urbane poet-wit, mocking the rusticity and crudeness of America. Less frequently they adopted the equally inappropriate pose of the pastoral poet, romanticizing the landscape by describing it awry. Beyond these literary imitations, the Southerners' writing on the New World was in the form of factual history or description, rather than Puritan-like sallies into cosmic metaphor. Southern verse writers, Kenneth Silverman observes, rarely idealized the country or, until the mid-18th century, indulged in grand speculations over what it might become. Usually Southern poets either wrote about matters unrelated to the New World, or else they dispraised it. Southern dislike for the country radically distinguishes Southern verse from Northern. 54. This dislike was different in quality from the fears and antipathies of the Puritans for the wilderness. The Puritans saw in the wilderness an incalculable potential to produce good or evil, a true city of God or a true city of Satan. They feared and loved both the physical wilderness and the Faustian dreams they projected upon it. The Southern antipathy for the wilderness was a kind of snobbery, reflecting a desire to associate their culture with that of London by criticizing the country provinces in which they had perforce to dwell. Thus Ebenezer Cook could gain the favorable attention of Marylanders by making a few strategic changes in the Sotweed factor, while retaining its general spirit of humorous denigration. Southerners affected unconcern or humorous annoyance with their surroundings when in a literary mood. When speaking of business and of their real concerns in the wilderness, they spoke in the matter-of-fact tone appropriate to purely economic transactions. Yet these factual accounts and descriptions of territory acquired, through repetition, as distinct a formulaic structure as the Puritan sermon narratives. Accounts such as Beverley's History and Present State of Virginia, Lawson's account of Carolina, and Hewitt's History of Carolina and Georgia commonly began with a description of the landscape and a sketch of its agricultural prospects. This was followed by a section dealing with the colony's settlement, another on its government, and a final section de 215. Describing the local animals and the local Indians. Unlike the Puritan accounts, these studies of the Indian dealt in detail with the Indian's character, their religious and social institutions, and their manner of hunting and fighting. The portrayals were low-keyed, reasonably free of the anathematic spirit of the Puritan chroniclers. Thus when Byrd composed his Histories of the Dividing Line, an account of a surveying expedition to the backwoods, he had two different literary traditions to draw on. The first was that of the historical geographical account, which possessed a distinct form but no ruling metaphor. The second was the English tradition of the Southern imitators, which was avowedly literary and dealt extensively with image and metaphor but which offered no appropriate language to deal with Byrd's subject. The account which emerged was an amalgam of the two traditions, in which Byrd stands as a peculiar kind of mediator between civilization and savagery. The histories are actually two manuscripts, one labeled Secret History of the Dividing Line. Both were circulated in Virginia, the latter presumably to a circle of intimates. The Secret History was probably composed first in 1728 and reflects Byrd's first attempt to order his experiences for literary expression. A salient characteristic of this private version is the novelistic altering of names of personages to reflect humorously on their characters. Byrd himself is referred to as Steady, the hot-headed Richard Fitzwilliam is Firebrand, an inquisitive Carolinian is Puzzle Cause, and a boring preacher is Dr. Humdrum. Byrd's attitude toward the frontiersmen in the Secret History is quite favorable, and the lechery of the gentleman surveyors is amusingly dealt with. In the more public record of the History of the Dividing Line, however, he adopts the pejorative image of the frontiersman that had been conventional in European literature since at least the beginning of the century. Moreover, he parodies the conventions of the historical geographical description and draws on direct experience of Indian life to exercise his wit on various stereotypes of the Indians. He adopts the conventional metaphor of the settlement of the wilderness as an act of love, a sexual wedding of the civilized man and the Indian. He acknowledges the threat of degeneration in such an act, but far from regarding this with the distaste of the Puritan or the European, he toys with its attractive possibilities. His History of the Dividing Line begins with a wittily irreverent narrative of the discovery and settlement of Virginia. He compares the sudden fashion for American voyages with the fashion for pilgrimaging to the Holy Land, but he mocks this metaphor so dear to the Puritans by terming such voyages quixotic adventures and a modish frenzy. Nor are the Ameri. 216. Can pilgrims saintly by any means, they are, rather, adventurers. Idle and extravagant. The great failure of the colonists, in Byrd's account, is their failure to convince the Indians of their friendship by the only possible means, that of intermarriage. Such alliances would have been prudent and helped to civilize and convert the savages, could the colonists have brought their stomachs to embrace it. 55 While acknowledging that it would take stomach to marry with the savages, Byrd immediately begins to expatiate on the pleasures of such an alliance, as well as its political and religious benefits. An essential part of his argument is the equation of the Indians with the colonists themselves as heathen. The Indians are generally tall and well proportioned, which may make full amends for the darkness of their complexions. Add to this, that they are healthy and strong, with constitutions untainted by lewdness, and not enfeebled by luxury. Besides, morals and all considered, I can't think the Indians were much greater heathens than the first adventurers, who, had they been good Christians, would have had the charity to take this only method of converting the natives to Christianity. For, after all that can be said, a sprightly lover is the most prevailing missionary that can be sent amongst these, or any other infidels. 56. The French, despite the idolatrous nature of their religion, have employed this very means to good effect among the Indians. The New England Puritans, who carried the aversion to intermarriage to extremes, are seen as suffering more by the hands of the Indians as a consequence. These saints, conceiving the same aversion to the copper complexion of the natives, would, on no terms, contract alliances with them, afraid perhaps, like the Jews of old, lest they might be drawn into idolatry by those strange women. Whatever disgusted them I can't say, but this false delicacy creating in the Indians a jealousy that the English were ill affected towards them, was the cause that many of them were cut off, and the rest exposed to various distresses. 57. The pragmatic ground for intermarriage is further developed by Byrd. Intermarriage would give the English more right and title to the land they were claiming, since it would come as a marriage portion. Byrd reiterates his belief in marriage between Indian and white at the beginning and at the end of his account of his march into the Indians' country, reiterating the theme of sexual merging or marriage as a metaphor for his experience in the land. Unlike the Europeans of the degeneracy school and the Puritans, Byrd reiterates the belief that intermarriage will improve or whiten the Indians, rather than darken the whites. 217. Nor would the shade of the skin of the children of Indian white unions have been any reproach at this day, for if a Moor may be washed white in 3 generations, surely an Indian might have been blanched in 2. 58. Had the English done this at the first settlement of the colony, the infidelity of the Indians had been worn out at this day, with their dark complexions, and the country had swarmed with people more than it does with insects. All nations of men have the same natural dignity, and we all know that very bright talents may be lodged under a very dark skin. The principal difference between one people and another proceeds only from the different opportunities of improvement. 59. Beneath his banter, there is serious matter in Byrd's argument. His statements provide an accurate hint of the racial theory that was to dominate American thought in the 18th and 19th centuries and influence the slavery question as well as the Indian problem. His assumption is that the dark races are departures from the ideal model of humanity, their outer differences corresponding to a characteristic barbarism, brutality, stupidity, or infidelity. In much the same way, the French assumed that beneath the skin of the good savage lurks the spirit of the good Quaker, that is, beneath the surface of a dark, troubled nature there moves a divine human intelligence, like their own in kind if different in quality. Buffon, DePau, and the American proponents of the degenerate view of the Indians held a contrary theory, that racial characteristics, once established, are as immutable as the lines that divide the species. The consequence of intermarriage must infallibly be, in this view, the degeneration of the species. In the crucial decades before the Civil War, Southern thought shifted emphatically away from the views of Byrd and Rousseau, and even the Northern leaders of the anti-slavery movement were strongly affected by the fear of racial amalgamation. But between 1720 and 1790 the trend in American thought was not only toward acceptance of the Indian as a potential racial brother but toward identification with the Indian as the hallmark of American nationality. In the light of this development, Byrd's use of the marriage metaphor is highly significant. That metaphor, like the hunter myth of Benjamin Church, the Puritan captivity mythology, the traditions of the New England Indian War narratives, and the agrarian thought of Franklin, was to become part of the Boone legend that would dominate American mythology in the formative years of nationhood. Byrd's surveying expedition takes him deep into the frontier, moving 2L8 from the coast westward along the Carolina-Virginia line into the Indians' country. As the surveyors leave the settled land, Byrd's narrative becomes increasingly concerned with the problem of amalgamating the Indian and the English ways of life. European stereotypes come to the fore, and the frontiersmen are seen as racially degenerate, sickly, lazy, lustful, and stimulating lust. Yet simultaneously a counter-tendency operates to convey a sense of the promise inherent in the landscape. This latter tendency is significant, but by far the greater emphasis is placed on a critical, satirical view of the frontiersman, such as would please an audience raised on the conventional literary treatments of the frontier. As the surveyors penetrate the land, it becomes progressively more difficult, more ugly, more pestilential. The darkening of the landscape is paralleled by their meetings with a series of erotic figures and temptations, each one more vile than the last. The first of these is a self-styled hermit, who is actually a maroon, or escaped slave, living in the Indian fashion with a wanton female. Their home is a bower, in the Indian fashion, their food is gathered from the abundance of nature. Bird's comment refers us to the French conception of the good savage, who differs from these only in his innocence, his inability to know the degradation of his condition. Thus did these wretches five in a dirty state of nature, and were mere Adamites, innocence only excepted. 60. The next meeting is with another couple who have fallen from civilization into barbarous habits and superstition, a fortune-teller and a young wench he had carried off. 61. Eros's power over the surveying party itself waxes as they move deeper into the wilderness. On several occasions members of the party attempt, with varying success, to ravish women who come their way. Bird and Shoebrush, the secret history reveals, take a walk in the woods and meet with a dark angel who surprised us with her charms. Bird is smitten, and Shoebrush is excited to the point of violence. Her complexion was a deep copper, so that her fine shape and regular features made her appear like a statue in bronze done by a masterly hand. Shoebrush was smitten at the first glance, and examined all her neat proportions with a critical exactness. She struggled just enough to make her admirer more eager, so that if I had not been there, he would have been in danger of carrying his joke a little too far. 62. In this instance, as in others, Bird's is the voice of reason and moderation. He jestingly decries extreme aversion for the dark races of the woods, but when placed in close proximity to them, he resists the temptation to re. 219. Spawned to their darkness with the darkness of his own lust. Lesser men, a category to which Bird relegates most frontiersmen, lack his self-restraint and are debased by their life in the wilderness. The women are sallow or sandy in complexion and inclined to lechery, they strongly tempt the surveyors at every turn. The men are lazy and as shiftless as Indians in matters of religion and industry. Some, who pique themselves upon more industry than their neighbors, will, now and then, cut down a tree whose limbs are loaden with the moss aforementioned. The trouble would be too great to climb the tree in order to gather this provender, but the shortest way, which in this country is counted the best, is to fell it, just like the lazy Indians. The men, for their parts, just like the Indians, impose all the work upon the poor women. 63. Carolina itself, by virtue of its agricultural potential, is a land of promise that is wasted on the frontier lubbers. Yet Bird sees some promise in them too, recalling that imperial Rome began with just such a group of outcasts and fugitives from justice as compose the Carolina settlers. 64. Since they are in the wilderness, they must hunt the Indian's natural food in the Indian manner. Bird is aware of Indian and frontier animal myths and begins to subscribe to some of them. One of the hunters kills a bear, an animal sacred to the Indians and, in fact, worshipped in ancient Europe and Britain, and the company partakes of its flesh. The bear was an old god of fertility and sexual vigor, and Bird reports that 'tis too rich for a single man, and inclines the eater of it strongly to the flesh. Inasmuch that whoever makes a supper of it, will certainly dream of a woman, or the devil, or both. 65. Such dreams would naturally have been sought by Indian worshippers, and certainly the Puritans' horror of men who ate the meat and bread of the wilderness expressed itself in their nightmares of witch women, or the devil, or both. But Bird's reaction to wilderness meat is hardly puritanical. After the killing of a wild turkey, Bird in a mood of high spirits founds the order of Maoidi, an Indian word meaning a turkey's beard. Half mockingly, he speaks of it as a religious order as well as an order of knighthood. The travelers are given badges, or totems, symbolic of their place in the new order. 66 Although they neglect their own worship somewhat, Bird and his fellows spend one Sunday examining an Indian named Bearskin on the particulars of his religion, which they find to contain the three great articles of natural religion, the belief of a God, the moral distinction betwixt good and evil, and the expectation of rewards and punishments in another world. Although Bird finds the Indian notion of heaven a little 220 gross and sensual, he feels that such beliefs are inevitable in a people that are contented with nature as they find her and have not the light of revelation. 67 Yet though he thus sets himself apart from the Indians, his sympathies are reflected in his easy adjustment to Indian customs and ideas and his respect for the light of nature. Bird's affection for the Virginia landscape, revealed in the lovingly detailed descriptions of it in his diary, does not extend to the landscape of the Carolina Indian country. As the surveyors proceed, they pass through the dismal swamp, a veritable slough of despond, whose chief source of beauty is also the source of its corrupted, malign air. It had one beauty, however, that delighted the eye, though at the expense of all the other senses. The moisture of the soil preserves a continual verdure, and makes every plant an evergreen, but at the same time the foul damps ascend without ceasing, corrupt the air, and render it unfit for respiration. Not even a turkey buzzard will venture to fly over it, no more than the Italian vultures will over the filthy lake of Irnus, or the birds in the Holy Land over the salt sea, where Sodom and Gomorrah formerly stood. 68. As with the land, so with the people. The surveyors invite a tallow-faced wench to drink with them, and when they had riced her in good humor, they examined all her hidden charms, and played a great many gay pranks. The fair exterior soon yields signs of foulness and self-indulgence, and the erotic game becomes a trifle disgusting, while Firebrand, who had the most curiosity, was ranging over her sweet person. He picked off several scabs as big as nipples, the consequence of eating too much pork. 69 After passing through the dismal swamp, the surveyors reach an Indian village where, presumably, Bird can put his theory of Indian relations to the test. It is worth noting that while the secret history recounts a number of erotic passages before the arrival at the Indian village, the more widely circulated text mentions rather few, a fact which gives the events in the Indian camp a special emphasis. The travelers enter the camp, saluted by the cries of the women and the dismal howling of the men, and are treated to a war dance. Unlike Franklin and the New Englanders, Bird sees no resemblance between the savage dance and the capering of demons in hell. He observes their menacing gestures with the confidence that these are but ceremonies, rather childish ones at that, which pose no threat to his strength. At this point the women appear, and Bird describes them carefully, choosing his metaphors to emphasize the erotic potential of the situation. 221. They were wrapped in their red and blue matchcoats, thrown so negligently about them, that their mahogany skins appeared in several parts, like the Lacedaemonian damsels of old. Their hair was braided with white and blue peak, and hung gracefully in a large roll upon their shoulders. This peak consists of small cylinders cut out of a conche shell, strung like beads. The blue being of much greater value than the white, for the same reason that Ethiopian mistresses in France are dearer than French, because they are more scarce. Though their complexions be a little sad-colored, yet their shapes are very straight and well proportioned. Their faces are seldom handsome, yet they have an air of innocence and bashfulness, that with a little less dirt would not fail to make them desirable. Such charms might have had their full effect upon men who had been so long deprived of female conversation, but that the whole winter's soil was so crusted on the skins of those dark angels, that it required a very strong appetite to approach them. 70. In the end, it is not racial scruples nor even a gentlemanly aversion to uncleanliness that keeps Bird from the copper-colored beauties. Rather, the scarcity of available women prevents the Indians from offering the whites the accustomed hospitality. We were unluckily so many, that they could not well make us the compliment of bedfellows, according to the Indian rules of hospitality. though a grave matron whispered one of the commissioners very civilly in the ear, that if her daughter had been but 1 year older, she should have been at his devotion. 71. The secret history reveals that some of the men did dally with the Indian girls and that Byrd himself took the lack of bedfellows unkindly. 72. Byrd then discourses on the failure of the English to Christianize the Indians and returns to his earlier theme, that marriage with the Indians, since it is the sole method of keeping them friendly and converting them to Protestant Christianity, ought to be an English policy, instead of the present situation in which cohabitation with squaws is restricted to the character of a passing debauchery for wandering surveyors. At length, after setting up their marks at the extreme border of the colonies, which Byrd likens to Hercules setting up his pillars at the western edge of the ancient world, the surveyors make their way home. Franklin and Byrd, along with John Mason in Wolcott's poem, were the American alternatives to the European image of the good Quaker, the figure mediating between civilization and the wilderness. Wolcott's Mason was a Puritan rendered heroic by the ambience of a martial epic, complete with metaphorical allusions to the heroes of pagan mythology. Franklin, Al. 222. Though he spoke for the farmers of the Quaker Penn's colony, was no good Quaker, although he played that role while traveling in France. Like Wolcott, he saw the English presence in the wilderness as a direct confrontation with the Indians. Unlike Voltaire and Rousseau, who were enchanted by a stable tableau of good Quaker juxtaposed with good savage, the practical Franklin saw the situation as dynamic and changing, with the English farmer naturally replacing the Indian by virtue of his moral and economic superiority. Byrd was also a mediating figure, who portrayed himself as a hero in the wilderness, the man who controls all situations, imposes restraint on whites and Indians, passes judgment on the mores of Indians and frontiersmen, and speaks with the voice of reason. He was, in character, exactly what his stylized, quasi-fictional name in the secret history said he was: steady, the chief surveyor, observant, orderly, and self-possessed. Unlike Franklin and Wolcott, he sought a consummation of sorts in the wilderness, but even he placed strict limitations on the extent to which he would merge with the wilderness. Marriage with the Indian must be undertaken but for the proper reasons, for John Rolfe's reasons. In this way the Indian could be both Christianized and whitened in the course of 2 generations. Otherwise, the fate of the Carolina lubbers, sallow-faced, lecherous, indigent, diseased, awaited us all. Racial degradation would redden and darken, instead of blanching, the American skin. Chapter: A Gallery of Types. The Evolution of Literary Genres and the Image of the American, 1755 to 1785. What then is the American, this new man? He is either an European, or the descendant of an European, hence that strange mixture of blood, which you will find in no other country. He is an American, who, leaving behind him all his ancient prejudices and manners, receives new ones from the new mode of life he has embraced. Creve Coeur, Letters from an American Farmer. The sermons, tracts, and narratives that grew out of the last French and Indian War, 1755 to 64, reveal some of the changes that had taken place in American thought since the turn of the 18th century. The reactions of New England, Pennsylvanian, and Virginian writers reflect emerging nationalism and, simultaneously, a distinct sectional orientation. The trend toward human heroes is evident, but still more striking are the emergence of the Indian as the model for an American heroism and the tendency of writers to set this American model hero against the British model. Coincident with this rehabilitation of the Indian is a renewed interest in the wilderness landscape. Before 1716, captivities and Indian Puritan battles were depicted against a generalized, nearly featureless background. By 1784, when John Filson published his Life of Daniel Boone, landscape description was a major interest, and nature was functioning in literature as a godlike agent for the regeneration of man. This trend involved the development of new types of literature, with forms and conventions suited to the new interest in specialized study of the Indian and the landscape. At the same time there was a revival of interest in the writing and reading of fiction. Before the mid-18th century, fiction as such was 224. Frowned on as a diversion unworthy of the pious. Handbooks, sermons, captivity narratives, and tracts for children dominate F. L. Mott's list of popular, best-selling books from 1660 to 1740. After this period, novels by Richardson and Defoe became popular, especially in the 1770s. American writers of fiction, however, did not figure as bestsellers until the 19th century. Some American writers did attempt setting American history in traditional literary forms, such as the drama and the epic poem, in an effort to impress Europe with the signs of cultural strength. But neither the reading public nor the book printers of London and the colonies expected fiction of American authors. It was out of their literary tradition and, in any case, liable to reflect provincialism. Within the traditional, non-fiction genres, the Indian War narrative, the captivity, the travel narrative, the new interest in fiction produced a gradually increasing tendency to substitute imagination for experience, to offer a fictionalized, sensationalized account as a true narrative. Two results of this increased plumbing of the imagination were the more obvious and explicit use of mythological elements in the narrative literature and the concurrent heightening of the symbolic interpretation of the Indians. We have seen foreshadowings of this in the narratives of Church, Bird, and Rowlandson. In their search for saleable literature in quantity, the writers reduced the narrative forms evolved by the Puritans to their basic formulas. As a result, the artful exploitation of archetypal situations became more important than the recounting of actual personal experience. The symbolic vocabulary of the Puritans became conventionalized through habitual employment, and it changed under the pressure of usage to better suit the temper and define the experiences of later American generations. The French and Indian War and national self-image. Like King Philip's War, the last French and Indian War was a watershed in American history. King Philip's War was the last in which New England fought without the aid or the complications of British involvement in the war. The War of 1755–64 was the last in which the colonists fought as agents of the British in a worldwide struggle against European powers. It achieved the aims of the New England Crusaders of the late 17th century in the destruction of the Popish power in Canada. It brought a greater and more efficient British involvement in military affairs in America and exposed a generation of native militia to the military discipline of Britain's professional soldiery. It brought Americans closer to English 225 land's national spirit than they had ever been and made them feel more than ever before the pride of belonging to the British Empire, of joining in admiration of British heroes like Amherst and Wolfe. When, after the war, the British Parliament persisted in treating the colonies like half-alien and isolated dependencies of the Crown, it flouted this unifying spirit and turned the colonists' new nationalist sentiment against Britain. Parliament may have aggravated the American sense of alienation from Britain, but it did not cause it. Even the most pro-British accounts of the war indicate that the imperial spirit of the Americans was as much an expression of Americanist patriotism as it was of fellow feeling toward the British Empire and the home islands. If close contact with the British as comrades in arms led to a sense of comradeship, it also revealed the sharp differences in education, experience, and attitude that separated the colonial from the Briton after a century and a half of American history. Writers expressed the sense that American and British heroism, as found on the great battlefields, were of two different natures and derived from different historical and military traditions. The American style of heroism, because it was derived from experience in the wilderness and close study of the Indians, had proved the more appropriate to American warfare. Those British generals who, like Amherst and Wolfe, could adapt to that style and express admiration of it, became heroes to the Americans. Those who rejected the style out of hand like the unfortunate Braddock were regarded, with all due sympathy, as fools. Indeed, only his deathbed conversion to appreciation of the fighting style of the provincial troops, My Noble Blues, entitled Braddock to any great share of American sympathy. The war also brought into direct contact and alliance the military forces of the various colonies. Hitherto, the colonies had fought their own wars singly or in small combinations. Thus New England and New York bore the brunt of Canadian assaults that, until 1755, left Pennsylvania and the South relatively untouched. Carolinians fought the Yamasee and the Cherokee, as Georgians did the Spanish, with no assistance from Massachusetts or Connecticut. The latter colonies fought King Philip while Virginia was fighting the Susquehannas and Bacon's rebels, but these wars were not organically related, and neither colony sent support to the other. In 1755–64 the war was general, and for the first time most of the colonies were in some way directly assaulted as part of a grand Indian-French conspiracy. This circumstance revealed a further development in the cultural evolution of the colonies, the growth of what we may, with hindsight, call SEC. 226. Nationalism or sectional nationalism. The war afforded opportunities for New England to compare her style of life and warfare with that of Pennsylvania and Virginia and to make the same distinctions between colonial characteristics as were made between American and British. The writers in each group of colonies were reacting to essentially the same phenomena. Events such as Braddock's defeat and Wolfe's victory were everywhere recognized as crucial. In the reactions of writers to these events, one can see the emerging characteristics of their sectional cultures, distinct and varying social and political concerns, prejudices, ideas about the wilderness and man's relation to it, and literary traditions. A brief overview of literary responses to a few major events as evinced in a single, well-defined genre. The sermon may serve to suggest some of the differences in the cultural and literary values and inheritances of the three sections. The war began with the massacre of Braddock's army by the Indians at Fort Duquesne. The battle was a classic example of the failure of European tactics in the wilderness. Braddock's troops, forced by their officers to form in close order in a clearing, were all but massacred by a smaller number of Indians fighting from concealment. Of all the colonies, Virginia suffered most directly the consequences of this disaster. Her own troops were involved in the massacre, and her frontiers were laid open to Indian raids via the wide and now undefended road that Braddock had cut into the woods from the Virginia frontier. In 1756 Samuel Davies published a pair of sermons on the defeat, titled Virginia's Danger and Remedy, which differ from the New England model, most significantly by drawing on the marriage metaphor employed by Byrd and his English and Virginian literary ancestors. Byrd had envisioned a direct, organic connection between the land and its inhabitants. In his histories, as the land darkens and grows wilder, Byrd's men grow more lustful and difficult to curb, while the women grow more slatternly and libidinously exciting. The lubberliness of the Carolinian frontiersman is reflected in the land's continuance in natural decay, despite its potentiality for development. Davies's sermon similarly associates the human defeat and the human sin that made defeat inevitable with a purely natural disaster, the extended drought that struck Virginia in 1755–56. It is this use of a symbolism pairing human with natural events that separates the Virginian from the Puritan writer, whose vision pairs human, visible, events with divine or spiritual, invisible, events. Davies's doctrine resembles the earlier Puritan sermons in its insistence that military and natural disaster is the consequence of communal persistence in sin. He makes no attempt, however, to follow the rhetoric of 227. The Puritan Sermon. The narrative of Braddock's defeat, undertaken in the first sermon, subtly prepares the reader or listener for the causal linking of the human and the natural disaster. When Braddock falls, Davies exclaims, "How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of war perished! Ye banks of Monongahela, upon you let there be no dew, neither let there be bane upon you." To the death of the hero leader, it is suggested, results in the curse of infertility falling on the land for which the hero fought. This view of the sympathetic relationship between man and nature is essentially the same as that in primitive mythology and ritual. Davies does not commit himself on the question of whether the cause of the disaster is human, natural, or divine. Rather, he implies that a mythic combination of the three is responsible. As in Byrd's narrative, the land is associated with women, or goddesses, and the hero enters the wilderness for a marriage or sexual union that, by association, is equated with the reproductive power of nature. With the hero's fall at Fort Duquesne, the union is terminated, and drought is the result. Hopes of sexual union and rebirth give way to sexual violence and death. The blood is not passed to a new generation but is squandered on the ground or selfishly drunk by cannibals in a perverse inversion of the marriage metaphor. Thus Davies dwells on the horrid fate of the frontier women, who are ripped up, and left in a posture too monstrous to be expressed, and even their blood drank. Instead of the merging of white and Indian to produce a white Indian, as Byrd had envisioned, the reverse is threatened: naked Indians from the wilderness and some of our own gloomy domestics, the dark races in league, threaten white Virginia with possession by the powers of darkness, working both at the borders and from within the community. 3. Davies' sermon suggests the potential within the South for the same kind of hysteria that swept New England during the witchcraft delusion, but it also suggests that the South's attitude toward the wilderness was not as anti-natural as that of New England. New England's reactions were shaped by its more formalized mythology of the Indian Wars and its rigid conception of sermon form. In 1755, William Vinell of Newport, Rhode Island, preached a sermon on the accursed thing that hinders success and victory in war, in the tradition of Sims's sermon on Lovewell's defeat and of Cotton Mather's captivity sermon of 1694. Humiliations followed with deliverances. He followed the rigid structure of sermon form devotedly, numbering the points of his doctrine, reasons, and uses. His thesis that sin is the accursed thing that must be cast out before we can redeem the defeat is what tradition 228 would lead one to expect in such a sermon. The sense and content of Vinell's sermon, however, go somewhat beyond the traditional bounds of Sims and Mather. The sin he preaches against is chiefly attributed to notables and rulers, rather than to the commonality, in contrast to Mather, whose chastisement was directed at commoners moving away from the control of the magistrates. Braddock himself, although deemed brave enough, is said to have erred through pride and English snobbery in refusing to heed the warnings of experienced American Indian fighters. His tactics were too regular, and he had no opportunity to acquaint himself with the irregular manner of fighting. The American way of fighting. Part of Vinell's conclusion calls for the redemption of a degenerated New England and cites her self-confidence in war, her fall from her first love of true religion, as the reason for her becoming an Anglo-American monster, a degenerate plant of a strange vine. Yet Vinell is also concerned with politics and military tactics, and he recommends the adoption of the Indian style of fighting, characterized as American, as most suited to the wilderness. His use of the term American instead of the traditional New English or English suggests a growing sense of nationality in New England. 4. Charles Chauncey's letter to a friend, on Braddock's defeat and the American Sir William Johnson's victory at Lake George, states the case for nationalism and militarism more strongly than Vinell's account. Chauncey was a moving spirit in the ecclesiastical and intellectual affairs of Boston, the arch-opponent of the Edwardians and a founder of the liberal Unitarian movement. His letter follows the sermon narratives in having a particular thesis or doctrine, a narrative of defeat that justifies the doctrine, and a section on the uses or application of the doctrine to future affairs. He even echoes the phraseology of Mather attacks on Puritan complacency in his suggestion that the chief use of the defeat is its terminating our sense of security. But Chauncey's doctrine and its application are entirely secular. The good end he has in view is, not the revival of a sense of man's dependence on God, but the improvement of the military establishment along lines suggested by New England's long experience with Indian warfare. Here he draws on New England's unique experience of more than a century of uninterrupted warfare against the French and Indians. He asserts that New England troops are superior to those of the southern and middle colonies, and to English regulars as well, because their temper and character have been formed in the hard school of the Indian Wars. Their supposed possession of the Ark of an English Israel is not mentioned. English 229. Sparta would seem a more appropriate appellation than English Israel in Chauncey's work. Chauncey presents New England's experience as a dramatically heightened and intensified image of the experience of all the colonies in America. The century of Indian warfare is seen as a dramatization or archetype of the national experience. Braddock's defeat on the Ohio suggests the need for a greater assertion of national pride in an American identity, and that identity is to be defined in military terms. But the New England or American soldier hero, as Chauncey sees him, is essentially Indian in his manner of fighting. American irregulars, in an American war, are full as necessary as British regulars. If one of the good effects following upon the Ohio defeat, so inglorious to the British arms, is not a greater care to distinguish American merit, it will not be because it is not fitted to point out the political wisdom of such a conduct. 5. The victory of William Johnson in that same year is seized upon by Chauncey as proof of his doctrine. 20 years later, the tactics lauded by Chauncey triumphed for New England at Concord and Lexington. Even more to the point is the manual of arms composed later in the war for the American Rangers by their New England commander, Major Bobbert Rogers. Rogers codified the Indian methods of fighting so that these could be taught to troops inexperienced in Indian warfare. He systematized the same tactics that Benjamin Church learned piecemeal from his Indian scouts and applied them so successfully that he became, next to Generals Wolfe and Amherst, perhaps the chief military hero of the war. The New England writers, in treating the Braddock defeat, reflect the nature of the New England literary tradition in their employment of sermon form, their use of their experience in Indian warfare as the characterizing feature of their communal personality, and their envisioning of their community as a peculiar, isolated nationality caught between the hostile worlds of Indians and Englishmen. The reaction of the Middle colonies to the war was also characteristic. In Pennsylvania, Quaker parochialism and its political foundation in the proprietary government clashed with the emerging intellectual cosmopolitanism of the metropolis of Philadelphia and with the political needs and aspirations of the non-Quaker majority in the back country. Quaker unwillingness, out of religious scruple, to cooperate with Braddock had been one of his chief sources of difficulty, and after the defeat it exposed the Pennsylvania frontier to Indian ravages. Behind the religious conflict, there was political tension between the Quaker proprietors, the non-Quaker citizenry, and the Democratic intellectuals led by Franklin and his circle. Thomas Barton preached a sermon on Braddock in 230. 1755 that reflects these tensions, as well as an interest in philosophical issues arising from the progress of French physiocratic thought and deism in the cosmopolitan intellectual circles of Philadelphia. Franklin was Barton's publisher, and William Smith, provost of Franklin's College, penned an introduction. Unanimity and Public Spirit was the title of Barton's sermon, and his part of the work pleads for political unanimity and a proper respect for the liberties of the people. Although Braddock's defeat was the occasion of the sermon and although its political message was made necessary in part by the government's failure to support the war, Smith's philosophical speculations turn the reader's attention to the broader implications in the American situation. Ostensibly speaking on the duty of ministers, he expresses the environmentalist and evolutionary theory of history that, as we have seen, characterized the thought of Franklin, Locke, and the French physiocrats. In the primitive past, every one was his own priest and king. Affairs were governed by natural reason, and faith was the result of a simple, inherent wisdom, such as the American primitives exhibit. The Indians, however, need not be taken as perfect models for emulation, since each community may have a particular genius. We are all creatures of God, but also members of a particular community. The role of ministers, then, should be to light up and exalt our country's genius. 6. That genius, for Smith, consists in our ability both to create a political unity out of diverse elements through the application of republican principles and to conquer the western wilderness by the plow and the sword. Thus Smith and Barton, like Chauncey, use the Braddock defeat as the starting point for an essay in nationalism. All three associate national identity with the effort of colonizing and conquering the wilderness. But where the New Englanders emphasize the military side of conquest, fighting the Indian on his own ground and in his own style, the Pennsylvanians emphasize the natural evolutionary processes that make conquest inevitable. Furthermore, they employ their concept of natural law as justification for a carefully articulated political program of national unity and republican democracy. Of all the colonies, Pennsylvania produced the most generally appealing assessment of the meaning of the war and the most viable image of the American hero. The lines of communication linking the colonies to one another and to Europe all crossed in Philadelphia, and writers like Franklin, Barton, and Smith could draw with greater ease on the literary traditions of England, New England, and the South than these sections could on one.